Welcome to day 4 of the Blast Bounty, where we're in our final day of round 1. There are 4 more games, 4 more eliminations on the line before teams even get into the top 16. I'm Darth Mike. This is Mr. Jacob Pimp Winicky. We have a whole lot of action going your way. Pimp, how you doing this morning?
Great, actually. Great. It's a beautiful morning, despite the sun not being out, but I'm heavy, Mike, and I'm ready for some Counter-Strike.
The weather is shining, not in a sunny way, but in a warmish way. The action will heat us up.
I like
That's
sun.
okay.
You know, I'm a sun-addicted guy. I'm not gonna
You
lie.
are. It's crazy that you live up north, but so it goes. Looking back at yesterday, though, we had some monsters emerging underneath the sun, underneath the clouds. We had some crazy games indeed. How about Elige? How about the Bald Eagle coming in with a UMP ace in the year 2026? What the hell's up with that?
Yeah, you want to jump into Liquid NIP straight away, and I get you. I called it out to be the game to watch in round 1 here at the Blast Bounty. I think it's, on paper, it was supposed to be a great game. It delivered even more so, as you can see on Ancient. Elige was a monster. Liquid played decent Counter-Strike, but without Elige, they would not have gone into overtime. They would not have won in overtime. He was firing on all cylinders, Mike. It must make you happy that an NA-inspired team finally won a game.
It does make me happy, and it makes me happy to see Elige doing this. I mean, just incredible.
With an AWP? What the hell?
Probably makes your refrag stocks feel good as well. I mean, that was unreal. Ump ace, op ace, why not? Just do everything. The man can do it all. It's kind of troubling as someone who enjoys Liquid doing well that they needed that performance to even win in overtime against NIP. But, you know, we'll confront that when we have to. There was also the Inner Circle game. Pretty spicy, that one. Some exciting things going on here, Jacob. Lots of upsets so far. We've had some big teams exit the tournament earlier than we would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, Inner Circle beating 3D Max, again, on paper sounds kind of ridiculous. 3D Max, a team known to be quite stable in their performances and known to be up there, you know, never really losing to teams beneath them, dare I say. And it's not to sugarcoat it, but Inner Circle, they played a good game of Counter-Strike, and 3D Max never really showed up. So I think it was a fair outcome of the game. I think map 2 and 3, especially map 3, it felt like Inner Circle were significantly better. So I'm not even surprised after watching the game that Inner Circle ended up winning it. I'm just a little bit more disappointed that 3D Max gets off to such a, dare I say, lackluster start to the season.
It's interesting here that we have Captain Kirk, you know, ace on Ancient seems to be the ticket. He had an ace on Nuke as well. There were some really monstrous performances coming through from the new additions for Inner Circle. Zero Fix also delivering. We had Dawi have that one huge map. Onyx have some moments. Really, everybody had their time to contribute through from Inner Circle, and I think that bodes very well for the future, especially if you could get to a situation where you're having all of those factors fire at once, right? If you can have all those players have good games at the same time, it's going to be very tough to stop this team.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting team, and they're putting themselves on the map right now. Obviously losing one of the star players and getting into this new season with Captain Kirka. We were unsure whether or not they could replace that kind of firepower they lost, but seemingly what he did yesterday was a great showing. I'm curious to see Inner Circle play one more time, because as I said, I think Mark even alerted to it in the interview that we did with him afterwards as well. 3D Max did not have a great game. So round number 2 for Inner Circle, they'll most likely face another prominent team. I'm curious to see if they can replicate that kind of performance, because if that is the case, Mike, then we can start to buy some Inner Circle stock.
They feel like they're getting to be one of those teams where it's not that you necessarily fear them looking at the tournament, but when you look at the matchup, nobody wants to play them. No one wants to be in that situation where you're having to try and figure out if those X Factors are going to be firing. We'll see if any X Factors are firing today as we get into today's schedule, because we have a full slate of matches coming your way and some very exciting ones as well. We're starting off with ENCE PARIVISION. This second round is going to be super interesting. The new Spirit debuts up against Sinners. Can't wait to see what Magic's Spirit actually does look like. I'm so curious to see how much they change or don't. BetBoom take on paiN, and then we wrap the day with 9 versus FURIA. What are you excited for here, Jacob?
I'm excited for all of it, to be completely honest. I'm excited to see FURIA play once more after their disappointing exit at the Major versus Na'Vi in the quarterfinal. It's going to be cool to see if they can come in and bounce back straight away. That's the expectation. But even more so, the must-see for me today is Donk and Magic's and Spirit as a whole. It's always fun to watch Donk play Counter-Strike, whether that is on FURIA, whether it is in Major Grand Finals or in an online round 1 game at the Blast Bounty. Whenever Donk is on the server, you're in for a spectacle. And as you said, Spirit with a complete new look to them as well. Magic's as an in-game leader. Suntic's back in the grind as well. There's a lot of cool storylines heading into the game. And I can't help to feel a bit sorry for the Sinners. You know, they are just the I guess they're just there to be slaughtered, in one way or another, and we'll have to see how that's going to pan out for them.
We will. I mean, look, it's been a tournament of surprises. Who's to say that can't be one? I'm not expecting it to be one, but we'll get into more of that later. The return of Zontix as well, Bounty Champion coming back in. There's a lot to like. There's a lot to be excited for here. And I mean, you've set it up nicely. Every time Donk touches a mouse, it's just must-watch Counter-Strike, right? You can't avoid it. Number 2 player of the year. Many people arguing maybe he should have been up 1 spot, which is one of those rarefied situations where people are upset that you're not the number 1 overall in back-to-back years.
Yeah.
This guy is just an unreal gift to Counter-Strike.
It's also one of those cool stories where, I don't know if people watching at home, pay attention, right? But a lot of these more experienced players, the great players, they always say, yeah, but it's online Counter-Strike. So, lower your expectations, random results, etc., etc. I feel like Donk has none of those excuses in his chamber whatsoever. Online Counter-Strike, I'd even argue that's where he thrives the better. Whenever you watch him play FACEIT, whenever you watch him grind FACEIT over and over and winning the leaderboard year after year, month after month, season after season, you know that he's in his right element. So it doesn't matter whether he's playing a major grand final, whether he's playing a group stage studio game, or he's playing online. Donk is never coming up with any of those excuses because he is comfortable wherever he's going.
Comfortable as long as he's in a server. It's time for us to almost get into a server. It's time to set the stage for our first match, ENCE versus PARIVISION. And to set the stage for that, we've got an interview with Fiku to lead us on into the... That was the desk.
There was a hole in that desk.
Nico? Nani?
You think so? The desk?
Interview? Fiku? I've got Fiku here ahead of their matchup against PARIVISION. Now, Fiku, you have come on into this ENCE team, but before you did that, you had a little stint over in my region, over in the NACS with Wildcard. Anything you're taking away from your time with Wildcard?
It was a very interesting time. I have some. You have a very nice fast food overall, like in NA. And the food is very expensive. That's my takeout from NA.
I think that tells a thousand tales, shall we say, with what you didn't say. But moving on into ENCE, right? Coming into this roster, you and Krasnal joining up. What is the feeling in the squad already? What do you think about this team in your brief time there?
It's been really nice overall. The environment and everything is very, very friendly. It was really easy to go in and like feel welcomed and like very comfortable in here. I would say everyone is like really nice. Also like people outside of the team.CET as well, very nice people. So it was nothing but a very enjoyable bootcamp so far.
And what do you think the expectation is for the squad, right? Last year was tough for them, couldn't quite break into that upper echelon, couldn't get into the consistent invites all the time. What do you think this team can do in 2026?
Yeah, a lot of things, bro. We can fucking win the major even.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Feeling really confident. That was a really good boot camp then. All right, let's talk about this matchup. I love this confidence. Coming to this game, PARIVISION on deck. What do you think of them?
I think they are very good opponents for our first game. We actually get really surprised that we got them. So we are, let's say we are happy because we thought we're gonna play against like Vitality, Spirit, or like team like this. So yeah, we are really happy that we got them.
Well, I'm excited to see what you do in the server there. Good luck today, Fiku.
Thank you.
I was feeling pretty fired up after that interview. Fiku coming on in saying we can win the major, perhaps. He's feeling very confident in his new colors.
I like the confidence from Fiku. I love that we get to see a bit more of his personality as well. Feels like he's been in OG for a long time, obviously, and they never really got anywhere. However, you go to NA, you play for Wildcard a couple of games, you farm some North American noobs, you come back with a 1.3 rating, and now you're talking about winning the major, Fiku. I like it, but let's just start about winning the game at hand today, because I think that's where it starts, friends. If you want to win the major, let alone qualify for the major, let alone be a team that we need to talk about more than once or twice a year, you got to win games like these. So he's happy that he's playing PARIVISION. I'm happy he's confident. I'm ready to see whether or not they're all talk or ENCE can put up on the server.
Can we talk about what a diplomat he is as well? The answer about Wildcard, about NA, what did you think about it? Well, it was interesting. Fast food's good.
True.
That's a lot said with very few words.
Yeah, but I think I hate to do this, Mike, but that's just been the general notion for the past 10 years. You know, whenever European players coming to NA, it's always a cultural shock, not only in terms of fast food and McDonald's, but even more so on how communication is working on the server, how they practice, how the lack of, in some areas, the lack of professionalism compared to the European circuit is up there. So I don't know what it is with you Americans, you know, but there's been a lot of EU imported players throughout all these years. Why don't you at some point feel the inspiration and maybe learn a little bit and maybe up it up a notch so we don't have to have this conversation for 10 years that you're getting a cultural shock whenever you're going from Europe to NA?
Let's not put the sins of Wildcard on all of us, okay? That was maybe a more unique set of circumstances.
Wildcard, Liquid,
we don't
you
need
name
to get
it.
into it right now. We'll leave that alone. We got more Counter-Strike to talk about. We're moving on over. I mean, anything else you want to touch on ENCE and Fiku? I'm quite excited to see him in this team. I think Krasnov coming over as well, right? This is an ENCE team that was, for a long time, hunting the unknowns, bringing up prospects that we hadn't really seen, and they've changed tack. They've said, okay, we have some young prospects. It hasn't always worked out for us. Let's get a little bit more experience. Exactly, stalwarts, but they've gotten their feet wet. They've played a lot of top-tier Counter-Strike.
I'll be honest, I look at that lineup and I like the lineup. I know most of the players. You've seen them before. Some that are young, a player as well. I think he's very articulated. I think he has a great mind for Counter-Strike. paiN, I think, is another player we have to look out for as well. You talk about young prospects and players on the up. You know, paiN is a player that also were circulated in certain rumors about maybe changing team. And then now you have Fiku coming in with a lot of confidence. In all honesty, I like the lineup of ENCE. I just want to see them do a little bit more than this graphic suggests, because it's been a stagnating show for them. Yes, they're roaming around in Tier 2 Counter-Strike. Sometimes they qualify for some of the smaller tournaments. They try to grind it out. Not part of the major just yet. You know, I want to see a bit of a spike in that ranking, and I think with the signing of Fiku and Krasnov, maybe the time is here, because you keep paiN, you have some that young, you bring in a Fiku that comes in with this North American McDonald's confidence. I'm starting to believe that maybe they can break the curse of just being stagnated.
I mean, it sounds like the problem last year was that they had stability, but they had stability in the wrong way, right?
Sure.
They were really stably not fighting for those top tournaments, not really qualifying, really struggling to get the invites, get into the conversation. But they did enough. They did enough to now maybe have a little bit more of a chance. Maybe they've got that base. Now they can climb higher. I'd like to see it. It is a tough opponent in the first round, though. It's a PARIVISION team that is really slingshotting themselves into the conversation. And to have that conversation, we talked to Dastan. I'm here with Dastan ahead of his matchup against ENCE. Dastan, let's talk about your new guy. Let's talk about Zoe coming on into the team. What went into the thought process of bringing him on board?
Zoe, he's a very skilled player. Maybe first days I was worrying about maybe he's, after departing Spirit, he may be maybe in bad mood, something like that, but generally he feels good. I think he's young, he's very energized, and I'm happy that he's in my team. He's very skilled, and by roles he very good to replace AV.
Big man now into the server. Zoe coming on in, the perfect guy for them. A lot of confidence coming through from Dastan. He was talking to me a little bit more about it, saying that there's all sorts of moments coming through from Zoe. Even in practice, he sees those pop-off moments, those big rounds. We saw it in Spirit, right? I mean, he won the last Blast Bounty here in this studio. He joined Spirit. They win 2 trophies in a row. He has some crazy maps, some 2.0 ratings on maps, absolutely pulls them out of the fire on various moments, even in the major, and yet he finds himself off the team less than 6 months later.
I mean, we've seen glimpses. I'll give you that. We also saw it during the major, you know, just a couple of weeks ago against Falcons. He had that massive ace on the B bomb side on Dust 2 that kept them alive, and Spirit ended up knocking out Falcons to everyone's joy. So yeah, we've seen glimpses of Sway, you know, doing well, but in terms of finding his consistency within Spirit, I get why they're removing him. I get why he's moving on. Maybe it was too soon for him. Maybe he couldn't really find his footing or find his space. But I think this is a perfect match for Sway. If he's as good as everyone is suggesting, if he has the mechanical skills that Dastan is requesting here as well, then I think a team like PARIVISION, who's shown, James for that matter as well, that they're very good at integrating young prospects and new inexperienced players, then you'd almost argue that Sway is one of the more experienced players within this lineup. As you said, having won trophies and having been on Spirit. So I think this is a great move. You would argue that, okay, with the way PARIVISION did during the major, why are you changing your roster? Why is AW getting the boot? But if you see an opportunity to make a roster change that makes your team stronger, that makes the firepower more prominent and that can make you take another step up, you should do it. So I absolutely love it from PARIVISION.
I think it's a great move. Yeah, I mean, we've seen enough promise in the previous roster as well, right? Competing at that Austin major as well, turning some heads there. I think the sky is potentially the limit for Zwei. That's what Spirit were always talking about, right? Holly always seemed to have this idea that there may be a little bit more time, maybe a little bit more opportunities. I think you just hit that point where you had the prospect of Zontic's coming back in, you have the prospect of Magic's coming in, you want to make those changes, and Zwei's time just ran out. I think there's a lot to like. And I think your point about the way that James and Dastan have been able to integrate young prospects is huge as well, right? Because they were, before this project, before this PARIVISION, they had gained a little bit of reputation for maybe being difficult for new players, difficult for that integration, being a little bit of a challenging way to play Counter-Strike, and they redefined themselves a little bit. And in bringing up this young squad, James talked a lot about it in the run to the major, in those moments in the major, that, you know, you're taking kids who barely knew how to play Counter-Strike before they joined this, at least at a team level, and you're molding them into players who can qualify through stages at the major.
I agree with that, you know, and I think that has been a learning curve for them as well, you know, for both Dastan and James, figuring out how to rework their careers as well, coming from VP, coming from a team where the expectation was to go into the playoff every single time. I think for my money, you know, when you look at this tournament as a whole, we're trying to set expectations for a lot of these teams. And if I honestly were to point out one or two teams that I am curious to see how they're going to fare the first 3 months of 2026, PARIVISION is on the top of that list. I think this roster move with Zwei makes an awful lot of sense. You add more firepower. We saw a lot during the major, what they can do, how stable they are, how they approach Counter-Strike. So I think right now PARIVISION is one of the most, I guess, underrated but most interesting storylines in the world of Counter-Strike. Because I think right now being placed 16 in the VIS, world ranking number 19 as per HLTV, I think there's a world where we talk about them as being a top 10 team relatively soon.
That's an exciting prospect, and we now need to find out where we're going to play this exciting game of Counter-Strike, because it's time for the veto. What do we got coming in here, Jacob? Anything wild and weird?
Well, newsflash, no nuke and no Inferno, I can tell you that much. Now, Anubis has been lingering around, and we haven't been able to see it just yet, Mike. But I feel like there's a world where that could be in the play right here, maybe as a third deciding map. We have Overpass being picked by PARIVISION, I believe that's what they did throughout the entirety of the major. That makes an awful lot of sense.
Oh, look at this!
And then ENCE actually not only allowing Anubis in the map pool, they're picking it. We're getting it, Mike.
I love that. I love that so very much, that the Anubis is coming into the pool, both from the perspective of, yeah, they're picking it, they're confident on it. They can't have had a lot of time to be practicing it unless they were really making some bets. That's really interesting indeed. I wonder how much that's going to catch PARIVISION off.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I don't know how much PARIVISION have been practicing the map and how well prepared they are. Let's be honest, it came out, what, a week ago that Anubis was being reintroduced into the map pool, so there's a limited time both of these lands could have done it. If anything, it tells me the story that ENCE are well aware that, yeah, we can match PARIVISION. You heard Fico, he was full of confidence, but if we got to win this game, we got to try something extraordinary. Let's throw it into the mix. Let's see how it pans out. So it's an underdog mentality in a nice way, where I feel like it's a confidence pick from ENCE, and you're trying to throw off the favorites off guard.
I'm so excited to see it. I personally love a little bit of Anubis, and I'd like to see a whole lot more. To me, that is an absolute hole-in-one match pick, and if I was going to ask somebody to swing for a hole-in-one, it'd be these guys. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
When you say these guys, I think he means like me in particular.
That guy.
Yeah.
This guy right here.
But Hugo, man, you'll get a hole-in-one one day. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Oh, that's fine, man. I don't go that way. I don't swing the golf. I cast Counter-Strike, Harry, and we got a lot of it today as well, with a new PARIVISION look and an even newer ENCE look as well, with big changes for both these squads. For ENCE, it's been a disappointing when you zoom out in the grand scheme and maybe what this roster wanted to accomplish so far. For PARIVISION, it's been shooting for the stars, making a huge run at the Budapest Major at the end of last season, and even making a direct on-paper upgrade by bringing in Zwei for AW. I like this change. It seems like the perfect change. The one weaker player, you could argue, for PARIVISION gone. Zwei with a lot of experience coming into a hungry young squad, and James still at the helm, getting another troop for his team. I think this PARIVISION squad could be a lot of fun, but I also think ENCE have made very interesting changes.
I mean, I want to talk a little on PARIVISION because, you know, yeah, I agree that the Zwei move is actually pretty exciting. You know, do you think, in terms of his tenure with Spirit, Hugo,
yeah,
Obviously, I think that the Spirit squad kind of left us all feeling a little bit underwhelmed, didn't quite hit the mark you were expecting. Obviously, they've made changes of their own, and Minus Away was a part of that. But do you think being in a team like this could be more/better for Zwei? What are you kind of expecting?
Absolutely.
And do you think something like what happened with Spirit is going to fire him off to want to show off here?
Well, I think you've laid it out perfectly, but I also think that, maybe he wasn't ready for that kind of level. It was huge boots to fill, immediately joining Spirit. Hey, remember, this guy picked up a Cologne. This guy picked up the second bounty last year. Like, all in all, I think Zwei had a pretty good run in Spirit, and it always felt like Zontix was going to come back in. So, yeah, I think he's done well. Obviously, he was under a lot of criticism, and I think that's always going to happen when you're playing on a team with Donk. You have to be great. But maybe he wasn't ready to be on a team that has aspirations to be the best in the world. And I don't think there's anything shameful about that. So in a team of young players who have a lot still to prove, who have a strong, capable in-game leader, I think he's right at home here. We'll have to see how he performs. We're going to find out today in this online game.
Would it be fair to call him the Honda of teams?
No, because Honda got that 1D ace and then disappeared forever.
I just threw out a random name. Honda.
It might be
It
Honda.
might be Honda.
It might be Honda. It's not Honda. Definitely not Honda. Have some respect for Cologne winners' way.
Honda.
It's definitely not Honda.
Oh, bring back Honda.
Where did Honda go? Everybody's asking.
Honda. Dude, it's so sick. Honda.
No.
Honda CS. Where's he at, Hugo?
Nobody, literally
What's
nobody
Honda up
asking.
to? I think he's teamless.
What a shock, Harry. Teamless? Honda? No. Those people that are listening have no idea who you're talking about.
Everyone knows Honda. He's coming back. 2026 is going to be his year.
The year of Honda.
The year of the Honda. Oh, okay, that's
Other
funny.
brands
That's
are
tickled
available.
me. That's tickled me off the
good.
top. That's good. It's a
Coming in
it's a
strong.
rip tickler to open up this series.
You ripped what?
A rip tickler.
Okay. I'm unaware of that one. Anubis in this series, Harry. Anubis finally entering the fray. The first Anubis of the season here at Blast Bounty. Thoughts?
I'm excited, Hugo. We've been playing a little bit of Anubis, you and I. We could almost foresee this coming. We were playing it before it was added to the pool.
And I got to say, I didn't really miss it. I can't say I missed it, but it is fun to watch some of the best in the world play it. That's for sure. Can be a very punishing map. I want to see if there's any changes. And also the fact that PARIVISION have picked it. Of course, PARIVISION have picked it. Of course, James has been in the lab all week figuring out what he wants to do on Anubis. And I also remember ENCE picked Anubis. HLTV is wrong. So, oh, no, production's wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
James did pick Anubis.
James
Going
picked
back to my first point.
Anubis.
But what I remember was Zwei was on Namiga. He was really good on Anubis. On CT sides, he actually had a lot of highlights on that map. So maybe he can return to form, Harry. Hating Zwei is so easy. Why don't we find the courage in ourselves to appreciate Zwei, to love Zwei for what he's done, Harry? No thoughts on that?
No. I'm
about Honda
agreeing with
again?
you. I'm agreeing with
Well,
you.
silence isn't an agreement. I want to make that very clear. I need enthusiasm.
There is enthusiasm. I'm just getting something. Hang on. You're good, bro. You just fill in this little lull in the action. Hugo.
Thanks, man. I'll just do this on my own, shall I? Now, this is the way to drink coffee. Or tea.
I wanted to get the quote. Like, if I tell you, I'll give you the lab because maybe you know the quote off by heart. You're really good with this. But like, as the BHL spell check has rendered it, make business practice your personal omnibus or something. Like, it's
I know
the
where you're
peep show
going.
line.
This is too niche.
But it's Anubis, it works.
Okay, I get your joke.
It's a good time for the peep show quote.
Presumably funny. Not to anyone listening.
Yeah. I hope I die soon and then everyone will appreciate me.
That's true. You'll be regaled when you're...
I'll be what?
I don't know what word I was looking for.
Regauled? Charles Regaul Airport. Everyone's favorite. Okay. Yeah, so we have a little bit of Anubis. That's exciting. And we're appreciating Zwei.
There's a mic issue right now, folks. So we're just waiting on the mic issue to get sorted.
No, I thought he was doing a good job.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. Overpass for ENCE. Anubis for PARIVISION. Dust2 Decider. Dust2 was a lot of fun to watch PARIVISION at the major. And ENCE had a good time on Overpass last season as well, coming off of a 3-win streak with the core. I say core. There's been 2 changes on this team, Harry, coming fresh into the year. We've got Kraz now and Fiku, a couple of polls back in ENCE.
Yes. And, dude, I don't know. I'm kind of excited to see a little bit of Fiku. Because, I don't know, an interesting player for sure. You think about the time that he spent in OG. That's the one that sticks out the most, I think. And I know it wasn't a good time. I know it wasn't the best of times.
It sticks out because
he was there for a long time, though, Hugo.
Yeah, not a fun time.
Right? And what I'll say is he went through many a roster change. One of the coolest times, I think, in Fiku's time period in that OG team was actually where he really stood out as a clutch player. He was fantastic in 1v1s, 1v2s, just always had a good head on his shoulders in those clutches. I hope that's something he's able to tap back into a little bit now in this ENCE team. Because you definitely saw that fall off, even the kind of clutch factor of Fiku down the stretch in OG.
OG does that to you know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you've been years in a team that just kind of existed. Like,
yeah, did anyone succeed in OG? I'm not saying after. In fact, I think most people did when they left.
Yeah.
But, like, in OG, did anyone succeed? Maybe cadiaN could make it happen, Harry. Maybe Flammers is the truth. I'm hesitant to talk about them, but I'm optimistic for this current roster of OG.
So where does Honda fit in all of this?
Honda never joined OG, and you can tell. Because he had an outstanding career.
I was just seeing because you said people won't know Honda, but it seems like everyone knows Honda.
Everyone knows Honda?
Everyone knows Honda.
We're going back to Honda now.
No, I was just I was just seeing if it landed, and people like the Honda bit.
Okay.
Everyone was throwing out alternative car brands as well.
Other car brands are available.
What car would you drive if you could drive any car?
A Honda, obviously.
A Honda, obviously.
Come on.
For its unparalleled reliability and miles to the gallon.
Yeah, but it will disappear after one event. Okay, so. All right, it looks like we are getting back in the server right now, folks.
I'm excited to see some PARIVISION, man. We were very kind of
bullish.
all in on. We were bullish on this team back at the major. They did play some impressive CS. Managed to make one hell of a run. Felt shy, I guess, of the aspirations that they might have had, but still, did a very good job. And I liked hearing from Dastan, James, even on the exit. Yeah. It was good. They give good interviews, these guys. Dastan in particular, I'm noting he's been way more vocal as of late. Used to be a coach who kind of kept everything close to his chest, wouldn't share a whole lot,
true.
But seems like a completely different guy now.
So here we go, folks. It is the map pick of ENCE. See, actually, maybe production is right because ENCE are on the CT side, but they picked this map. Did PARIVISION pick T side? That's crazy. Who does that?
Jane
does that. So maybe James has been cooking in the lab all week as they run up the long side. Nobody home.
Yeah, they've got a free bomb site here. Poddy's starting to move over as these rotates from lower. It's 4 players up from the bathrooms trying to fight forward. Fiku's been spotted as the one man moving up from CT. As you get an idea of numbers here, might feel tempted to go and search for Fiku on that backstab, just to give yourself a little bit of breathing room, because right now you feel kind of pincered. Ooh. That one kill there out of Belchenok already goes a huge step in the right direction. Tap on the bomb, gonna force some fights, and they all come through for the side of PARIVISION. That's a very nice look in the pistol.
Oh, I love the first games of the season because every team comes in with little pocket strats, little ideas. There's no reads going on. There's no prep for your opponent. There's no anti-stratting. You can't possibly know what you're going to see. And so it is just pure intuition, Counter-Strike. Great little call out of James. Smoke on the site, covers Poddy on short, lets them take deep control of bank. Bomb down. Fantastic post plant for PARIVISION.
I think that's just been so nice about watching the PARIVISION squad is, you know, you can really see that Jame is kind of back in his element. It's a bit tweaked, it's a bit refined. It's not 100% the old Jame, but the structure, the way the rounds play out, that's all there. And they do look very, very good at the fundamentals, at the pacing. They know how they want to play. It's super clear that James got an idea for the identity of the Counter-Strike and the brand of CS that this team wants to be playing. That was apparent back at the major, and so I imagine now with a bit more time and with a change, they've had a chance to refine that even further.
Gotta get that bomb down. Jamon Glock armor in round 2. He really believed they were going to full eco this. It's a good read. A lot of teams do like to force on CT side, so Jame gets away with it. They get the Mac 10, but it's not really worth the save. Admirable attempt. Commanding the ship.
Yeah, not to be confused with General Mischief.
It's good. Will Jame go hunting, or is he just full saving his armor? He wants every penny he can get. I was seeing some nice rounds for Jame. Something you don't really see. Oh my goodness, he's just going to kill them all. Crash now. Got a bomb tap, but Jame gets 3 with the Glock, which is crazy. Jame was doing some crazy stuff at the major. He was, when they were running AXX on Mirage, he wouldn't buy a gun because he knew, look, either we're going to kill someone or die in the first 5 seconds of the round. So why buy 5 rifles when you can buy 4 rifles and pick one up? And when he did it, he was always right. He always either got a free gun one way or another. And I really like that. It's just little bits of economy saving, Harry. It goes a long way. He knows his money.
I mean, it's something Jame always excelled at. We used to call him the accountant for that reason. He always found a way to make sure his team had money and your team didn't. And he had to kind of rework some of the theory behind it in CS2, but yeah.
It's just a lot harder in ML12 when you can't grind people down over the way he would grind a team down over
but I think
15 round.
That's why I say, you know, it's like, it's just a little different. It's kind of the same goal, but it's, you know, he goes about it in a different way. And like the thing that you list as an example, the whole like playing a gun round where one guy doesn't have a gun, it's another way of just that much faster getting to build up your own money and still trying to remain threatening in every round. And that's something you'll always hear from teams, from players, whenever they play up against these Jame-led squads, is his teams always find a way to make you feel like you're under pressure, to try and move money out of your bank account by doing damage. And so any flawless round you can find is a very big deal up against this team. ENCE, this is a nice way to start. Sunday Young in with a double, but eventually going to get brought down over here in the toilets.
That
so
flash hit the water fountain. That's why it bounced wrong. That's really unlucky.
Fountain flash.
Yeah.
But not how they wanted it.
No. Drinking straight swamp liquid. 30 seconds. PARIVISION, can they get through this aggressive position late in the round? Good check from Zwei. 3-on-3 here, 20 seconds. They can definitely do this as ENCE scram will rotate back up to this top side. Full blind, Zwei lines them up. Perfect flash, and Zwei is on for the ace. He'll plant the bomb as well. He'll do it all.
Maybe he has learned from Donk.
Yeah.
This is a Donk type round.
4
from
kills
Zwei.
and bomb plant. That is a Donk round. And no ace, they will not allow it, but Zwei kills everybody in the round. Sick lineup. Dude, the Zwei redemption arc is going to go so hard.
Yeah, I'm here for it. And, you know, I mean, if anyone could. If anyone could.
Jame.
It's Jame.
Jame could. Yeah, Jame could.
Because James always liked having one kind of mad dog in the team, you know, who gets a little bit more freedom than everyone else, chance to go and do their own thing.
Put him in some more star positions. He's the most accomplished player out of his 4 young'uns.
It's like, you know, he's kind of had that at all points with his teams. Thinking back to the kind of first iterations of VP, you had your Kindar in the team.
Yes.
Past that, you had Flit.
Look at this lineup. Oh, dirty. Great flash as well. MVP.
I think it also just pushes you to do better as well, right? If you're the one guy knowing that, you know, you kind of get the captain's trust a little bit more than the rest of the team, you don't want to let him down with that. Because then those privileges get revoked, you know? Then they go to someone else if you become a problem.
Oh, nice 3. Dude, I bet they did pick T-side. Like, it's the kind of thing that Jane would do. I've never seen a team pick T-side on overpass, but watch them just run wild.
It's hard to just not glaze them the whole time.
Yeah, dude, I'm not even gonna try, to be honest. I'm just gonna let the glaze take over, Harry.
Yeah.
Like a donut factory. Oh, no, wait. They went for it. He was holding it. Who holds that? He's making it so easy for me right now, Harry. Heard the boost, cancel the boost. This one gun is in con, committed, but players nearby looking to... Oh, he saw the barrel. He saw the barrel. Oh, thank goodness they cover him, but not for long. Belchenok knows it's too short. Still gonna go B here. Very dangerous move. Guns aplenty.
Yeah, gun retrieved. Krasnal coming hunting, and Belchenok will get taken down a peg down there in connector. Fiku hears that they're out through Monster, and he's getting a really solid... Oh, that's a nice tap for Zwei, and there's Jame to help him out. What? Just as you're about to start singing ENCE's praises, they come through with that. And a turnaround in this 3v4. They're looking to get out of it with 3 left standing. And we see the mileage that Zwei is putting in to open up this series, and we're excited.
Zwei to know.
Zwei to know, bro. Zwei to know.
We've been waiting. And Poddy is saving. What a start to the season for PARIVISION. I say what a start to the 4 rounds, but
I mean, it's still a good 4 rounds. There's no denying it. I'm not going to fight you on that.
Great 4 rounds.
I've been giving you little golf presents to play with while we cast. I have a new one for you for your hands.
Oh, the club.
Try this, bro.
Pull up to the club.
See that down there? No, this is magnetic. Give that a little flip up. You're going to like the way that feels.
It's very good.
That's nice, isn't it?
Fidget.
You can have a little fidget with that, bro.
Thanks, man. Well, another clean round, walking out into the Monster. They knew it was a bit of a stack going on towards B, and it did not stop PARIVISION. ENCE need to lock in with this gun round and pick it up, because suddenly you're facing a 5-0 lead on T-side overpass. That's your half done.
Yeah. I mean, like, already the alarm bells are very much going off. Something else I'll say about that round, like we've been praising Jame for the fundamentals. The idea that you can get caught on an awkward timing on a boost at connector and still have a player within touching distance to go and trade that and keep the pressure on, like that's what we talk about when we say the kind of the system, the playing off of each other, the trade work. That was something that they were really, really good at the major, if you remember. They had like the best trade percentage of teams. I think it was in stage 2, and then that even followed them in stage 3. It was really good, but obviously they didn't do as good in stage 3. They hit a bit of a wall. Yeah, their trades stellar. Their setups are there to complement that. And that round was a really good showcase of what we're talking about.
Well, ENCE still trying things, right? Different boosts in these rounds. They go for the Heaven boost into connector. But no quick scale here for PARIVISION. And they're not patient enough to stay on the boost. The smoke comes down anyway. So a new attempt. And a missed timing again. So PARIVISION are going to get unscathed up con. Still looking like they want the B hit. They're very con and B focused right now on this T side. Not really fighting A. Where will the AWP be? Wrong side now. Double short setup. It's a spicy one. Are they going to fight together? Yes. PARIVISION get a lot of info, but ENCE are allowed to retreat.
Through Monster, and this B split off to an awkward start. Not the dream recovery either, with things just getting cleaned up out here in Monster.
Sick.
Still got Fiku. Will eventually get dealt with, but he's bought plenty of time for the rest of ENCE to come and move over.
Don't lose this. 2v5.
Both the kills coming from Nota there on the push out, and a lot of damage put down range on a Poddy.
I'm scared.
Damage inflicted onto Zelo, and that nade going to follow up with a tiny bit more, but he's still dealt with a man on the wraparound. This is rapidly starting to get away from you, ENCE, and you had everything to play with in this round. They go hunting further forward, and they find another. Now it's just Poddy, and he is a dead man. Nota with one hell of a sequence. 2 to bring them back into it, and then 2 more to close. That is a brutal round leveled against ENCE.
Dude, how did Fiku not do enough there? That final bullet headshot, triple killer monster, the spacing shut down, and still they slow and steady squeeze out a 2v5. Nota with 4 kills in it. Beautiful re-aggression. And hey, it's not just a one-man army on this PARIVISION squad. That we know, that we learned in Budapest. Anyone can come through and deliver a round like that. Insane individuals on this team. And they are riding the high into the next season. You know, it would have been fair for this team to have such a quick rise to stage 3 of the major, and then to disappear coming into the next season, you know, for that to be their story. PARIVISION do not want that to be the case. They want to remain in the conversation in 2026. A top 20 ranked team putting up a fight at the start of this series. 5-0, another double opener. James gets the spot. You got to wallbang him now if you want to finish him off. And so Krasnow will. Meanwhile, everyone else is falling.
Yeah, I mean, you just had to, lay down and sacrifice 3 players to go and kill James in mid. You know, on those type of numbers, you're just not going to win these rounds.
10-1 on his way. Nota yet to die.
And, you know, just to kind of go with what you just said about how, like, this team could have gone,
They didn't even plant. They're just sitting on the site. They're all hunting. They're sitting on the site with the bomb. They're all hunting.
You were saying, like, you know, they could have disappeared after the major. I think, though, it makes sense that that hasn't happened. Like, I think this is the strength of this team in my mind. You have a bunch of young, hungry players who got their first taste at the top level, who now want more of that. They're already playing in a really structured team. You know, they've already fully bought into James' idea. And James himself, I think he found the motivation a long time ago, you know? It was after, if you were going to kind of give up, it would have been after you get removed from VP, which that was actually a decision he was kind of mulling over anyway. He'd said himself, he had his whole YouTube, the whole like influencer angle, he had all these other things he could have looked to go into, and he was debating and weighing up, like, do I want to go on the grind again? But that's a decision he's already committed to just by virtue of being in this team,
and now it's paid off. I mean, he joined PARIVISION, then he got relieved of in-game leadership duties for a period of time, right? Kickert was calling.
Yeah.
We saw how that went on MIBR, sort of. And then James retakes control of this team back in the last season. He gets some of the young stars that we were waiting to see.
Not young star, obviously.
No, still waiting for him. And it's just paying off. And I love how you mentioned, you know, the team, if they didn't already believe him, well, after making a run at the major,
exactly, right?
Now they do.
And like one other thing you'll note is anyone that's played with James, like even someone like Yakindar, dude, they always have nothing but positives to say in terms of his brain and how he thinks about the game. Like, Yakindar would join other teams. Hell, even when he was in FURIA, he still credits James for his brain. And it's like, you know, you just kind of can't get away from the impact that he leaves on individuals.
Yeah, and definitely having some self-assured young riflers as well. Like, these guys have insane mechanics. That much is super clear at the major, some incredible clutch rounds.
It's been very PARIVISION focused, but that's because ENCE are just kind of getting wrecked right now.
He's on the pass. What do you want me to say about Krasnow? He's on the team. Poddy has no kills. Netiu has no kills.
Yeah, but their time's coming. Their round's coming.
They picked PARIVISION. They knew what they were getting into. When they get around, I'll give a take.
Okay.
Don't know what that take is. I'll think of it.
Oh, PQ spotted. Here we are, might be building onto something here. If Zwei had continued with that spray, that could have well been the lineup over on short. Instead, it's just damage and a 3v5. Now, they've won a 2v5 already in this game. It was down to a quick sequence from Nota. He's still alive in this round, so going to put them on notice as he's got a bit of support out from heaven. Huge double for Krasnal, and now we look at Zwei. 10-1, top of the board, top of the charts, and a point to prove in this PARIVISION squad. Can Zwei clutch up? They won't make it easy for him, and P9 challenge is close, but there's the tap on the bomb, and kill given away. Zwei with the spot, and he's playing them like a fiddle. They picked up the AWP. Poddy's heading for the hills. He knows he can't win this. Zwei adds another round to the tally for PARIVISION, and another one that can be attributed to him in these high-pressure moments. He does not crumble. 11-1.
I don't think it's PARIVISION focused enough, actually, at this point in the game. A 3v5 with a triple monster flank. They break the heaven smoke. That felt like the round right there for ENCE, and still every reason to be worried. Open bomb plot, Zwei in the perfect position with a perfect mechanical move. Figures out they're off the bomb, doesn't overpeak. That's a clutch up for PARIVISION. What more can you want at this point in the game? They pick T-side over pass. You know what? Fair enough. Okay, no, they didn't actually, Harry. HLTV has updated and PARIVISION picked this map.
Okay.
They trolled me.
The double troll.
Milo was right. Justice for producer Milo. Okay, monster push. Coming through. Oh! In the way! Excuse me! Nota kills Zwei. His second death is to his teammate.
That's so tragic.
Because ENCE can't kill him.
Dude, I would be seething
And they were
if
all
I'm
dead
Zwei.
already. All the CTs were dead. Unnecessary. You better win now.
Don't lose this round now, bro.
Oh, well, they're fine. Nota's looking to make up for it. 7-1 himself. He says, you will not have a better KD than me. Okay, this makes a lot more sense if ENCE picked this map, considering PARIVISION started T-side. It does mean ENCE picked Anubis, which is interesting for later, but not for now, because Poddy just can't hit a shot.
Two of these players are low, but you just don't really have like the confidence to go for a round like this. And it won't matter. Zelo might have been, but you know, a couple of shots from death, he just takes that fight straight up.
Get him out.
Oh, I mean, dude, I do feel like this is just kind of a... Right now, PARIVISION, a team that are narrowly inside of the top 20. I feel like if they can kind of keep going from strength to strength, keep having all these positive signs, and if they can learn to control some of the nerves of the younger guys under pressure, to me, this feels like an eventual top 10 team. I don't, you know, this year, I think that's more than achievable for PARIVISION. Because you look inside of the top 15, I feel like they could beat some of those teams right now.
They're almost there. In the ranking, at least.
Yeah, I think top 10 team by the midpoint in 2026 is well within the grasp of this PARIVISION squad.
Poddy can't catch a break. He hits the tag, down connector. Out long, Sunday Young close. And gone immediately. There's a nice double kill in toilets. That's all we've really seen. Zwei follows up onto B. And this is just the trial by fire here for ENCE. The worst way to start your season.
Oh, Poddy,
that's a brutal headshot. That is an unbelievable kill for Zwei.
He's 0-7
I can't even blame him for that kill. He didn't have time to react. Perfect
I know.
pre-aim.
It's just like, imagine being him right now.
I don't want to.
You're 0-6. You were 0-6. You hold monster. Pretty good line on the AWP. You're thinking, you know what? I got one at least. It's 2v5.
1v4. Zwei.
First kill of the game.
Come on.
Netu, maybe.
Netu, what you got? They're everywhere. And they're in your head.
Oh, they do seem like they're in their heads.
I just feel like you've been punished everywhere, no matter what you're doing.
And like the fact that you've lost on this huge streak of rounds, you have lost a couple of 5v2s, a couple of 4v2s, whatever it is, even the rounds that you're supposed to be winning or not winning, how can you feel any security in something like a 3v4, you know, where you're on the back foot, which they have been more often than not.
What an impressive game out of PARIVISION. 2 players yet to get a kill.
Screw it, then let's just keep glazing them.
Yeah,
man.
dude, what are you going to say? Again, what are you going to say?
No, I mean,
what are
there's
you
nothing else to say. I love,
oh, man,
no, I mean.
the Fiku pickup, it really, I mean.
It's really worked.
It's really worked out so far. Give them time, okay? This is not, this is a brave pick from ENCE. And, you know, I don't know what was available. They were one of the last teams to be able to pick. It was a brave pick.
Hey, look at it this way. It literally can't get worse than this. So it's only up. That's the only direction you have left to go.
Can only get better. And it better get better.
What do you think happens to Someday Young? One tap? Orbed? What happens? You go.
I don't want to think about it. I just want to
Something's going to happen to him.
feel it.
Does he kill 3 with the scout?
Oh, burned out. Pistol close could be nice, but not if you break the smoke. Poddy with a kill. He's on the board.
Step in the right direction.
Okay, not ready for 2 flanks though.
Yeah, they're going to be
Netu,
close.
he's gonna get on the ball.
Netu, Someday Young
Just live.
still firing off on that scout just to keep them interested, and Netu's allowed to close in.
Oh,
Don't know
take
what they
it.
think this. Oh, he's been seen. A little bit of panic there sets in, but they will get away with the kills, and now it's just Belchenok. 1v2, and time is so low. It's a big problem. Breathe a little easier now. We were all panicking for the flank there at 0-7. Netu with a double kill will see them through to their first round on this CT side.
They'll take it, Harry. They'll take it at this point in the game. No worries. Both Poddy and Netu getting on the board. That's the start, maybe. It's what you have to tell yourself at this point. 9-1 up. Money not a factor, at least not for PARIVISION. And an eco win to give ENCE a bit of breathing room in their economy. Got a flash set up for connector. CeeLo playing at the very back. So this will not affect him. Just going to swing it. CeeLo has a lot of steps here. It's been very con-focused this game from both teams, really. We've seen a lot of boosts for ENCE. Seen CeeLo be drop mollies down the ladder so he can double Molotov this position. They're staying aware of B, which has been the focal point of this T side. 4 players strong. Poddy rotates out. Actually, Netu looks like he wants to join him, so this is going to leave B completely empty. 2 players is not a lot when you've just swung Monster and saw it clear. PARIVISION are using that against them. Sway on the entry, out Monster, looking for the kill, but Netu holds strong.
Good opening, and you've slowed the roll of this B hit. Giving yourself a bit of reprieve, but they're going to blow their own smoke open and battle through it. Missed shot from the JMAWP, and now Poddy given a bit more freedom, able to take one from afar. That leaves it all on CeeLo. And he never made it into the site out here on short.
Got money, go for it.
Backstab comes in, and a second round bestowed upon ENCE.
All right. Getting something to talk about near the end of this game.
Yeah, what's the ENCE take? You were promised an ENCE take.
God damn it, what's the ENCE take?
The Fiku move, I mean...
Remarkable. I got nothing. Nothing worth saying. Maybe get 3 rounds and I'll think about it.
Destin kind of sits like he's playing. Like he's just as locked in as everyone else. I like that.
Yeah, it's true. I think Someday Young is underrated. I don't think it's that hot of a take. I think he...
It didn't have to be hot. You didn't specify the temperature.
Good. That's good. I think Someday Young is underrated. Not in this game, but I think he's a very strong rifler with a very good brain on his shoulders that he could be playing in a stronger team. I'm trying not to flame ENCE. That's not my intention.
No, I know.
I think he's a good pickup for ENCE.
I put you in a bit of an unwinnable position.
Yeah, what am I going to say?
But I mean, actually, I didn't put you anywhere. You put yourself.
That's true, but in my defense, I didn't think ENCE were going to get
You've been
around.
hoisted by your own petard, as it were.
You are my petard.
What? Here we are, Belchenok. Pushed up in,
I'll just move on.
pushed up in a playground.
Oh, fake jumps. Oh, good flash.
So blind. Young sent ahead, gets to be involved, gets to play early, and that's a 5v4 for ENCE as they look for a streak of 3 here to close out the half. I don't think that we're going to be, you know, highly anticipating any type of a comeback here, but just feeling like you've warmed up, like you're not all mentally checked out on this first map is very, very important. You could see what one round even did for this team. You know, they all look so scared, like every round was going to get away from them. Well, you've seen a bit more initiative taken in these final couple. Great read here, just to sneak on under. That hit. And they would have heard that. Sounded like a headshot just through the lip of the barrel.
What do you do here? This defensive smoke is so strong. Got to swing in off the back of the bridge. That's 1 for Zelo, but 3 on 4 here. Got to wait for that smoke to fade. We got low health on 2 players, and one of them gone. Fiku swings into Jame. Gonna need another crazy clutch round. Surely they're not cooking one. Jamin's way, the new hot duo of 2026 in a 2v4. 20 seconds to go.
Time's the big enemy here, right? In for a team that don't mind milking the clock, like PARIVISION.
After you.
Of course. This is where you're going to have to plug in those numbers.
He's gone heaven. Oh, no.
Swing and a miss on the wallbang from paiN.
He's alive.
And so he gets out, gets to play in this post plant. Pressure's on now for Young and paiN.
2v4, Harry.
All right, Jame hits his, but so does paiN, and now an AWP clash to close this one out. James undoubtedly had the edge in these fights, and that will continue to close out this first half. A 2v4 to finish things off. PARIVISION move on to double digits.
Boomich remains posted, now no support.
And but with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually going to come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collat.
Oh! Easy pickup for Na'Vi. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. 5th player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down m0NESY, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and m0NESY is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my m0NESY. 1 fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. m0NESY, a pure 1v5. And as EMET tries to get out through that smoke, m0NESY's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. EMA's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? m0NESY, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ima, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent m0NESY.
The Flames and Degster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Degster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Degster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, beyond. Oh, welcome to Wonderland. They lock down that post plant like it's nothing.
Worth the wait here on this T side. 10 rounds for PARIVISION and a Zwei masterclass with James supporting well and a 1v2 to boot at the end of the half. Really tickles my pickle. ENCE are in a tailspin. This is PARIVISION's map pick and it's looking like it.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Zwei's just playing out of his mind, and everyone's enjoying that. We're all here for it. You know, I think what could end up happening, one of these really beautiful things that sometimes happens, which is where a team goes in a different direction, maybe a player that you had some, not expectations, but like there was some hype around originally, goes somewhere else, and it's not the case where, you know, one guy gets a really bad end of the bargain. Actually, sometimes both teams can get better, and this might be one of those situations, right? I think Zwei with a bit more freedom to make plays in a different environment is probably really good for him, and I think it's going to light a fire under him individually. And hell, if this game's anything to go by, it feels like that's the case.
It's the old mutual breakup.
Exactly,
you know? I think someone could love you better than I could.
Yeah.
And usually that's cope, but right now, James doing a great job. Look at him go. 5v4, James lets him pass, but he does miss the shot behind. Okay, that has changed the outcome of the round. A big opportunity squandered as ENCE pull the same pistol that PARIVISION did. Can they find the same result? 2v3.
Thing is, PARIVISION didn't have a huge amount of fear in their pistol round. Meanwhile, ENCE certainly do with... miss on the jump, but shots will give it away at least. Belchnok closing in with these dual Berettas, and the execution is swift. Bomb planter dead. That's Fiku out of the round. So now you're looking on. It's the two bottom performers here for ENCE, the guys that struggled to get anything going. We talk about how fear had crept into this pistol round. Well, these would be the two experiencing it the most. For Netu and Poddy, this is not an easy task in front of them. They will get away with one kill, and Poddy now left in this clutch. Tap on the bomb is planted for him. It's a really strong position. There should be no giving this one away.
Yeah.
And so ENCE will get this pistol round on the board. Poddy delivers the killing blow and all. So he adds a clutch to the tally on this game.
You see both the players back all the way up in that 2v2, and that's such a good move. It's kind of hard to lose when you have the bomb there and there's no kit, no smoke. You need utility, you need something to make that round winnable. Otherwise, you're just going to get jump checked on defuse. No reason for Poddy to commit to a fight. So really well played. Clutches up here. I mean, James could have just won the round straight up, to be honest. So we won't be happy with that, but an eco comes in. ENCE will take their time.
Now really hoping that ENCE can be.
Yeah, nades are ready. There we go. Fiku. Get him. Sees nades coming. Good dodge. Should just be clean-up crew here coming in. Mop and bucket. Dude,
Oh my god.
Can you not?
Thank God they got him eventually.
Can you not? 2 USB headshots. How don't you glaze?
Zwei might be the GOAT.
Well, let's simmer down. But let's also not retcon his time in Amiga. Because there's a reason he joined Spirit.
Exactly. Just nice to see that he's still capable of it when he's in more comfortable
environment.
Yeah, and just positions even.
Okay, quick B.
And in they come. They'll get away with entries on Krasnal and Nechu and come out with a 4-on-3. Now, are they ready for the guy that's been causing them all sorts of problems? Way in at the barrels. They will spam him out through that smoke, but the job is far from over. Zelo and Jame now arrive to this retake. And actually, I say James.
Jame arrives?
James not arriving. Jame, I just presumed he would be there, but actually...
He's pushing mid. Wait. Yeah, right, he's saving.
I guess he's saving.
He was pushing mid. Could have gone con. He's hoping they've overcooked. My guy, they are not on A.
No, wait. Oh my god, I know what he's doing.
What's he doing?
Okay, do you remember ages ago, I used to always say, if one guy can ninja defuse, it's Jame, because they think he's saving when he doesn't play.
Okay.
Now, I know the scoreline might mean that they're over-paranoid, so they stick around here, and that likely does happen, but...
Smoke is really...
If one guy could ninja defuse, really whenever he wants, it's this guy.
Exits will have to do in this case. Oh,
oh,
will they? That one, that's not James' best moment.
No.
That nobody's saying that.
Pull out the D-glazer.
Salt the roads.
You remember that, Hugo, having to go to school in the morning, but it was winter, so the car's all frozen over.
Yeah, I got the reference.
You had to go sit in the car. Or you boil a kettle,
I thought it
pour it on the windshield.
Crack the windshield.
Shatter the windshield into 1,000 pieces.
I thought the deglazer... Oh, hello, I'm back. I thought the deglazer was just when you like lick the donut but don't eat it.
No, that's cool getting banned from Krispy Kreme. So you can't do that. Just watch me. And then they kick you out. I reckon you could get to 3 donuts before they stop you. Well, they start reaching to for the gun that's taped under the desk. For freaks like you.
How do you think the donuts get their holes?
I don't think we're allowed to have these conversations.
No.
Okay. ENCE, what do you got for us? Been a nice looking T-side thus far. Pretty good start to the 2026 season,
yeah,
as you would say.
Great start to the season. 3 rounds in a row. They forced the A stack with this contact from PARI, but getting interested is Zelo pushing up on short. Will they realize and rotate out? Well, that's the info they needed. Belchernot can't buy any time, though. Just trying to live. Dink. One more bullet from heaven. James supplies it. Belchernot hiding out in the pit. Cleared as well. They get rid of PARI in middle. Bomb down, though. I mean, nothing to lose in a little try here from PARIVISION.
I mean, everything to gain. You've done a lot of damage. You've got them pinned into the site. Right now, Krasnal is trying to alleviate some of this pressure by getting rid of the CT presence, and he will deal with that first man around the corner. Nade even onto Jame softens him up. Now, saving here would feel crazy for Jame.
Got armor on both of them, so...
Oh, that's fair.
Makes sense. Every little bit.
That actually is fair.
Yeah, we'll allow it. I mean, let's see what difference it makes. What's his loss at? He's max loss. He's going to get the AWP.
Yeah, I left my glasses in the other room, so I'm a little blind for
like
this
Velma
first.
right now?
Yeah, I am kind of like Velma. Jinkies.
I can't find my glasses. I try not to question Jame because I know that he knows what's best.
Did you watch the new Velma?
New Velma dropped?
Yeah, it was really good.
Is this a bit?
It is a bit. Well, I mean...
Is there a new Velma?
There is, but it was just really bad.
Okay. They made a show about her.
Yes.
She's not that interesting, unfortunately.
Oh, believe me, you'll love it. Watch the show.
I'm not going to do that.
You'll love what
I'm
they did to
actively...
the lovely characters from your childhood.
No, I don't want to do that.
So good.
Scooby-Doo remake with a cat.
I hope they bring it back. 2026, year of Belma Season 3,
this
baby.
This is classic. 1 A, 4B. I've got it, guys.
James, we'll have to do a lot here.
Yeah, retake now. Going quick, and James is faster.
He's kind of already done his part in the round, you know, finding that 5v4. It's what you want from him. Set up now for a retake with the man advantage.
Got to be calculated here for PARIVISION, but they've got the nades. They've got everything they need. Need some big frags out of ENCE.
Viku. He should have this one. You'd like to think this kill's going to come for free, so this backstab that PARIVISION were waiting for is never going to come through. Jay might ring out with a second, but that's not enough to entice them for the retake. We said the comeback felt really unlikely. I feel like we have to start taking it seriously now because 7 rounds for ENCE. Their T-side's got some hands, Hugo, and I don't know if PARIVISION were ready for that.
Not at all, and it's pretty efficient, right? They're just doing contact in mid, running down con, hitting B, or in this round, just walking all the way up toilets, realizing, hey, there's no one here. We've got no contact. It's probably just AWP on A, and they just rush him. They get spotted, they rush him. James gets a kill. It's still enough manpower in the post spawn to frag their way out of the round. So it's pretty basic, but it's working really well for ENCE. Players are warming into the game. Fiku looking good on the extremities. And right now, ENCE are up to 7 T-side rounds. Cannot complain. After a 2-round CT side on overpass, you would expect it to be over. So let's see if PARIVISION can dig deep.
All right, long control taken. And again, they picked kind of the right avenue to move in on here, right? It's a more toilet-focused setup for PARIVISION. Light on long. Meanwhile, Fiku trying to sell something down here towards B. That kill goes a long way. Even softens up Nota. Young tries to brave the toilets. They never even learn about the player tucked in, but Long's been open all round, and James really should have got caught there.
Hello?
Given a second chance, thanks to Krasnow's kindness on these misses.
What?
And a mop-up of the long push leaves it just on Poddy. This streak of rounds might not come to matter if it starts to get away from you now. That's a sloppy look at the top site hit, and everyone from PARIVISION playing cleanup. The fact that that second toilets player never got spotted really did come back to hurt them as well. They lose the second player coming up through short. The labored kill on James, kind of allowing time for players to get there and pad out the defense. There were a lot of rough edges to that one for ENCE in what has otherwise been a good T-side.
Oh, that's a spray that you lie in bed thinking about later tonight. That was a very winnable round for ENCE, catching multiple players off guard and missed chance. So they pick up the pace. Some frustration B hit here coming in. 3 players strong right now with a smoke down in the front of the site. Young can pass well, but flash from A wrecks them. Over the top, Zwei and Nota hold on. That was actually a team flash, I think. Couldn't have gone worse for ENCE. Young had that entry, but denied by his own squad. Can they clutch their way out? PARIVISION had plenty of 2v4s. This is now a 1v3. Unknown position, but not for long.
Oh, that's you. 1 kill, but that's it. Done deal. 12 on the board for PARIVISION. And so now 5 chances just to walk this one home. It took them a while to find any type of a grasp, any type of purchase on this CT side, but now they've got it. And so final timeout burned for ENCE. It was admirable, man. Like, they actually had us going for a little bit there, 5 in a row after a pretty dismal CT half.
just no breathing room, right? One mistake, one missed spray on that A play from Krasnow, and suddenly a winnable round goes out the goes to the wayside. Their money gets broken, they B rush, it fails, and now they're on pistols. So comebacks are nice, but require a near flawless game, and maybe don't have it in them here on Overpass. Might have to rely on their pick of Anubis. You heard that right. Anubis up next. Train gone. New map just dropped. Old map. Same, but different. All through the mid smoke.
Oh, the timing there is so awkward, but he still gets away with it. Flash in now to help him. Zelo, it will be the end of the line, but he's done his part. 2 in the round. It's perfect. And ENCE back to that familiar feeling. They're on the back foot in a big way. 3v4 here in their low econ final round of play. If they don't manage to turn this one around. Sway's already moved on up towards upper as well, lending a helping hand to James. So are you ready? Are you ready for more?
Even one kill from Sway is nice here. Shadow over the top. Not going to get any. James will deliver instead.
Another great example of just the good trade work for PARIVISION that often goes into getting them these rounds. You always feel like you're going to get a solo fight, but you don't.
Oh,
Young's gotten way closer than they're ready for, but again, a man set up and ready to deal with it in Nota, and there's the killing blow. PARIVISION might have got a little sweaty to open up that second half, but really this game never left their hands. That's them a map up now. ENCE have got to bounce back.
Sweaty palms, but dry aim coming through from PARIVISION, making that one work for them. 13-7, rocking on in. Look, a little bit of life for ENCE, which is good. At least at the beginning, we weren't sure we were going to get any kind of pulse out of them. They show something here, Jacob, but ultimately that was Pari's game all the way.
That was PARI games all the way, especially established in that first half, you know, because I think it was a game that, judged on the scoreline, 13-7, you'd say that wasn't a close game. That was PARIVISION winning from the get-go. Never any moment for ENCE to get into it, but I'll tell you what, you know, in a couple of moments you're going to see something you wish you wouldn't gonna be see, because it was actually ENCE getting the vast majority of the openings in this game. They had a great opportunity to get off to a good start. They just couldn't handle it at all. Round 3, great example. It starts off as a 5v3 and then Sway comes in and he does the dirty work right here, winning out basically every single duel that he could have. So it was a game that on scoreline wise, yeah, PARIVISION dominated, but I think ENCE had plenty of opportunity to make it much closer.
Yeah, they certainly did. They certainly did. I think they're going to be kicking themselves for that one. I mean, we get all the way to round 9. I think it was actually round 10 before 2 of their players get kills. And then that is where things start to turn around, right? You need a body, you need an Netu to actually wake up, to get activated into it. Once they started to contribute to the overall product, we did see an ENCE that was able to fight, that was able to battle back a little bit. You're just going to have to hope that they carry on whatever momentum they started to build into the second map, because ultimately it was way too little too late. And I mean, I think we can heap a lot of praise onto PARIVISION as well. Harry was highlighting it nicely in that last round. They just always seem to be prepared for that trade, always seem to be able to bring back those situations, even if a player has a mechanical issue or an error.
And this is a great example. Round 5, it's technically a 5v2 for a short moment. It becomes then a 4v2 after the first trade. And you can see Noda right here, together with Sway, pulling back the round. This happened 4 times in the first half, where ENCE got an opening kill or got a double opening kill. So they're playing 5v3, they're playing 4v2, and every single time Sway and the boys from PARIVISION were able to bring it back. All I'm saying is, Mike, if you're playing the CT side on Noah Pass and you get a double entry, you're supposed to win the round, dare say 95% of the time, maybe even more so. And ENCE weren't able to do that. So it's just very disappointing that they weren't able to capitalize on the great openings they had into the round. And whether you want to contribute that to PARIVISION for playing some beautiful bounce back Counter-Strike, or ENCE maybe letting it slip out of their hands a little bit, and some of those individuals that you mentioned in the beginning of the game couldn't really get anything done, that's up for the viewers to judge. All I'm saying is that ENCE had plenty of opportunity in that first half to get, at the very least, dare say 6, 7, maybe even 8 rounds if they didn't continue to drop the ball every single time they went into a clutch.
We'll continue to hold the praise on PARIVISION, though. I mean, we've got this guy on our screen right now, Zwei, really showing up nicely in his debut with this roster. It is exactly what Dastan was talking about in the interview. This guy's got some serious ability. He shows it all the time. He has those pop-off rounds. He has those moments when he takes over. Maybe there's some more polishing to do to get that consistency, to be at that top level, but you saw it in flashes on Spirit. You're definitely seeing it early on in this roster. This is a player who can be a difference maker.
100%, and that's why I spoke about Zwei coming into PARIVISION. It's a perfect match for Zwei as a player to express himself, to maybe get the space that he was not allowed to get in Spirit. And obviously, if you're playing together with Shiro and you're playing with Dunk, you're not going to come in and require space. Even Tenir, you know, we're high on the pecking order when it comes to that. Now, in PARIVISION, I'm pretty sure that he was brought into this team to be a star player. He was brought into this team to be the guy that is the center of the motion, and we saw that on the T side. You know, a lot of rounds, a lot of impact coming in from Zwei. And yes, again, I don't want to make too many early conclusions. It's one map, small sample size, but you know, thinking of the roster moves, it makes an awful lot of sense, and the early signs makes an awful lot of sense. So as I said, I have PARIVISION on the top of my list right now, pretty much of all the teams heading into the Blast Bounty, as a team that I see could take another step further. You know, currently ranked number 19 in the world as per HLTV. Personally, I wouldn't be surprised if that's number 15, maybe even number 10 in a couple of months.
I think it's I'm going to say a medium prediction. It's a bold-ish prediction, considering, again, the youth on a lot of their players, right? The fact that you still need to see that development. But I'd say based on the track record we have from a James, from a Dastan, based on the sample size we now have of Zwei as well, I'm gonna give it a medium spicy. If you were ordering in a restaurant, it'd be like 1 or 2 chili peppers. We're not talking like 3 to 5.
I'll take that. I think that's fair enough. I'm not looking for the hot take right here. I think it's a realistic take, and I think it's also their aspiration. Because then again, you know, look at PARIVISION, look at the budget they're working with, look at the player material, and then you compare them to, I say, maybe top 10. Well, then we're talking top European organizations that pay their players maybe twice as much or 3 times as much as PARIVISION. So I think there's still a bit of a mismatch in terms of expectations and what certain teams are paying their players. But for PARIVISION, I see a lot of things moving in the right direction, and I can't say the same thing for a lot of the other teams here.
You know, that one may not be all the chili peppers, but you know what is all the chili peppers? The fact that we're going to get to see an Anubis here. We're headed on into our first Anubis of the Blast Bounty when we come back. guys are going to be playing an Anubis here. I saw the veto. I peeked that. What do you make of Anubis? How prepared are you to play it?
We prepare it, but I don't think we are that much prepared, but we spent our time on that. Actually, after 1 month break, I even don't know. I don't know what to expect because it's online games, but I think we are 2 weeks already on bootcamp. We are in good form. I hope it will be good environment for us because last year we played online, and in online we play better than in LAN. I think it will be a good match. And maybe Anubis, also Anubis is on Anubis you need more individual players, and we have upgrade with Sveig. Also Cielo is good upgrade, and I think Anubis in this season will be good, and replacing Train is good for us.
I can tell you a few things about PARIVISION. One, someone at that bootcamp has a very clicky keyboard. Two, I'm not sure what to make of their Anubis. Dastan didn't seem to be too sure about what to make of their Anubis either. They have been preparing it. They have been practicing it. It's why they let it through the veto. But he didn't want to sound supremely confident about it, right? Still a lot to develop about that map and what it might actually look like here, Jacob.
Nobody should be comfortable in their Anubis as of right now. What is it, 8, 9, 10 days ago that we knew that Anubis were coming back into the map pool? So for all the teams, for all the coaches, for all the players, it's a new world and it's a new, I guess, era of Anubis coming into it. So anyone out there in the Twitch chat, anyone out there already, proclaiming that, yeah, this player or this team or that guy's going to be good at it, they've had 8 days of practice. So you just need to calm your horses, let it play out. And it's a phrase that I don't like saying because I'm supposed to be paid to be an expert, supposed to know things, but this is one of those games where I'm just here to observe, I'm here to learn, I'm here to see tendencies, I'm here to watch out, whether or not the way you played Anubis a year ago, which I remember how it was done, is that the same approach the team are going to do, or they're coming with a new way of doing defaults, etc., etc. So for once and for all, I'm just going to sit back in my green room and I'm just going to watch the game and I'm going to try to learn a thing or two.
Well, that's all well and nice to say, but you are paid to make some predictions here. So we're going to dive on into our Nova Wallets, Nova Shots segment here and make some predictions about what might be happening based on what we've seen. I'm thinking we should be bullish on PARIVISION. That first map was good.
Yeah.
I think they are going to be prepared over on Anubis. I mean, the most iconic jam clip of all time might be that unfortunate bug, but on Anubis at least.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think maybe we'll make some happier memories here.
I think PARIVISION is one of those teams where you can definitely buy some stock into them. As I said, I think it's a team that's going to progress. I think they're going to win this game as well. Whether that's going to happen on Anubis or not, I'm not quite sure. We still have 250 credit that we can put in.
Get in there.
I don't want to put in it all. We just spoke about investments, Mike. Got to diversify a little bit. You got to be smart about it. So we'll do 150.
150.
150.
The majority of it.
150.
All right. You seem confident.
I am confident. I'm very confident in PARIVISION. It's not that ENCE is not a good team. It's more so that I think PARIVISION is a better team. And as I said, on a map like Anubis, it's impossible to tell. It can be a bit random here in the beginning. So that's not the result that I'm banking this off. But the series as a whole, PARIVISION is going to win, right?
Let's go a step further. Here's my question to you, my financial advisor.
Yeah.
So we're investing in 150 of PARIVISION. Are we going to, assuming that this is the 2-0 that you think it's going to be, are we going to then hold past that, or are we going to sell off the spike?
I am going to hold on PARIVISION.
Okay, diamond hands.
I don't know what's going to happen in the draw show later on tonight. That's going to be interesting for you guys to watch. But I will say that PARIVISION is one of those teams online right now you do not want to play.
I'm trying to think based on seeding whether in the second round of the draw show they'll have their choice of the opponent or be right on the flip into getting chosen.
That's a good question.
I don't want to think about that right now. What I'm thinking about is that this Anubis should be really fun. I'm so excited here. Anything in particular that our audience should be looking at to see how Anubis might play in 2026?
As I said before, if those of you out there, who played Counter-Strike a couple of years ago when Anubis was in the map pool, or a year ago for that matter as well, you remember the default. You remember what you did on the T side. You remember all the fight for mid control. You remember how there was always be a guy camping outside of the A-bomb side waiting for someone to be aggressive. And you remember how it felt like being a fish in a barrel on the CT side. There's only so much you can do. I'm curious. The map hasn't changed, but the economy on the CT side has changed a little bit. Does that change how aggressive the CT side is willing to be? Does it change how defensive they're now able to play because they will have more utility, more Molotov, more smokes, more flashes in order to maybe have a bit more of a defensive style on that CT side? Or what's it going to be like? Because I think the first couple of months with Anubis being reintroduced, given that the map hasn't changed, we're going to see a lot of the same, but I hope there's a couple of teams who's found a way to maybe change it up just a little bit, and that's what I would like to look out for in this game.
Well, we'll see if they have. We'll see if change is on the horizon. Two constants in my heart. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
He's such a romantic. He's such a flirt, this guy, Harry. But yeah, we're flirting with a bit of Anubis over here, our first map of the season on this recent re-edition, I guess you could say. Only 6 months out of the pool. Did you miss it, Harry? My thoughts exactly.
I don't think so. I don't think I did.
I like Train.
I thought I was going to miss Anubis, but then when it went, I didn't actually miss it.
That's fair.
That's how I was feeling.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's got some interesting looks to it, you know, and I think having to see, like, you know, the kind of solutions that teams come up with to the old CT aggro, you know, having to try and go and look for info. There were some parts of this map, like the parts that made me not like watching it are also the same reasons. There's a lot of crossover as to why I did, you know. Teams that could do the CT aggression really well were a lot of fun to watch on this map, but teams that struggle with it, it was kind of rough, you know. You were just watching them essentially give rounds away through trying to play the map properly.
The question everyone's been asking is this increased bit of CT economy off of the kill bonus going to make it any easier? And maybe a nade extra here and there and a better buy somewhat, but the map hasn't fundamentally changed, at least not yet, so we'll have to see. Mid control going to be the name of the game here. That's the way to get yourself in on this T side. So let's see what PARIVISION are going to put down range here on ENCE's map pick. PARIVISION, this time, opting for T. Bomb outside B, 2 water. Triple mid for ENCE, but they deconstruct that pretty quickly into an A stack. And that is quite a stack with a no kit. 3A, but they're going to re-aggress. Here's that aggression. You're always feeling the pressure on the CT side to get information. Flash back in is perfect, but the shots do not connect. Right now it does look like A, so can you blame ENCE for wanting to take another punt? They're going to flank PARIVISION quickly. Nice aggression.
And that's who's going to have a lot of backs turned.
Oh.
But they just slink on past and get down there into dark. Now they've got a lot of control over here towards B. Now the retake's coming in, and that bomb's not even planted yet. Very, very fast on the wrap round. Belchanok with one more, but you're looking at another one of these man disadvantage rounds having to come through for PARIVISION, and we're not on overpass anymore. The CT's just able to swarm. Good stuff from ENCE in that pistol.
Just an excellent call from ENCE to not only re-aggress on A, but then do it again, right? They get flashed off, they still recommit. Knowing they can get behind PARIVISION or get to straight up fight them with 3. And the timing was so good. Yeah, they missed their shots on the flank, but PARIVISION can't go back into those long-range fights, so they have to go into the B-bomb site. ENCE waiting there. Nice pistol from ENCE. A sign they've already been doing some work on this map. Oof. But I mean, PARIVISION have an insta-ban, so they were always going to have to be open to this one.
It was a map that, like, James' old VP did play.
Yeah? Do they play it well, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did.
Genuine question.
You know, so I think he'll have some ideas here as to what's meant to go on for PARIVISION. I think as well, you know, I'm remembering Fiku catching a lot of OG back in the day on this map. They used to frequent a bit of Anubis.
So we're in for a good game.
I think we should be. I think this is actually a pretty sick first little Anubis for you and I.
Nice. Fiku just tried to block the main smoke.
Yeah, a classic.
But didn't work.
Maggia would be proud.
Well, he wouldn't be because he failed, actually. I guess it was a lineup that disallowed the block.
I'm curious how Aurora feel now that this is back.
Oh, well, they banned it in their first series.
I know.
Oh, no, sorry, they just didn't pick it.
Exactly.
Let it get banned.
So it's like, I imagine they're kind of going to look to bring that back. They were really good.
I'd imagine. So there was a lineup there, but Krasnal right now holding strong. 5-0. Double in this gun round. PARIVISION desperately looking for a duel to go their way. Maybe Sway could be the way. Show me this way. Not today.
Well, another round for us to kind of see this example of the extra freedom for Zwei. He'll be left to come in on his own timing and to his own devices on this mid flank. For now, his teammates group and look for the hit. Zwei just here to try and control rotates.
Nice.
Not in a position where he could get one and get out of there, though. He's hard committed to that fight, hard committed to that angle, and so one is as best as he can manage. Belchenok won't fare much better, and that leaves it just on Nota out here towards the heaven. He'll get triple swung. They were ready to come in through the camera as well. That's the 3-0 secured here. You take the first rifle round. ENCE feeling pretty positive about this right now.
PARIVISION had good positions right there. Deep mid control. They got out A for free. PARIVISION were allowed that. Even took camera in the post plant, but ENCE, they don't take a single fight without having a player next to them to trade. And so that's how you don't lose the 5v3. You just get even trades all the way. Double swing heaven, double swing camera, good patience from Fiku. And so ENCE get it done easily. 3-0 start. One gun here for Zelo. And everyone else on a couple of pistols. Water and nade. Not wanting to announce this, gonna let the rifle surge.
All right, let's see what Zelo can do. Smoke in at heaven. And as soon as it lands, contact comes through out main side. Good stuff for Sundai Young on that rotate in, just getting one as the aggressive piece of Belchenok is removed. Bomb has been planted. Still get out with a plant here.
This is scary. Krasnal's on his own. They can isolate this if he goes first.
Creeping up close, but they're not playing for an aggressive peak. They want to try and take this camera fight as soon as they're given it. On the fade of that smoke, that's when Zelo strikes. Only able to get out with one, but helped by his teammates here. It's still the advantage for PARIVISION. Netu, good chase, down to the 1v1 now, and time is very, very low. Has to force this fight right now. And with time low and a problem, will get the tap, but not the round. An impressive shot for Netu. Hits it as soon as he's given the opportunity, but that's where you've got to give credit to PARIVISION, just not letting the nerves get into them, not swinging out too early on that check. The round was already secured long before the fight was taken.
Buying just enough time here. Every player doing their job, taking one with them. And if not, then buying a few seconds of safety as PARIVISION find their first round on the board. And an eco as well. Polyorping down middle. Jame will try and match him, but PARIVISION haven't shown too much focus on mid just yet. ENCE don't believe it. Gambling 4B in the silence. Got the Nico flash. PARIVISION outside of the A site, is way lurking. Oh, that's an audacious attempt. He's going to get a kill through the smoke, and that will cause a lot of chaos. Sundayoung rotates, even the A player starts to edge their way out. Perfect opportunity here for PARIVISION to take this site. And this is the claustrophobia of the CT side. The whole map is quiet, they could be anywhere, you don't know.
Oh. Shut down, and I mean, bomb planted. It's another post plant here for PARIVISION, but this time they're trying to take a bit more space away. They have a bit more breathing room to do so. Flash through, gets denied. J-Morp fires off for one, and once they lose the heavens, it becomes very, very tricky for ENCE.
3v4 post spawn, but like you said, it's the space taking that makes the difference here for PARIVISION, getting heaven control. And they're playing grouped, right? They're playing good Team CS right now, but PARIVISION potent as ever. Able to stop that retake from amassing, forcing ENCE onto Eco. PARIVISION looking to level out the score here in round number 6.
I mean, they've been pretty obsessed with A up until now. And it looks like they may just run that back. This is info ENCE are going to have. You know, at least help them try and place their pieces better. It's enabled the triple stack, but it's not a round they're supposed to win. And that one kill looks to draw him back. Biku, if anything, seeing him out there in mid, you saw what side he came from. I think that just galvanizes the belief in going back with the bomb. Whoop.
James doesn't want to give them the AWP here. Careful, as he holds for exits. Trying to run it away. Fully running away. Okay, no, back for more. James hunting. Zelo will help. And easily done here for PARIVISION. One casualty on the MAC-10. So no complaints here. Looking to warm into this game now. We've got to see just how much ENCE have to show, right? How much of their CT side is just reactive and how much is proactive. Doesn't look like they're really making any calls out of spawn here on the CT side, just sitting back in their setups and then re-aggressing when they have a bit of info. Double nades on A. Oh, okay. Sundayoung got deep, but James shot him through the smoke.
This is bomb trapped over here at long, so it's likely going to slow things down a lot for PARIVISION. Don't want to risk losing it, so they've had to wait for James to move around and join him. But something a little different now from the PARIVISION squad. Largely been an A-focused game, just with set pieces. This time a grouping in the water. Nice awkward shot. Timing there for James, still able to get a shot off and a kill from it. Now we see if his team can find success on the B play.
felt like that jump was about to kill him with nothing. Getting one really increases PARIVISION's odds as they walk into this weak B bomb site right now. Seeing Jamin middle hasn't given them any info. It's just Fiku, only good for one. Site taken. Back to a strong post spawn. Nota gets out main, and he's got flashes to stop this clutch up in the 2v2. Beltranok needs to take a kill with him. But Molly for the bomb as well, and no smoke, big problem.
Don't really know what you're supposed to do here, right? They're in such strong post plants. That certainly helps, but they know the defuse ain't being held. It's been too long, and so there's the swing out from Nota. Should look to just play this safe now. Here's them giving chase, and Nota there to shut it all down and stop that 2v2. It's a very, very tricky site to play back into with no util and a double setup back in main.
And that's part of why it's such a hard map for the CT side, because it's so important to use your utility right, in the sense of knowing when to block, knowing which positions to block, to stop a split, especially on B. But then at the same time, it's such a heavy retake map. You need a smoke for that post spawn. Without it, with no smoke, no kit, that's like an impossible 2v2. You have to hope the PARIVISION just over peak. There's just no way to win it. They had neither smoke nor kit. I don't see how they could ever pick that up if PARIVISION play their cards right. And they do. Cool to see Jane boosting over that stairs smoke as well. Catch an aggressive Sundayoung. Well, ENCE be able to add some chaos to the mix here with a few mini guns.
Bit of aggression, and as they try and chase down that scout, they play right into a double setup down there in dark. Catch from window as well, just to sweeten the deal, and even a jaunt out from Fiku, where he went to try and retrieve the gun. He grabbed a MAC-10.
Sundayoung, oh, he just missed it inside the smoke. It's Beltranok. They're going to have to hit this B site. There's only one man here. Or two, rather. Side by side, back of the site. Can Poddy keep it up? Yes, he can. Full health player gone. Surely not a 2v4 on low health.
Not with Sundayoung and co closing in through the back. He might fall, but Nechu should be there just to keep it all in check. And so, yeah, you know, the round technically gets close, but it was kind of fully controlled by ENCE throughout. Great stuff there, man. They come into that on a low buy. Get out with a round win on this CT side. That's a very nice feeling.
PARIVISION, pay for it. Galil's and Deagle on its way. Losing out in a big way to the low econ. Poddy does some serious work with the scout. PARIVISION haven't really been able to force many opening kills in this T side. They've not really shown any interest in middle. Just using it to catch aggressive players. The most suffocating CT side can feel is when you don't have mid control, so surprised to see that. Just going back and forth in water. This time it's back to A. And ENCE, they're never doing nothing, you'll know. They're always Re-peeking something, jiggling somewhere, breaking a smoke, getting info, good block. PARIVISION are coming through.
Yeah, return of what started their streak of rounds on this T-half, just these AXX, these set pieces.
Oh.
Good damage for Young. Would have converted that to the kill, and he kept on spraying. Here's the fast flank arriving, and so often it's been these double flanks that have served to catch PARIVISION off guard. Well, with Young throwing up a distraction like that on the push, what are you supposed to do? Lead retaken for ENCE. CT side once more getting some legs behind it. This is a nice look for ENCE here on map 2. We were kind of disappointed with the slow start, taking themselves a long time before they broke through in any meaningful way on Overpass. Very different story here on Anubis.
And just excellent pace on that retake as well. Right? It comes because they are walking into con when that B hit's coming in, so A hit's coming in, so they're able to flank really fast. But they also realize that PARIVISION aren't just going to sit on the bomb site. They have to take something. So ENCE, before PARIVISION take any control of the post plant, are already closing the back door.
Just the frequency that these flanks come through fast enough that no one from PARIVISION is ready for it as well, right? It's speaking of the fact that, as you kind of touched upon at the start of that round, they're always doing something. They're always being active, and that's exactly what's demanded of you on CT Anubis.
So here we go, something else. But there's zero util in this, so you're just going to run out B and hope. Hope is all you've got. One kill. Jame follows up on the flank. He's got an AWP now. Careful, boys. Careful, boys. Don't troll this one. 2v2 now in the post plant. Jame swings out to his demise, and they know about this close position. So before the gun is up, ENCE have won another quick retake. There were some really slow, calculated ones early in this game, but now they are just thriving in the chaos. ENCE take a 6th-round CT side. That is beautifully done, and there's more to find.
Map starts to feel quite small now for PARIVISION, you know, like you had your A plays stop, the strat that kind of found you your first handful of rounds. B hasn't really felt super accessible all game, I'll be honest. It's largely only been these A plays. You get handed a double kill like that, and it might just set you on the track back into that old reliable A site.
Yeah. And finally make a grave error. You know, PARIVISION that have just been sitting in water for the majority of their round openers. Poddy looking the wrong way. And PARIVISION don't jump the gun off of the 5v3. They let a further advantage come their way, knowing ENCE's best remedy is further aggression. So 5v2. Simple round to just walk in and plant that bomb. Might just be the straight up save here for ENCE. You know they're going to go hunting. 1 round left on the half. PARIVISION can afford a couple of casualties. Preferably not the AWP. A standoff. Draw. Now they know where he is. Nicely done from Zwei. Big double on the way out. Far quieter game, really, from everyone on PARIVISION, but 6 rounds will be enough. Or at least it could be. Tech.
Looks like we get it out the way quickly for this final round of the half. Money not in a great spot for ENCE as they come into this round, so it's a bunch of SMGs, a couple of rifles.
They've won with less.
That they have, but you wonder if getting burned by the aggressive move in that last round shuts down the thing that we've been crediting them for the most, which is the fact that they're always active on these CT halves.
I think you can still be active. You don't have to necessarily walk out A main at the start of the round. How about you walk out B main? Nice shot from Zwei, recovered by Fiku. 4v4. Spread thin now are ENCE. ENCE.CET onto this side.
Someone else flashed for them, right? So there's actually a lot of info in that fight from Zwei. Knows that there's 3 players over towards that B side of the map, and so the rest of the team just follow through with an A hit, knowing it is the path of least resistance, and it's what they're set up for. They need to break open the camera smoke. Swing out here onto Bricks, and Zelo up close.
Damn.
Able to cut down this retake really before it becomes a problem. That is a lovely looking 3K. And with Fiku dead, PARIVISION will go on to tie things up at 6-all.
Majors are not banana cups. If you ask a player would they rather win Cologne or a major, no one will ever say Cologne unless Cologne is a major, and that's because of the prestige. If the play is going to be iconic, you got to start in playoffs. The crowd on the crowd mics, the call has to be so good from the casters just to complement that play perfectly. Just the right amount of surprise and awe, and the reaction, just the raw reaction of the room. So I think it's just about the audience. For me, my favorite major final was the Astralis versus Virtus Pro. And this was right when Astralis had picked up Glaive. This was very interesting because Kerrigan was a much more revered IGL. But the one thing Glaive brought to that major and to Astralis was he solved their choking issue. He made a series of calls on that T-side comeback on Train, and it was a bunch of very aggressive confidence plays at a moment where if they lost the next round, they probably would have just lost the entire series and lost the major. And that was the first of the 4 majors that they won. At a major where there's the most pressure, Glaive was the best option. And I think that was a really key point for both Astralis and honestly Denmark as a whole. When you look at FaZe at Boston, one of the most iconic images was Nico blown up on the Jumbotron. As hard as that might be for him to think about or go back and watch, that's one of the things you remember the most. Stewie being the guy who was the player that made Cloud9 into a winning team and made Cloud9 into a team that was top 6 that year. So the best sort of NA team that we'd seen in forever. And then for him to have the clutch moment to bring the team to overtime, it's not about the skill anymore, it's about who's good under pressure, and Stewie was that for Cloud9. I think that one will be forever iconic for me. I would never want to have to go through what FaZe went through at Boston. But in terms of how much emotion came out of that, it's sort of irreplaceable as a moment in history.
On their debut, Anubis, ENCE step up with a 6-round CT side, a solid shift put in by ENCE to start off this game. They got blown out of Overpass. It felt like they were not up for the task, but maybe just a map diff. Done their homework, that's for sure. What's their T-side got in store? It's time to see here as PARIVISION split the half, which you would argue is the bare minimum here on Anubis. Let's see if James ready for this CT side as much as ENCE were. One technical as Sundae has left the server. But then we'll be right back.
Yeah, which is good. I like a little tech pause every now and again, Hugo.
Yeah, it reminds us, you know.
It just lets us slow down for a minute. You know? Because you never want to be, you know, getting through things too quickly.
Okay.
Things are better when they're slower.
Oh, that, yeah, sure.
Like a good film.
Like a race.
Like a good film.
Film.
As they would say in Newcastle. How are you finding Anubis?
Weird. I mean, weird just because what PARIVISION were doing. I think, you know, it worked enough. A lot of XX and some pretty, like, not too fakey, but no mid control. That's what I found weird. I feel like it's the most simple place to abuse, but maybe feeling like it's a bit random with the nades that were landing. And at the start of the game, ENCE were expecting mid. They had a lot of triple mid setups, but then at a certain point, they just stopped playing it because there were no lurkers. There were no double molly mid takes.
Also, like, you know, thinking about like the old Fame Jame VP, there was a good chunk of mid control in those games.
I just think
when they used to play.
Super meta, but obviously every team is going to...
Well, meta in the sense that, like, it used to be meta.
Yeah, it was meta. But I think now that it's back in the pool, everyone's going to be trying to bring their own flair in and, like, maybe change it up a bit, play their own way. And we'll have to wait to see.
I think the mid control thing makes sense with what PARIVISION's like goal was for that T side, because it was a lot of waiting in their default for aggression, and like no one really aggresses through mid unless you're like on an eco and you're doing like a little flash pop or something crazy. So like if you're gonna wait anywhere for kills, you want to be waiting on the extremities of A and B. Could that be it? I don't know.
Just a game plan thing, I think, for PARIVISION, very site heavy. I think ENCE will probably use mid more, but the bar's pretty low there.
Yeah, once would do it.
Yeah, basically. There was like one lurk in the entire half.
Yeah, shout out Zwei for that one mid lurk.
True. Belchnot just got knifed in the back.
That's good.
That's fun.
Sat there, little tech pause. Time to get angry at each other.
Backstabbed by his own brethren, and ENCE walk right into middle in this pistol.
Well, it's a lot more mid-focus.
The bar was low. And of course, PARIVISION stack mid. They were ready, as much as ENCE were as well. Some die young, trying to chase him down, but they won't give him the satisfaction. B. On his way main.
Oh, ugly. And now bomb plant for Sundae Young.
Love that.
Do we believe in the 1v4 completion, though? He's getting wrapped through dark. 2 players out of the temple, and Sundae Young will get shut down. Still, they appreciate the cash injection of that bomb plant.
Straight to the veins. Might allow for the second round. Force could see a faster round here for ENCE if they have something up their pocket. Up their sleeve in their pocket.
Is that a sleeve in your pocket, or are you just, built like that?
Long legs. Should see my wingspan. So Mac 10s and a Galil come out, so will ENCE run a set play?
Something that was very attractive, and I feel like no one's talking about that enough.
No? You could start that conversation.
I feel like I just did.
Oh. Can you develop it?
I don't think I need to.
That's fair. James got an AWP. Round 2 of the game. All right.
He always finds a way.
Doesn't
That
he?
James.
Oh, he had an AWP.
Jumping Jamothy, what's he up to there? Oh God, and now they're gonna lose this. Oh, from bad to worse, and Poddy's like, thank you for the AWP.
Oh,
and now Nota
cursed.
comes in and says,
It's cursed.
thank you for the AWP. But wait, because there's more where that came from. Up close. Nota still holds on to this control. Netu gonna need a drive-by on the Mac-10, and they'll come to him. Out with the swing, they will get around him, and so crisis averted for PARIVISION.
That is one cursed AWP. Whoever picked it up immediately died, didn't get to fire it off. But Zwei will win the round, and that's all that really matters for PARIVISION, able to convert somewhat on their pistol. I would expect a rebuy. Awkward timing in middle on that rotate. Triple AK, pretty good. Just gonna walk through the smoke. On the break, bad timing, but great entry.
Oh, lovely set of openings, and it really doesn't get any better than that. Just a break of the smoke. Fiku and Netu bring that one home. And so now, you know, great damage in that previous round. Chance to knock a bunch more out of play here. This AWP and a FAMAS is really all you've got to bring forward if you're PARIVISION.
I'm not, but thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Perfect round for ENCE on the Reforce. Just walk through the B main smoke and run up con at the same time. PARIVISION completely caught off guard by the pace. I mean, one player CT, the other on the plats. Not really set up to stop that.
I mean, even having your B defense crumble like that is a really, really big problem for PARIVISION. You know, it's like you kind of want to set this tone, this idea that you're up for the task of defending it early on in this CT half.
Yeah.
Just so it feels like it removes it from the arsenal, and over time, as a result, you can be a little bit more conservative with your util over towards B. You can save it for late rounds. You want to try and take the pace out of a T side, ideally. Now, you don't really have that security blanket, you know, so you have to be pretty full on with the stopping util out towards main. Maybe you want to try and stem the bleeding on players coming up through the dark position, but it's like you gotta pump out some util now throughout the early stages of this CT side, and we were just saying they're already hitting some money problems. So, you know, you don't have a lot of util in this round, and you kind of have to respect the fact that these have been quick, pacey rounds leveled against you. So a lot of that's got to come out early.
ENCE are locked in right now. Netu just got jump scared, so here we go. Trying to even the score. James Orp goes back to B. Mid nades land, but no aggression with them. Seeing if there's a reaction from PARIVISION. Belchanok on his own. Oops. Oh, it could have been a great double molly con, but they have to cancel the plan. It was a nice idea from ENCE. One molly missed. The outside one would have cooked him. So back to an AXX instead, and Nota just reminds him, I'm still here. Oh, Belchanok can't die. It's the A site under his domain. Jay moving in with the orb, smoked out. Not the kind of guy to jump through that. And they're going back B into the stack.
Yeah, fourth player on his way over. Zwei waiting, strong position. 5-7 gets out with 2, but the rest of the stack is melted.
Wow, Zwei did everything. No one did anything.
James Nade doesn't find the low player, and so he is out of there. Tie game now. ENCE able to break through the stack with ease.
No one gets a kill. No one else gets 1 kill. That would have made that round so open. At a certain point, you got to get yours. Like, yes, Zwei is full baiting there, but everyone else commits and no one gets anything from it. James is even going to lose his orb. Sun Young doesn't play any funny games. He just takes that kill straight up. So orb secured for Poddy. Orb denied for PARIVISION. Score leveled out and about to be led by ENCE. It's a nice peek.
Deagle here, and I don't know, I actually like the mid fight on the Deagle. I think it can be pretty... Actually, I say that. I like T-fighting down mid with the Deagle. CTs, they're the ones that have it rough. And yeah, that Deagle's gone straight away. Into the mid stack they'll go. Sumner Young, will he be ready for 4 to pounce on him?
He's looking away. Brian walking through that door. Oh, he got wallbanged. They didn't even see him. He just straight up wallbanged the brick. They felt there was a stack here in middle. And they were right. Team kill after the round. Just add some spice.
Dude, I just caught that Netu flinch that you were laughing at earlier, bruh. He was actually so terrified. Yeah, that was so real.
That's what locked in looks like. All right, ENCE, they're just walking this game over the line, right? It's not like PARIVISION are putting up anything since the guns have come out. They only barely converted 1 anti-eco, and then they got forced on again. And we might have another clean-cut round here with an A execute. Heaven smoke, backside molly. Flashes go in. Going to be difficult to stop this this one here for PARIVISION. They've got 1 kit and 1 smoke. You have to try.
Bomb has been planted.
I mean, I wouldn't even hate a unicorn round here.
No.
Just save. Like, you're out of position for this. They've still got util. You've been reblocked now, and the bomb is half-ticked. Missed shot might have enticed you, but now you've lost a player up close, and yeah, that will seal the deal on the round. Krasnal even tries to give chase.
Jane is out of there. He has the kit, so it's not happening. Captain's called it off. 1 kill was enough.
I think, you know, one of the critiques you could level against Jane in particular towards the end of like his time on VP, something that it felt like he'd almost refined or moved away from inside of this PARIVISION squad, was he's always been a leader who it's a lot about his like read of the game, trusting his gut. You know, all of his teams have kind of hung on his every word, thinking back to some of the old Inferno games, some of the old Anubis games, maps where he would just kind of call gambles based on his read. And I think towards the end of his tenure on VP, you saw his reads get a little bit worse. The gambles being in the wrong place, not finding their effect. Here, their CT side on Anubis has been, you know, called kind of exactly like that, right? We're just based on the feeling they'll play 3 players over towards a bomb site, very rarely getting active. Just like compare this CT side to what we had from ENCE. ENCE were always making moves, and that was how they ended up with players in the right place. You know, they would go and figure out where PARIVISION weren't and then adjust accordingly. And so I think, you know, even the fact that in some of these rounds, I'm thinking back to like where James gets caught out in the open in mid in round 2 where he bought the AWP, just a misunderstanding of where his opponents could even be at that point in the round. I don't think he's got the best read on the game right now.
Oh, he's missed that. He's missed that very badly.
And so it's like, if you don't have these little aggressive moves on the CT side to go and get the info, it's going to be a very, very hard game to win.
He's trying to, they're getting a lot of stacks, and even when they're in the right place, they're still losing these rounds. So we're seeing a very different CT side from PARIVISION than we did from ENCE, who are constantly, if not harassing, then slyly spotting all over the map. Got to reposition here. He's been hurt. They're out B. There is a stack here, 3 strong, but we've just seen these crumble time and time again. ENCE able to trade their way to a win.
All right.
Or is this different?
Good catch on the cross. And so now it's just Netu 1v3. He's getting wrapped over towards main as well. Slowly but surely, the net is closing on this B site, and even though he's going to plug in the numbers, dead as soon as the bomb is planted, Belchinok arrives at the perfect time. So, not afraid to give them the lead, but not going to let them get too comfortable either. PARIVISION have brought it back to a 1-round game.
Yeah, that's all the more impressive that they're still even in this game when you consider that's their first gun round of the half. Unfortunate for ENCE, they went into another stack, multiple players back in CT, and without a smoke there on the cross, on the backside. Easy pickings here for PARIVISION. But yeah, James caught in mid again. SomDaeYoung just walks the smoke, makes a great call. Oh, just knife out Conrush. Potty tries to get up in their guts. And Nota blocks it. In that nade, want nothing to do with it. Ooh. 4v4 alleviated. And here's a push, being contained. SomDaeYoung spots him. They don't overcommit. Got to watch out on Con now. Krasnal's walked the smoke.
Well, full and a missed shot from the Potty AWP. Would have loved that trade to try and bring you into this site. Now you've got a real uphill battle, especially as James AWP starts to shift over towards CT, and now there's 4 strong here. Molly will burn 1 alive and 4 sway into the open. Will this come to matter as SomDaeYoung seems to think so? Down to this, 1v1, and James running rings around him.
Awkward.
Trades Palaces in the site. Will SomDaeYoung be able to piece this together before James does?
Is he gone?
Goes for the hunt on the USP. James lands the tap to secure a tie game for PARIVISION.
Just nails the headshot. Doesn't even go with the AWP. James hits very awkward timing there as SomDaeYoung goes round to the back of the site. But he makes up for it with a crisp USP headshot to keep this game alive for PARIVISION. big triple kill for Zwei. He has been the standout player in this series. Definitely went a bit quiet here on the T side of Anubis. But has had some important multi-kills in this comeback for PARIVISION. Whoa. Here we go, 10-10, anyone's game at this point. No one with enough money to be safe forever, except James. And we look like we're getting a full B pop.
Well, you've had trouble repelling these if you're PARIVISION. And start to bring everyone over, scrambling the defense into place. It's a good pickup for Zelo. 5v4. Now there is this mid lurk running just in the background of the round, but it's only going to be consequential if ENCE can stop this retake for long enough for it to find its ground. paiN now arriving. He'll have a kill for free, fires off, takes it straight away. They've learned about the flank now. They know about a player behind enemy lines. They go back and try and deal with him, but paiN just refuses to let up. Second kill secured. Kraz now with a little bit more, and ENCE. A lovely looking B exec, complemented beautifully by that paiN flank. They'll maintain their lead.
Perfect flank and is very confident post-plant position. Staying jail, letting the smoke fade timing, doing well. He's holding it. PARIVISION don't know when it's ending. And Samdayoung just sits on default, which would have been a fly in the ointment. Not ready for that position either is James. Samdayoung has had James' number in this game, with the exception of that 1v1. And he goes again. Another entry kill for SDY. Wait a second. Belchanok can't afford to die. He's going to run back. James just found an AWP pick on B. Always finds a way to get this AWP in play. And Belchanok walks through. Maybe at the command of James. But now he's got to make up for it as triple molly hits a site. He knows they're here.
Still worried about potential presence back in mid, but that's not the case. Everyone coming through this main position. James could get caught looking the wrong way. Has some support. As Nota joins him. That bomb planted. Nota given a little bit of room here with James running interference. Oh, that's a lovely shot back for Krasnal. Now that you've stopped the rifle from closing in, it's just James, and he'll face much the same fate. Krasnal with 2 blinders.
Krasnal's had some bangers here on Anubis. He's come through in the post plant, in the late rounds, and absolutely saved ENCE, putting map point on the board. Despite James' best efforts, no clutch today. Clutching at straws are PARIVISION here on the second map. Barely surviving. And this might be the end of the line. 4 SMGs. Just have to hope for chaos and hope to excel in it. They're gonna get it.
I mean, the stack's in the right place.
Oh!
Nades do huge damage. That is at least info here for ENCE. I think, if anything, they're kind of glad they don't have to commit to the stack. They're instead going to go into Zwei. All alone out here in dark. Still, he gets his. Any more would be fantastic. 2 for Zwei there is more than you could have hoped for. And this stack's got legs. It's moved back around a B in time.
Yeah, I was worried that was going to go very wrong there. If that first play didn't push through the con smoke before the flash, this could have been the round still for ENCE. They got all that info from the HEs. It matters not. PARIVISION survive on the SMGs. 4 MP9s, maul ENCE. And so one more round of regulation for ENCE to attempt the ending of this game. Take us to Dust 2. Smoke blooms high. Strangely enough, can't see over it. Still scared on this A side.
Anticipating an A finish at PARIVISION. But ENCE have left this round open so that they're not terribly hard committed. I say that. They've just gone and got the bomb on Poddy, and now they've left any type of attention they might have paid over towards B, and they are all inning this A play. So PARIVISION once more stack in the right place. James been able to put them in the positions to succeed time and time over down the stretch.
Oh, missed shot.
That will cost you. Deagle in main finds another. Now they learn about Nota tucked in. Still, Shame on the orb makes it work, and now it's just Fiku cut down, finished off, and we run this one back in overtime.
Just impressive resilience from PARIVISION, but should we be surprised? It's what we've come to expect from this squad. And definitely had more ideas, definitely had a more active CT side, but PARIVISION unrelenting, some well-placed stacks, not all of them working, but enough to drag us into extra play. Seeing a great game from Sundayoung and Krasnal, but the recovery from Zwei and Jame has got to be noted. This is turning into a deadly couple of players here for PARIVISION, but Zwei's picked early, and they're not going to turn down that opportunity to rush this B bomb site, surely. Molly, a problem, pushes Nota into the open, Fiku punishes.
Love how intentional everything about that swing is from Fiku. He was going to go earlier, but they wait once that Molly's in at dark just to see if they hear a tag. And it gives him that much of a better idea as to, where Nota is, that next point of contact. Good kill back for Zelo, but won't be able to go any further with it. Belchenok still trying to walk in. That's nearly the lineup, and okay. Rounds live again. Belchenok brings the pain. Nade is good, brings him down that much lower. Softens him up, brings him within 2 shots of certain death.
Nice Jame going. Has he read the reset? James ahead of the game. They're both leaving. Belchenok to flank the B bomb site. Jame to enforce the reset. Oh, and the patience doesn't even pay off. Fiku finds a banger. Now it looks like you'd have every reason to go camera Belchenok, but the bomb has not moved. Insane from Fiku.
Beautiful Fiku, man.
Insane.
That's so good. Talk about having a read on your opponents, a read on what they might do and how they like to play. The fact that he's even prepared. The shot on Jame is crazy enough. To then be ready for the reroute of Belchenok as well through the same position is wildness. And it speaks that he's really got his finger to the pulse right now in terms of knowing what he's up against.
I think that's the best part about Anubis. It's late round 2v2s where you're walking around the map when there's that high-low, you can drop con, you can flank both sides really well. Early round is stressful, reading is stressful, but these clutch moments can be a lot of fun. They're just not that common. So many executes, so many rounds decided off the entries. Fiku delivers another one. Okay. One way to do it. And they're just punishing this B bomb site right now. Nothing PARIVISION could do about it. But this might work. Nope.
All right, one back from James. He's got support. But dead after that, and they just snuck out through main in the downtime. This is looking like it could very, very quickly get away from PARIVISION.
Yeah, hit overtime, and ENCE have hit a new level.
Said it coming in, but like thinking back to Fiku's time on OG in the past when Anubis was in the pool, this was one of the maps they played a hell of a lot, so he's got a lot of reps in on Anubis from back when it was in the pool, and it's looking pretty effortless for him to just slip back into that right now. Fiku's had some really impactful kills in this game.
No respect, zero respect from ENCE. Fiku keeps it going. Of course, they just walk out, finding the gap. Netu lurking into A. This is looking like a flawless half. I mean, what can ENCE or what can PARIVISION do? They don't even know they've lost the site. See ya. Oh dear, didn't even put it out. Unlucky. And that's the half. That's 15-12. 3 shots to close out on what did look like the better CT side for ENCE.
It's a good kill, but like, what do you do now? There's no winning this. Any type of setup that they could play is better than what James can hope to bring to the table here. It's a good shot onto the second, okay.
No time.
But time is his enemy, and there's no getting away from that. Krasnal has got this round in the palm of his hand, and there's the killing blow to find a flawless T-half for ENCE.
Yeah, and so basic as well. Just dry swinging B main, flashing through the con smoke, and committing off of it. This one, Zway's not even in position. PARIVISION expected some respect. They don't get it. This was sick, but inconsequential. As ENCE showcase a very strong Anubis here at Bounty. One round. Easy, right?
They played a super active CT side in that first half, but it's interesting because here in OT, they actually are pretty stagnant right now. You know, no one's really moving. You're a little bit gambly over towards A, worried, or B rather, worried that they might just commit to something fast out of the gates. So relying a little more on a read in this first rifle round. But a man down already with Zway going about mid-control again. He was the only player who got to do so for PARIVISION in their T side. And now having a bit of ownership over mid, he actually takes the space out to camera. Helps out in this A play, and Krasnal just got spotted there on a very wide, audacious swing. Even though you've got past the danger man out in middle, this should still be too far gone, as you can't stop the spillover through main.
So he was overheating there. It did feel like running back to chase the third guy in mid, let ENCE back through camera, but he'd done enough with the double entry, at least, that PARIVISION are able to close it. Nice util at mid. First step for PARIVISION in making it double overtime. Love to see Potty get involved on this AWP. He's been a little quieter in the last 10 rounds or so. Relegated to holding A main. may get what he was looking for. Bomb back to A.
And if you're ENCE, this is the round where you do just want to stand and deliver, where you do just want to stop PARIVISION. You know, don't leave it to the 11th hour. Don't leave it to the last round of this first overtime. That adds stress, that adds pressure. It removes items from the playbook.
Sick.
And this is not how you wanted it to start, but there's the recovery. Young, really stellar double.
Ouch.
Will eventually get dealt with, but you'd like to think he's done his part. Let's see if PARI can live up to his. Flashed off the line, the orb will get taken out from the from the B site. Bomb now planted. A site, who cares?
Was the A
Biku dead over towards mid. Krasnal mopped up. And PARI 1v2.
Okay.
There's the spot. USP pulled. Sway, you gotta hit this because that USP's closing in, and Sway will make it happen.
Oh, stress.
Chance at another overtime now if this round comes up for PARIVISION.
Everyone's clenched. Everyone's terrified. Zwei keeps this game going. Gotta give it to Zwei today. He's had some moments. Save this one.
Because like where this does get interesting, I think if they are able to respond now with a flawless half of their own, PARIVISION, I actually think end up in a pretty good spot. Yeah. Like to feel like you've had now multiple chances to try and take this game over the line and it keeps getting away from you. That can do a number to some teams.
And PARIVISION were on the comeback this entire game.
Exactly,
both
right?
halves of regulation and now overtime. I mean, to know that you can just never be put away and never lose the game, it's going to keep you believing in these comebacks.
And like the other problem I was talking about there in that round is just this idea, you know, now it's the last chance you have to close the game out for this overtime at least. And so does that feel like it restricts you a little bit, right? You've been playing kind of pretty measured compared to the CT side you were playing in regulation. What, is now the time you want to come through with aggression? You want to risk the entire game on a push now? It feels like you've kind of missed the window to do that.
It's true.
And so I'm worried that it might end up feeling like all the other rounds in this OT, which is sat back in the bomb sites waiting for the fight to come to them, and that is how you lose these CT rounds. That's a great pickup to open things up from Zwei.
Onto Fiku, who is doing the same thing to Zwei on those T sides as well. Constant B entries. Okay, Young aggression. Punish down in canals. And Young the same. This is it. This is double overtime right now. PARIVISION from 0-3 on the half have just done exactly what ENCE did back to them. Flawless T side. Surely no saving this for PARI and Netu. Two of the quieter players here in this game for ENCE. The two guys who didn't get a kill until 7 or 8 rounds into overpass. Bomb's walking into A. PARI holds his position. But Netu would need to go absolutely sicko mode to stop this one, and he's too focused on the smoke. PARIVISION, unparalleled resilience.
And so not only now have you just not been able to beat them at the, what, 4 times of asking on your route to try and close this map? 5, yeah, even worse. They had 2 chances in reg. You know, now, I actually think James' whole stack venture for the CT kind of, you know, the way that they were playing the CT side, leaning heavy into these gamble stacks, I actually think that actually has good longevity in the OTs, because really you only need one of them to work. That's all we've learned, is that it's very T-sided in the overtimes. Everyone's capable of going on these 3-round streaks. If one of your gambles can work, you could get enough mileage out of your CT half.
Well, the best thing is now,
you have the T-side to play.
They just get to run it back. Now they can go on the favored half to make a run and get 3 T rounds.
Kind of everything's starting to stack up against ENCE here.
You almost feel like ENCE must make a play at this point, but it's so obvious. Oh, hold for the boost. That's nice. PARI finally gives us an opening kill. And so felling Jame in middle. He'll take it. Double opener. and you're just thinking, why couldn't we do this earlier?
Hey, if you take a CT side net round now, I think that really does pump you up because you tell yourself, that's all we need, guys, you know, and then that kind of brings the confidence back.
Just got to close it. And they're leaving B. I don't want to sound the alarm. It's a retake setup. It's all by design. Fiku back in spawn can break the smoke with a nade. Let's see how far they walk in. Do they realize they've been given the entire bomb site for free? They could just shift through Temple for a kill. It wouldn't be a bad move. They start to run. Smoke's come down. That's a terrible smoke. Gotta remain eyes on this. Flank contained. Zwei, okay, strong position. Hard to clear here for Poddy. So Zwei starts the 3v5.
Oh, just annoying util, just to kind of slow you down, take even more pace out of this retake. So he's spamming off as the one guy that's knowing about the other two waiting down here in dark. That's nearly a lineup, but nearly won't cut it. Need to go above and beyond here. Spam tries to come through, but the kill's there for ENCE, and it's close on this defuse, but they've got it. That CT round they were looking for, they finally get, but it's to open up this second overtime.
I mean, a couple of different shots through the smoke on the lineup. That would have been a one round for PARIVISION, so very tight margins in the 3-on-5. Important round for ENCE to remind them that they can on CT. It's been a long time since regulation. And the first half of that as well. Too early on that. Aid would be lovely. And throw one at him, and they swing with that. Zelo, one kill traded. James got his back. Three v 3. The question asked of ENCE.
Going into the more stacked of the two sides. Sometimes just started walking on this backstab to try and move in to what he thought was behind enemy lines. It ended up leaving his teammate alone at this bomb site. And well, now Sunday Young smoked off down in dark. Molly's good. It stops the plant. Buys you a bit more time. Means that PARIVISION never get too comfortable, but just spam connecting onto him will seal his fate. Poddy may as well give this one a try. They've got money looking forward, but it's all in vain.
Dude, Zwei on this B site is just a monster on T side. He is finding entry kill after entry kill after entry kill. Every time PARIVISION want to go B, Zwei will find a frag. Double up in this round.
It was a really nice setup down there towards water as well, you know, like the fact that James, he only has like a second to get off the A main hold, which is what he was watching all round long, and get that trade out towards dark. It was a lovely little three-piece setup over towards water, and it was able to kind of open that whole round in the first place. I mean, this next round feels pretty important, you know? If ENCE are able to win it, I think they're well and truly on their way to winning this map and setting us up for all three.
Ooh.
Heavily T-sided is Anubis.
Oh no, oh, this is gonna go so wrong. What is happening? They tried to boost, they failed it, Zwei heard it, and then he just pushes in. Krasnal on his own might just save them.
Oh, do you want to chase this now, though? Krasnal's got hot hands, will get dealt with. It's a very key trade for Nota to stop Krasnal's reign of terror and open up this B play after all.
They just cancelled the boost. I'm shocked that they didn't realize a player could have heard that. Caught in the open with nades out. ENCE might pay for this. Even Krasnal's double might not be enough. Sundae has got to put him in his pocket.
He's made it deeper. Oh, the tag in that Molotov is so unfortunate. Now it's just Nechu and flashed off back into the spawn. They double peek him, swinging him together, and he is boxed in. A dead man for sure. 2 on this T side in overtime. Will that be enough for PARIVISION, though? Because, you know, they might have won the last 2, so we're kind of singing their praises. There were some scuffed rounds down the stretch for this ENCE squad, but they're still the ones, Hugo, who got that coveted CT round to open up this OT.
It's true, it's true. PARIVISION have got to match it. But in overtime...
Matching it isn't enough.
Beat it. They've got to beat it.
Yeah.
Or they've got to take it to another overtime.
They could do that.
And then go for 1.
The alternative route is available.
It's a bit more arduous. I mean, the relief that comes with 18 rounds, knowing you at least have a backup of overtime, if not the option to win, is a huge mental relief. But is it going to be that simple? ENCE looking for their own flawless T side. No one home. Oh, this is perfect right now. ENCE on default.
Oh, a little ugly there for Zwei.
Yeah, his entries have been better than his holds, that's for sure.
Sundae on a Poddy-esque mid-flank. Oh, and I like this. Difference between Poddy and Sundae on that lurk. You could see it straight away. Sundae trying to play the trigger discipline and really get all he can out of that flank. And even attempting this is just from a place of desperation for PARIVISION. Jame will be left saving the AWP, the big ticket item, at least looking to make it out of the round, but still, that's 17 all now. ENCE could be well and truly on their way to closing this out.
Just that one. I lost my train of thought.
Just that one CT round, man, proving to be enough.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Terrorists win.
Even game now. ENCE on favored side. Their map pick. More of a team effort in terms of the fragging output. It has been Zwei.
There's just so many gaps for PARIVISION in this round. Like, gaps everywhere.
They were re-pushing A with 3. They just regrouped, and they were pushing A main to flank, but then you need something. You need a kill on B. There's too many players alive, too much util. They re-smoke con. There's no way you're retaking that.
Just like, even with the A push, there being a gap on B and mid feels like a huge problem.
Yeah.
Too much given away for too little gain.
Here we go.
Util in, and it's the full blanket. Nade on the smoke, and Zwei gets hard cleared. There's the double, triple entries. Good one back for Belchenok. Bit more damage on the spam. He's softened up another. Fiku brought down low. Job's not done for Belchenok, though. This really is to be his round. He's done a lot. How much more can you expect? And again, there's another one of these mid-lurks on the cards.
Flash.
It's slowly but surely closing in.
Yeah,
Poddy this time with the wrap round. Belchenok dead on the swing, and this one should be all over. Flank not even needed. Jame iced out, And ENCE have once more got 2 opportunities to close.
Huge 4K from FICO. It's just been FICO v.CET as well on this B-bomb site. Like, both of them killing each other, anchoring and entering. It's very back and forth, but for a long time it was Zwei leading the way. Now FICO, that takes the cake. 4 frags on low health. Belchanok couldn't spam him out. And ENCE, it might be that flawless T side. Just keep it going. This B site has been the problem, or is it it's at least been exploited by ENCE. Lurk smoke maybe blocked. Zwei took 1 damage and must have been. So do ENCE realize that before they go for this execute? James is on the line. It's a good smoke block, and they're going to use it. Nota pushing in. No flash. 3 players there. Can he cancel? Yes, he can. Jame receives.
Ends up being a great bait into that AWP, the promise of hunting down Nota, but the util will accomplish it.
Double molly.
Blanket of Molotovs. It's really all you've planned for in this round is just hitting B.
You just know it's a stack now.
Even going back here comes with its own problems. You don't know what's happened on the other sides of the map. You don't know what's happened in mid. You don't know if an A push has come in. And so you've got to be real methodical in clearing this.
Crazy gamble right now here for PARIVISION. Jame, it's on his shoulders. He has to hit this.
Well, he'll deliver. First one in. It's only the AWP they've seen thus far. Rotate loud on Zelo. But you hear them scrambling. I wonder if that just spurs you on. I want to go faster. No. Miss for Jame. Had to happen eventually. Zelo arrives. They heard that flank earlier on. Molly gonna force them out with a swing, but he shoots the body as it falls. Oh no. Zwei, can he step up? No, he's dead straight away. And now Nechu could finish this off. Belchanok is the guy to beat. If you don't want this in another overtime, but there he is. Good for it. Belchanok ensures there's more Anubis to be played.
Mental game, our first Anubis back of the season, and it goes into a 3rd overtime. The game that keeps on giving, and the game that refuses to die. Some unbelievable multi-kill rounds in this match. And the mind games are plenty. I can't believe Zwei's shooting dead bodies there. But Belchanok, who's been the quietest performer of this game for PARIVISION, just a sickening headshot to finish it off. Here we go. Overtime number 3. That 1 CT round, not enough.
Yeah, and you know, the point that we made earlier, I think still stands. The idea of just how many chances are too many chances. You know, you've had their number multiple times in this game.
Learn your bloody lesson. They're dry swinging B all game. The amount of times PARIVISION get caught, the gloves are off. They're just running around now. That's what you get. Out jail, AWP should be dead, but Team Flash slows the play. Jame gets into cover. Oh! No! No!
Okay.
Enough of that. He shot him through the smoke in B main. He shot him through the smoke.
This is starting to get all kinds of
What the hell is happening? Shrug it off, thanks, I guess. Skill kill.
It's been a stressful game, hasn't it?
For everyone.
Like, everyone looks stressed. Both teams.
That's Anubis, baby. Can we just have our guns out in the first 10 seconds of the round? Because that's when most of the kills come in.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to go B this time. That's what you have to
They've
believe.
only gone B the last 4 rounds.
That's what you got to believe.
Oh, missed shot. Lucky to be alive in middle. Netu runs a molly. You got a bit of freedom to run into this site. Zwei's AWPing. Zwei is AWPing.
I mean, we said it seems like Zwei gets a slightly bigger degree of freedom than everyone else. This would not stand if Nota decided to buy an AWP, but Zwei gets one. And he delivers a kill from it. No less onto Fiku. That head-to-head has been very exciting.
He's been losing it on CT side, that's for sure. I would love to see the head-to-head after this game, just to know. Who's winning it? Right now, who's winning? I can't tell you.
I think Fiku.
Yeah, right?
I think, but I reckon it's really close.
It's close. A play into the stack.
Double flash pop into the main position.
Oh,
James just hanging on.
He had it.
He was safe, but then he put himself right back in danger. Luckily enough, full faith in his squad to bail him out of that one. And so a CT round secured now for PARIVISION.
Just when I'm out, they pull me right back in.
Don't tell me that they're going to do this.
No, Harry, you've watched enough CS to know what happens at this point in the game.
Now it's a CT side.
Now they win 3 CT rounds,
and
then it goes 4 OT.
Okay,
That's what happens.
Yes.
We've all seen enough CS. The normality disappears. Everything you know, everything you thought you know, gone. Give us 3 CT rounds from each team.
They can't, but...
Give us 2 CT rounds from each team. Here we go. What do you know? The B site. The unstoppable B site, 5 alive. Blink, you missed it.
Yeah, they finally play guns out from the get-go. Something a little looser they get charged at. James is walking off. I believe he said he has to go pee. Surely that's what he's doing. Thoughts?
I can't blame you. I saw somebody on...
Oh, look, it's a tech pause.
Oh, my PC is broken. What did you say? No. Yeah. I saw somebody chugging water earlier. So probably not a wise idea.
You don't want a CP, do you?
No.
And then it's like, sorry, you say you're having problems with the CPU? Yeah.
Yeah, CPU.
Yeah.
My PSU is pissing you off, actually. That was a round.
Okay. T side now for PARIVISION. This is where both teams unequivocally have had their best rounds, their biggest successes have come from T sides. You've gotten away with 2 on the CT half to close out that OT. This is surely where they do it.
Good one.
Oh, there's party to open. Oh, it's doing the thing where it flips now. And
yeah.
You're right. You did call it.
Come on.
I know.
You've seen it.
You know, I know.
Here we go. The longest Counter-Strike match in recent history was on Anubis. Darth Mike will remember. Fnatic M80 at EPL. It went, I think, forever. Pretty sure that's how long it went. I mean, I played a quad overtime on Anubis last night, so this is all too familiar for me.
You're, of course, talking about the...
Mike just texted me, he said...
71 round.
No, Mike said 73 rounds. So, I don't know, I didn't do the maths. I trust him.
Well,
is he wrong?
I'm looking at the numbers right now.
I trust your maths. ENCE win the round. How many rounds was it?
71.
71. Well... Can't blame Mike for not remembering every round of play.
No, yeah, it's fair.
We're at 40 right now, so imagine almost double this. That's crazy. This map, wait, how many minutes? How many minutes this map right now, I'll tell you.
How many minutes?
I've just checked.
On this?
On this map, since live. It's including pauses.
Let me think.
Think quicker.
88.
88 exactly. How did you get that? Look, it's 88 and 28. How did you?
Yeah, I know. Just have a good internal clock, I guess.
Insane. That's actually crazy. 88-minute map.
Oh, I could have gone with a nice round number too, like rounded that up. I don't know, man.
How did you get?
Got like a Michael Cera kind of internal clock. I think it's him with the good one. There's some celebrity with a great one. Do you like Michael Cera? Here we are.
Here we go. 2020.
A CT round in 2026 for ENCE. That's crazy work. It's a step in the right direction, Hugo.
PARIVISION found 2, Harry. That's the bar. Who's winning? Everybody. Ooh. Oh, he missed it. That was a good nade. That would have nailed him. Fix that lineup. Ooh, careful. Careful.
Ugh.
Yeah. It's, 40 rounds. It's going to happen. Fast out A here, 30 seconds. ENCE with a man up, but not for long. Blind on the swing, everyone dies.
Oh, that's despicable. In a second, they're just all gone.
Bomb has been planted.
The full stack, like it was nothing. What's Potty got for us?
Save.
Anything?
Well, actually, shouldn't save.
It's a 1v4.
It's a none v4.
No, he's still alive. Now he's not.
Is this it? Is it over?
It could be. This might be the last round, guys.
T-side match point.
Okay, it's been a very, very long second map, and for ENCE, their fate of Blast Bounty is hanging in the balance. If they don't find a CT round here and now, after their stack gets dismantled like it's nothing, if they don't find anything now, their little pocket pick of Anubis, something to try and disgruntle Jame and the rest of PARIVISION, well, it won't have panned out, and their journey ends on a lengthy second map requiring 42 rounds, or they get this one, they finally get 2 CT rounds, and they run it back one more time.
Netio on his own in heaven, 5 players going A main. Those mid-rotators have to happen now. They have to assist Potty in position just in time.
Oh, he's so blind. And so is this the beginning of the end? He's done a lot of damage. He's softened up a lot of players. Someone's got to convert these kills. One back from Sumdai Young.
3 on 20 or less.
This is to try and end a 90-minute match of Counter-Strike. This is what it's all come down to.
Oh.
The final push. Potty up in heaven, Deeg pulled, they're both tagged up, but caught in the crossfire, and it all comes crumbling down. PARIVISION, hard to put away, and for ENCE, the journey ends in disappointment.
A marathon of a match, all the rounds. Jame is never beating the paid by the round allegations because we got absolutely everything. But hey, if your teams needed some practice on Anubis, new map in the pool, what better way to do it than a little triple overtime?
They almost played the map twice in terms of rounds. That was a great game of Counter-Strike, very exciting. 2 teams who matched each other incredibly well on Anubis. And also players individually really stepping up to the occasion. I think there's 2 main takeaways that I want to do for ENCE first and foremost. Yes, they are eliminated. Yes, they lose this series 2-0, but Fico coming back into play. That was some beautiful Counter-Strike by him. First map, he was great. Second map, even better. And then, of course, on the positive side of PARIVISION, Sway coming in, his debut with PARIVISION, by far the best player on the server, and finally showing some of that potential that he was taunted for in Spirit.
And it might have been Potty to break last for ENCE, but he wasn't the only one to take a Potty break. A few excursions mid-round there in what was a clear marathon match. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's the fight between those two that determines so many rounds, right? Initial engagements in so many of those moments on Anubis. It's that for a really exciting narrative there between Fiku and Sway.
Fiku was involved in 13 winning duels in this game. He won 9 of those. I think Sway was involved in 15, won 8 of those. So you could definitely tell that the two were the spearheads of the team in first, trying to find the openings. But not only that, they were also involved in the clutch scenarios. We had Sway over and over again saving PARIVISION on that T side with a very strong performance. You had Fiku over and over again saving ENCE, keeping them in the game. I think if you're ENCE right now, you're disappointed. You didn't win Anubis. They had plenty of match points, plenty of opportunities, but overall, I don't think this is too bad of a result. Yes, it's never fun losing, but I saw a lot of positives coming out of the ENCE camp, and that is positives that got a ride on for the future as well.
I think for me, it's kind of the same question for ENCE, which is that it's eyes on the players that they had last year, right? PARI and Netu, to me, they have some opportunities. Sometimes they flash, but it's just not always consistent, especially not in the clutch in those 1v1s and the 2v2s where we see some of the mistakes catch up to them. To me, that is the big question mark about ENCE. We've seen the potential of these two players, but the new guys, the Fiku in particular, were delivering. Maybe there's still more to develop. We have SDY here to chat with us about what might have gone wrong in that series. SDY, brutal Anubis there. I mean, all of the rounds in the world. What are your thoughts coming off of it?
Hey guys, yeah, I think we throw a lot of advantages. Yeah, an easy round that shouldn't supposed to happen at all. We had pretty good understanding and overall overview of the map. I think we had good reads. Everything was basically working. Yeah, the problem was in the clutches the most, and this is the most frustrating part, especially because the guys who's already in the team for some time had a weird decision making in clutches. So this is a bit frustrated, but new team, we have to work on everything from the beginning, basically just starting something like this.
SDY, I know losing is never fun, obviously, but I think there was a lot of positives to take away. Fiku, as an example, as well, coming in, playing well from the get-go. Are you positive as well on the future for ENCE? You said new players coming in, a lot of practice to be done, but overall, is it a positive notion you're having in the team?
Yeah, I must say that Fiku brings a lot of new stuff to the team. Especially, I like how he is working, his work ethic, how he's approaching the game. He's always have ideas that he wants to implement, so you can see it on the server. He's not lost in the game, basically. Yeah, he always know what to do, and it's pretty nice to play when your anchor is available to hold himself. Yeah, he can call, he can support, and he can kill. This is the most important. So yeah, and same for Krasnal. He have his own approach of the game. Obviously, he's more aggressive, and it happens that they play in almost on all of the maps same side. So it's also pretty nice for us because it was random, but it's best positions for them. So it's pretty nice.
Cool. Working nicely. One last question before we let you go. Should we be expecting Anubis to be a mainstay for you?
Yeah, for sure. Everybody in the team like Anubis a lot. It will be one of our better maps.
Looking forward to seeing it. Thank you for joining us for this interview, and good luck going forward.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Positive signs for ENCE, and I mean, particularly exciting if they can continue to work Anubis into their map pool, I think.
I'd say so too. I know right now they should be disappointed. They probably could have forced this game to a third deciding map. I'd still argue that PARIVISION heading into to Dust 2 would have been the heavy favorites. We're talking about ENCE currently being ranked number 46 in the world. Talking about a PARIVISION that's number 19, a PARIVISION that did well at the major. So I think things played out the way we anticipated them to. So overall, yeah, it's never fun losing. But if you're an ENCE fan, if you're a Somdar Young fan, if you're a Fiku fan, I think you can allow yourself to be slightly positive despite the negative outcome of the match.
Speaking of positive aspects, we've got a little bit of an interview with Zway here. Zway, hell of a series for your debut in the PARIVISION colors. How do you feel after that one?
I feel great. You know, we win 2-0, so I can't feel bad.
Sway, it looked like you got a bit more freedom on the server to do whatever the hell you wanted to do. Is that how you feel as well now on the new team?
I mean, it's like a different level which I played like last half of year, and it's better for me, I guess, right now.
Yeah, you look good.
Right now, where you're going in first, you're ripping heads. Is that what we can expect in 2026? What are your personal objectives?
I gave an interview yesterday for PARIVISION channel, and they asked the same question, like, which result will be good for you for this season? And I said at least one playoff of Tier 1 tournament and hopefully a playoff was a major. I think that's a goal for the season.
Big goals, important, and thank you for joining us for this interview. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Well put. Realistic but ambitious goals. We are going to take a realistic and ambitious break as we get ready for our Spirit game. We will be right back. I have Magix here, headed into their first matchup of the Blast Bounty. Magix, welcome back. Coming back into the team, coming back into the roster, now as the captain, now as the IGL. How much has changed in Spirit and for you since you left?
Oh, there's a plenty of things been changed. Like since my previous departure, there was new players. There was also some time without zone ticks, so there was an extra players replacing him as well and bringing their own stuff and ideas. And actually, some of them were implemented, I would say. So yeah, a lot of it changed.
Curious about those ideas and especially what ideas you're bringing in, right? You're taking over the leadership, taking it over from Chopper. He was there for a long time. In talking to Chopper about it, he often emphasized that it was, in his eyes, Holly's system, and then he was piloting it. Is that your sense of the system, or how much do you have a hand in what Spirit's going to be doing and how the game plans go?
I feel like that there should be it shouldn't be like only one person responsible for ideas and plans and whatever.
And how differently are you going to call things? How much change should we expect to see in this Spirit already?
Well, I do have a strat that is called Don't Go Kill, so and I guess it might work.
I've heard that's a good one. You know, I've heard some good things about that one. We'll talk about Donk in a second. First, I do want to ask about Zontix, right? We last saw him here at the Bounty, lifted a trophy, took his break to deal with some personal issues. What do you think about Zontix? What kind of a state is he in? What kind of form is he in coming back into the team?
I think he's a genius. He's a mastermind of CS, and I think he can play good, yeah.
Couple of geniuses back in the fold here for Spirit. I am very eager to see what Magix's Spirit looks like here, Jacob.
Me too. I think it's a new, fresh look on Team Spirit. Magix coming in as an in-game leader. You have Zontix coming back into the team. You have a very motivated Donk by the sounds of it. I've been watching his Face-It tab as of late. Man, kid, call him what you want. He is grinding and ready to bring on 2026. So yes, I'm super excited to see the first small glimpses of what we can expect from Team Spirit.
It's always a bit of an interesting thing when a new player steps up to the plate of actually calling, right? How much of a hand are they going to have? How much responsibility are they going to put on their shoulders? Do they want to spread out? I will say for Magix, right? We've known for a while. He's a smart guy. He's a smart player. He has a good sense for different things. He's been an emotional leader already for this team. So in some senses, some of the aspects of being a captain are going to be familiar to him. But there's always new challenges and there's always unexpected things, and you start to realize those once you get into the server. And their test in this server on the other side is going to be Sinners coming on in. Yeah. Sinners, a team that have been out of the conversation of top tier Counter-Strike for a while now. What do you make of this Sinners squad here?
I mean, going through the results and going through the lineup, it's definitely a team that has found their place right now within Tier 3, Tier 2 Counter-Strike. They're winning the vast majority of their games. They were ending last season on a win streak as well, where they did incredible well for themselves, taking down teams like 500, ENCE.CET, etc. You know, teams on the level that you'd expect them to be at, but they're winning more often than not. I look at a guy like Moto as well. We've seen glimpses of him, of what he can do at a higher level as well. So I wouldn't say Sinners are... Okay, they're without a chance in this specific matchup, but in terms of being on par with some of the other teams we've seen so far in the Bounty, I think it's a decent team.
We've got the veto here, Mirage, Nuke, Dust 2, and so we will be starting on Mirage, the new look Spirit, its debut in 2026. Who better to usher you through than our wonderful casters, Harry and Hugo? Take it away.
Me.
Oh yes, indeed, Jacob. No, not just yet, actually. You can't cast. We're going to stick with us for now. We have Spirit coming in with a very new look.
Yes.
Or a very old look.
We just got to see Zwei now that he's not in Spirit. And so now we get to see Spirit now that they don't have Zwei. Kind of exciting times. And yeah, you are dead on. It's a bit of an old, bit of a new look here for Team Spirit. Magix and Zontix into the fray.
Heard of these
Excited
guys.
for this, huge Byron?
Yeah, this team's pretty good, bro. I think this team could win a major, maybe. I mean, let's wait and see. We got, obviously, taiN as well, who is going to have a lot more freedom, you'd hope. I think, on paper, everyone's very excited about this team. Magic's in a very new position.
I'm really
leading the squad, coming fresh off of interviewing at the HLTV Awards, and back in the server for a nice cheeky game against Sinners. I'm sorry for the Sinners fans. I feel like there's going to be a lot of Spirit talk today, but can you blame us?
I'm just really excited to see how it looks. Because Chopper played a very certain way, let's say. And I want to see if Magix is down to introduce a bit more, through lack of a better word, fuckery to the situation, you know? Like,
don't go kill.
I think he might be.
T-sides were a bit of a problem at times to Spirit, so that is the clear thing to improve. Let's see what it looks like in this pistol. Donk takes the jungle control, and they have a nice open plant, so no kit. This is going to be difficult.
Donk dead.
Donk dead.
Gezerek and B-Stick both annihilate them, and okay. Defuse being held, it's the full commit. Shiro has to play hero. Low health on the diffuser.
No.
Knife pull, but just shy of it. Pistol round picked up by the Sinners.
Shock diffusing on very low health. One bullet up close could have won that round, but Shiro just misses.
Bring back Chopper, that's all I'm saying.
That's all it took.
I'm used to Donk ace and pistol round.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Well, he got a dink, and then immediately he got flick headshot. Spirit, the defending champions of Blast Bounty. The back-to-back. Looking for a third time here. Why are you laughing? This is a serious
I just thought of something funny, but you wouldn't get it.
Okay. Too high IQ. Don gets given an AK. Thank you for taiN. The more AKs Donk gets, the better. And Spirit wait underpass, hoping for a swing out mid. Everybody's talking about Magix, but also I want to talk about Zontix. The body shot merchant.
How hard is it for you to not do that annoying thing you do when you talk about Zontix? Yeah.
Miroslav. Donk with the entry here. Be clear.
Yes, they're charging in. Donk will get cleaned up as Stresson holds the line, and barely any stresses here for the Sinners. Get it? Smoke down, they're gonna play right through it. Magix will make them reconsider, but not for long. They still stick to their guns and plow through that short smoke right into the offense.
Oh my.
Clean sweep.
Sinners are not going to waste this opportunity by the looks.
Yo, they're hitting hard.
They're hitting hard.
I might accidentally be a Sinners fan at the end of this.
Bringing the hype, hitting hard, looking good. Some nice rounds out of Sinners so far, dealing with some difficult problems. That was a B-site empty with a 4v5. And Sinners, no stress.
Me at the start of the matchup. Can't wait to see how the new Spirit play. Me at the end of it. Let's go, B-Stick! Come on, man. That's what we're looking for, Hugo. That kind of transformation.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I mean, it's a team that, an org that stayed in the region for so long, Czech players and the likes, but now have gone international just last year. It's all the rage, the old international mix. So let's see if they can surprise today, because I think just it's not even really about expectations for Sinners. It's more just expectations for Spirit being quite high. Even in an online game where we've seen favorites fall. We saw Na'Vi fall to Monty. We saw FaZe fall to Eyeballers. But this is Donk.
No, this is B-Stick.
It's all B-Stick. This is a cool jump spot. You saw them there on the cross. And now they're readied for the B hit. B-Stick time.
Oh, crazy shot for Tanir. Deagle in a very strong position now. B-Stick, good hold and bit of help from Modo as now he takes position out here on short. Backstab on Magix, and looking like they will be able to clean this one up after all. So there we are, 3-0. There's the freebies.
Very good start here for Sinners. Not going to get worried yet. Waiting for the gun round to come out. This is Spirit's map pick. Got Nuke up next. Also very interested to see Spirit on a T side of Nuke in this mix of players with the leadership change. Modo's got his big green out. Shiro, not yet. They could have, they chose against it. It's Magic's cooking. Is Magic's young? Because he's not old, but he's the captain, so it kind of gives Unk status. Young Vetty. Young.
Young veteran more applicable. I don't know if he could be young.
It's just the father.
So young.
So it takes caught off guard. Spirit locked out of B apartments.
Oh, Sinners are gonna win, man. My boys. My boys. I like these guys, man.
You've seen 3 rounds. I like the prediction. I think it could be, you know, it wouldn't be the most shocking to see more upsets here at Bounty. It's just wasn't the one I was expecting.
B-Stick's just been in this team for so long. These guys have been around for so long. About time they get to show us all what they're made of in a big way.
Modo double on the AWP, 5-0. Everyone's getting shut out. Donk yet to start off in his first game of the season. And Sinner's not getting ahead of themselves. Sitting back and relaxing, allowing the save here of Team Spirit in a 2-on-5. Now, obviously, a lot of talk around Spirit right now, Harry. Everyone's talking about the awards, and I think we can all agree it's a bit of a robbery. You know? It's kind of not cool. Like, how did Magix not get Streamer of the Year?
There we go. There we go. You sly with it. That's fair.
Right?
Well,
if JL got it, or got nominated the year prior, I think Magix... Did you watch his stream? They were the best.
No, they were really good.
3 months of the best streams of the year.
I loved his streams.
They were the best.
The little Kyle Sucky as well, like just on the stream at all times.
At all times. Strong as hell.
No, it was a really good stream. Kind of the biggest travesty, I guess, of him rejoining Spirit is I presume they're not going to be as frequent.
I assume not. Yeah, just the biggest tragedy of the awards, I think, so far. Maybe next year. All right, Spirit. Not going to poke you with a stick yet, but I am waiting.
Why do the admin struggle with Sinners, Hugo?
Why?
Because they always check PC.
That's good.
There you go, see?
He's on it.
Look, we got check jokes. That's all of them, but...
Just the one joke, actually.
Yeah, well, you made one earlier.
Sure.
All right, bit of mid-aggression. Boost up in the window. Nice way for Kisarek to shut down the lower push.
Back to ramp here, Donk at the front. Does miss that flash, so Donk finds his 5v4. Sees that open spawn as well. They've got to be careful getting past this. The bomb is still stuck on Shiro as Donk takes a bit more space. Good flash to get Shiro out and about, but that orb is not giving up the line. Living and dying for this control. Connector still corrupted. Donk does not know. Oh, he finds out. He finds out all right. Bomb going down now. Stressen double, drops Donk, bomb planted. Oh. Stressen's not stopping. He's got them all. 9-1 on Stressen. Absolute showboater, stealing the glory.
Damn. I mean, this is crazy. Like, it's the way these rounds have been going that's giving you so much concern right now. The individuals are looking so switched on for the Sinners. This is obviously a team as well, a little more used to the realms of online CS. And they are thriving right now versus the new old look Team Spirit. Coming into this as heavy underdogs, but trying to showcase exactly what they're made of and, well, precisely why they wanted to play Spirit so badly. This is Spirit's map pick as well, just to make matters worse. Here's an opener for Team Spirit, one that goes untraded, and Donk will sweeten the deal.
There we go.
Okay, if they lose this 5v3, half's cooked.
Definitely true. They need this. So grouping back for the B hits. Tania out under. Zontix replenishing Util alongside Tania. So Spirit making it look like mid-control late in the round, but they are going to walk into this empty B-bomb site. So, should be fine.
One of my favorite kind of memes of the last few, I guess like year would be the right phrasing actually. The last year, Hugo.
Yeah.
It's the mini-map screenshots. That's always where my eyes dart to whenever a really important big man advantage round is happening.
Just looking at the mini-map.
Yeah, I was getting, you know, I thought this one would have made a beautiful screenshot if Sinners won it, but they didn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would happen. Full save from the get-go. And we all know the mini-map screenshots are only valid for one team, Harry.
Yeah, true.
They only apply to one team.
I know.
Yeah, it's not funny when it's anyone else.
I don't know. I still find them pretty funny.
I don't. I only find them funny on one team.
What team?
Can't remember. Sure, looking for the B pick. Sinner's not making it easy, giving away no kills here. Break on the smoke. They've got ideas in their pocket, and Modo picks Donk top mid thanks to the HE on the smoke. Very nice opener. And look who you found as well. That must give you a sigh of relief on the Sinners squad. Donk removed. Now looking at an A execute, and these are hard rounds to call your way out of. 3 strong on A. Shock up top.
Molly forces him into that fight. Magic's able to collect the opener. Down to 1 health in the process, but he still leads the charge. Rest of the team in behind him. Attempted a ballsy drop for Kisarek, and maybe a decision they'll live to regret. Still Magic's low, and he's the only guy with kills in this round. Gonna need to get some more mileage out of Shiro and Tania in this one. Up until now, Magix has been down to hold their hand and get them through the start of this round. But when it comes to getting that bomb planted and closing it in the 3-on-3, surely it's got to be someone else. Now close in, get past the site men, and that just leaves Tania. And he's shot in the back. Sinners right back to their winning ways.
Seemed super uncomfortable. 3 players staying triple. Would have loved to see Spirit take control somewhere, go towards jungle, get connector back, have a post-plant position. They saw a player in jungle, but he's able to reset CT, and that just leaves Spirit paranoid in the open, unmoving. Looking a little stiff here, Harry.
And so, Spirit were the defending champions, you say?
2-time, actually. Picked up both seasons of Bounty last year.
And were there any nervous signs, do you remember, from the online stages for Spirit?
I don't recall. I think they were pretty clean.
Handy.
Yeah, pretty clean, I think, last time. Warp is finally out for Shiro, though.
They went flawlessly in stage 1 through the online portion. In stage 2, they did lose 2 maps. 1 in each series. Sorry, in like season 2.
Gotcha. Well, Shiro's found a 5v4. Spirit need to break into this half here and now. They won that 5v3 on the B side, but not getting given much here. Sinners playing the clock, back in their bomb site, leaving the A side as well, shot rotating. Spirit get up connector, A is looking tantalizing. One man hiding inside of the site. It's kind of the man of the hour, Stressen, 11-1. Donk up connector. Donk with a lot to do, but Donk's good for the trade. Magix dies for his star. Stressen survives the Molotov.
And so he's going to go unchecked. Stressen, they will clear him. He was in position to do big damage. That's a massive clear for Shiro. That round was ready to get pulled out from under them. But it might just be hands-tied force here for the Sinners. Sorry, save rather.
He's got smoke kits. He's hanging around. Moda was leaving. Now he's coming back in.
What are we saying? Last second?
I think so. No, surely not. Get that mini-map back up right now because Modo's moving in with a shot. Smoke on the bomb. He's got a kit. He won't commit. He could have. And arguably should have. They have the money.
Terrorists win.
I think that's a wasted opportunity.
At least they take the AWP out of play. That's gone.
Sure, yeah. Removing Shiro. But he's going to be able to rebuy one. God, I would love to see that try.
Yeah, especially like, I mean, if they had more perfect info, I guess, there's still like an extra player they don't really know the whereabouts of in that whole thing. Probably just thinking you're going to run up and get spammed from 2 directions at once. But actually, it was only Tania in range to stop that defuse.
If anything, Shiro jumping over stairs is what wins them the round, as much as it looks a bit troll because it keeps Spirit there near the site. If he doesn't, if he just goes back, they might be able to sneak in last second.
That's like the round. I mean, Shiro with like multiple round defining moments.
Yeah, there was time from here, but it's okay. It's okay.
Especially with like that bomb was even planted like wider than usual. I feel like you would have had an even better angle to defuse as a result.
6-2 and some pace here for Spirit, up short with a rambunctious move from Donk. Their backs are turned. They don't know what they're running into. It's Donk. Double entry, round done. Quick and clean as you like. We waited. Bomb has been planted. And he has arrived. They're going to go hunting as well.
Like, man, we want more rounds like this out of Donk because right now, Zway's been more impressive.
Sure.
It's true, though.
It's true. Was it ever Donk v Sway? Was that ever the conversation?
No one thought it was.
I thought it was Magix v Sway.
Well, no, because now it's Magix v Chopper.
Oh, okay. What about Zontix?
He's just better.
Than who?
Anyone?
Oh, okay. Miroslav. Zontix.
Nothing says better like 1 and 6.
Wait till CT side.
Exactly. That's where he's going to get his mileage.
Swinging out top mid, we got a player committed. Sinners haven't really been fighting for mid, so it's a bit of a change for Kisarek. Getting involved, getting out without even a shave. Shiro supporting Donk. But Sinners have not been ever re-clearing mid or going for info. They've been trusting in their site holds. And Spirit have been looking to abuse this B bomb site. That much is clear. This round, no exception. Ladder player could cause some commotion. Donk coming in for the clear. Good Molotov. Finds Stressen with ease. MP9 backside, this should be Spirits.
Yeah, again, just a bit of a gap over towards short, and Donk is going to take those gaps in his stride. Really awkward timing for B-Stick at the back of the site. And it might just be another save here. Suddenly having a go at that Ninja all those rounds ago doesn't feel like it would have been that bad of a move for Sinners, as that was the last time they were in a super winnable position.
Hello. Bit of peekaboo on the way out. Oh, okay.
Oh, smooth moves from Modo.
Wow. How long's he got on him? Donk's waiting. Oh, Modo gets it. 9 and 1 right now.
Dropped the second O because this is the Ministry of Defense from Modo, man. He's holding down the Palace push. Does not want to part with the AWP, but won't be given the choice.
No one holds better than Shiro. We know that. So there is a punish right at the end, and the money is now an issue for Sinners. So yes, it was a slow start for Team Spirit, no doubt about it, but with continued B splits come continued rounds here for Spirit, and it's going to get better. 2K a player, going to have to be Eco.
It does just feel kind of right, though, doesn't it? Seeing those 4 faces on Spirit side by side.
It's true.
And then a new guy on the end.
Vibes Merchant to near. And hopefully a lot more room on these T sides especially to be lurking, to be an extremity player. We know this guy can be really sharp, so...
Curious how Magix and Tania get on. Because they're both kind of jokesters, you know? But, like, I would say different in how they go about it.
Oh, careful. Ladder as well. Bait and switch here for Sinners. Does get one. Donk will not let them take Shiro's AWP. Not on his watch. Stressen shut down as well, and the eco put to the wayside by Team Spirit. Here's the final buy for Sinners. No longer with momentum. They've got to earn this one.
Yeah. You know, you're already kind of feeling a bit rough at how this has gone from this lights out, fantastic start, sat 6-1 up, feeling real good. And then you kind of let Spirit go on a string of rounds. Where you could still feel nice about this first half is if you secured the 7th here, for the reason that you just said, feeling like you had to fight for it, like you had to earn it, and you still went on to win out the half. Also just to feel like you clawed something back after giving Spirit a lifeline in this game. Donk has been an issue, though, as he's very much warmed up into this series. And mid is now his domain.
They didn't fight mid or half. They finally try and do it, and they remember why. Brutal double entry. And now Shiro just waits, and he lets them walk into his crosshair. In they go. Good flash. But no punish onto Shiro. He's able to try again. Ontix is lurking Palace, and Donker's joining him on the ramp. 2v1 here against Shock. Does hold his own, but trade is imminent. And no one on this A site to stop Team Spirit. They're going to hear the drop.
Yeah, Magix with a free kill just on a platter. Stressen, he's played a fantastic game thus far, but expecting him to find some headway in this 1v4 is wishful thinking. You know where he is, and Magix seals it with a swing down there in middle. That is the recovery with 5 in a row from Team Spirit to level out on Mirage.
I mean, unforgettable names in all through Counter-Strike. I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used, the way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the AWP. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks. The NIP guys, because of the streak that they went on. The Fnatic guys who established an era. There's always greatness there. I think for Pasha, I think what made him was his personality. Having someone being that outspoken and that strong and provide emotions and provide his thoughts and be entertaining in a way that the audience can connect with and fans can connect with and we as commentators can connect with. He was always able to get kills, and despite that, you'd see these moments where you were like, how is this guy a pro? Like the way he walked around corners, the way he stepped into a 1v1. In fact, pros at the time even had a name for it called the Pasha peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever. That was kind of the greatness defining mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015, he was such a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot, fall back, find new cover, and he was like a master of this kind of like retreating off defense that would just pick a player off. So you add all that together with his leadership and kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he developed with the Brazilians, and Fallen's just in some ways a complete package of greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its maximum potential. ZywOo is someone who just has incredible consistency, sharp with the AWP as well as the AK-47, extremely versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple's greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to ever touch it. His motivation at some point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside the server.
Simple, are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple.
And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might not ever be achieved again. For me, I think the GOAT conversation is a fun one. Device is the greatest CSGO player of all time. 4 majors, 21 MVPs, 20 MVPs. He was the center point for the greatest team of all time of that Astralis lineup. And then we get to ZywOo, and he's going to take the mantle of the greatest player of all time. It's just a matter of time before everyone kind of gets on board and accepts that. Someone like m0NESY, someone like Donk should be next in line to have some kind of a GOAT status conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in his first rookie year. If he's doing this in year 1, where is he going to develop into? But it's competition and it's Counter-Strike, and things can change in a heartbeat.
Spirit's brand new roster under a microscope here in this head-to-head versus the Sinners. And it might have been a really, really good start for the Sinners squad. Set up 6-1. We were very impressed with what they were bringing to the table. And it was a couple of absences for Spirit that really stood out. Well, one of them's been course-corrected in a very big way. Donk went from struggling in the first 7 or so rounds of play to absolutely dominating the middle portion of the map, being a constant problem and one that Sinners just couldn't figure out. Now they move over to the CT side, do Team Spirit. They're going to look to try and get a bit of revenge on Sinners.
Some nice sacrificial moments from Magix as well as a captain. And let's see how this defense looks. Eyes especially on Zontix on CT halves of Mirage, but not in this pistol because the A site's been taken. Donk coming back in. Late to fire off, but nails his first shot as the flash connects to Kisarek. Donk looking for damage out from spawn. They start flooding Shiro on the stairs. One for him, and they are just decimated in this pistol round. Not a single kill for the Sinners as Team Spirit come in clean and take a pistol round in this game. Keeping up their streak as well. That's 6 straight.
Six in a row, yeah. And I think it all started with that 2v3 that Sinners kind of were committed to and then backed away from. It didn't feel like much when that happened. You know, everything was going right for the Sinners. But past that one moment in the game, they literally haven't won a round. Coming through with a force buy.
Nice.
There he is again. You've absolutely hated facing Donk over in mid. And I don't think you're going to be loving it by the end of this game.
Zontix is still shooting bodies. Kills one, tags up the other. Goes hunting, does Shiro, and they finish the job with ease. Force by put down here by Team Spirit. And Sinners, it was a nice, exciting slapdash start. And as this game is stabilized, so have Team Spirit. No celebration, no time for it for Sinners. Can they break back into this game? Will have to be next round. Bomb Palace, 4B, but they cancelled. And the bomb's about to get lost anyway. Oh, chill. Shiro found it. It's a nice hunt from Shiro.
Why did it feel like Moto headshot him like 5 times?
Yeah, right.
That's crazy.
Oh, is Zontix going to make that? He did. Dropped the M4, they picked it up Con, and he hit the jump. Well, he jumped into window. Got the other one. So
thoughts you go on Magix?
What about what specifically? Anything in general?
How are you finding him in the team?
Bro, it's been like 15 rounds. Look at you laughing.
What did he have in the background there? It looked like
I didn't see
something. I don't know, like a
He's
suit.
got black hair, bro. Suit maybe from the awards?
Yeah, but it looked like a cutout, like a printout. Maybe he is a printout of himself in a suit.
Yeah, or Kyle Saki, was it?
Yeah, it could be Kyle Saki.
Where did that come from?
I just remember Chad calling him it a bunch.
Okay.
Because of the whole Kiyosuke, like not being able to say his name, so not like he's Jake Sucky's brother or something.
Okay.
Well, a man advantage for Spirit here in the first gun round of the Sinners. Oh my god. This has become so dominant the other way.
Yeah.
It almost makes you forget that they were 6-1 up.
Stressen was like 11-1.
Yeah. He literally...
Moda was 9-0.
Oh my god, they're just not even getting kills anymore. They're just dying instantly.
Look at him go!
On the peaks. Shiro with a bit of aggression because he's got teammates there to back him up. Okay. Now this is pod racing, Hugo, okay? This is what we came here for.
It's the spirit we expected to see. All I'm wondering is, where is Zontix? Am I tripping or have we not seen him? There he is. Zontix.
Face you make.
Where's he hiding?
Zone.
Turn the camera on. I want to see that jawline.
Maybe that's why he had to leave Spirit for a bit.
Yeah?
He got surgery to make himself look like David Hasselhoff.
Bone smashing.
Why'd you say it like Nigel Thornberry?
Smashing. Just a bit of, what do they call it? Looks-maxing?
Looks-maxing,
That's
yeah.
the one. Oh, okay.
Tasting their own medicine for a change. Someone else dies instantly on a peak, and it's not the Sinners. Donk. Well, he'll decide against hanging around. Shiro. Don't know how he finds nothing there. Wow. There was a line of Sinners players.
Robbed. Spray them all down, but they trade effectively. Stressen with a big 3K. And Magic's not much you can do from this position, so it's just going to be a combat save. Exits would be nice, but not required.
Okay. When we see Magic's on the camera, Hugo, I need you to pay attention because there is like a sliver of just something that looks like someone wearing a suit in the background, and you're not gonna be able to tell me what it is.
Okay.
But
isn't it just a suit?
No, it's like a cardboard cutout. I don't know what I saw. What is that? You see?
That is a cardboard cutout
of a suit.
Well, no, it looks 3D, but who is it?
The men in black are there.
Is it a post? Oh wait, there's two. What? Someone has some abs.
Right, now I'm like even more confused.
We need to.
I have to know. I don't know why
We need to
really got my attention.
Who is the abs man? I do like seeing the players like home setups. It is funny.
It's sick just to have a little window. I'm already really parasocial with every player, but I feel even more so doing these games.
No wonder Zontix turned it off. You weirdo.
Oh, he would hate that we're seeing his life. He's like that. I know him.
All right, Tamir. This timing could be awkward though. Coming back out of Palace, Tamir hugs the wall. Gotta turn back. He didn't check it. And Kisarek kisses him goodnight. Sinners with a huge opportunity to not get insta reset. Back-to-back rounds on the table. Zontix clearing middle. So they go back to B. That smoke begins to fade and Sinners begin to run.
Oh, shock opener. And now Zontix left is the only defense. He's got teammates moving in. Won't find anything, and with Donk cut down, they will break through the defense. 1v4 now for Shiro as he strikes the first from the tally. But I don't think Shiro's in the business of giving this one a go.
Nice to see Sinners get a really good, I mean, they earned a really good opportunity here. Back-to-back rounds, finding the 5v4 off of a Tinea info play. And those double nades from short did almost no damage from Spirit, but they completely gave away the positions. And so Sinners use that to their advantage and find an 8th round. It's not just a breaking of the streak, it's a building of their own.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, he's upped his camera. How did they do it? Are we telling him to up his camera?
No, I guess that they just had it cropped in to be...
Okay. So I don't know who they were in the background. I couldn't tell you.
They're characters, Hugo,
Yeah,
obviously.
Obviously they're characters.
If I could see them again, maybe I could tell you what they're from.
God, you're making so many bloody requests.
Okay.
Go on.
That is... Hang on a second. I'm doing some research. Is it bad that we don't know who these guys are?
I don't think so.
Who are they? Chat, I'm resorting to y'all, the smartest people. Who was that in the background of Magic's room?
Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
I thought you were answering, and I'm like, I don't think that's Jesus. He's changed a lot since I learned about him.
Jacked.
They updated him for the modern day. Put him in a tux and an eye patch.
Gave him an iPad.
Okay. Sinners, they have made this second half a bit more intriguing now. Taking a handful of rounds on the T side, starting to build a bit of momentum. And ENCE.CET on an A play. Tanir, full blind, wrecked by the util, but still alive. Molly forces him out and into the open. There's Shiro to trade on Tanir's death, and that will keep the advantage for Spirit neatly tucked in.
Donk's locked out by the smoke, and they're trying to take jungle back. He's in connector. What a flick from B-Stick. Donk deleted. Magic's with a chance, and B-Stick has the cover of his teammate. Shiro has to save them. He can't. The firepower of Sinners right now. Bomb has been planted. Popping heads. Zontix 1v3, back in the server, 6 months out. What's he got?
Oh, the reload is so anxiety-inducing, but no swing, no punish. It comes a little later from Shock. As the Zontix will get quelled, Sinners bring this match even closer. A one-round game now. Spirit thought they were well on their way to the win with a huge streak of 9 rounds. But Sinners still have fight left in them.
What a shot from B-Stick, and the follow-up as well. His teammate was getting shot by Magic's. NT for Zontix, very close on the clutch. And now it's Spirit force buying back in to try and stay in the lead. This is Spirit's map pick, keep in mind. Sinners looking to steal it away. Boost comes up into the ladder. Zontix will need support. Oh, what? Full blind! Full blind, just fired.
All right. That's pretty gnarly. Dead after the first, but an impressive shot. Window smoke fades, and suddenly you're really all in on this mid-fight, and, well, that's exactly what Spirit wanted. One back for Shock, and Kisarek gonna try and take room on the Palace drop, but heard from Spawn. That's an easy kill for Magic's. Now it's just Shock. Apparently it's characters from Yakuza. That's what it is in the background, Hugo.
Okay.
Which, maybe I should...
Are you happy now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got my answer.
Good.
So I didn't know he was a fan of them. I've watched some videos on him. But here's Shock 1v3. Spot the spawn. 30 seconds.
Ooh, nade.
Oh, he's kind of fumbled the nade, but it goes in eventually. Just too deep to deal with Magic's. Still gets out with the plant. Okay, Shock, are you getting something going here? Util raining in. Oh, whittled on down by Magic's out of the spawn, and thank goodness Zontix was there just to keep it all healthy and in check. And not in check the way Sinners would have liked.
Nice. They're international after all. Shocked Magic's gets away with that much spam. I mean, he got mollied into the corner and he's spamming the whole time. A couple of bullets through that wall would have put him into a 1v1. Nice try for Shock. Zontix the anti-clutch. Team Spirit survive on that force buy. Sinners get another try, another swing of the king, all powerful Moda on the boost. These are where the games get very hard to upset as an underdog. Late in the map, where you really feel the impact of a mistake or a missed opportunity. Where the game is decided by these next couple of rounds. Can Shock, or rather can Sinners, keep their cool? Donk trying to find these short players, breaking the smoke open, but just missed that cross. Second try might be the one.
Oh, that nade was savage, but... Oh, Donk has lined up a double on that short pop. Orp still out there. Donk's found a third. No vision over this con smoke. He's just spamming it. It's all coming up, Donk. All right, then.
Run
there
that back.
we go. He was slow to start, slow to get going, but boy, is he here now.
4 kills, 3 of them through smoke. Zontix with high damage, and Donk finishes every single one. Just making holes in smoke and making holes in Sinners. Fully sprayed. Smoke is not a wall. And Donk's had enough.
Yeah, he wants this over and done with, and he wants it over now. Likely doesn't enjoy the fact that Spirit were pushed to this much of a limit on Mirage. It's their pick in the series. And okay, 4K in the last round, 2 already in this one. Let's see, where is the limit for Donk versus the Sinners?
Oh, he's going to keep pushing it. Back to window with another peek. That's a nice shot for Shock. Donk just missed that timing in mid, and Shock has double entried with Deagle. Not going to overcommit. They're coming up con right now. Donk needs to finish what he started. It might have to be the ace. He has 6 bullets.
6 shots in the AK. Oh my god! And there's the Deagle that shot him down. That was a sick round of Counter-Strike right there.
Dude, Shock, how does Shock take the cake? 3-1 Deags when Donk's doing dastardly things in middle. Shock from bottom of the board with a couple of lovely rounds in this T side. And it keeps Sinners in it for one more. What a display of aim in this game from both teams. Some extremely sharp shooting from the Sinners. Only beaten by Donk. B hit, nobody home. Double short, Shiro on the cross. If Shiro doesn't nail his opening shot, Sinner's going to get a lot of room in this site.
Oh, that's even worse.
Uh-oh.
Magic's with an MP9. What's he supposed to do? And now it's just Tanir.
Gotta save, they need this gun.
Dude, this is on the verge of going into OT. And yeah, you're dead on. If this gun doesn't get out, that's nothing for Spirit moving forward. Do we really have overtime on this one? Sinners seem to think so.
What a surprise.
Dude, it's been a sick display. Like, I mean, if anything, if they kind of came in and steamrolled Spirit in that first half at the initial 6-1, I think that might have removed some credit from this. The fact that Spirit were able to get over the slow start, level up. You know, you've got Donk nearly 30 kills deep in this game. Like, this is all the usual win conditions being met right now. And Sinners have been able to match them as the game's continued. I think this is more impressive than if they had just run away with that initial scoreline.
Absolutely. Coming back in the game when you're ready to doubt them out. 9 rounds straight for Team Spirit. Then a streak of 3 for Sinners. And they've been trading out now to try and drag us into OT. Tanir has saved Donk and AK. I can only presume. And if Donk has an AK, there is still a chance here. There is still a shot.
One of the most tragic things about him getting given guns so often is you don't get to see the Donk Deagle a hell of a lot.
Yeah, true. It's also nasty, but you know what? AK will do.
Yeah, he'll make it work.
I'll allow it. Force an opener, trading his teammate here on the ramp. Not needed. Tanir gets an upgrade. And this is how the cookie can often crumble.
Yeah, don't have it come unraveled now. This is meant to be the easy round. You've won the tricky ones.
There's no easy round against Team Spirit.
Oh, good turn for Stressen.
Just trying to hide now. Live in this little
they're going. If they go A, what are they going into, Hugo?
Donk, AK. Stressen can't move. He is trapped here. And they are boxing him in. Tanir's been picked. Donk, donk, donk. What have you got? Wait. Bomb's going back?
Yeah, they have apartments still. This late in the round. B-Stick never left, and so they're going to dodge the rifle. They're expecting rotates right now. They're not going to get the rotates in towards the A site, so they will still have some fights left to win, but they at least put distance between themselves and this AK.
Great call here from Sinners. They know B has been weak all game. It's Magix and Zontix, and they haven't held it many times.
5-7. There's the opener. Missed shot from the Moto Orb. Magix just retrieves a molly off the ground. He's able to slow this down even more now. Those trades aren't available. They're waiting for Stressen to come in, but he's held. It's being considered. They might have dodged the rifle. They might have played in to just these pistols, but even that's been enough for this to come undone for the Sinners. This was a very commendable effort, but not meant to be, because when all is said and done, Spirit will level up and lock in Mirage.
Yeah, you can dodge Donk, but you can't dodge Death. Spirit take their map pick.
Just when you think you've avoided the AK, just when you think you've made it to the weak site, a cheeky little 5-7 in the hands of Magix tilts this one in the favor of Spirit anyway. Good to have him back, and well, that was a bit more of a nervous one for Spirit than we were thinking at one point. That nearly went to overtime, Jacob.
Yeah, I'm surprised by how close it was, obviously. I don't think anyone really saw that coming for Team Spirit to struggle that much against Sinners. That is one way of looking at it. Another way is looking at Sinners playing way above anyone could have really anticipated. I said it coming into it. You look at the lineup, you look at the results. They've been owning it up, you know, before the player break, went on a win streak, been really doing well in Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike, and obviously that gives you confidence, but taking it from beating teams, you know, that is ranked number 30, number 40 in the world consistently, to going toe-to-toe versus Team Spirit, going toe-to-toe versus Donk, I didn't see that one coming. I think there's a case to be made that this game probably should have gone overtime. So, yeah, well done to Sinners. And, you know, for Spirit, a win is a win, Mike. And I gotta say, you know, Donk doing what Donk does always, which is playing Counter-Strike at a ridiculously high level. They cannot really be happy with the way they won. But then again, a win is a win, and that's the only thing that matters for Spirit.
Always the case. At the end of the day, by hook or by crook, a win is indeed a win. It's, I mean, there's more to unpack here. I think you're absolutely right that Sinners played above expectations. Stressen in particular really showing something. Half, yeah. Lighting the world on fire there towards the end as well. But at first half in particular, having those big moments. Moto strong on the AWP. It is funny as well because it's such a top-heavy scoreboard that when you look at it in isolation, you almost don't expect the scoreline to have been that close.
Yeah.
But they just had those impact rounds where they take control, where they force Spirit into those saves.
Yeah,
there's a lot to like from Sinners.
There's a lot to like from Sinners, and as you saw in this highlight package as well, they're obviously up to a good start, and that's what kind of makes this game competitive. Had they not been up 5-1, 6-1, you're thinking to yourself, all right, maybe Spirit would have got going a little bit earlier, and then I don't really think Sinners would have believed in a potential comeback. Second half, again, they're off to a bit of a bad start. Then they have to reinvent themselves, and they're all of a sudden fighting from behind. And that's where it gets impressive to me. I wouldn't have faltered Sinners at all if they got off to the good start. You know, you get off to a 6-1 lead, you finish the half 6-6, and then second half kind of unfolds. You never really get started, and you lose the map 13-7, 13-8. However, they fostered a comeback. They applied pressure towards Team Spirit. And as we said, Mike, the last round right here, you know, money-wise, and even the situation in the round where it was a 4v4, it felt like the Sinners should have pushed it to overtime. So overall, I think they should be proud and happy about their performance, especially considering that it is Spirit's map pick as well. Then again, you do such a good amount of work and then you don't win, so that kind of sucks too.
Well, there is always this fundamental problem. Magic set it up nicely for us in the pregame interview. There is this one strat that Spirit have that they can always deploy, which is don't go kill. And he certainly did do a lot of that in this map, as he so often does. Sets a high standard for himself, then continues to clear it. Our #2 overall player of the year, opener of the year. Absolutely phenomenal Counter-Strike player. Just, he can even phase through walls, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying, Dong is obviously the spearhead of Team Spirit. He's always a joy to watch. And as I said, I think one way of looking at it, you know, it's boring to say, yeah, Dong is the best player on the server. We know that. He's arguably the best player in the world. We know that. But you heard from a lot of other of these star players that online Counter-Strike, they don't really feel it. They're not too comfortable in it. We can only disappoint. You know? Dong doesn't give a damn about that. You know, you'll never hear him say,
in the ping.
Exactly. You'll never hear him say, yeah, it's online Counter-Strike, so it doesn't really matter. Or, you know, my performance, you know, it can be good, it can be bad. It doesn't matter what he does. He's just going to play well every single time.
I mean, he literally developed his signature peaking style because he had to compensate for terrible ping when he was coming up in the first place. So kind of an astonishing guy at all levels. Looking on over at somebody who was astonishing. We've already touched on him a little bit, but I want to touch a little bit more on him. I said touch too many times. It's gotten weird. Now let's talk about Stressern. Really a nice revelation here. And I do think we actually have an interview from B-Stick where we could talk a little bit more about that. If that's ready, I'd love to go ahead and give that a whirl. Nope, it's not quite ready. So we'll talk about him a little bit first. He had a really impressive game, going strong into some of those entries, some of those dynamic plays, really sharp, and now he's ready in my ears. So let's go ahead and give that a listen. I'm here with B-Stick ahead of his matchup against Spirit. Now, B-Stick, this Sinners team coming on in. You've gone a little bit further afield. You've been expanding the team of late outside of just your region, or outside of just your country, rather. How do you think Sinners is coming into 2026? How's your form?
I feel like we are doing fine. Obviously, the change was, I would say, at some point a bit necessary in order for us to improve. So it looks good so far.
I like to hear it. Anything in particular we should be watching out on? Anything you think might surprise us? Moto coming on in? Any players who might catch us off guard here?
I think you should always watch for Stressern. He's one of the biggest prospects, I would say. And he has a, I would say, bright future ahead of him.
And B-Stick told no lies. Bright future indeed. Some huge moments here, Jacob.
Yeah, especially in the beginning of the game. This 4-kill is outstanding. You know, another moment where you think, okay, Team Spirit, you're going to fight your way back into it, but he's just instant in every single duel. And you can see that he's playing with confidence. I love when a player is putting his body on the server. And what I mean by that is you can see he's right swinging out. He's not hawking a wall. He's not giving himself a jiggle peek opportunity. He's basically throwing himself 100% into every single fight, believing that I'm going to win this one. I'm going to win the next one. I'm going to win the third one. And doing that against Team Spirit requires some confidence and some skill level.
It certainly does. He demonstrated heaps of both. And now the question is, have we seen enough from Sinners to make us think they can make a real series of it? They've made a map of it, but it is always tough. And for a Spirit team that's playing their first official, not that Sinners aren't as well, you do have that aspect of maybe settling back in. Yes, they're familiar players in Magics and Zontics.
Yeah.
But there is still that moment of getting familiar again.
I mean, the realist in me will say Sinners have already won by making it so close on Mirage. I think they also missed their window of opportunity. I think if they wanted to make a series out of this, they had to capitalize on the fact that Spirit was off to a slow start. They had to win Mirage in order to make it a series. So my short answer is no. I don't think I've seen enough for Team Sinners in order to believe that this is going to be a series. And that has nothing to do with how well they played on Mirage. It's more so looking at Team Spirit, looking at Dog, knowing that they are not only 1 or 2 levels ahead. They're supposed to be a team that in a couple of weeks, or sorry, in 1 week actually, are going to fight for a trophy inside this studio. So Sinners have done above expectations. Spirit will close out this series relatively easy, I have no doubt.
Speaking about that, Spirit, I mean, all of our eyes are on the reintegration of Magix and Zontix, right? What Magix is going to look like as an IGL, how Zontix is going to be playing coming off of his break. He had a little bit of a slower start. What do you think? I mean, we didn't really see them out of positions or doing anything wildly new here. What do you think about what we saw from them on Mirage?
I mean, I'm not going to make any conclusions. It wasn't a great game by neither of the two on Mirage per se. Zontix, it's hard to evaluate him. I feel like he's also the type of player that I remember when he was in Spirit the first time that thrives against better opposition. Whenever he's playing a good team, whenever he's playing, I guess, fundamentally sound Counter-Strike, that's when we saw some of the best work coming out of Zontix. So how well does he do in his first online map on Mirage against the Sinners? Honestly, I don't really care, to be completely honest. I want to see him play inside the studio, so all that should be the focus for Spirit now is to qualify for the playoff, and then we can start to evaluate on Zontix.
That's fair. That's reasonable. That's the realist. It's not what I want, Jacob. I want bold predictions. Spirit gonna win a major this year? Let's make some wild predictions based on one map of Counter-Strike that we've seen.
Okay, sure thing. You want a hot take? Yeah, Spirit are gonna be in a major grand final.
Gonna be in a grand final, but you won't commit to them winning one.
It's impossible to tell.
That's impossible to tell. All right, ever the realist, but you heard it here first. They will be in a major grand final, and if they're not, you know where to find him on Twitter, on social media, Instagram. He started a biking Instagram now as well, if you want to see that. Some lovely thighs in spandex, mostly. We are going to be tucking ourselves into whatever we need to get ready for Nuke, because it's another map of play, Spirit and Sinners. Can Sinners remain in this tournament? We'll find out after this. back on into the action here at the Blast Bounty, where I'm squeezing hot takes out of Pimp like toothpaste out the bottom of the tube. But we'll leave that analogy alone for the moment. We're going to dive into Nuke here between Sinners and Spirit. And set the table for me, Jacob. What should we expect out of this map?
Sinners love to play Nuke. On their respective level, they love to play Nuke. They've done it 9 times, in the last 3 months, and they won 8 of those games. Now, I was looking through, okay, who are they beating? Well, they beat Spirit Academy, and I guess that's one way to start, you know. So they've taken down the, I guess, smaller version of Team Spirit. They've also beat Monty, they beat Friendly Campers, so they beat some of the teams at this tournament that we've been positively surprised by. So something tells me that Sinners play at a relatively high level. The problem is Team Spirit, again, we're talking about a team at a different level. And yeah, one may argue that Nuke wasn't the strongest map they had in the pool. There was especially some concerns about Chopper and Sway playing inside, but guess what's changed, Mike?
They're gone.
They're gone. Chopper and Sway is no longer inside because they're no longer on the team. So I expect to see a new Team Spirit. And, you know, judging by the players that got back in Magix and Sontics, they used to be guards on the inner bomb side. So where's the weakness all of a sudden?
And are we expecting them to slot right back into those spots, 1-for-1 for what Chopper and Sway were doing?
I don't know. I mean, Magix and Ramp, I feel like we all remember that. I think Sontics playing inside, we all remember that. So I'd be surprised if they're not going to reposition into their old positions. Question is, how are the players around them going to accommodate for that?
I do think this is one of those maps where it will be very interesting to see how much Magix's fingerprints are all over it already, because there were some really disappointing losses at times for Spirit on this map. It feels like a map they should be very good at. They should be very dominant with the sharpness that you have with a player like Donks, the reliability of your anchors, the sharpness of Shiro's AWP as well. Wasn't always borne out. So this could be a hallmark of a new Spirit.
I think so too, and it's also to open up a conversation that we haven't had, which is something I think people should look out for. The fact that Tenea probably gets a bit more comfortable in some of the CT side positions. I think when you bring in Magix and you bring in Sontics, then you free up more of the more fun positions for Tenea, and he should be thriving. So that's the player I want to look out for here.
Well, it's time to start this map off with a truth nuke for our casters. Those are Kiryu and Majima from the Yakuza games. Take it away, Harry and Hugo.
Thank you, Mike. He gave us the answer. Good old Mike. He's always reliable, man. It's a nice throw. He answered my questions. But Hugo, we have questions of our own, man. Spirit, Sinners, who's going to come out on top here on Nuke?
Is that the question?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's my question. I think I'm pretty bullish on Spirit, even with the slowish
Okay,
start.
but come on. There's I'm looking at that first map. Don't get me wrong. Sick from Spirit. Love that we're getting to watch the new look team. Sinners pushed them to the very, very brink, man, and that was Spirit's map pick. Now we go to Nuke, a really, really solid map for the Sinners, and one where if you're a new roster with a new captain trying to figure out some new positions, that it could be really, really hard to slot into and play. Do you share those kind of feelings or not?
Yeah, Nuke could be difficult, definitely, but you know, I'm not calling an upset from this point. I'm more interested in the fact that Sinners get to play their map pick now. If that wasn't their map pick, what can they show us here on Nuke? What they prepped on the T side, where they know they'll start, and I'm more interested actually in Spirit's T side on this map.
Yeah,
I think Chopper's T side on Nuke was pretty ugly at times, and so have they got a bit more pep in their step today? Do Spirit? Let's find
Certainly felt like Magix was more than prepared to fall on his sword for Donk at any moment in that opening map.
We'd like to see that. A hit in this pistol, Julie's up top.
Shiro, it's nice, it's easy. They climb out under him and he's there with dual Berettas ready to go. So maybe a flawless pistol here from Team Spirit.
Shiro didn't even get the kill. Donk took it away. 2 from him, 2 from Tenea. Spirit starting stronger. Saw Beastick hyping up Stressen, saying he's one of the hot prospects right now, someone to look out for. We definitely saw that, right? I think a lot of credit must go to some of these individuals on Sinners. I think a lot of them had their moments, right? Stressen with a lot of crazy flicks on the rifle, Shock with those deeks, had Moto AWPing well as well. So there's definitely things to like on this Sinners team, no doubt about that. But is there enough to take down Team Spirit, who have warmed up and have something to prove here at the Bounty?
Look at how satisfyingly that's fallen in the kind of in line with the yellow line.
Wow, beautiful. Not getting that back.
Show me that bomb one more time. Come on, J-Raz. You got a good camera for it. I know. No. I've made too many demands.
Much going on. You have been very demanding today.
I've been so demanding today, dude. I hate myself.
We've got to employ a new person just to do what you want, Harry. That's what it feels like. Shiro running for them when they're on clocks. And so, simply done here as the buy round comes in for Sinners.
Zontix on the cameras? No way!
Oh, we did request it.
We haven't seen him yet. There he is. He still looks the same. Which is always good, I guess. Like, would have been weird if he looked completely different. Oh, Hugo, you've been wanting to see his face this whole time. You're not even reacting. I thought I would have got more out of you.
I dropped a Zontix. It's good. I'm here for it. Let's just wait till something happens.
Your Dr. Zontix?
I dropped a Zontix. Nice. Nice. Donk. Donk. Second wall comes down and they can cross with it, but Zontix is lower. Donk's really trying to slow him down. He's managed to do so, but they're still going to make it. Not going to be able to stop that. Zontix committed, aiming for the body, looking for those torso shots. He'll get him. Shiro barely makes it down B as Donk dropping vent denied alongside Tania. So shut down on that secret walk. As I was saying, coming into this map, it's the one thing we have seen from Sinners is some very sharp aim. And so while Donk was able to save Spirit in a large degree with some multi-kills down the end of the map, on a map like Nuke, a one-man army is a lot harder to pull off. Really have to have reliable pieces all over the map. So this is going to be a bigger test, I think, of the team of Spirit. Important save here. Being allowed Spirit get their upgrades, they get out.
Terrorists win.
I think also just the amount of reps on this map for Sinners is why I'm kind of excited. Since they put together the 4-man version of this squad, right? Obviously Modo a little newer. They played this map 40 times, Hugo. They've won it 27 of those.
Nice.
So a lot of reps in and a lot of success found here on Nuke. Certainly a world where they can try and use the new look nature of this Spirit CT side against them. Try and find the gaps, find the holes. You've got a lot of ideas flowing through your mind right now if you're Sinners. Feels like the whole playbook's open to you because it's early doors, and it's not like you went down without a fight on Mirage. You certainly have Spirit respecting you a little.
Yeah, and the question, I think, especially on the CT side, is who's calling the shots? We heard Magix in the interview, obviously, talk about how, you know, I don't think a team should be led by one person making every single decision. And on a CT side, you're going to have Shiro be very vocal, calling rotations. You're going to have, I'm sure, Donk saying a lot about, you know, where players should be. So, you know, are they ready for what is probably a pretty fake heavy T side with some of these slow 3v3s like we're seeing now? And you know, is it up to Magix, or is it a bit of a committee call here for Team Spirit in these mid-round moments? Donk is staying active, checking everything he can from heaven, but down lower is where you've got to worry. Tania on his own, getting flanked.
Oh, they hear him tag a bunch. Still, it's his second player meant to chase this down and get the trade, but yeah, Tania's done enough. There just shouldn't be time for this, right? Oh, just got that.
They're quick, though.
All right. Rotate's now arriving, and oh, here he is. Donk there to stop you as soon as you get off that bomb. Damn.
You don't need that
Gonna
flash.
do him like that.
You
The
don't need
little
that
disrespect flash.
I ain't saving that.
If I see that and I'm Sinners, I'm out for blood in this next round.
Nice hold from Tanit, considering it ticks in the molly, gives away his position, still getting 2 kills out of that and dropping the bomb. Back on ramp. That's everything. Wins the round. Can't even get gun out, really, before Donk is there. Mono T-side AWP, Shiro yet. Ooh, good trade. High-low. And a goodbye to Donk. Shock catching him as one as well. Magic's now alone temporarily on this top site. He's going to get that info so he can bring Zontix to join him. Standoff in lower, no one moving. Back they go, resetting outside. This is the cheeky nature of a team that has been playing Nuke a lot, right? They're going to be very comfortable with not a lot of time on the clock to make a move like this. Walk red with 50 seconds. If Kisrek dies, the whole plan is out the window. He's going to wait for his team. Zontix get a little spot. Oh, it might cost him. He sees him though, 30 seconds. That's such an important bit of info, and it makes Sinners change their mood. Back to main.
Into the double hold of Zontix and Magix. Oh, but Zontix has just left and gone ramp. So Magic's here alone. No support, no one nearby. He's going to do this all on his lonesome.
Uh-oh.
Not there in the smoke, but the cover in from Kisarek. And you're so out of position here if you're Team Spirit. This might just be a done deal on that alone.
Such a great call that Kisrek commits down lower and throws all his util. It baits Zontix down, it leaves Magix alone. If they just ran back main or ran back secret, they would have run into a stack either way. Zontix would have been in the right place, but faked out by Kisrek's util wins Sinners the round. Should and could have gone very wrong with that info play from Zontix, but Sinners recover. Terrorists win. And these are the rounds we're talking about. When you're flying blind, who's calling the shots?
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing we're going to have to just like keep reminding ourselves with Spirit is Magic's obviously, this is a learning experience for him, right? Taking this transition to being the captain. And sure, like you've been alluding to, right, this idea that he's kind of said, you know, other folks are going to be chipping in, chiming in. Everyone's vocal and got their own ideas in the rounds, but it's still down to the captain to kind of cut through those at times and come up with, you know, whose plan are they going to follow? Who gets the permission to go and roam and do their own thing?
Dude, you're 1-for-1ing Donk back-to-back rounds. That's a win for Sinners. And another trade, and again a 3v3, and Sinners have been excelling in these positions, so how will they fare in this one? Shock might get fed a frag, but Magix is on the ball with the SMG, pushing lobby for the moment. Bomb re-enters and Magix disappears.
No way, he just calls the bluff on this.
Oh, yes.
That's crazy. Like, Beastic has the bomb here. If he goes for that push and he's read it wrong, that wasn't a fake smoke.
He knew where the smoke came from, so realizing once he's walked through the smoke, the Magix has completely left ramp.
Oh, dude, he's on one hell of a path right now.
He's just walking behind Team Spirit on the best possible timing. But wait, is he Magic's on the outside of heaven.
I don't think you anticipate this is the route he's taken up, surely.
He's going to pay the price.
No way!
Unlucky.
And now the bomb's in heaven, round's over.
That's so unlucky.
Yeah.
He played it perfectly.
He was really onto something there.
Magic's just... I don't even know if Magic's knew how good his move was there.
Counter-terrorists win.
What a play from Boris. We're seeing a game with 2 fights outside and then shifting around the entire map. That's what these last 2 gun rounds have been. Hello. That'll hurt when you watch that back. Sinners put their buy together. If it falls, gonna be back to pistols. Donk, 1 for 1 last 2 rounds. Not today. Beautiful spray. Double headshot. Donk tapping.
Oh.
And you just can't put this guy away.
Odo's made it out to red, but are you really celebrating that? Now you're kind of stuck here. Oh, forced to take the fight, and Moto will.
Every kill against Donk must be celebrated. It is not easy.
Man, Kisarek even hit them with the nice shot. It was 3 nice shots, if we're being exact.
5-2, and that was the gun round final attempt for Sinners before a full eco. 2K a player. This game just got really hard.
Like, this transfer is so nice.
Chopper is also co-streaming this match, Harry.
Oh, for real? Have you been listening in?
Nope. Bit rusty on my Russian. Rushing on ramp.
Out they go.
Oh, shit! That nade would have destroyed them, I swear. Didn't get it out. You don't win the Glock round, right?
Surely not. Not versus Spirit. Not versus Spirit. The team with Donk on. Getting a little nervous there for Tanier, but I think he's going to try and walk around onto this M4. Seemed cognizant that someone else might be waiting here. And so, yeah, there's the big ticket item removed. Zontix, here we are. Time for him to just shut this one down. And what's going on here? He's getting headshots.
Triple headshot.
All right.
Whoa.
Can't quite believe what we've just seen.
Unreal.
Zontix getting headshots in the big 2026? Hold up. Wait a minute.
Something ain't right. 6-2 in the rebuy for Sinners. No AWP. Shira's not been throwing himself out there with the AWP. Now he's able to sit back with it. Oh, towards red. Donk gets aggressive as well. And with that move, they expect a second man. Gets red cognizant, but Shira is managing to escape and reset down the vents. Donk dead again, leaves ramp open. Zontix is rotated to assist outside. Considering now, the whole map is quiet. Zontix realizing. Sometimes better to just give this up. They're getting closer. It's a nice blind frag, but can't do anything more. Shira has B at least. They walk out left side. They're going to completely bypass this. They see the door as well. Are they going to wrap the rafters and find Shiro? No, they smoke him. So B-side lost. Decision to make here for Team Spirit.
I think a lot of it just comes down if they are able to find Kisarek in a reasonable time frame. Now, they don't actually know he's committed to this lurk still. Oh, they've just gone past him down the vent. And so Kisarek now up for one hell of a backstab. Their attention's so focused on fighting for the site that he's just got a kill for free. Just served up there out in the open. That's Shiro dead. One back for Magix. Kisarek's wraparound gets knocked out, and Tania finds another, but does this go any further? As it all falls on a Tania, and a lot of time having ticked off this bomb. A done deal. Sinners pulled through.
They just had such strong positions, right? Walking out that deep into B before Spirit even had info. There was no scramble for control. They get dark. They get 2 up on the rafters. They have every position they want. So Kisarek does add some ease by shutting down Shiro. But even without that frag, Spirit don't have a lot of time to make that retake happen. Nicely done for Sinners. Still shifting their way to round wins. Seeing the comfort on this map, right? Ooh, Modo finding Shiro. There was a quick trade on ramp, so Sinners still hold the advantage. Just Spirit always playing with imperfect info in these rounds. So they have to make a gamble. Donk goes lower to join Tania. Magix may be hearing that scope. Tania and Donk. Here we go. Donk begging that they come into his sight. Full nades, and he will not use them.
Yeah, really, really wants him to commit to this. Even then, it's going to be Donk v4.
How? Like, it's only because it's Donk I'm considering that he could win this round. There's no way you should be able to. They should trade this kill, door and window.
Going to be coming at him from 2 different angles of elevation. Here's the break on the window. Donk is licking his lips. First kill found, and now it stalls out, but only for a moment. Stressen there with an instant trade. A one and done for Donk. Doesn't cut it.
Oh, still had to nail that insta headshot. And they do. Sinners, respect on this T side. They're playing a beautiful game right now. Seizing this opportunity. And it's just positional outplay at the moment. That's how they're winning these rounds. To be fair, they're trading out really effectively in the early rounds. Spirit actually tried to make a play there. Went 1-for-1 on ramp, then Shiro got caught. But most of the time outside, with the exception of that Donk garage round, we're just seeing Spirit go, into 3-on-3s outside. That's benefiting Sinners. This must be a boring game for Magix, just sat back topside, not really getting to impact any round.
I mean, something I feel hesitant to say I love it, but something I've enjoyed maybe the theory of is, if Donk's fighting outside every round, you're at least kind of putting your
best foot forward.
Yeah, you're having the make or break kills of the round take place there, and Donk is a part of them. It's not like he's just kind of waiting out in the yard, playing it super safe and passive, and then it comes down to some, lower exec or top site play where actually it's down to those guys and Donk might end up saving. But you are seeing frustration setting in for Donk.
Got a lot to say there.
can't seem to get a solid beat on the Sinners.
Hey, he knew he could have won that, but really shouldn't have. But I guess any round is winnable when you're this good. And you'll notice in this T side, not an A rush, not really a ramp rush. Nothing crazy, outlandish out there. It has been really meticulous from Sinners.
And look at how they're forcing Donk to keep getting kind of creative now with how he's playing the yard. He's not really been loving the garage fights. Instead, it's a bit more passive in this round out towards main, holding for a wrap in. Feels like they're anticipating an A split here. It's a very heavy start in towards top with Donk there to watch the main smoke. This also allows a rotate from taniR. He can go down secret, go and clear all these angles, confirm whether or not it's a fake. But he actually plays it passive, electing to play the jump spot angle out towards the single door. If anything, this just means you have two players a bit out of position down towards lower. And you won't get the info that yard was clear. You're having to pay respect to those smokes as though players have crossed. So now you're a little more vulnerable to the topside play. Only saving grace might be that Donk is here.
Cleared immediately, and the spacing and trading once again comes up for Sinners. Shocking entries. And a save set up here for Team Spirit. What a game. They finally go for the A play, and it is again slow, calculated. After the smokes, sow the seed of doubt in Spirit's mind. And a rotate down lower due to the silence. Because to be fair for Spirit, Sinners have committed to those secret walks behind the smokes more often than not. So taniR gets out and Spirit get popped on that top side.
It just kind of felt like you could have had a slightly better read on it. Because, you know, you had a lot of guys in at the top site. taniR drops vents as soon as the yard smokes come in. And it's not like you're more vulnerable on A because Donk didn't start in the yard, you know? Like, you actually have more players in A than you need. And so, considering he gets there on a really good timing, and also Donk didn't hear anyone in main, so they couldn't be running, I would have liked to have seen him be creeping up that whole time. I think if he kind of gets to, you know, the secret stairs and still hasn't taken any contact, they know that it's not the lower play. You're ending up very, very paranoid in that last round. Unsure as to where it's ending up.
Sinners gonna throw some pace in here now. This has been a great T-side campaign. 3 in a row. Magic's with his famed auto shotgun on Nuke. It might be a round where Spirit just say, forget about the B site. We'll group ramp if you want. Again, the smokes come down, and again, the questions are asked. Will Spirit find the answers?
Aggression in the lobby gets quelled. Donk will get one back through the smoke, but it's this fight that matters a lot. Shiro there to take it.
He did that.
Okay, 4 on 3. It's hard fought to get to this position, and now you've got to deal with this secret cross, but Donk has made it down the vent, gets here early, set up at the stairs, and aware that they might have made it over. You've at least got this bomb. 2 players trapped out towards secret for the time being.
Seen this one before. So Magix can't do anything about it with this gun. He's got a high backside hold heaven. 18 seconds, they must go triple main. They just need to cover the plant. Can Magix do anything?
Can't have 2 players, though, who can be flies in the ointment here, just playing a denied, right? You have a hop push and a backside player to flush out. This is a very tricky round for Sinners, and yeah, it will get shut down. So Team Spirit, they break that 3-round streak that Sinners were on, and they come through with a winning CT side on Nuke.
So tell me about the both rules again.
What do you wanna know?
So countering is illegal, right?
It's legal, but it's 100% legal. We cannot just rock up to the booth and start chugging on the branded can. They want you to wrap the can up so nobody can see what the brand it is.
And that's just in booths or stage 2?
Okay, so it breaks down like this. It's legal to drink it, it's legal to bring it with you, but you can't show it when you're out on the break. But that doesn't matter, because for them, it's illegal to stop you. And that's the right that referees and player managements don't have.
Okay, next time, I'm bringing some with me.
But you know what's the funny thing competing around the world?
What?
It's just small differences. They got all the same shit over there that we got at home.
Example?
Okay, like look at the last 2 Blast majors. In NA you can join any fucking server and it will be filled with crazy people. And also the craziest comps I've ever seen. And in Paris, do you know how they call it fucking Deagle?
They don't call it Deagle?
They got different callouts, man. They don't know what the fuck a Deagle is.
Then what do they call it?
They call it Le Coup.
Le Coup? What does they call a force buy?
A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it Le Force.
Le Force. What do they call full save?
I don't know, man. I didn't do any crowns.
In a game that's up for debate, Spirits still win out that first half. 7 solid rounds on CT side, but Sinners have come to play, no doubt about it. A close game of Mirage that slipped through their fingers, and some naughty T-side rounds here on Nuke to pike our intrigue. Let's see what this Spirit T-side has in store.
Yeah, I mean, it's T-sides where this team would struggle, especially here on Nuke. And so let's see how Magix fares at the helm of the ship, up against a very informed Sinners. A Sinners who push Spirit to their limits already on Spirit's map of Mirage. And have been playing lights out all throughout the series, really.
How is Zontix here? Oh, nice kill. So they found an entry on ramp. They were down B anyway. Sinners with an unorthodox top site setup. Left a big gap. Filled with Glock bullets. B-Stick keeps this round alive.
Yeah, I think for Spirit, that likely feels like a very frustrating death to give away. On numbers alone, you were in a great position. You've at least had a bit of a resurgence there with one back from Magix. And I've never seen him miss like that. So that's Donk.
Oh,
there.
no. Oh, no.
And this could get away from them now! Stressen!
Time?
Collects the kills, but no time for the defuse.
Oh.
Spirit will still get the pistol. Have you ever seen a Donk miss like that?
4 players, the Spirit got a kill. Donk didn't.
You ever seen a miss like that?
Never.
Back turn? I don't attribute that to Donk.
Never. First time for everything, Harry.
He's one of the only guys ever where when there's a guy with their backs turned, he doesn't give me anxiety.
3, 4 body shots. 4 body shots.
Damn, bro. They talk about Zontix aura, but I didn't realize it was working like that.
Poor Sinners did everything They could. And now Spirit celebrating a second pistol win in this map. 3 out of 4 in the series. Well, see ya.
Don't know if you're going to be expecting this type of an investment if you're Team Spirit. 2 M4s. One of them's been brought down low in that exchange with Donk.
Swayed by a helmet. Oh, 1 bullet. And they've got it. B-site's lost. The second M4 locked out. Or is it? Okay. Okay.
Oh, it is. Shiro, lovely, lovely little 3K on the Galil just to stop that one from getting any weirder. Did they get out with any of the M4s, Hugo?
They got 1.
Okay, that's nice.
Well, if it
Thank you for the upgrade, Sinners.
If it isn't Donk, it is Shiro. He's got them safe pair of hands here for Team Spirit. Donk falls down ramp or down secret. Shiro does not let them out ramp, and Spirit start to string rounds together and stream towards the finish line.
Yeah,
rounds.
very quickly you're going to run out of room here if you're Sinners. The pressure is really on now for this first rifle round, and it can't afford to just be one successful rifle round. You've got to keep going till you break the money, build up a bit of residual cash, dodge the reset no matter what, because this 10th round is looming for Spirit, and they have every reason to win it. Only up against pistols. This one should basically come for free. And suddenly, you know, what I think has actually been a fantastic series from the Sinners guys, well, it won't really come to matter. The money will rip it from their hands if they don't find success in this next round. Because let's be real, Hugo, I think they've far and away exceeded any expectations you could have had in this head-to-head.
Just by having that strong start on Mirage, it made the game very close when Spirit did get activated.
Hell, I mean, dude, even in the death segment ahead of this series, Pimp felt like he was having a bit of a funeral for Sinners, essentially saying any other matchup, it would be fine, but they're probably going to get smashed because it's Team Spirit, you know? And I think that's a fair enough.
And, yeah, I think they might get smashed here. This could be 13-5 before you know it if Sinners don't win that gun round you're talking about. "20 seconds, but no way this can go wrong. No one on B to cause any problems. And Donk, lurking lobby.
Okay. You missed that one shot with a guy with the back.
No, don't extrapolate.
And now...
Don't extrapolate.
That didn't even feel like I was watching Donk.
No. Just a view model. Look. It's Counter-Strike. Happens to everyone.
No, but I don't think it does happen to him. It's actually kind of weird seeing him feel kind of human.
I agree.
Normally when you watch pros, it's kind of nice when you get those humbling moments where something you can relate to, but I don't want to relate to Donk. More specifically, actually, I don't want Donk to relate to me. That's the better one. He's just like this otherworldly god. That's what he's supposed to be.
I think he's kind of over this.
Come on, Donk. It's a couple more rounds. Lock in, buddy. Yeah, lift that mic up. Get vocal. Oh.
Just wants to go
falling asleep.
Okay, here is that gun round, Harry. Here's that one opportunity the Sinners have still got to make this game happen.
out towards the yard. Smokes down, full wall to accompany this push. This is the round for all the marbles as far as the Sinners are concerned. Otherwise, this will be remembered as a damn good try, but one that ultimately will be forgotten about. I'm liking how quick Spirit have been taking space on this T side. From the pistol round even, right? They came in and they kind of set that tone early. Thinking about some of the positions that Zontix and Tania were able to get to on their pushes out through single and the yard. And this round is much the same. Tania waits under heaven for a swing.
Quite a position to get to.
So early in the round. That's the part that's staggering here.
What can you do with it, really? They're not giving you the fight. 4.B, Donk deletes him.
There we go.
And now Tania, patience pays off. Beasting knew he climbed up. He just didn't think he would have the patience to sit there. Tania keeps pressure on upper, but the bomb is secret. They can go up vent. It's an option. Just trying to find out if Shira can get a kill while they wait. 20 seconds, can't wait forever though. Donk spotted on B. Magic goes back up secret. This isn't a play.
Oh, stress and caught, and I mean when you're getting crunched on like this, to remain danger of the vents and heaven, there's very little options, but low time. Kissaret could stop this right now. Doesn't play out early and dead to Tania up on the rafters. That's sad, and the whole game was riding on that round. The fact that a spam and acceleration out from the hut, anything could have ended that, and you actually would have just stolen it away to extend play. That hurts.
I feel like Tania would have had the kill if he started running, so I guess that's the fear, but you'll never know. It never happened. Hoping the bomb was in his view.
Dude, I mean, he even just got caught on like a bit of geometry coming out through the hut, and that just slowed it for even half a second, and you know, in this game, that matters.
Punishing round for Spirit. Yeah, your point about them taking quick space is good. Like getting Tania on the hell wrap that quick, proving very effective in closing out the round with that heaven control. Shiro's picked door. He's found the AWPer.
It's a lot more oppressive on this T side from Spirit than we were used to seeing. You know, like they are trying to harass you, they are trying to take your space away, and they're trying to do it quickly. It's not always like the quickest resolution to the rounds, right? But they hit a powerful mid-round point very, very early, it feels like. Felt like in some of the old Chopper T sides, sometimes they just kind of be sitting around, getting picked off one by one. Sometimes going for a quick grouped play, only to get shut down fairly convincingly. But this has been nice with varied points of aggression all across the map. And always trying to take something away. Even now, even in this round, leaving Tania again behind enemy lines.
He can play late on heaven. Kissaret has to hold his own. Should be his onto Shiro if Shiro goes into this angle. But pressure from the door forces his repeat. Burning alive at the back of the site, only takes one with him. And Spirit are looking at match point right now. There is no way back into this top side, not for Stressen. Tania dead on lurk, but none of this feels like it matters, nor does it pull Sinners back into this top site. Is shot gonna go for the Ninja? Spirit would never let it happen. You'd like to think. He is trying it.
Missed shot up the vent. Donk stops that, but they make it on towards the bomb at least. Shot holding the defuse. Donk, Glock gotta stop him. Glock pulled out, and that will do it. 12 secured, match and series point for Team Spirit.
If he stuck that, Harry, it was 2.5 seconds. Yes, it was Donk with a Glock. It's probably the double headshot death, but again, Seconds the difference here between Sinners and Rounds, but seconds that never fall in their favor. Spirit stay in the site, and they stop that Ninja.
That round, though, another example of what we were talking about with these T-sides, man. They kind of go about looking for some ramp control, and they essentially drop Tania off, you know? Like, they're there as a team, same as in the yard take, where they let him go and take the space out towards heaven, playing grouped, letting one guy separate from that, and then everyone else goes back for a reset, plays elsewhere.
There's no one here.
It's letting them get their lurker into a way more aggressive and forward position than they might often get to on their own, where you have to be a bit more measured, you have to be a bit more considered. It's cool. I don't think you could like keep this up every game you play, but it's certainly something we're noticing here, and it's working wonders versus Sinners.
Yeah, he doesn't even necessarily have to get kills. Just having the space means Spirit have a lot of information, and Sinners lose a lot of map control.
They feel so restricted in every one of these rounds because they're losing a super pivotal point of the map, and sometimes they're not even aware they've lost it.
Spirit just gonna send it home on this top site, try and finish the game. 12-5, it's been a perfect T-side. Not a round dropped here since they started this half. Looking for 6 straight to finish this off.
Stressen had a solid first map, but won't get anything going in this final round. He's cut down, and his teammates sure to follow. Kisarek with 1. It's a step in the right direction, sure, but then in comes the rest of Team Spirit. You know, we were nervous at first, all the way back on Mirage. They started things off real slow to open up this series. Oh, hold on, B-Stick, what are you doing? 2 quick kills found.
Oh, no.
Oh, why not make it a third? And in comes Magix in his debut to rock their socks off. It's a 2-0 finish for Team Spirit. Slow start, but a strong finish for this new-look Spirit squad.
Flawless T-side of Nuke. That is one way to declare a new chapter in Spirit with a new captain in the fold. And fittingly, that new captain gets the final kill of Nuke as well to send this 2-0 through. Well done from Magix. Impressive showing here. What'd you like about what you saw there, Jacob?
Yeah, much better performance from Team Spirit compared to map number 1. As you said, you know, nice to take away that the T-side was well structured, was without too much of a fight coming out from the Sinners on the CT side. So overall, your Team Spirit, you're very happy with how this game unfolded. First map, maybe not the most pretty of wins, but a win is a win, and the second one, you leave no room for doubt whatsoever. On the other side, Sinners, they made the game competitive. As I said, first map probably should have gone overtime. Second map as well, the first, dare I say, 7, 8, 9 rounds, Mike. That was a competitive affair, but once we got to the T side of Team Spirit, once Magix got to do his little magic together with Dunk, then game over.
And also an impressive showing from Tanier as well, right? The only new piece for Magix, the only player that he hasn't played with on this roster, coming on in. It's an impressive showing for him, particularly on this Nuke. Always nice to demonstrate that early.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I mentioned coming into this map as well that I think one underrated notion of Team Spirit right now is not necessarily Suntix coming back in and Magix coming in as an in-game leader. It's also the more attractive positions being given to Tanier. He didn't have all that space in the world when it was still Chopper leading the team, so I think the most improved player within Team Spirit will most likely be Tanier, and I think that's where you really start to cook. We know what we get from Donk. We know what we get from Suntix. We know what we get from Magix for that matter as well in terms of output, but I think Tanier could be that secondary third star together with Shiro, obviously, that can take Spirit to another level where we once again talk about them as potentially being a team that content to be the best in the world. So early signs, again, I don't want to make any conclusion based on an online best-of-3 game, but for Tanier to get into some more comfortable position and maybe, I guess, feel a bit more valued within the team as well, that is a step and a good sign for Team Spirit.
You're no fun. Come to some wild conclusions. Like, we've seen a whole 2 maps out of them.
You asked me earlier. I think Team Spirit is going to be in a major grand final. I think that's a pretty decent.
That's a pretty good sign. That's a good hot take. You're right. I got my one out of you for the day. We'll allow it. I think it is really impressive though that they've done this on Nuke, where we have seen weaknesses for Spirit before. Not that necessarily Sinners were going to be the team to particularly press those, though they did on Mirage. Sure. But it's an impressive showing. And that flawless T side is something that you can stand on if you're Spirit and say, yeah, some of the things that we're doing already already are working. Obviously, we'll have a better idea of it deeper into this tournament. Absolutely a team we expect to make it here to Malta, without any doubt. But early results, always encouraging.
I think it's good, you know, and it's also not to take away from Sinners, who did put up a good fight. But we've seen earlier this week, Mike, we have no more Na'Vi in the tournament. We have no more FaZe. We have no more 3D Max. So being a heavy favorite heading into the first game of the season online against some of these very hungry tier 2, tier 3 teams, as said, we've seen Na'Vi and FaZe, they couldn't cope with it. Spirit, they did it flawlessly right here, so they should be happy.
Look, I mean, the story of the Knight versus the Dragon is always exciting because you've got this big monster on one side and you've got a little guy in a tin can on the other. And you all, I mean, when the Knight can do it, that's incredible. But maybe Sinners were playing that role, and maybe right now they're feeling like Knight barbecue because that Dragon had its way with them. Especially here on the Nuke.
They tried. And to people who just tune in right now, I think go back and watch the highlights from Mirage. That's when we saw Sinners really put up a good fight. Yeah, Spirit, maybe a bit rusty, didn't really play up to par, but for Sinners to push Spirit all the way into a 13-11 scenario, even being in that round, you know, very last round of the game, 24 on Mirage, it felt like it should have gone into overtime. So there's positives to take away if you're Sinners, but at the end of the day, Spirit gets a W quite convincingly, and that's also a positive for me and for the potential of them making the playoff.
Well, one of those positives is going to join us here because we've got some words from Moto. Moto, tough loss there, but some promising signs. How are you feeling after that game?
Hello, I mean, I'm just sad about this Mirage. It was like on T-side some really small mistakes, a missed molly or a missed communication where we could have closed some rounds, like some anti-forces. But overall, I think we showed good face on Nuke. Also, like we got smashed. What can I do? Nothing. But it was okay in my eyes.
Yeah, I think you did well on Mirage, and overall in the game you showed progress. Your ending to last season was very great as well. You won a lot of your games in Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike. Is that the goal here in the beginning of 26 as well, to establish yourself even more in that area of Counter-Strike?
I mean, of course, it's nice what happened to me last year with bench from OG and this short-term contract with 9, and also missing the major like 2 rounds. It was hard. Basically the most heartbreaking for a player, and I'm really happy that I got this experience, and I want to show this year that I can do it, and I want to do everything that is in my force to make this major.
Bringing that experience over with you. Well, thank you for joining us, and commiserations on the loss. Be excited to see you in your next stop.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Signs of promise, some exciting things. Moto brings some player quality. We certainly saw it with Strasser as well. I mean, this is still a team that we knew. They were towards the bottom of the seeds. It's always going to be a challenge. You're going up against a team like Spirit. It's a nightmare match.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be Team Spirit, but as we spoke about coming into this tournament, they showed last season, you know, at the end of it, that they could beat teams like ENCE.CET, that they could play toe-to-toe with some of the more established teams in Tier 2. So that's where you set your sights for now, and I'm curious to see if we get to see Sinners maybe in Season 2.
It is always that tough thing where you're on the tail end of the invites as well, right? That like earning the opportunity to get these spots, it's a challenge, right? It is going to be up to them to, in the arena of online Counter-Strike, keep themselves in a position in the VRS where they can actually make these opportunities, maybe make their way through some of the open qualifiers to get some LAN chances to even move up the table. It's just that brutal tier from, you know, 20 to 50 where you just have to brawl out to even survive. A guy who's thriving right now in his return to the team, we've got Zontix on for a little bit of a chat. Zontix, welcome back. Welcome back to Team Spirit. How's it feel to be back in the server?
Hello. Nothing unique, but I'm a little bit excited to play anyways after the break.
Yeah, tell us, Zontix, after the short little break you had, you know, how motivated are you to come back into Tier 1 Counter-Strike and get off to a good start with this new iteration of Spirit?
Like, it's not that we haven't won before anything, but I'm still very motivated because there is a lot to win anyways, still. So yeah, I'm a little bit more motivated than I was before going on a break, but I think it's obvious.
That's good to hear.
We like to hear that indeed. I'd like to ask how it is with Magix at the helm right now. How different is it from the Chopper-led team?
Very different, I would say, but we need more time to understand how it will work against big teams in big matches after we'll be exhausted after training and everything. So it's hard to tell right now, but I think training is fine. I think we have a lot of potential.
And for you, obviously the standards are set super high with this team, with what you've achieved before, with what you can do and the player potential. What would success look like in 2026 for Zontix? What would it look like for you in Spirit?
Majors, yeah.
Major, and I would say just as many big tournaments as possible.
Well, it's a high goal, but we know that you've been there before and can certainly clear it. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you.
You're trying to answer my questions early here, Jacob. What the hell?
Yeah, I think that should be the goal for Team Spirit. That should be winning majors. That should be winning big trophies. You have Dunk. You have what I consider to be the best player in the world and maybe the best player to ever touch Counter-Strike. So anything less than majors would be ridiculous.
That's fair. Hey, it's a high standard, but it's a standard that they live up to. We are going to take a standard little break here in a moment. Quick update on the teams that are still on in. We've got 2 more matches coming your way, but we're not going to be around to see them. It's James, Banks, and Maui taking over the desk, and I think Banks has some interviews lined up for you to start things out. So away we
Boomich, we saw each other a few times during 2025. BetBoom had some chances to make it at the bigger events, one major as well. How difficult was this year for you personally?
You know, it was a crazy year, a lot of changes. The 2 new guys in team, now it's new coach, and we got a lot of chances to go to top in VRS, but still we lost the Bucharest, really shit performance by us, and you know, we don't have a chance for the second major in the year, so it's a little bit tilted at the end of the season. But right now it's you know, new fresh blood with our coach, and we are ready.
In terms of being ready, what goals have you set yourself for this year?
To get more lands, of course.
Biggest error. paiN is back to a full Brazilian lineup. You made the choice literally straight after the major. But tell me, what was the reason for going back to full Brazilian team?
I think the main reason was about communication. I think we were always struggling and have the same issue with communication. Sometimes not talking a lot. So maybe with 5 Brazilian together again, maybe would be better. So let's see.
Let's see, right? It's a new challenge ahead of you. Now, I got to ask, why did you decide on VSM and PARI Junior?
I think the reason was kind of obvious, because in Brazil they both were like the best 2 players in Brazil, like playing a lot, playing very well all the time, all the year. So why not, right? So we decided to like to see this year. I think we had to do something about our lineup, and I think they 2 would be the best choice.
Okay, and can you tell me maybe why we went for a player like VSM, where he's already played Tier 1 a little bit, long time ago now, but I mean, he's not some young talent coming in. Is there a reason behind that?
Yeah, I know him a lot, like since 2018 maybe, okay. And he's a very good player. He's also a very good person. So it's not just about in-game, out of the game. He's a very good person, like to be the mood of the team change with him, and it's very good to be with him in the team. I cannot explain with the words, because just who played with him knows about not just his talent, but also the kind of person he is. So yeah, he's a very good, just not just like just as a player, but as a person.
Some words from both IGLs of either team joining us at the start of this. Maui, ready to rock it once again. I'm not going to do too much of an intro here, because we need to talk about this. We don't have much time, but we need to talk about paiN going full Brazilian, not getting Insani, and coming up with 2 other interesting picks. Like, what do you make of this on face value when you first saw it?
Well, I felt like this is actually a downgrade in terms of personnel. I feel like both David Deus and DGT are better than their counterparts in FURIA and VSM. Yeah. However, it became apparent over time that those players maybe didn't necessarily fit the vision of how Biguzer wanted to call. That actually manifested itself in their T-side win rate, or lack thereof. It was one of the worst T-sides that they had in all of Tier 1 in the second half of 2025, which is disappointing because obviously I felt like the pieces made a lot of sense on paper, but clearly communication issues were probably afoot, and I think people and the community likely downplayed how difficult it is to switch from a Spanish-speaking lineup to a Portuguese one. I get that it's the same root language, but being someone that has taken Spanish in college myself, I can't really understand almost anything that's happening in Brazilian Portuguese.
I'm glad you're saying this because so many people are like, oh, it doesn't make sense. They should be able to communicate perfectly. Like one of the players, maybe it's David Deas, like, oh, he lives in Brazil. His girlfriend's from Brazil. It's like, that doesn't mean you can communicate the same way, the same speed in game and get what Biguzer and the rest of the team wanted. They were clearly having problems with it. But I'm just confused about the pickups. It sounds like when he's talking about VSM, that this is more like picking up a friend. He's done well domestically, but we've seen this guy already in Tier 1. It was a long time ago. He's had multiple shots, and he's never been the wow factor.
Nah, not quite. I mean, I think VSM is a tricky player. He's a guy that I've seen play on the extremities in the past and sometimes just kind of throw caution to the wind. I think he is a little bit error prone, but also kind of sometimes a wild card. I don't know if they necessarily needed that, though. I don't know if they really needed a guy that is going to just take matters into his own hands as frequently as I sometimes see VSM do it. I feel like someone that was a little bit more I mean, if they found somebody that was more stable, to me, that probably would have led to more consistency. But who knows? I mean, maybe they think they actually need the X factor.
And then the other side of things is they spent most of last year changing positions, changing roles. Obviously, Biguzer said Snow will stay within his, but there's still going to be some adjustment once again for them to try and get comfortable.
Again, really concerning. It is just the beginning of the season, and so hopefully it does pan out well for them. But I think it's a pretty easy take, actually. I don't think paiN is going to reach the same heights as they did in the previous year. I mean, easy to say in terms of just the Austin semifinals. Like, I definitely don't expect anything like that from them. But even maintaining a top 10 position, I feel like looks a little bit more difficult with this roster than the last one they had.
Should they, though, be able to be in a strong spot against a team like BetBoom? Or is BetBoom actually swinging quite well here against them, potentially?
I would say BetBoom's still figuring themselves out. I mean, obviously, last season, they went for a couple of changes to take out Axile, to take out Artfrost, to bring in Artfrost, that is, to take out Zorte, and then they bring in Dilladez. To me, Dilladez hasn't really blown my socks off at all. I feel like he might be more of a glue guy. In a weird way, I hate to say this because Axile, I revered him so highly in 22 and 23, but I think Dilladez almost has a higher floor than Axile, who seemingly kind of just fell off the face of the earth for the last 6 months that he had on BetBoom. Artfrost I actually like. I think he's a bit more, he can be more exciting than Zorte, who sometimes with Zorte I wasn't really sure, what is your identity as an opera? Are you actually trying to be the big difference maker, or are you a guy that's just going to be extremely passive? And he kind of was just balanced, neutral, whereas Artfrost, I've seen a little bit more flash for him.
Give it to me real quick. Who do you feel is actually favored in this one? Is it still paiN, given what we know about him, or can BetBoom do it?
I think bookmaker favorite would probably side with paiN.
Okay.
I'm going to take BetBoom, though. I would take BetBoom. I haven't really looked at all the odds or anything like that, but I just think that they've been building into consistency. The calls that I saw from BetBoom 6 months ago looked a little awkward, and I think Boomich has rounded things out.
All right, well, let's see if he's rounded it out enough in order to get a win on the opening map. We're getting into it. It's paiN taking on BetBoom, and it's the wonderful Scrawny and Launders.
Maybe you just have good taste, because actually BetBoom are bookmaker favorites.
Really?
They think that they're going to beat paiN, and I think it's just because they've been winning a lot recently. They actually played a cup. They played that, I think it was the Meta Cup, won all their matches. They've had a good start, an early start, and a lot of officials, and it feels like that's one of the most necessary things to survive the first tournament of the year, quote unquote, is to actually have played another one already. So, I mean, we know the deal is with paiN. I mean, first of all, shout out to VSM for joining us.
Welcome.
Dude, he's got one of my favorite gifts ever. It's him when he has the dinner, he has like the knife and fork and like the napkin. Oh, so good.
Eating good.
VSM's all about the late round and the clutch. That's where he brings the most interesting, witty CS ever. And I am very much looking forward to watching him play on this team.
Yeah, I think with a team like paiN, where you know that usually they're going to let games get tight, they're going to go into those gnarly late rounds, you want a guy like him who's going to bring that extra X factor. So Here we have it, 2026 new paiN Gaming. Can they hold back the promising BetBoom boys? Snow is not going to find his first. It's NQZ and Big Uzera from within this site to catch a kill apiece. And we go man advantage for paiN as NQZ clips another one. A little bench smoke push. Magnajez thinking he would get tricky with it. Now, Boomich thinks he's going to be fancy as well. Problem is, brother, you don't have the bomb. That's sitting back on Palace. Is going to be a very difficult 1 versus 3, but he does have all the time in the world at least.
And a USP. But now they've already pushed around to the back of default. They're waiting for him. This is going to be tough. I don't know how Boomich figures out someone's here. I feel like that's just going to be the final dagger.
Locked into default like that, you're doomed. He'll try to take that layered fight. Unless you give him shots before he's committed to the rest. PARIVISION takes a tag down to 70. Boomich still trying to work the body here, looking for a way in. Those Berettas, though, up close. Oh, they're just gunning for it. And you're going to slowly take all his angles away. But they'll cut this down to 30 seconds. Boomich going to keep on trying. Soon he's going to run out of ammo.
Yeah.
That's going to be the biggest problem. 20 shots left, and there you have it. The bench player gets that one over the line. So it will be paiN to kick this off with a CT pistol win.
So what I'm really curious about with paiN is, like, what do they look like now? Because I know that this team is so much centered around, like, Big Uzera's philosophy about the game, and that's what's always made them play a little differently than everyone else. Differently than all the Brazilian teams, differently than any sort of tier 1 teams that they can beat. They play a very unique style of Counter-Strike, and I can only assume that they're going to be good fits. I'm sure they had some, practices where everything was gelling, but I feel it's so chemistry based. And the only thing with VSM is he's not like a raw gem. Like he's played already under a couple of systems. He has some experience under his belt. So does he change the team or does he become like it?
Today's the day we get to find out, Launders.
Yeah.
It's the beauty of it all.
And also with Snow, man, we talk a lot about Snow, and you see him have really good rounds in some games, but his overall, just statistics, just to defer to that, just not good, for the last year. A lot of events just not ending with a great score line. So the attention to Snow based and compared to his output is just there's a huge discrepancy. So we're looking for him to get a lot better this year as well.
I think we saw some of that evolution in his important roles. I just keep thinking back to his outer nuke play. That was one where it did kind of at first have shortcomings, and we thought, oh, does he really have what it takes? But he grew into that.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see Snow grow into those moments where he is called on. I think everybody in Brazil hypes him up.
Yeah.
All the players that came before him recognize his talent, and at least we saw that promise somewhat, even throughout paiN's struggles regardless.
And he is clearly such a positive force. And again, the pop-off rounds, they show you the ceiling. So that's nice for the team, for Snow himself. But he has been shuffled around in his roles. He's adapting and learning, and they're changing to accommodate him. So far, so good here for paiN.
First gun round comes up for BetBoom.
But paiN's life story is to be a surprise. That's what they're going to be in every tournament versus all the top teams.
It's really kind of when you write them off that they then reach a new height.
No floor or ceiling.
I think that actually kind of, that narrative of them, just because, I think they get to retain it considering how many times they've exceeded expectations. But Budapest was definitely just a disappointment. That's one of those times where they rode the hide from Austin, where they were a shocker, get into the top 8 of the playoffs, get into semifinals at the expense of FURIA as well in that quarterfinal head-to-head. But yeah, Budapest, they played very few games. They kind of rode the high of Austin in terms of VRS, and then they slipped through as the one stage 3 team for the Americas, and it wasn't what they wanted. So they start 2026 with kind of a low point, and we'll see what their recovery looks like. Right here versus the first gun round of BetBoom, though. 5v3. Oh, excuse me.
And I guess that's, that's ultimately why they make these roster moves. Yeah, 5v3. It's looking like a quiet death here for BetBoom on this round. They can't group up for a B split. They have a lineup cat. We'll see if Boomich can cross. It looks like they're going to let him. And
VSM's reposition could have gotten awkward. Oh, but he keeps it clean. Nice double kill up into the apartments, shuts down that hope of the split coming through, and it's going to be a clean sweep of this. 5 players up for paiN. You couldn't ask for a better first gun round.
Yeah, yeah. And so I'm really thinking about like VSM with what I feel like is going to be freedom. You know, like I feel like it's a system, but it's like a system in the loosest sense possible. I think the reason that paiN can constantly play up to better teams is because they stay loose enough. They just pay attention. They're very present, I would call them. They pay attention to the map at hand. They pay attention to the team they're playing in this moment. They don't think too much about what their expectations were, what they prepared for exactly. Right. They just like do it live. And I think that's like the best part about the team.
Yeah, it should be their motto, kind of. paiN Gaming, here and now.
Here and now.
For better or for worse at times. Quick sidearm entry frag coming out from the ramp. Snow can't do everything on his own, so he'll lean back and let them try to go for the cross. Bomb is there on Boomich, kind of gets stalled out.
Because they blocked the jungle smoke.
Yep, nicely done. Makes it very awkward. And still, Boomich able to cross. Gets the plant in just barely. Frag with his name on it. Siren down to 19 health. And Artfrost's going to make this interesting with a Tech 9 kill. Serves up a distraction for Siren to pounce on. Now he gets the upgrade. Definitely small moments of promise there for BetBoom in this one. All kicked off with that Tech 9 ramp entry.
Yeah.
They make the most of it. You know, for a second it felt like Boomich was going to be cut off from the bomb site. No plant, etc. But they still come out with something to be proud of. And all the while, paiN take this 4-0 lead.
I love that you can more severely block smokes. That's like... Yeah, it's like a situation where it looks like it was missed, but it was just stepped in front of. Crazy that MagnoJez with a Tech 9 gets a kill from there. And
I love CS2.
CS as well, or CS2?
CS2.
I love CS as well.
I love CS as well.
Yeah.
Just feels like we have a more engaging like physics, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
I still remember Monacy's reaction first time on Mirage when he was able to shoot through the vent without breaking it.
Right,
You know, that used to just be a plate, essentially, half invisible. Opening kill comes from Window, because NQZ is going to spam an AK top mid and somehow find MagnoJez's forehead.
I know, there's a guy on this team who I feel like he's the most consistent, getting better and better as well.
Also one of their big X factors on the big stages, right? We've seen NQZ hit the playoffs and be a real beacon of hope for paiN, even in some hard-to-stomach losses. Ooh, Dilladez, love this. Keeps his head tucked down just long enough and will find Pariah floating. And there's no real commitment behind that, but it definitely makes this round more doable for BetBoom.
FURIA?
FURIA, okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I like Pariah.
Yeah.
Makes him sound like
it's a cool word, yeah. Make his dad FURIA senior?
I was just trying to find the junior joke in there. You're quicker to it.
Oh, this is another Brazilian team with a junior.
That one's for you, paiN. Incendiary to the Palace, where 3 players group. And Biguzera down with just the one.
Good entries. Not easy there for Siren. Rotate's going to be tough. They coming for it.
Stuck behind the flames, so Jungle gets held off. VSM still finds an angle with a chance to duel, but it's 9 health shaved off Artfrost. His missed shot, though, lets VSM take another look. VSM, you can see him just kind of crawling forward here, applying that pressure by his presence, by his flashbang. You see that jump spotting Palace play, and now that sets this up for Snow to arrive. VSM getting a kill at the same time. Artfrost missing some critical shots here. Couldn't stop VSM's approach. Misses his chance to just straight up kill Snow, who's going to tap that bomb and try to cause Artfrost to force this peak one more time. Snow can't manage with the defuse, so Artfrost plays his hand the way he can and wins it off of time. But you're going to get Snow surviving, all of BetBoom cleared out, and a couple of critically missed op shots.
Yes, there were. Still well played here in the 1v1, just delaying for time. The best way to win that round safely. And it's from a 4v5, again, because of these entries, I think particularly Sirens right here. So clutch. Nice baits going on from both sides. And so we'll see what this means. Obviously, BetBoom still get all their guns in, but it's no op, Khalil to work with.
And a very daunting thought of getting hard reset. They lose this.
Still got that loss bonus, so they're looking for a bomb plant. It's a minimum here. There's no guys in B right now, and that's actually correct if you look at the map.
It's a good call from BigUzera to get those B players up on Cat instead.
This doubled up here. Both sides of mid, waiting for this attack to come in. Let's see how it pans out. Let's see if it pays off.
Snow to confirm they're back there. VSM confident for the clear on Cat. Still FURIA sitting up top. And he should be able to find an angle. They're not going to expect both to be pressed up catwalk like that. Usually VSM runs a risk like that. It's because you've got your committed B anchor, but they play it blind and it works. BigUzera dying empty-handed though. That's what gives man advantage back over to BetBoom. Felt like paiN had all the right numbers in the right places, and still BetBoom fight out of that with an edge.
So this one comes a NQZ's in ticket, but maybe he can't make a move just yet.
He lets him know he's here. He's burning
stopped
the bomb plant. Artfrost's gonna have to come back at this in a second, and if that connector smoke fades, suddenly it's problematic. This changes up the proposed plant position. Diladez sticks it on the opposite side of triple, and now NQZ hunting him down as the Palace player doesn't cover. Good critical shot landed by NQZ. No counter opper in the form of Artfrost this time. We said that. Limited economy forces him to the AK, and it feels like right now, Piria's worried about jungle, confirms it. Artfrost didn't see his counterpart, and so he goes for the peek, picks up the frag, takes damage out from Palace. BetBoom, much needed second round here. Thought of getting reset, scary. Siren from the same post plant, trying to get both. Low HP, he'll do so.
Somehow.
Finds the first one in the open, and then finishes off the little that was left towards stairs.
Ooh, that's pretty huge. Obviously, here from Siren, that's a massive clutch. I mean, this situation where their money would have been ruined, and it's actually now paiN, so. Especially with the setup in mid, they laid a trap for the mid control coming in, but you mentioned it earlier, and it was a no-kill peek out of BigUzera inside a window. That would have tipped the scales.
It feels like we catch it there from the third-person camera of Artfrost. He was kind of involved with the connector play, but then remembered that smoke was fading window, checks it just as it's about to disappear, and lo and behold, BigUzera sitting right where he wanted him. So good on Artfrost.
I did like that move on Cat, like VSM pushing up.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they, people will leave the player boosted, maybe leave the site, and then they'll just let them hopefully not get cleared. But here, it's like hard to predict who would push and leave someone boosted. It's an interesting chance, though, actually, for paiN still, because 5 players dead last round, only 1 surviving on this previous. It's not like BetBoom are rich.
And it's not like paiN are completely broke either, right? Floating around $3,500, $4,000. You'd think they'd come in with something more.
I feel like they have to. Yeah, I feel like you gotta just go for a buy, to be honest.
And they don't.
Even up the money. Oh, NQZ just on op. That's interesting.
Well, saved, I believe. No, not even. They all died. That's right. The 1v2 clutch. Damn, who had that much more money?
I think it was him, because he sold back his M4 and then had like 6 grand. So okay, gets it even. I just feel like this is one of the rounds where it's like, it's super risky to think about buying. You don't get all your guns, but you might bring around like this close and then think we should have invested.
It's going to keep it quiet. Hope that they come into him, which they are indeed coming this way. Unlikely op save, so he'll fight tooth and nail to hold it. Diladez dead. Trying to zone the 2 players on site, but there's that support from Catwalk. The guys on site do a great job of just not showing skin.
Yeah.
And now it's a shame here for paiN because you're thinking, God, we'd love to somehow get that op back. In no world are BetBoom going to let you retrieve it. And everybody else was coming into this with Desert Eagles, no armor. So heavy investment from NQZ. Puts it in a place where he could have caught bodies, but they just do a great job of dodging him and getting the bomb plant in instead. FURIA, double Desert Eagle kill. I said there was no way he gets that op back, but he could rob one of these AKs at least. Yeah.
That's a nice find.
Cut your losses and get out of here. All you really need is one player to survive with a gun, and NQZ will have a weapon next round, but this is also not guaranteed with Siren lurking in from A.
That's a good point. He stepped back into CT. We'll see if he just has the awareness to look to his side. No, he's exposed himself.
Now he's considering it. It'll come down to the duel. Siren lets him know. And so it'll still be a rough one in the next round for NQZ. He walks into it with 4,200.
So they still get an op for him. They get their full buy. They get majority deaths here, so it's still a pretty good situation for paiN. Even though I think ideally for them, they get a couple kills, they save the op. They're still doing pretty fine.
And honestly, really recovered by this, because one kill with the op, it was looking like 4 could have easily survived there for BetBoom.
All right, so BetBoom can't relax just yet.
paiN leading 4-3 still. And FURIA gonna get active.
I think they're thinking it's light B because of that underpass play, and they're right about it. Oh, VSM tagged him. That sucks for MagnoJez. It's one of those situations, just massive amounts of info from a lucky bounce. And they've evacuated FURIA here. Looks like they just want to press pause and then continue forward with the B hit a little later. Got paiN guessing. They don't have the info they want. It's another kind of bait setup. They're playing fence, but then they have someone jump spotting B. I feel like coming up cat would be really good.
Hello.
Oh,
easy pickup for NQZ.
Too easy of a death, I feel like.
Fire in front of this commitment as well, and Artfrost is going to be worried about any more pressure in mid because now he's alone. So VSM, we've seen great shooting out of this M4 on holds previously. This time keeps his head tucked down and lets Biguzera find the first duel. Still ready for the attempted cross, and it's a little awkward. He hears the drop, then the top player peeks instead, and so it's the confirmed bomb plant as they've lost that cat support in the meantime. paiN coming into this 3v2 retake of the B site.
This could be a crucial moment in the match here for BetBoom if they can survive this.
Diladez locked into the bench, Siren over towards Arch. And all 3 members of paiN about to come barreling out through Market. They'll find the bench kill first. Another clutch needed of Siren, already with a 1v2 to his name. He's concerned about Catwalk, but now it's just the bomb site that's gonna draw attention. And he had the information on both, but the duels will get away from him, and paiN will fight their way to their next round, establishing the 5-3 lead.
And it's a 10-second stick, but with time to spare. So they lock that up, and again, lots of damage, lots of players down for BetBoom in these last few rounds. This one's just a little too easy on Boomich. The A site was totally untested. There's no top con smoke. Top con smoke could have threatened the cat split, which changes the B site defense. Like maybe you don't play fence in that position if you're Biguzera. It also means that you could be going A off a lurk. Instead, he just shows himself and dies right away. So whatever read they had on the situation wasn't right. It was 3 players on A. He had a lot of cover to peek into connector from Ticket.
We also didn't get to see it, but however Artfrost died on Catwalk, he was the one player that got up, right? But was not a point of that post plan.
But again, they didn't smoke top con.
Now we're gonna go into the A execute, or at least the attempt with the grenades, able to exit past the fire that finds them from ramp. And FURIA's gonna find players to blindside. Oh, very clean round with the triple into MagnoJez. Cherry on top as the bad Molotov on Sandwich costs BetBoom big time.
I think we could say we're pretty impressed by the aim of the new guys so far.
Yes, sir, yeah.
BSM's B-hold, FURIA in a few of these rounds now. This is looking like a full strength paiN already. Just never know what you're going to get with these guys. I don't know if I think they might have mollied stairs and just assumed they've had this covered, but That'll be
Knife in the back of your teammate.
It's the worst kind of team damage to get.
It's also, at least it's the best round to do it. Okay. Got nothing but, you know, Glocks.
Glass is half full.
If you got to get it out of your system, this is the round to do so.
Yep.
Oh. There you go. Now it's even.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, this half might have been soiled here for BetBoom. They had to work so hard just to get their 3 rounds and didn't. Oh,
nice
getting
shot.
momentum, I thought. Wait a second. We'll see if that period damage matters now.
Nasty deagle shot. So Diladez has kept his end up.
Yeah. Got
his job done. Now MagnoJez and Siren have to bring one to the table. ArtFrost actually has got a deagle too.
These guys love B.
Took it off MagnoJez.
Oh, what a crazy spot to be solo in a round like this.
After getting knifed in the back by your teammate.
Yeah.
You're going to let that whole bomb site just surround you?
You better boost me now.
Leave me alone. We're not on talking terms. Whole B site is his responsibility, and BigUzera
did not
peeling back at the
anything.
worst moment.
And he runs.
Uh-oh. BigUzera gonna let this pressure come to VSM instead. We said that the aim of the new guys has impressed us. Well, VSM could have a shooting gallery ahead of him, one that is unarmored.
They know it's A now.
Snow's gonna confirm it. Diladez gets a second off of that Desert Eagle. And now that bomb's got a chance to plant on the other side of triple. Not the round you want to give away here if you're paiN. Finally starting to pull ahead. And now there's an AK in Boomich's paws.
One more kill and it's over here.
A little utility for this retake as well, right? One incendiary. BigUzera's gonna burn Boomich out. That's at least the AK down, and Siren loses his head. He's not able to find a Desert Eagle kill. ArtFrost will. And a second. Takes that off MagnoJez after that early nade damage. 4 deagle kills come out from BetBoom. A double out of Diladez. And ArtFrost with a couple of his own.
That is a total game saver on the round that they're saving. That's that second shot from ArtFrost. Was he jumping? Ooh, and another frag. Very nice round here from both of them, to be honest. That's dirty, man. What a shot.
Not even a wallbang through the top of the box.
Yeah.
Straight up headshot.
I'm a marksman.
Top half of the skull. Well then, interesting. We said that, you know, the round prior, we even said, like, this is a big turning point in the game for BetBoom if they lose it. Felt like all that hard work was going to come back to haunt them, but you sprinkle in a quadruple deagle round. Yeah, life's not so bad suddenly.
Luckily, Boomich gets out of here alive. It's very exposed there inside of middle. VSM playing for info. Oh, they're leaving their post just as all the BetBoom players are coming around corners. Let's see if the peek is very good here from MagnoJez. He's going to be up close. Is that a smoke in his hand?
I believe so.
Oh, that might be too slow. He'll have to just run from this. MagnoJez peek. Cue it up. Oh, beautiful.
See ya.
So good.
Just as the other M4 was trying to go back to market. So, through the smoke. Just needs to see a sliver. This guy was 1-9 ahead of those 2 frags. And while Snow will catch 1 in the meantime, it's a triple. MagnoJez, huge moment.
That's awareness, man.
Solo B entry. Diladez there to help out finally. Never count yourself out, folks.
Yeah,
1-9 coming into this round takes up the responsibility of cracking open that B bomb site. And now BetBoom have a very real chance at moving into the CT half, tied at 6 rounds all.
Yes, one got ripped from their hands. That's just massive X factor on these last 2 rounds from an assortment of BetBoom players. And the final kill as well. No saves, majority up. That's a mood booster here if you're BetBoom. And it was 1 second away, VSM, from spotting them coming up this close.
and goes for the third push. So really just unravels that 3 separate 1v1s. Not comfortable fights, really, barring the third one, where he just gets the jump on it. And look at the buy that it leaves paiN with. Not much. Pressure's been on BetBoom throughout this half.
Yeah.
Think of all the economic problems that were kind of queued up early. The fact is, they break back through once the money bottoms out. After all of that little bit of back and forth, it's the round with less that gives them more.
It's great composure by BetBoom.
NQZ, one of 2 MP9s here inside of ladder. And Boomich, oh, he's got the jump on him now.
Big time.
Clears that out, doesn't take a lick of damage in return. And a Deagle announcing itself inside of the window shouldn't be enough to scare BetBoom. You've got Snow with the second MP9 underneath balcony. But this hard commitment up connector already. Again, it feels like BetBoom play with no fear. They've earned this advantage. They just know somebody's got to be somewhere, and they'll find him. Once again, just toppled with ease. Into the cat plant, Art Frost holding flank. It's going to be this arrival from VSM, but it's just the pistols left for paiN now.
They built up so much momentum and end on such a high here. Could be 5 alive to close the half.
3 rounds off of the back of that Desert Eagle round. That's what they're building towards. Big Uzera's got other ideas, though. He'll show them how to use it. 2 Deagle shots of his own, and again, a Hail Mary moment for paiN to just try to hold on to this lead. Problem is, no kits from the get-go, and once they get on the scene, they'll be laid out. So BetBoom, off of the back of the Deagle round, 3 in a row to close this 6-all.
He's not warming up. He's hunting.
It's just a fluke. You can't drop 30 like that every match.
What possessed God in heaven to make a player like Molodoi?
God did not make Molodoi. I made him.
You trained him, right?
I teach this kid everything. Discipline, positioning, grenade lineups. He's ignoring it all.
You wanted to see me?
Come sit, Daniel.
I've seen your flashbangs. Did Fallen teach you nothing?
Utilities for people that miss.
That's not game sense, bro. That's madness.
Madness? No, confidence.
He's not blinking.
I don't think he's blinked since he walked in.
Look, Daniel, the teams out there, they know you're dangerous. They're planning around you. They don't want to end up in another highlight reel from you.
If they don't want it to be in highlight reel, they're gonna need one thing.
And what's that?
Disconnect.
He's so intense.
You think you can keep this up every single match?
They can't stop me.
You remind me of me. Just younger, TikTok generation. A little bit less patient, but still very good. You can't coach that. You can only survive it.
Stop trying to coach me. Start following my calls.
Ha, be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
hard-fought battle coming out of BetBoom to secure this tied half, and great promise on an individual level from their Desert Eagles across the board, Mo. We're left impressed by the new pieces of paiN throughout this, but falling victim to a round like that, that's what lets this game get all the more competitive, and paiN now going to have to handle that heat as they are about to start their T-side.
Emotionally, I think there's two things at play for paiN. They know they could have won more rounds. They know they had a good start, but they also know that BetBoom fought really hard and got back into it, and they know that BetBoom are sort of just glowing right now. They really showed a lot of fight, especially up against some of the hardest rounds and with no money and winning like that eco and everything. So I think there's just both teams I feel like are feeling pretty good, want to take the other one down emotionally. And, well, obviously that's what pistols are for, so... No telling who's going to pick this up.
It's fun that we get one of the more competitive games today. I mean, I think both these organizations, you know, they're on the brink, but it's not like one of the, how do I put it? I don't want to be rude, but, you know, like an ecstatic. An ecstatic making a playoff run here would have been shocking, not only because of their opponent, but just also because they're kind of in turmoil. But these are two teams that could actually have solid seasons. You know, they're right on the brink of something, and they get to go head-to-head in stage 1 of the bounty. So it's not like we have one of the big, heavy favorites. It doesn't feel like a sour upset where one team starts the year really poorly and we just want to spit on them. No. Just me?
Just you. I'm spit.
Players jumping out from Palace trying to get footholds on this A site. But Artfrost is going to live and die behind this triple box. And he does both. PURIA is going to clear him out. Bit of a wall bang on that one from the Glock to kill it off. And Biguzera's 10 HP now equal to that of Dilladez. So we've got an edge here for paiN, but they don't hard commit. They're going to reset that bomb back around Palace. And, I mean, they've got more than a minute with this 4v3.
Looks like the bomb is just, still deciding if they're going to reroute or looks like it's going just back to Palace. It's always a good move to just pause. When you've attracted everyone's attention, then they have to think about B. They'll slowly start doubting themselves. You have less fights in the site. And we've got a sliver angle here for MagnoJez, but he's even given that up. That's the position BetBoom don't want to be in. Need a great shot here from Dilladez to shake things up.
Needed more than that, unfortunately. So they take their sweet time and still come through with it.
That's very good from PURIA. Instead of just like playing back, they needed this bit of map control.
Ooh, well, they also needed to hold on to it. We go back even, not even. In fact, Biguzera's low HP. This is a real liability for paiN all of a sudden. But a blindside here from NQZ finds the right timing. And again, he has the responsibility because his in-game leader's low. But Biguzera still all good for the shot in the back of the head. Pops up when he needs to. And that's going to be a secured pistol for paiN and a 7-6 lead that comes with it.
Just good fundamentals on display after getting half an attack through, coming out with a man advantage, re-aggressing after some time. There's, if you're BetBoom, there's no option that feels 100% correct in that spot. It's either you stack or you play rotator spots and hope you hit a good shot. They go for the latter, but the trades were not in their favor.
Force buy situation for BetBoom under siege here. Gonna try to just push that 5-7 to top Palace and drop a smoke. If the 5-7 can hang on to the corner, things could get weird, but he goes out for the swing and instead will be the first casualty. All while Artfrost hasn't been able to line anything up with that scout. Bomb a bit timid to cross from Sandwich for the time being. They're very concerned about Connector, but this is an all-in from BetBoom, the 4 remaining players on ticket.
They're waiting a while, though.
Ooh. They'll shave a player off the pack that tries to run down jungle. Suddenly, this MP9 bursts through with a double. Huge moment for Siren. Big Uzera at a man disadvantage versus 2. Brings it back, kills the SMG, and then doesn't finish Artfrost just yet. Pistol gets the job done. He dodges the scout shot, and while Siren goes big with the SMG, unfortunately, Artfrost's scout left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, definitely, and he's definitely hit some shots too, so we thought he had another one in the chamber, but this is Siren just having another really high impact situation, but it just countered very well. paiN took a long time to get this bomb planted. They were trying to be safe, but there's definitely a fine line between too safe and making the right move. Either way, Big Uzera saves him. So that's a good effort, but now this round, Artfrost will be the only one with a good gun.
I think last round's actually such a great example of like the threat of indecision, because on one side you have paiN taking too much time, being a little too timid, and then in contrast, BetBoom, once they had all those bodies on Ticket, they pounced, right? 2 players pounced. Magnojez catching the player jumping into the smoke, and then really critically the Siren 2K. So let that be an example from both ends. You feel it, jump it.
I love that we're just getting set plays out of paiN. And again, I'm trying to see where they're, what kind of personality they're going to show with this new lineup. What do they go over on the break? How does Big Uzera want to transform this team into something new? He's got that adaptive quality where I feel you're always going to get something unique, a little different every time you bring in players. And to be even more clear about that, it's like, if you get Snappy's teams or something, you're going to have a really structured system, and players are going to come in and they're going to fill the role that was last left. Live, laugh.
Yeah, live, last, lost.
And you're basically going to get, you can keep changing planks, but you're still going to have the same ship. But I think with a caller like Big Uzera, it's not going to be like that at all. It's going to be very personality focused.
So a freebie round secured with that vacant B bomb site gives us this 9-6 lead. paiN winning the pistol, making the most of it. Making sure that the economy blossoms out of the gate. First buy here for BetBoom. Opt for Artfrost. Minimal losses for the BetBoom side of things as they lost that last round too. So small silver linings build up to a real chance at drawing this game back.
That was a perfect grenade. 55 damage on VSM.
Boomich takes the back sight, and Snow's got a very quick trade frag on that one. And there's nobody else inside of A to defend this. Connector smoke, jungle smoke. It's the right utility to keep BetBoom off this bomb site, give that space over, and this time no hesitation.
Yeah.
With the smokes additionally, and that player in the corner, they just jump on that bomb plant. They don't want to fall victim to what happened last time. And now NQZ rather, takes a ton of damage through that wall bang. Good pressure coming out for BetBoom, trying to soften things up, prime themselves for the retake, all while the stairs player slips through that smoke. Snow crossing paths with an opponent puts him in a tough spot. He'll take the kill back, but now has to worry still about this cat clear coming, and that's going to be him down at the hands of Artfrost. Man advantage, BetBoom on the retake. Ticket push goes well. Big Uzera 1v3, bomb on the right side of triple. No, excuse me.
I don't think
on the short side.
Oh, they've got it.
Yo, wow. Good. Able to defuse that with not a lot of time left over. BetBoom's retake comes through with 2 survivors.
I'm just seeing great kills out of Siren. Like in all of these situations, anytime that a round could be won, but you need a great peek out of Siren, it's coming. The aim is there. He got some massive entries in the first half. They're not wasting his great reactions right now.
That post plant's also made awkward by Snow crossing paths inside of Connector.
So many set plays out of paiN, mostly successful, and even when they're not like that, it's still very close. Oh, that's a mistake and a half.
Magnojez caught in window. VSM instantly locks into chair. That's a kill at 1:40 for paiN to still work this. Critical death that puts the pressure right back on BetBoom, but they've been playing with the pressure on their shoulders what feels like this entire game.
I think one thing about paiN is they have a really rough 5v4 win percentage for a team that competes, you know, with tier 1 teams. That's something that you notice when you watch them play. That's the sort of like, they don't have a floor sometimes. They can't always convert their super advantageous positions into actual rounds. So we'll keep an eye on this. And there goes the advantage.
Four-player clump towards the B sites. The call here for paiN. You lost your catwalk up. It's all-in apartments. Artfrost not able to kill it, but Siren, one and done. Another critically missed shot by Artfrost. Will collect it on the third at least. Bomb hits the ground, and there goes the Opper. Fast flank held back by NQZ. He gets wind of Boomich down through the underpass. No clutch given over to Diladez to survive. For paiN, off of the back of losing their cat player, we're thinking tough go. You know you're going to have to slam up against the Opper, but critically here for paiN, Artfrost missing shots.
Artfrost missed a ton of shots, yeah. I mean, he got one in the end, but shooting early, I think, at least drew a little bit of attention to another part of the site. Maybe that assisted his teammate in getting a kill. But in the end, ate the flashes, missed 2. And when you get 1 on your final fallback, you're obviously really suffocated for space. So not a lot of place to go. If you're there a van pillar and or empty pillar and you don't know exactly which side you're going to be held from. Big shots from Biguzera, though.
It's always fun when you can feel like a game is getting too tight for Biguzera's likings, and then he just throws one of those rounds in.
That's another thing we'll look for, because we've seen Biguzera's like performance go from like donk level play to now it's about the rest of the team, not me. But with new teammates, who knows? Like, we know how good Biguzera can be as an individual. He was the best frag in IGL in Brazil for a while.
What felt like straight up the best player on paiN for a while, too, once upon a time. Obviously, he's been on paiN for a long time.
And we liked that paiN, actually. It was really fun to watch him at that peak.
I think his clutch factor in big games as well is something that skyrockets. Tough place to be in if you're BetBoom, working with a scout on Artfrost and the M4 in Magnajez and Diladez's hands. It's a pretty big investment from 2 of the 5 players.
Only the smallest bit of tag damage here on NQZ as he falls back a bit. But I think Snow's going to corroborate that they've both run out of B apps, and unless it's a fake, it might be a good time to go there. Very early smoke here from Siren. Interesting spot. Piria's over on the A ramp while this B play is going on. So I don't know if the idea is that he's just trying to crush the exit players and they know it's sort of an anti-eco, but he's not going to be a part of this exec.
E57 gets the jump on him, but Snow is ready to deal with it and wrap it down into the bomb site too.
He just threw his own fake over on A site.
Another execute, you know, set piece coming out from paiN, and it looks good.
Yeah, it looks good. I'm liking the set plays a lot, honestly.
It's a nice version of paiN that we've got so far today. It feels like it's the right version to deal with BetBoom at the moment. And obviously, BetBoom at this point would just love to hang on to what has been the majority of the guns they came in with. Sure, Artfrost, Scout, Limitation, so be it. Better than nothing in the next. All while quietly, paiN's T-sides racking up round wins now.
Yeah, big time.
Now, this is going to be 5 out of the 6 that they've played. That one A-site retake was, again, another moment where paiN looked good on the execute, had a real chance at holding off that post plant. Boomich doesn't have a kit, so the round's not to be worried about. And Snow's going to escape with his life as well. So solid stuff here for paiN, giving themselves ample room to just kind of finish this game off smoothly.
I don't know, it's crazier the fact that, you know, BetBoom only have 7 rounds, or like they've been chewing on granite this whole game to get anything going. And still, we've got this lead here for paiN, which makes me feel like paiN are just by far and away better. They just can't find any leverage.
BSM out top mid. Artfrost does end up getting that op upgrade. It's going to come at the cost of utility for the majority of BetBoom, but it's all about keeping paiN off that 12th round win. paiN play options here. Spread the defense thin, hold everything just in case BetBoom want to try to get frisky in a game that's starting to feel like they're going to lose.
This might be last chance saloon.
Yeah, BetBoom's not the kind of team to just sit back and watch these rounds go. At some point, they're going to hit you with the Hail Mary. Whether that sticks the landing or not will be the question.
No fake involved this time unless they turn this into an underpass play. But that bomb's up there in B-Apps.
Artfrost holding the B Apartments windows. But with the amount of set pieces we've had out of paiN, the smoke executes and whatnot, you'd think if utility starts falling on Artfrost's head, he could wind up being in another one of those tough holds where vision gets taken away. And if he misses another critical couple of shots, all of a sudden paiN are going to be barreling on top of him. MagnoJez inside of the ladder room gets first blood. It's flashbangs coming out from the windows. BSM's killed Dilladez over towards Cat. Ooh, Artfrost, good first shot. Siren here to help him, and this seems to be going swimmingly. paiN just kind of faltering on the exit attempts. Artfrost never loses his line, goes more aggressive after the first frag, and BetBoom sitting back stuff paiN's attempt this time around.
Saves it again when it could just be the end of the game. So very nice. Love the double cat look. They made that work very well. And even though Big Azera came in to clear it, he's only half prepared, right? He sees the other guy on the other side of Cat. He doesn't think for sure there's someone here. Just looks for a place, sort of an outhouse, to just find safety. Oh, nice find out of MagnoJez. He started to get his kills up after the, I think it was a 1-in-5 start.
Artfrost more comfortable on the angle now with the teammate in con with him. Could just sit here for a little while. We'll see how long he is able to stick around.
It's a position where ENCE.CET can only help so much. He's got the bomb here at top mid.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Big Azera steps into the op scope, blows Artfrost's head off.
They block the bottom con smoke as well.
And this smoke on Catwalk's kind of giving free reign over to Connector. They're hoping that they won't push this, but paiN are not afraid of your utility pressure. And Dilladez, preoccupied with both sides of jungle, could lose timing on this.
Yeah, they can't run from every piece of utility because they're losing grasp on the A site.
Boomich was pushing ramp moments ago, but now he starts to double back. He didn't see anything, so he can stick into the corner. Dilladez bests one inside jungle. Boomich found out, and he can now walk in. He's gotten his kill. And it's critical that he stays alive here because his teammates dropping all around him, nearly with the lineup, and instead it's going to be a Siren clutch demanded of BetBoom.
With the game he's had, I wouldn't be surprised if he figures this out. 1 HP on FURIA.
Bomb planted by NQZ, comes off of it with AK in hand. NQZ will yet again be first contact. This is a huge move. FURIA trying to wrap back around Palace. This could give great timing over to Siren, who has crawled his way to triple, who could damn well blindside NQZ. It boils down to timing, and he hits that headshot in a second.
Comes down to FURIA, 1 health.
Up through Palace. Does this reposition pay off? Will Siren read it? Absolutely not. And lovely stuff from FURIA. 1 health, and he doesn't fade back into the Palace, doesn't let the pressure mount, instead takes it on his terms and gets 4 map points secured.
I mean, that's just perfect timing. And if he peeks after the plant gets tapped, you know that Siren's going to think about that as a final option to look up. But to come out that early just shows how much conviction he had in that rotation to walk the whole way but do it quickly. And they can't deny Siren. These guys are a good matchup for each other. Lots of close rounds. It's a deciding factor as paiN's got both pistols in this game.
And converted them fully.
Yeah.
Both times. Add to that the BetBoom quadruple deagle round that kind of snowballed the better economy rounds over paiN. That was the 3 they ended the half with. We said it's a good match. We've had tight rounds, but the reality is paiN just keep on racking these ones up. If this is the hill that BetBoom die on, it will be well equipped. M4s across the board, no op for ArtFrost, no op on NQZ either. And already this pack of players moving their way out middle. MagnaJez along that catwall's got support right behind him, and also that quick distraction offered through Connector. Man advantage taken, but half of the health bars of 2 BetBoom players down low already. And Dyladez is gonna get stuffed inside of Connector. Feels like MagnaJez needs to make another move here, him or Boomich. Problem is, both, again, half health.
Oh man, going back to B, that actually might be it. Really felt like an A split was coming. You have PURIA lurking inside a palace, but BetBoom, they want to respond to mid, so they draw towards ladder room. It would have been good to stop any more lurks that take place. And instead, paiN will go for grouping now, which makes a lot of sense. And they actually just escape through underpass just to get back to the A play in a different way.
Gonna walk this out the entire time.
Might have cooked this perfectly.
Feels like it.
Wow.
And just to zoom out for a second, if this is another execute that then leads them to just a clean close 13-8 over BetBoom, who have been playing well and showing individual promise, this is a lot of set pieces and clean CS played by paiN in their first outing of 2026. Can't really identify a bad call from Biguzera throughout this. They use those flashes to cross over. They don't wait for smokes, and they hit instant headshots across the board. PURIA in this paiN jersey looks great. 22 kills to his name as Bomb goes down 4v2. And they've just done a successful job of dodging Siren and ArtFrost, who just mingled here on Catwalk as that A-bomb site was taken over. You know, a crawl the entire time, no audio cues given, but then when it's time to go, all of paiN will jump. They swing into those angles, they hit rippers as far as headshots go, and now Snow locked in behind them with 3 teammates already anchoring this one. So desperate attempt thrown forward, and ultimately this ends on just a very clean game of Counter-Strike coming out from paiN. Both pistols, full conversions, and ArtFrost's clutch has no time to be completed, so paiN should be proud about this one. It's not every day that paiN come into a game and play their best CS, but at the start of 2026, they show us a fantastic look.
A fantastic new look indeed, Scrawny, because this was a confident win for paiN. Look at this, both pistols going their way. Snow there, turning his camera around, you know, turning that off after the game is done. Both pistols surviving a battle back from BetBoom. They were challenging them a little bit and then playing a confident game and having some great calling from Biguzera. You got to give him that, especially just the way he was able to move around the map, individually calling his own game as well.
He played well as an individual, but I would say that it was PURIA who stole the show for him. I feel like that was a player that, you know, we saw him back at the We Play Academy League just a little bit, and he was always all right, but I feel like after just kind of toiling between, I think he was on Fluxo, then Bounty Hunters a couple times, just moving back and forth, and then now he's just looking really sharp. I mean, every way that he was used in this one, fighting off of short, taking down always 1-2 players from BetBoom, he really made the beginning of the game so difficult for Boomich's squad.
And even though it was so difficult for Boomich's squad, you got to say that they did fight back in with lesser weaponry, no armor, just a few Deagles and Glocks. That was what shocked me, and that's when I thought, maybe BetBoom's up to something here.
Right, we pull this one, of course, because we think this is where the tides change, and they definitely did. I mean, this round in particular led to BetBoom winning a few more on top of it. Watch ArtFrost, though, at the end of this. This is ridiculous. I mean, the clothesline shot there, and then just barely haircut onto Biguzera. I mean, that's what I wanted. A little bit of explosive play coming out from him. Even actually adds insult to injury by finding the last player. And then we move into the very next round, a little bit more star power, where MagnaJez just swings wide, gets the double entry onto the bomb site, secures it by his lonesome. This was looking like BetBoom finally, they locked in, players were warmed up at this point, and we were going to see a completely different face.
That's what I was expecting, right? Because you get that crazy round where you don't have much invested into it. Then you've got some confidence building. MagnaJez pulls this off. They close out this round pretty confidently. You know, it's something to be happy about. And then you think, okay, they've got a game to work with in here. But sometimes it's just a little bit of a false hope in there, you know, especially as they battled back on this T side. I thought 6-6, that's more than enough to be able to get the job done.
You would have thought that, but actually the story completely changed. And even though there was a great bright spot from Magnajez there, I saw some of his fights from short on the CT side look okay. Unfortunately, he was off to a very bad start. I mean, I think he was 1-9 before that triple kill right there. And then other than maybe 1 or 2 rounds on the CT side, he didn't have a lot to say. So T side from paiN is really where they made their money in this one.
They really did. Let's look at that last round, because that was what was impressive and how they can close it out, right? Just this confidence, just the mid-rounding, just where they decide to end up. Look at the time on the clock, for example.
I also love the way that they sprung into this bomb site. Look at how instead of using any of their any other utilities, just really flashes on top of each other to take the space. I mean, they're using what they got. They're keeping paiN, or BetBoom that is, off kilter, not really announcing their presence until it's a flashbang in their face and they can decidedly take space together. So I thought that BetBoom and Boomich called a pretty solid T side themselves. BigUzera one-upped him. Like, there's no doubt about it. The way that they took middle space, they would get 1 kill, even go 1 for 1, then just peel off. And the timings were so awkward too. Like, BetBoom really thought they were supposed to go for a B stack there because of how long paiN was taking to get into position. But the fact that they retreated through underpass, through spawn, and back towards A, I mean, BetBoom just thought there's no way they're going to do all of that.
Who would do this?
No, yeah, that just feels a little ridiculous, a little excessive, no?
Excessive, but successful. And that's got to be the story of BigUzera as a player as well. We've got to look at him in a bit more detail, because not only is he dealing with all these changes all the time, doing a lot of the groundwork for this team, also sometimes sacrificing himself, but he can also entry frag, he can also dominate, he can also pop off players who ultimately he shouldn't be able to do that to.
BigUzera has been sometimes just keeping paiN afloat as they have had struggles in their seasons. Even last season, sometimes it felt like he was the band-aid on a team that was really struggling on T side, whether that involves taking space himself, sometimes in a round. It seems like there were singular calls last season where...
Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, he was just so fast in so many of these moments. And it's great because he's calling a system that he can actually thrive in. You don't really see this too often. And I feel like as a fragging in-game leader, as a pure fragger, he has to be regarded among the best with people like Blitz. It's just that the last season, I feel like he lost a lot of stock in the community, just because they had such poor T sides.
And rightly so, right? Because it's like, you started really good at the beginning of the year. Your end was terrible, yet you had the same players and the same pieces to work with. It actually was a downgrade somehow, despite you having the consistency in the same players. But now we've got to look at him in a different light. And also we've got to look at him how he's scouting some of these players. FURIA, new player comes in. You were mentioning him earlier. He was the carry factor for this team.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of these early round kills or early kills in the game are just kind of based off of his spot. But even actually, I hope we get the highlight where he was in sandwich in this half, because he was fairly mobile. I thought he was just going to be kind of a static fighter around that short area, but there were rounds in this half where he was starting in different setups where they were using other players around him as decoys. So he was definitely getting set up lightly in these fights. But there we go. This one where he's just suddenly at sandwich. Like, that's how he started around, even though he's the short player. So I love that paiN are using multiple different setups to just kick things off in these rounds. It's not what you expect from a team that's integrating 2 new players. Too often you see first game of the season, a team like this, especially on an opponent's map pick, where they just fall into a default almost every single time. But the fact that they had a couple tricks up their sleeve shows that paiN came into this with a bit more preparation than I was expecting.
And this is it, right? This is where you say, for them at paiN right now maybe I understand why they wanted to switch to the full Brazilian lineup, because then they'd be able to do the magic of, if you want to make these quick calls, you want to make these quick decision-making things, they can do it with no hesitation.
And I feel like that's so important because there was obviously, at the end of last season, a lot of disconnects. I felt like, weirdly enough, DGT almost started really nicely when he was playing with paiN. That's how they had their great result at the Austin Major. But then as time went on, it's almost as if he was learning more Portuguese. He got worse. Like the styles of what he wanted to do clashed with the timings that BigUzera wanted to hit with the rest of the paiN guys. And so I just expect them to be a lot more congealed. And I already feel like the way that he moved the players around on T-side Mirage there looked so much smoother and fluid than anything when it was Davideus and DGT on the lineup.
Well, let's see if it continues going into Nuke. That's what's coming up next. It's an important game for BigZera to try and get an understanding of how he wants to use these pieces in an official environment. For BetBoom, they've got a lot of work to do now. It's not looking good for them statistically, but let's see if they can turn it around after the break. Last year, you had so many position role changes. It was very crazy for this team. Have you had to make more of these to fit these two players in? Is there more changes you're going through?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't know. In my opinion, every player has to know everything about Counter-Strike, because I think right now we have 5 players who can do everything inside the game. So I think Counter-Strike is not just you do what you are good. You sometimes you have to do something that is not like comfortable to you, but at the same time you have to know the basic things about another position, another role, and this kind of things. So right now I feel the team, we all are so comfortable playing. We have good roles, sometimes we have some players that never play in some position, but at all I think it's good.
I love BigZera because, you know, he's keeping it real. Yeah, we're going to go through more changes. We did enough of that last year. We're doing it again. But also, you need to know, if you're on his team, how to play all positions, bro. Like, what the hell?
Hopefully not everybody has to pick up the AWP.
Yeah.
But I mean, even watching that last map there, I mean, VSM slotted in more or less where I thought he was going to, along with FURIA on the CT side. But then on the T side, I felt like I was seeing VSM a lot more in the space taking pack than I necessarily expected. So yeah, I mean, also the way that BigZera likes to mid-round, you have to be fluid. You have to be able to change to his vision on a dime. So I mean, the thing is, they are loaded with skill in terms of their region. I'm not saying they're all like world-class players today, but I've seen VSM hit some pretty high highs in the past.
Well, let's see how it can work out from going into this nuke. And that's a thing I need to look at when it comes to this nuke. paiN have picked it, but do you expect them to be as ready as and comfortable as what we saw there? Would that blow your mind if they're that good on nuke already?
I would be pretty surprised if they look as well oiled as they did on Mirage on nuke.
Yeah.
So,
because it's a much harder, right, to be in that kind of situation, to mid-round like that, to play off each other in the same way.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, even speaking to the faults of paiN in the previous season, to me, I mean, a lot of it came down to DGT's lurk timing. So if VSM is thrown into those same kind of roles as a lurker, then I just want to see him have a little bit more connection, or at least be able to just kind of take a bit more in terms of distraction. And that's kind of where the flair of VSM is always interesting, because, you know, on some teams I've seen him in the past extend a little bit too much. And then if you lose a lobby lurker or something on one side of the map, you just give everything up. And if they have that sort of space and they never even had to really fight for it, then, well, now the whole plan of Big Azera can fall apart just because one guy messed up.
And Big Azera is not going to be happy with that, but we'll keep an eye on it. Looking over on the BetBoom side, though, Boomage, classic when it comes to nuke, but this team on nuke is not all that impressive, even at the levels they're currently playing at.
No, they're kind of up and down against a lot of the tier 1.5, tier 2 teams. I mean, like, they've beaten Heroic, which looks impressive recently, but they've also lost to Foot. So hard to really read it based off of the stats. But in terms of some of the personnel on the team, Dilladez, to me, he struck me as quite an interesting player, because the dude is just extremely mobile as a ramp player. Like, he doesn't just play it all the way just static at ramp every single time. Within the first, I'd say, 30 seconds of a round, you can see him rotating to help outside sometimes, rotating down pretty early. So I feel like he's going to be a key player to see, are paiN targeting him? Are they trying to take ramp? Because if you have a ramp player that treats it too much like a rotator spot, well, then you might just give it up a little bit too easily too. So I'm hoping to see some stability from him, but we'll see how the game plans work out between Big Azera and Dilladez.
Well, there's a lot of learning. There's a lot of stuff going down on this. Thank you, Mario, for all of your thoughts. Let's see what happens when we get into nuke. Could it be a comfortable 2-0 for paiN, or will BetBoom bounce back? We'll find out now with Scrawny and Launders.
The type of Counter-Strike we saw in Mirage, James, would lead you to believe it could be clean, but we always say, it's kind of our joke, that when it comes to paiN, they can never win their map pick.
We haven't looked at the numbers, but they got to be the worst team in the world at winning their map pick.
It feels that way. However, this is a new paiN, and this is a new year, and so let's hope for them, and again, for the sake of Counter-Strike, that they bring something great to the table. I think that the quality CS they were able to play on Mirage is just extra elevated because both pistol wins, 3-0 conversion each time. That's what really keeps the game clean, but again, no glaring mistakes by the squad, barring, again, getting your heads shredded by the Desert Eagles of BetBoom. We'll give them credit for that round.
No, I really think all the rounds they lost were, like, stolen from them. Like, they played very well up until the last few moments, and then BetBoom, you know, full credit, were great, but paiN just amazing pistols, amazing, like, core rounds on both sides, like, and again, that wasn't their map pick. So we gotta say, it is their map pick. They play nuke. It's a new paiN. It's a new year.
And we're going to start it with a Zeus, huh? Get him.
Yeah.
VSM.
Oh, man.
Shocking surprise when he hits that A-bomb site, and it's still able to bring it back. No way. Big Azera out there squeaky with the double. And they know that Boomich is in the site. He's the guy that got the Zeus. He gets a Zeus kill, a headshot frag.
They've lost him.
No way they lose track of him. Sure, they'll hunt him down. Triple kill from Big Azera to take that back. That's a 3v5.
Yeah, it's 3v5. It's a position where the site that gets taken is where Boomich gets the kills. You know, it's like really high impact right away, shuts down one half of that entrance, and they still win the pistol. So that shows you exactly how good paiN are right now. 3 for 3 on these rounds. And last map, it was with 2 conversions after those pistols as well. Very impressive. But not real CS. This is the real CS.
It's the force buy that comes out of BetBoom now. All the smokes up means no real threat just yet. Artfrost with vision over top it. And they'll get those pesky MP9s to just go back down and hide and lower. And Artfrost actually gives up his angle up top. to just look at the smokes instead, and it's in that moment that they're able to cross. I'm not quite sure why he repositioned there. That
Sometimes
just gave over the window.
you got ants in your pants.
Well, how'd they get in there?
Yeah, you're just like, you got TikTok on your mind.
Could have just sat perched the whole time. You would have been able to see whatever the hell else you wanted to look at. And now Snow's gonna find a MAC-10 rip through the B bomb site, and the scramble rotate down from ramp. Diladez dead. No Deagle headshots this time around.
I'd love to know if the average angled hold time has actually gone down over the years with the emergence of car content.
Okay, sure. Social media ruined CS2. You used to be able to hold angle.
I actually think it's improved it because there's so much more action now.
But it is one of those questions, like, why move? If you're going to go back up, why move?
Yeah.
It achieved nothing. You either look at the smoke, you look over the smoke, or you look at the smoke.
Smoke.
And then you go back and look over it, but they've already crossed. So missed the timing due to an awkward little reposition. And it'd be different if you like had to go check on ramp or something, but that really wasn't the case. So,
yeah, it's doing too much sometimes, yeah. Looking for a lurk, maybe.
But like, what lurk could you have not seen from above?
We in the same building, but we got different views.
And his view blocked by smoke. Let's paiN get away with the conversion. So 3 pistols, all 3 rounds right after. And now they'll just have to deal with this M4 on MagnoJez. Ooh, this is interesting. We're going to throw an M4 into the middle of it, huh? Boomich goes heavy on the investment here in round 3.
They did do this back on Mirage as well. Keeping money super low on one guy. I kind of like buys like this because I just don't like, I don't feel, you know, and BetBoom did do a lot on rounds like this. And it's just the idea that you might lose this round for sure. But if you can get 3 kills, like you're at least making some progress in the next round.
Yeah, let a couple of USPs give paiN false confidence, and then they overstep into an M4. And in the highly unlikely but still possible situation where that M4 wins the round, you'll be happy that you bought it.
Yeah.
Worst case is no damage and it doesn't get to save.
It would be interesting to see what, you know, how much the percentage odds go up for having one gun versus none at all. Obviously, it feels like they'd be a lot higher, but that guy's got to be having a really great day.
MagnoJez gets the duel he was looking for, but it's going to be a A-bomb site taken over.
This is the other part of it as well on CT side. You know, you can just walk away with the gun, and it's no problem if you want to take it into the next. So you can passively try, see if they make mistakes.
Now, it'd be a shame if we stopped thinking outside of the box. I don't think...
yeah, with the economy.
Yeah.
Definitely.
If you really believe in it, make it a part of your identity, and I think Boomich has been, clearly. It's come out in multiple maps already this series.
I like the idea that you have some kind of chance on every round of the game, even if it's small.
The worst thing any of us can be is too afraid to try.
Absolutely. So no matter how you spend the next 8 hours, 8 hours will pass. Buy that M4.
And don't go anywhere. Stay right here with us.
Yeah, I want some active listening here.
I know that sounded like we want you to go outdoors or something, but really we need company. We need community. And that's what Counter-Strike gives us. BetBoom now looking to give paiN something to think about with the full buy coming out here in the 4th round. That M4 saved. Still an op on Artfrost, so really no shame in buying it 1 round prior. MagnoJez seeing that utility come out is a good distraction for Snow to try to cheat through smoke. And Diladez catches an angle from outside to get that trade frag. Pressure on Siren. They're already in sight. Biguzera killed one up above.
What an exec.
Before Siren comes through in clear sight. 3 versus 1 at a minute 26. This round 30 seconds, Launders, and it's just a bloodbath on that A site.
I love how it's like a set strat, but it's kind of messy, but on purpose. And the fact is, like, you get a lurk like that out of Snow. Sometimes that's slowed down for the perfect moment as you get in there, but from his perspective, all he needs is the mini guy to turn around. If he gets the kill, great. If he doesn't, at least he can distract while the other upper players isolated, and then he just trusts his team to do the rest of the work. But I think when he heard that initial spam, he heard a team that wasn't totally prepared to stop a full exec coming through. So they've got to be ready for this, though, BetBoom. We've seen paiN come forward with, I mean, they have done set plays, right? They have done set plays as a team, but like, I remember them more for their weird defaults, you know? And so we're getting a little bit more out of the set plays, and I feel like it's a welcome change.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
I think it's also maybe one of the most entertaining types of Counter-Strike when you're ready to get messy, to just still then keep things tidy.
Especially if it's at like a minute 30 instead of those, you know, really, really late round execs.
Yeah. Cause carnage and then clean it up and be ready to play within that chaos, which they so clearly were. BigUzera dealing with the Heaven player before dealing with the Anchor. Now Artfrost waiting for a jump spot base of Silo, but Snow's going to keep his head down. We were talking about Snow earlier and his evolution as an outer player on Nuke. We said originally it didn't really kind of fit him in terms of his roles and what we knew him as. Oh, and he could be a dead man if Artfrost had landed that.
That's a hard shot. Oh,
but Snow really has found his groove, and he has a few reference games when it comes to playing outer on Nuke in the later half of 2025, even despite paiN's struggles individually. He's had some good moments.
And it's, you know, one of those positions that, yeah, you're going to take years to really get good at it if you're going to commit to it. So, but like James said, you play on paiN, you got to be ready for every position.
Yeah, I wonder if they put that in the job description before you apply.
Must be able to play every position on every map.
They want them fresh off the academy team, but with 20 years of experience. Utility through the rooftop of the A site to set a challenge here for the MP9s pressed up. We got a bit of a squeaky emphasis here. Oh, BigUzera turning, anticipating something, and instead just gets blindsided by the smaller guns. Boomich's upgrades free inside of the hut, and that's a bomb dropped on Boomich's feet as well. 15 on the clock. Boomich lands the off shot, and then he decides to come and take this duel. Still enough time to win this, but somebody's gonna go get that bomb. It's gonna be Snow to sprint in and try to nab it. He's got the cover given by VSM, and its bomb plant's gonna go down. Comes up, health advantage on Frost, missed shot, pistols out, spam from down beneath him, and Artfrost just trying to cause panic here as it's pistols on both sides. The sniper wins it from up above, but just barely. BetBoom.
I wanted to see if there was a smile on Snow's face. It was just such an awkward situation. Clearly thought he could win that. Very, very close. And Artfrost, I'll give it to him. Moments like that, I do think he's got that kind of chaotic game where he's ready to play a very awkward situation. Such a solid round out of Boomich. Busting out the op like good old times. Like Cloud9 days.
Don't want to waste that triple kill from Boomich.
Those already shades of Mirage with the nature of this round win.
Yeah, it's the exact same scoreline too. A chaotic first one where it comes down to the 1v1.
Nice.
But NQZ is going to hit the ground immediately at the start of round 6. Artfrost finding his mark. A couple more bodies floating around outer.
Uh-oh. Careful, Artfrost.
Felt like he would have been on a silver platter there, but Snow's going to be onto the op, picked up off NQZ's dead body, and then right back to the rifling outside.
Oh, what?
Change of pace is beautiful.
That is sickening.
FURIA comes through with a double headshot, cracks the door wide open inside of that A-bomb site, and they're going to run that bomb right in. Thank you, good sir. A 5-1 start here on map 2 as well.
Yeah, excuse me with that pre-clear. That's crazy, but still a chance.
We got one trying to come through on main. Heaven being held by Ben. BigUzera, dude, twice now. 2 rounds in a row. He is caught unprepared. Switching between guns haphazardly. VSM now tasked to come up with the clutch. You know you've got one locked into the vent. He's got to take a look towards the site. He's got to close that distance. 2v3 retake out of BetBoom.
Yeah.
What's BigUzera doing?
I don't know. I mean, it's like the in-between timing on the push. They didn't think that a retake was going to take place right there, but as we can see from the time, they needed to make it happen right away.
Well, shut out BetBoom. Shut out, but Shout out BetBoom.
Oh man, this is crazy.
For just making it happen on their terms.
Wow, 2v4.
Yes, sir.
Even got some more damage on that spam.
MagnaJez really the hero in all of that. Comes through with everything. The kill on BigUzera is the one that just lets him tuck into the cover and then forces VSM's hands.
Oh, he's still going. Oh my goodness.
going deep on this one. All the economy mostly on the line here for paiN. And another recovered 4v5 situation. Great shot from VSM off top silo to kill MagnaJez.
They're doubling down, but they're in mini already.
Oh, they've crossed paths. BigUzera gets around it through the smoke, and BoomTech just kind of lost outside. Still trying to pick up the scraps outer and doesn't get anything for his efforts. Diladez didn't know player down beneath him. BigUzera staring up. Bomb inbound, crossing over from the vents, and BigUzera's here, making up for it with a kill and a critical. Space taken through main to crack open A.
I just feel like even when Artfrost gets a golden chance, he just keeps pushing it a little bit, and he's been getting one, dying right after, not finding his chance. Love the initial aggressive play, because even though he got spotted, I feel like it was so unlikely that he just wide swing the back of red right after getting seen that they weren't ready for it. But hard to get him out of there after he's been spotted. There has been someone top silo every round, however, from paiN. I feel like we've seen BSM do just what he needs to fit into this team.
100%. I'm actually really stoked, just on a character basis, right?
Yeah.
Not even Counter-Strike related, but just the characters on this team now. Imagine VSM riding off of NQZ's playoffs high, you know?
Like, what if they're at the major and he pulls out like the napkin and knife and fork?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, it's just going to come out of nowhere.
Because we know Snow and NQZ will get rowdy. And we know BigUzera can do the same when the games get close. But now I think VSM's the kind of guy that can pull you out of like a negative tailspin.
Sure, yeah, they can. He's gonna get a clutch.
A gel guy. Somebody to remind you that life's not bad when you're down 0-6 out of the gate.
With a smile like that?
Yeah.
And PURIA also just kind of a menace.
Yeah, to hell with the team culture. PURIA's just nasty at the moment.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll bring the Counter-Strike if you can bring the good times. And Snow giving us another example of his impact on Nuke. T-side, 9-5 his start. Pressure now shifts back to BetBoom's shoulders with all their money in this one. And already down to 4 grenades for the entire team. Awkward for Snow there, caught climbing up onto the railing. He actually chases him, makes sure he really runs. Artfrost's got utility trickling towards him into the ramp room. Blinded, he'll have to give up that angle. Takes the Hail Mary, but no damage done in return. Duel outside for VSM. Front garage. Oh, leaves a little to be desired in that one. There's still a chance that paiN take that B bomb site by storm and could rob the round away with it.
Plant's going down quick, and they have an outside lurker. We'll see how Snow gets into the mix.
Nice spam.
What a spam. And they're watching for him, but this is going to kill the clock a little bit.
Now Snow's starting to try to join this. Oh, he finds the timing to perfection. Siren dead to the headshot. BoomTech will get the trade towards Secret, but they lost MagnaJez on the retake. Artfrost from single, BoomTech on double. Top silo held, and always a position to catch retakes off guard. So difficult to exit that door and predict this.
Yeah, especially if you have ramp control, it's such a good spot to play.
Now suddenly paiN, 6-2 lead.
Yeah, they're just crushing right now. On paiN that starts winning their map pick, they might go farther than quarters.
Yeah, 2026 could damn well be theirs for the taking. What do you, okay, here's a fun little game.
Yeah.
What should paiN's goals be? If they've had last year, top 4 finish at the major.
I think it's winning the major.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because Well, it would be off the basis of like an easier bracket run, maybe.
Okay.
But winning one hard match,
right?
And I say that because like lots of majors are won that way, right?
Yeah.
You know, you need a good draw, but because of how they've shown they can actually stand up to the test of high pressure matches specifically, I feel like that's one of the biggest tests, you know?
Sure.
Like take a look at Falcons, like a way better team, way better individuals, but it's the pressure that keeps them out of winning. For paiN, I don't think it's the pressure, actually. I think it's just, it's always been like the talent and a mix of the sort of like atypical calling, you know, still proving that this weird system can work. But I feel like that should be their goal, absolutely. If they hadn't made it to top 8, they haven't surprised at majors a couple of times, then it would be like, okay, it's too far-fetched. But, you know, in terms of a miracle run team, I feel like they're in the same bucket as outsiders were at Rio.
Yeah, I didn't expect you to go so big, but I like the reasoning. Again, you know, you don't expect it, and I think that's exactly what your answer encapsulates.
Yeah.
For me, I want to see them at the very least win a trophy.
Yeah.
I think their counterparts in Legacy did exactly that in the last season of CS, and because of how flat Legacy were in Budapest, we kind of stopped talking about them at the end of the year. But that really is, to me, paiN's kind of now #1 rival. Whether there's good camaraderie between the teams or not, when anybody regionally surpasses you, you want to claw that back, and paiN have always been those guys. The #1, you know, at least full South American team.
Yeah, that's the other part of it for me. I think there was this, like, the FURIA CEO saying that we wouldn't be able to win a major with Brazilian players, and I just outright just think that's crazy. I think it's totally possible.
Frost, hold on though, because he's got 2 shots and a player dropping into the backside. But VSM and Snow are going to find those lurky frags. 6 on the clock, they've got to kill him.
Oh, they do. They do kill him. Does he survive long enough if he gets that frag?
He's
staying
stuck
opposite
behind the
vent?
vent.
Yeah, it's tough. Maybe a chance.
Yeah. But even then, felt like he was trying to just run to it, not given that chance by the quick climb up ladder.
But yeah, I'm also saying it from the perspective of like, what would you tell yourself is your expectations? Obviously, from our perspective, you got to climb the ladder, you know, win events along the way and everything like that. But we just see this random ceiling out of them that you don't get out of a lot of other teams.
Well, today I feel like we're seeing an early ceiling maybe for this team. Not to say this is their absolute limit, but just their potential is on full display.
Oh yeah,
I mean, tearing through BetBoom. I really thought that this game was going to be, I mean, look at the odds, right? We don't often talk about bookmakers coming into a game all the time, but this was one where BetBoom had the favorites. And we were just thinking that, you know, with recency, with how flat paiN looked back at the major, with a new roster, you know, paiN are actually somebody who have taken time to onboard previous pieces, right?
Definitely.
And today's game is just a great showing that this one's seemingly clicking out of the gate. First official of this 5, and it's very promising.
And sometimes a good debut is just a debut, but also it's better than not having a honeymoon.
FURIA showing us that this guy's no fluke.
Yeah. I feel like they've added to their like sort of mid round with PARI and their late round with VSM, and
I like that.
It's making sense. Obviously, this is sort of just BetBoom, but we know how good BetBoom can be as well.
I mean, their stock was rising throughout last year as well. Falling flat tonight.
How many tournaments did outsiders win before? Well, I guess they did win Rio in 2018, but like in that in between Rio in 2022 and Rio in 2018, did they actually pick up any trophies?
Man.
No, right?
I don't think so at all. I mean, it's a quick check. I'll look at James' HLTV profile.
Yeah. Flashpoint?
IEM Rio Major 2022.
CS Summit 7.
CS Summit 7.
I don't even remember that.
Flashpoint 2, a Blast Pro Series Moscow in 2019.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. I mean, stuff went online shortly after that, so fair enough. That's actually pretty solid. Forgot about Moscow.
Silverware.
We were there for that.
That we were. NQZ pressured from the ramp. fine by it. Gotta say, this debut is fantastic as far as paiN are concerned, and unfortunately, it's at the expense of BetBoom's pizzazz. They come into this round trying to, throw that wrench in the works. I said it back on Mirage. If you win versus BetBoom long enough, they're going to just try to send that Hail Mary. This was that Hail Mary.
There it is.
You're down a map. It's 8-2. It's the CT side of Nuke. You go charging at paiN thinking you're going to catch them off guard, and you don't even get one kill.
It's all cylinders. The engine is going. Okay, now I just want to see them play versus, like, tougher teams. Ready for anything.
Do you remember, I know you said the favorites were BetBoom coming in, but do you remember how close the odds were?
It was like 2 to 1.7, but I mean, even seeing them,
yeah. When you consider the accolades that paiN had last year, I think that's a real example of how just their kind of absence in the second half of the year let their reputation fizzle out. And then Budapest really kind of spat on it.
Yeah, taking breaks felt like, okay, well, maybe it wasn't enough.
A lot of spit talk tonight.
Yeah, you're in a spit play.
I don't know what's going on. No, I can't.
You're just revealing yourself right now.
It's, ooh, smoke grenade slid under the fence.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
If we had a prone key in Counter-Strike, maybe you could reach for it, but...
Can unwind a coat hanger, maybe reach for it.
I'd just use the end of your gun, really. Probably easier
Yeah,
than finding a coat hanger. But hey, to each their own.
There's probably a lab coat hanging up somewhere they could find.
MagnaJez gonna find timing. Clears out behind main. Is it one for the road for BetBoom? PSM's on the hunt. You hear the rumblings of the A commitment, but really well-timed peaks here for MagnaJez. So BetBoom just looking for that one last round. Hilariously, they try to rush in the round prior thinking that's the key. Instead, you sit back, lurk out, and the best round from BetBoom comes at the very tail end of the half. 3 rounds on a CT side. Doesn't feel like paiN's debut will be spoiled tonight.
Minus springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you in back.
Look at this man.
Yep.
He's enjoying himself.
Oh my God, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man.
You think to yourself, what the?
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the rubber's meeting the road a little bit. They're gonna
Rock solid T-side on their map pick. paiN making mincemeat of BetBoom this evening. It's going to be an uphill battle for the challengers that were starting this as the favorites.
Yeah, they were starting this as the favorites. It doesn't feel like it anymore. And it also kind of shows you like how good the Mirage actually was from paiN, considering the rounds that they survived. And if they win this pistol, it'll be 4 out of 4. Yeah. That's something that BetBoom just cannot stand up against right now. So I got to pull one out.
Art Frost with the P250 outer. He's got MagnoJez to his left, and he's got opponents ahead of him. We get this secret rotate running over. They've gotten dangerously close to main. They're going to try to jump and get right through, but first kill goes paiN's way. Not expecting him to come and attack these other two, but they're getting caught now from both sides. BetBoom looking to recover somehow, somewhere, some way, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. Main pressure to end this. 4 for 4 in the pistols.
4 for 4.
And they've converted all 3 of the previous pistols too.
Man, yeah, that's just too many rounds. Like 6 rounds in an MR12 already is just like, you got to play your heart out to even make it close. And they didn't even really do that last map. paiN winning their map pick might be something that we could expect this year, it almost feels like. It's only the start, but
that's the thing. I don't want
they will lose their map pick once this year, I'm sure.
Like, it's such a pleasant surprise to have a team like paiN, and it's not even because I'm trying to play favorites. It's just that, you know, we know the ceilings of these two teams are different. paiN have achieved great things with Austin.
Yeah.
That was, you know, less than a year ago. Mm-hmm. And so to see a team that feels like they could get back to that far faster than you'd expect, awesome. In a season where so many roster changes we were hyped about didn't happen, this is a noticeable shakeup, and it's hitting the ground running. That's a reason to be hyped.
And it's a region where, like notoriously, it's been too expensive to get players and everything, and that's been cited in the European scene by Apex, and that's why he said there's not going to be, you know, many more roster moves, if any, for this foreseeable future in Tier 1. Well, here's paiN doing something really interesting. And I think that's the thing about Brazil. It's like maybe players are overpriced. Maybe those prices have come down a bit, but there's lots of underrated figures that deserve another chance. That, you know, if the atmosphere changed, like, you could actually get the most out of them. I think they found 2 of those guys.
Guns here for BetBoom.
Lukowski's another one, by the way, you know, where we've seen what he can do.
His T-side stats once upon a time were just actually unbelievable.
Yeah.
I remember Jacob, one time we were in the middle of the cast, Jacob, that's Pimp, my friend Jacob, came over to us, showed us his phone, and was like, guys, this is real.
Yeah.
And we couldn't even believe the numbers we were looking at. This was like an America's Showdown back in 2022 or 3. And sure enough, you know, we mentioned it at the start of a T-side, he went crazy.
Crazy.
Over and over again. Now
it kind of reminds me of like Yakinder, where it's like, you know, his playstyle is really good for this game. He just needs the right team for it. But
crazy
right now we're talking about, BetBoom actually just snuck all the way into lower. They have nobody to fight at all. Not a single rotation from paiN. Okay. Not a single point of damage. Oh, just kidding.
And QZ gets rocked. MagnoJez gonna pay the cost for that one, but ultimately into the save will go, and BetBoom have a little more to work with. Very gentlemanly of just give paiN, you know, for paiN to give a roundup like that.
We'll take lower, you take upper.
Go ahead. Move downstairs. And I think if we hadn't had such a great game of Counter-Strike already out of paiN, and if we didn't know they were a very capable nuke team to begin with, a moment like that's where you go like, oh god, this is going to be a bad half.
He just killed 3 of them.
And himself to the bomb. So it's not even cost-effective in the end.
Yeah.
They're just queuing up the heartbreak.
It's a Pyrrhic victory.
I really want to know what's in that dimly lit pink closet.
Where?
You see that?
NQZ's?
Look at Big Uzera's background.
Let's take a look. Oh, there's a dance floor back
What's
there.
in there?
That's not a closet, though. That's too wide. That's got to be a door, right? But it's actually would be a weird door. but it could be a conference room at a hotel type of thing.
Okay, yeah. Sliding doors widens it.
Yeah.
Grow up.
Either way. Yeah, grow up. Forgot about that option.
Chicken coop.
Yeah.
You know?
Just the red light district on the other side. Anything's possible.
We're celebrating early. Damn, BSM making money
and taking money.
Exactly what I was gonna say. You read me like a book. The same way BetBoom read that path down to the B bomb site with 0 contest. Is there more of that to come, though? Siren tucked into Squeaky.
Those 3 kills, man, and you see how low grenades
BetBoom
already on.
They're going to try to take this test towards ramp. VSM steps up to the challenge.
That was nice.
Boomich is going to drop PARI.
Yeah, that's pretty big, and no one actually went down ramp. NQZ is a really quick rotation here.
No, VSM's down there.
I mean, BetBoom didn't follow them there.
Right.
Oh, is he going to open the door?
Didn't yet. Boomich gets clipped by the Opper. MagnoJez has taken position up in heaven. And you saw NQZ just worried about the door. But
wait,
the
he's not clearing
Ventuck,
everything.
Oh, he's going to come right down. NQZ standing there ready for it. Oh, that's gross. Felt like they were on the brink of something, but instead everybody from paiN just cautious enough and clean enough with the shots to make sure that none of those moments get away from them.
The awareness has been really good.
Yes, sir. Barring last round when everybody got downstairs.
Yeah, there was no awareness at all.
They put the blinders on for 1 round. Played it blindfolded. In anticipation for that red room opening up.
Yeah.
Now you've got bomb sat at the feet of paiN and a 12-4 lead. Map 2 sitting right here for the taking.
That's a sneaky little move there from BSM to get his kill and get out, and great rotation from NQC. That's what you're always trying to look for, is who gets the turnpike fast enough, and it's too hard for BetBoom right now. paiN playing this well. And all their deaths last round of VSM as well. That's just gonna sting.
Counter-terrorists win.
That's the money they've got to defend against this series.
It's not a whole lot, I'll tell you that. Ooh, really not considering it, huh? I mean, mind you, they did get a kill on that ramp, so you've already got VSM, who you know fell down, a frag on it. You're not expecting a third.
Yes, the rotation was so quick, yeah.
And MagnoJez is already up in heaven, so you'd think he probably would have found somebody. And this is all that's going to keep them in the game for now. BetBoom working the Galil and AK-47 setup. Already down to 4 pieces of utility as well. And they're going to go down into the 4 versus 5 at that. 17-8 sits Snow.
I feel like this is... Teams quietly got to 17, I feel like.
Most of it fueled by that T-side start. Desert Eagle finds a back turned, but it doesn't come for free. MagnoJez losing teammates over his shoulder, and Snow will happily take this duel right back to his opponents outside. Art Frost in anticipation's about to turn, and that is a freebie. Bomb down, 4v2. Unfortunately here for BetBoom, coming in as favorites, they get absolutely trounced by paiN. Snow trying to finish this off, goes 19-9 on the game. This is a phenomenal debut for a team that we didn't see a lot of in the second half of 2026. They power up off of the player break and show us real promise. Can we believe in paiN again? It's a comfortable kickoff for 2026.
I believe in paiN every single day. I feel it in my body, but I didn't feel it when watching the team play some great Counter-Strike just there. This was better than expected. Starting T-side, having this get going for them. I think, like, I'm not looking at the scoreline, but just the way they played for paiN, this beat expectations for adding 2 new players and playing Nuke so well.
By a large margin. I'm a little bit concerned. I want to jump on the paiN train. Don't get me wrong.
I'm always on the paiN train, baby.
I really do. I will say that on that T side, a few fast plays, it's going to be really hard for a team like BetBoom to know what's coming. And so I'm excited, but I'm just not fully on board yet, because I think when you're a brand new team, which paiN practically are right now, you do get the benefit of playing a team that's completely in the dark against you.
Okay.
You know, BetBoom coming into this series probably saw a paiN from last season that worked the map a little bit slower, that went for a few more just kind of space taking, then slow down. But there were a couple fast pieces that were just kind of thrown in here at will, probably because paiN is still building out their playbook, and BetBoom just simply weren't ready. So I think the second opponent for paiN is going to be extremely telling.
But if you remember, right, I know you're talking about the end part of the season. If you remember the first part of last year, they were hitting this fast. They were going for these kind of plays. We were seeing Davide sometimes just go absolutely berserk every now and again, right? But obviously they changed so much, they moved positions around, and everything started to fall apart from after that. So it's a bit of old paiN mixed in with new, and maybe better communication here for him. I just got to say, like, for Snow, this was a good game. Sometimes I do get baited by him having a good game, and then it slips down again. But I want to see if he can keep any sort of consistency this year, because to me, that's probably the most important piece.
And the thing is, they have really outlined that they think Snow is going to be one of the best Brazilian players in a couple of years. I feel like many people have seen the downside of Snow, that he was really rocky, fairly inexperienced. He wasn't playing all of the star roles, though. Swapping him over to those looked also pretty up and down last season. But this was a great showing, okay? I can't deny that whatsoever. A lot of the fights that he was taking, even to close the game out versus BetBoom, were fantastic. The time to kill was so swift.
Well, let's hear from paiN themselves. We've got NQZ standing by after a confident win. Hey, this is a good start to the season, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. Yeah, good start indeed. We managed to play both maps really well, so yeah, good start.
I want to first start by looking at just how much time have you had to practice with your two new players and get them settled in? Has it only been practice in Europe, or did you practice a bit back in Brazil as well?
Actually, we practiced like 10 days in Brazil and maybe only 2 here in Europe, so less than 2 weeks. But since the day one, we were getting along inside the server really well, and everyone was hyping the team. The mood completely changed. So, yeah.
Hey, bro, I remember when we were in Budapest, you were telling me like things had to change, and then you guys made this quick change so quickly. VSM obviously seems to bring this mood up. He's got a smile on his face. I see guys laughing and joking around, even when you guys lost that crazy round to Deagles and Glocks. So just try and tell me and the viewers at home how much of a difference that is making.
Total difference in my opinion. I think, as you said, we were not in a great mood, not only in Budapest, but in the end of the last year. So right now, a change of environment, a change of maybe feelings. Everyone is hyping everyone so much, and I think everyone is enjoying to play with each other. So it's giving us great results so far.
Okay, one thing that is incredibly obvious about the change is that you guys pivoted back to going full Brazilian. So would you say that communication, even though it's early days with these two new guys, has been quicker and smoother than it was for the past roster?
Yeah, absolutely. Even though DGT and David speak Portuguese, they were not like their first language. So in the first day of practice, I think everyone felt the difference of 5 Brazilians speaking Portuguese. I think that everything inside the server gets much more faster and easier to understand.
And just talk to me, NQZ, lastly, a little bit about PARI. We spoke about VSM, but what is he like as a person, as a player coming into this team? What does he add for you guys?
The same thing as VSM. I don't know if people know that, but PARI is funny as VSM is. So
okay.
I think the mood right now is really all the time we are joking with ourselves, and all the time we are playing and doing stuff outside the server. I think that we lost them. We lost this in the last lineup. So he's a amazing player, also really smart guy, really proactive guy inside the server.
Well, I'll tell you this, mate. You've got me excited to see what you can do going into the next round. We'll find out who your opponent is later tonight, but I'll let you get on, continue practice, continue grinding. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on your opening win here.
Thank you, guys.
NQZ, always very well spoken, always well measured in his responses as well. Okay, PARI had a good output on the server individually, but like, I don't know too much about if he's going to bring the vibes. If he's saying that's a double vibes win here as well, like, you know I'm a vibes guy, Maui.
Many people are when viewing teams, so you're not alone there. is he really as funny as VSM? You know, now that's what I have up for debate.
What do you want to do? They both submit their best joke.
Yes.
You want to analyze that?
Stand-up contest right now, head-to-head, in Portuguese, doesn't matter. We need everybody to grade it who can speak Portuguese at home.
Okay, that's going to be the next content piece we do when we get the players inside the server. You can host that.
Okay.
You'll take charge of that, and then you'll come back and report a full Maui analysis, top 20 jokes.
Because VSM is pretty darn funny, okay? The body language with this guy, it makes me laugh, and I don't even know what's going on half the time.
He just looks happy, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just smiling. They got wrecked by Deagles. It's okay. I'm just happy. It was fine. Let's keep going with it. And for people who think we're crazy, don't worry. We've got every player camera in our room.
Yeah, we see everything.
The whole time, so we can see them no matter what's going on, even if you don't see it on the screens. But we've got to keep things moving forward. And guess what's coming next? FURIA are in action against nine, who have been struggling with consistency for a long time. So let's hear from Rouse and see what he's thinking. And today you've got FURIA. That's not an easy team to go up against, but you and Barry have had some good time to cook. You knew who you were facing. You've got this time to get the game plan ready. Is there something you could look at where you say they've got a bit of a weakness here? Because we know you've been able to make some good game plans in the past.
For us, it was also more the thoughts about taking on one of the bigger guys, so we can get the bounty, but also show what we're capable of, because we know we're capable of actually doing a great job. But also, like, we're looking into the map pool, and I think it fits us pretty well. I would say I don't want to go too much into it because they might look into this, you know. But I don't know when this will be sent, of course. But I mean, I'm really happy that we actually took this opportunity to actually play one of the big guys, and also just to show ourselves and show like people watching where we are compared to the big dogs.
What do you make of them? Because I guess it might be hard to get a read on them considering they change players so much, and even this season they're starting off with 2 changes.
No, these teams that we don't consider them the top rankings, they are as difficult to play as some of the big dogs. You know, like I have been saying that for a long time, and for many, many years, I have seen a lot of good teams not having to deal with those type of things, you know, and because there is not much online CS for them. But when some of those competitions start happening online and they have to challenge those teams, I think they know as well that they might lose the 2 maps with no problems for all those teams. So they have changed their lineup. I know some of their players. We did put some study on what they have been doing before. But in the end, they might come with some things surprising. They might change some strategies that they might prepare for us as well. So it's about going to the playing field and making sure that you can do the basics well. That's what's going to win the matches.
Fallen has been around the block. He's been upset once or twice, and he's been a man who's caused many upsets as well. He knows not to underestimate a team like Nine. And I'll just tell you this. During Budapest, I was in their practice room after it went 3-0 and they went through to the playoffs. And he was straight away back to watching the game. Like, watching the game, analyzing, like he's not taking it lightly. So when he says he's watching all these little details, I believe him, where other people, maybe not so much.
Well, that shows in their gameplay. I mean, FURIA of last season was one of the best tactical teams. Sure, at the major, they didn't necessarily reach the heights that they set out for themselves. But if you look at the victories that they had, rivals in Hong Kong, IEM Chengdu, the Thunder Pick, and Fisher wins as well. This is a team that was extremely formidable, and it one that if they don't take Nine lightly, they should make mincemeat of Nine.
And then looking at Nine, though, there have been times where they have leveled up. They have shown that they can propel themselves a little bit forward, but then Fuzi gets taken back from the roster, then he comes back in, and then Astralis by him, then another player leaves, Farvan, who they were building. Farvan, by the way, was performing better than I'd ever seen him under this team, and then he goes back to big. Like, they're so unlucky with being able to hold on to players. All they need, I think, with Barry and Rouse doing the work together is that consistent 5, and they could have a shot. I'm not saying be world beaters, but they can break into some of these top tier events.
They were a team that I was really curious about. I looked at them a little bit closer around the time of that Fragadelphia event when it was Fnatic who ended up qualifying for the major with the victory there. And I was pretty high on a couple of those players, but then they're gone. So unfortunately, don't have much to say about that. I will say it is a bit of being unlucky, but maybe somewhat of their own doing too, if I'm being completely blunt, because they did have Bob XD at the very beginning of 2025, and then they benched him. So that's a guy that they probably just kind of let slip, and maybe he had bad communication skills in English, and so he had to always play on a Swedish lineup. But I'm just saying, that's talent that they didn't necessarily always harness in the most effective way too.
Interesting thoughts there. Well, there's another thing that's going on over in the FURIA camp. We saw Fallen for the interview, and while he did look like he's on boot camp, there's a little bit more to it all. You look like you're in the offices right now. You're on the boot camp. Is everyone there? Is everyone practicing from there?
Not really, not really. We're going to do exactly the same as we did on the last blast. We're going to have people playing at their own places. Right now, I'm here in Malta with Castrato and Yuri. They're playing on their own apartments. I'm down here with Chucky, my cameraman, and Sid, our coach.
Okay.
Volodar is playing from Serbia, and Marek's playing from his home on Riga.
All right, well, let's see if that can work out for you again. But how are you approaching the practice right now and making sure you guys continue to improve? Because you were one of the very best teams of the year to end out 2025.
We are trying to be creative. We're trying to put effort to get back to the level we want to be. We know that in those online competitions, the games can be very tough. We already seen some big dogs, some big names coming down the first game of the season. And we are practicing hard. We have been practicing strong for more than 10 days now. And I think we're looking good for the game today.
Okay, 10 days of practice is really good. That's a good amount of time already to start off the season. So what has been the main focus within those practices for you?
Mainly, I think some aspect of it is getting back to where we were. So making sure we remember some stuff that we were doing. Some things you need to re-go over some stuff. There are some strategies, there are some fundamentals, some basics that you can see during the practice that we're missing some things, but it's good because then you can watch and try to put in perspective what can be differently. And at the same time, you also want to be implementing some new stuff because, you know, people can watch your games as well. So they build an idea on how you play as a team. And you got to make sure that you can always shift from what they know about you, but without losing your strengths as well, without losing your identity. So it's a little bit of those things during the practice.
Well, FURIA have been all around the world, but they can't find their boot camp exactly. You may see the bottom three all in Malta, but Yuri and Caserado are playing from their homes, chilling. Fallen, obviously, he's come on in, just playing from the office. Molodoi, not from Kazakhstan because the ping will be too high, so he goes to Serbia. And then all the way up in the north, you've got your Kinder rocking it at home in comfort. It's their way. I'm not going to be against it. They deserve maybe some more time at home, considering they're going to have a strong start to the season of events and travel and everything else that goes for them with it. But a lot of what Fallen was saying there, right? Well-measured responses, good understanding of what he wants for this year and how last season went. And I don't think they're going to take anyone lightly. That's not the kind of team they are.
No. I feel like that's one of the most admirable aspects of Fallen, a guy that even though there were times when he maybe wasn't the most successful in his career after reaching the apex of competition, he has remained extremely competitive. Yeah. And that last season totally proved it because in terms of just pure utility and tactics, they were on the forefront in terms of just stealing the right bits from everybody else and making sure that they never look stale.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the one time it felt like they maybe took their foot off the pedal was in the major playoffs. But regardless of that or beyond that, they were so up to date on the meta. Like they were stealing, in my eyes, the best executes from every single team. FURIA could run it. So that's a great sight. And I'm really curious because we just saw the veto there. Starting off with Anubis.
There is some Anubis coming in there. So I got one thing to say. Squaddy and Launders, are you ready for Anubis?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Thank you, James. We finally got there.
Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
F is for friends that do things together. U is for you and me. N is... Anyways. Yeah, I'm ready, James, if that wasn't making it clear enough. All right, last one, I promise. FURIA versus
Turn the soundboard
9.
off.
FURIA versus 9. FURIA versus 9. Is there a chance at an upset? I only ask because we've had so many
Vitality
other
and
upsets.
Falcons,
right?
and surely FURIA.
They get into that list. We said it yesterday. You want to be a part of that club, and the Falcons Vitality start the year strong club. Yeah, I'm putting FURIA, odds are, in that camp. Anubis. 9 gonna try to upend this series by being the first to pick it. Makes sense, you know.
No, it was played earlier today.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Ah, God.
Yeah, we weren't the first to cast it.
I am the center of the universe.
I think that's Shield actually. Look at this man's aura.
Yep. I would not want to attack his bomb sites. Well, right now he's not on one. Hanging
better
out
have better
mid.
CT stats.
Kragan hanging out on the defense. Dead in an instant as Yakinder gets that instant P250 headshot. See you later, sucker. And now the mid players stuck outside of camera. I've almost forgotten the calls. It's been so long for Anubis.
Yeah, it has been a long time. Welcome back, Anubis. Hope you've been good. I see not much has changed.
Yeah, in fact, nothing. Nothing has changed. We get this quick push out through towards bricks, and Yakindar waiting around in heaven. It's a little bit of refuge found beyond the fire. We'll see if that positioning catches anybody off. Vinox comes through with the first for the side of 9, but very quickly bodies dropped, and it's going to be the FURIA pistol round win. I said nothing's changed, but in fact what has changed is that we're now playing with the new CT economy, at least, right? So there's that. We'll see if that has any implications, but the map itself physically, well, digitally physically, hasn't been altered at all.
They need to, that would be so cool if like these maps were remade, you know, somewhere we could walk around in them.
Like virtual reality.
But just actual ones.
Oh, okay.
Actual reality.
Yeah, sure. When we get the budget, we'll get that done for you.
All right, get on it, Blast. Then we play paintball.
Sold.
I'm dropping bridge.
Quick pop off of the B site with the MP9s, but plenty of bodies there from FURIA to stop it. And Yakindar was ready to get going. Shields 5-7, the single kill on the hold beyond that MP9 swing. But the bomb's already gotten through, so Rawls on the flank isn't going to find anything to shoot at just yet. But the bomb's sticking around on Jail. It gets chucked over. Yuri picks up the responsibility.
They're watching it.
It's all about this flank, but Molodoy keeps his head on a swivel, and that's going to be FURIA converting the pistol round win.
It's going to be hard to see if the CT side gets many advantages when it's FURIA here on T side.
Right.
That's going to be a real test, even with a guy named Shield. Scooped.
Yoink.
No, there's a Galil back there. Expecting FURIA to be sharp. They are looking sharp.
Yes, sir.
The surprise. They are the surprise of last year, like as a team, obviously, for so many reasons. It's crazy that it was 2 reasons at once. Well, it's 3 reasons. Queserado's the constant. Fallen's the switch roles. But then Yakinder reviving his form and Molodoy just being this like instant elite opera. It's like, dude, crazy.
The contrast between, you know, the roster getting announced and then what they were able to do, that's got to be the most shocking thing of last year.
That's, yeah.
We were all...
Oh, yeah.
We were all laughing at them.
Yeah.
Mala who?
Yeah, motorbike. Yeah.
It felt like a joke. I remember being so angry and just thinking like, damn, because I was already of that, you know, mentality that like Queserado and Yuri are being wasted.
Right.
And that was upsetting. And I think a lot of people thought like maybe it would go beyond their prime and well.
One thing that was, I like, thought that was cool for Queserado was like, he's played so well his whole career, but it's never resulted in actually winning the events. But what is cool to see is with him playing just as well as he always has been, but with those better teammates or like the right positions and roles for them, that actually translates to winning lands, you know? And it's not a, oh, is Queserado the problem sort of thing, or is he only getting stats but not getting kills? No. There's a lot of justice for him in his career this last year.
Kindar going to make quick work of the canal, but meets Beanox and that M4. So let's see if guns bode well for 9 in their first rifle round of the CT side. It's a 5v4 earned out of the gate.
You know 9 are a Swedish org.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I just assumed they've been Polish this whole time.
Yeah. Met 2 guys that worked over there at the HLTV Awards. Swedish.
It's nice to still have Counter-Strike represented by Swedes.
Yeah.
Legacy region.
We're getting a second wave.
Eyeballers.
You know, Swedes, yeah, eyeballers, Swedes, and Brazil's just getting a second wave. It's interesting.
France has kind of gone through that with 3D Max, you know, getting a French team back in the top. That was kind of happening about a year ago, right? They've had a year now towards that end.
Don't have to forget about Vitality, but...
Well, I just want it to be more than just 2 players, you know?
Fair enough.
Eesh. Kragan dead on the execute. Beanox cleared out as well from the back of Platzo. They're not going to be skipping any pieces. There was that missed smoke grenade out middle for Furia, and I think that mistakes early on in Anubis, especially when 9 are the ones to pick it, are understandable. But there's a difference between a missed smoke and then a misplayed 3v2 post plant. Oh. Right now, this retake is real. csgo comes through with 1. Molodoy's Galil finds the clutch, though. 1v2 from Long. That's a 4th round consecutive here for Furia's attack.
Leave it to him to just keep peeking, and like a mosquito just keeps on biting. Molodoy, that's his play style. Now, the one thing, the reservations I have with just like balancing with the economy for the map, the problem is with the CT economy is that like if you don't actually streak on rounds, then it's just hard to maintain anything. It's obviously very expensive to play CT side, but the map obviously, it's like, it's the complexion of the sites. It's almost like the lean that you can see just looking at the map from the top down, where it's just on the perimeter of each site. There's not a lot of places to lodge yourself in to create really strong crossfires. And so good CT defenses are like players playing actively, constantly peeking, or just making sure you have enough smokes. But oftentimes you've got the CTs almost playing like Ts to try to defend the sites, and that's obviously not a good formula for like sustainability on the side of the map that's expensive. It's meant to slow things down and get into as many advantageous fights as possible. Instead, I feel like you get a lot of volatility with how much you actually have to peek to defend things.
What will it mean for rounds like this, though, when you've got all these MP9s? You know, when you've got to get active, at least it's a little more affordable, but hey, a couple smokes still as well in the mix of it all. Yeah, Rawl's burning.
Oh, a lot.
2/3 of his health evaporated. csgo asked for that one. Molodoy is happy to spam back, says, okay.
Yeah.
It was like a bug on the windshield type moment. Ooh, caught though off the utility usage. Luckily for Furia, he's caught alone. He's probably just going to expedite this commitment into the B site, but still Kragan trying to serve up an issue. Fallen hangs on to that A main flank, and that's again going to keep the options of rotating back open at 50 seconds. I don't think Furia are going to give up this B site, but obviously Rawls has to double back, and he'll grab an AK. But chucking that other gun out into the water, Fallen still keeping eyes on the flank. And Beanox felt by the smoke. I mean, there's nothing he can do to get through this. So looking like a likely 5th round in a row.
Yeah, if they want to shake him up, they had to probably do it early, but now Furia are just instantly into the groove of things, and it's just a lot of momentum this quickly. I wonder if this year is going to be tougher than the last with just how stacked teams are all the way up to like top 30. I mean, a few years back, you go to like 30th best team and they don't win. They couldn't win a map versus anyone in the top 10, you know, like there was such a disparity. But as the years have gone on and everyone's getting better, it's, you know, more teams are a threat. And we saw it with Star Ladder and, you know, how stacked that playoffs got, and yet still how good all the teams that got eliminated were. How scary it is to be a pro player these days.
How blessed we are as fans.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that Furia were that strong and yet aren't even the top team of the year.
I think particularly when you add in just this new VRS system where other tier 2 events even are all the more interesting because of their implications as we run towards majors. Also, majors at the end of the season. Awesome.
So good.
Everything just seems to have implication. And when the CS is good from top to bottom, or at least, you know, maybe good is a subjective word, it's better from top to bottom. You're blessed to be a viewer. There's always something to tune into. Right now, it's the Bounty.
Yeah,
The Bounty has had upsets already. but it doesn't feel so far like this is going to be one of them. Good shot from Molodoy, giving cover through that camera angle that Fallen's able to catch a kill within as well. Yuri's going to have to go pick up bomb towards spawn, so it'll take a while, but they're going to sink their teeth into this A site inevitably, and nothing 9 can do about it.
Yeah, just no one's allowed to get multis on 9 right now. I mean, every trade is just perfect. So where do you think Furia land at the end of this year? You asked me about paiN expectations.
Right,
What do you think about Furia?
I mean, well, I think Furia are looking to win their major. Absolutely. I think on top of that, I'd like to see them streak. You know, with paiN, if you had asked me, I said win a trophy because it's what eluded them. I think Furia have to show us that they can do consecutive events again, right? That to me is kind of my hope for this year, is that as we lead up to the second major of the year in Singapore, because obviously everybody's going to want to win Cologne, right? A Cologne major again, that's going to go down in the history books. It always does anyways, but this one exceptionally. So I think I'd love to see a team kind of win multiple events in a row throughout the year. Give Vitality the first 3. Give Furia the next 3. Give Falcons a couple, right?
And then Spirit's in the mix.
And Spirit's in the mix, and maybe Mouse figure it out after all this time.
Yeah.
And then when we lead to Singapore, it's like, who gets the last one?
Oh my goodness.
That is my dream world, but I definitely just want to see Furia back at the top, because they proved that this was no fluke. It wasn't the one-off event. It wasn't like a, wow, how surprising a deep Brazilian team makes a run, but no, I want consistency from Furia at the top again. So I would say Furia need a major win and 4 tournaments in a row.
Whoa, okay. That's a lot. But yeah, that's almost getting into an era there. If it's ended with a major as well, which they can do.
Or maybe it's Cologne.
Maybe it's Cologne. But you know what?
One in the middle.
It's also Fallen constantly threatening to retire. I don't know.
No, he's not allowed now.
No, he's not allowed now. But he said it might be.
No. That was before he knew he was going to become a rifler. Now his career as a rifler has to be as long as it was as an opper.
Right, he's only started his career as a rifler. So.
What is he, like 34?
As a rifler, he's only 1.
That's what I'm saying. Beanox inside of camera. Hangs on, and we've got a stronger start this time from 9. It was 5v3, but only momentarily. Kraken concerned of this 2-side split into the B bomb site. Bomb on Molodoy's doubling back around long. Kraken's gonna test the smoke with a position on Jail. Good on him to just keep this confident, bolstered by the rotation behind him. He knew he could run a bit of a risk, take more space. And now 9 just have to finish off a comfortable looking 4v2. Great flash for long, but Molodoy doesn't bite. And there it is. Shields op, able to catch one. So it looks like 7 rounds into this game, 9 will take their first.
Nice. I mean, it's a very, very good hold overall. Good trades came through. We got a multi finally, it looks like, from 9. And Queserado's got his tail tucked between his legs. He's just going to get out of here. Yeah. Were you also on the map pool? I'm asking a lot of questions today.
That's fine. Sometimes I have opinions, just sometimes.
Anubis. I saw you tweet about it, just in terms of the statistics of the map coming in. What's your mood on it, though? How do you feel about...
My mood remains a little somber, because I thought that, particularly with Budapest, we were seeing some cool evolutions in train. You know?
Yeah.
It's like it being played so frequently at the major, I completely understand why it took us all off guard. Hello, Egypt. But I'm always been a fan of Anubis. I know that not everybody likes playing the CT sides. I know that there's fair criticism in that regard, but I've always enjoyed watching it. I've always enjoyed playing it. I think it deserves its spot in the map pool.
Looks really good.
And I think also, just as a testament, you know, the reason that this is a map that is of good enough quality to come back, I think people forget that this is one of those maps that was tested by MapCore. Right?
Yeah.
This map
it's a map core winner.
A map competition, and I know that just means that it was put through this like rigorous, peer edited competition, and I think that should be genuinely the path for any map to come into the competitive pool, because MapCore is the best tool we have for judging upcoming maps, and that competition, its victors should genuinely be, you know, competitive pool viable.
Oh, I mean, it's crazy the amount of like play tests that maps that are coming up like that have to go through. And you know, I think Valve paid like $100 grand for it or something like that.
Yeah,
like
they've been buying them up.
These guys could go and just make a skin and make more than that with a lot less effort. So the amount of work that goes into map making is definitely something that should be put on display and utilized more, and map core is where that starts. So
that's actually one of the things they've changed recently was the skin payout and the way skin payouts happen.
Yeah,
it is a flat fee now, and I was actually kind of hoping that will push people back to map editing. I know it's like it's less work to make a skin. No offense to the skin makers.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a labor of love, I think, for anyone who's making a map. Though. It's like you couldn't be in it for the money. It's just too much effort. You know?
All right, Launders. AI maps.
Just please erase that from the pod. Just pretend that never.
Shoot me in the back of the head right now, please.
Let's just rewind, please.
There's just 8 trains driving by instead of 1 on overpass. Shield's opening pick here on mid. Let's see if they can get consecutive rounds, because winning 1 round versus FURIA is not impossible. Stopping this T side might still prove to be.
Nobody liked that.
This map's all glass.
DE prompt.
They're just gonna save.
Wow, nice work.
Good job.
Good what?
That was job and shot put together. Good job.
Okay.
Good.
I've had a few of those today.
Good shots by Shield. Great job by 9.
Nice. And it was. And to streak. And to keep 5 alive. That's huge for the program. Shield's on 2 2Ks in a row.
And under pressure as well for the first one. This is just clean. Caserado bursts 3 bullets through the top of that smoke. Pays the ultimate price. So I don't think anybody would be shocked to see FURIA kind of come out swinging, play their game. Whatever plan they have for Anubis started to work, but it's nice to see that Shield is going to serve up an answer. Okay, he does not look like his photo at all.
Yeah, we got catfished a little bit.
Damn, dude.
I thought he was going to have like a cape on.
A big pointy hat.
Gotta say, I'm a little disappointed.
Always a big decision to cut off the locks.
Why would you cut off the donk cut?
Because that's maintenance. Maintenance. As a man who goes for the buzz cut, let me tell you.
The donk plays 18 hours a day. He's doing fine.
Yeah. It's maintenance, man. It gets that long, you gotta start putting oils in there. Brushing it. Yuri over top of this B aggression.
The classic look from the CTs to just get some info. That's just the name of the game.
Just trying to scare people.
Just find out a little bit more on the map, because if you don't, you're just at such a disadvantage. So a bit of pressure now. Huge test here for FURIA. I like the fluidity here in Nine's defense and sticking together, but constantly moving on to new ideas. You have to stay mobile, keep reinforcing things, and yeah, it looks like they're trying to get in front of this. Could this fail though?
Insta-kill from Caserado, falling there to help him, but still, BeeNox recovers.
The bomb's late. I don't think that's spotted either. Rotation will start to come about. FURIA are in a position to actually throw a little fake if they want to make an audible over on the B site. This could hold the attention of 2 and put some extra pressure on BeeNox. This op shot.
Missed.
No, it missed, yeah. Ooh. And with the time left over, I don't see a plant coming in.
A Maladoy miss. If he had teammates around him, maybe to help, Yuri's going to get this pressure on. Doesn't actually go out to clear. Sticks around in middle, finds his kill there instead. And BeeNox so preoccupied with Connector that all of a sudden we've got bomb down. Maladoy still sits on top of it. BeeNox's position's going to catch them off guard. And now Maladoy's got to wrap around the cake. He gets his angle back to Bricks, his counterpart waiting for that long peek. Who moves first? BeeNox or Yakindar?
How?
This time the quick scope lands.
The game sense is crazy. He never, I think, for a second saw BeeNox right there.
Quick scope comes back from Shield. He'll whiff his. And now the pressure really on. That bomb so far gone. So down to the final 10 seconds, but it's Yuri coming in through camera that at least serves up a distraction enough to let Molodoi plant uncontested.
I felt like Beanox was on for an ace in this round with the way he was playing it, and he really had Molodoi so close to getting killed. But Molodoi, he just had this sense of danger happening right beside him the entire time. Stayed out of harm's way and came through with a quick scope in the end. Wild. Swear he didn't see him for a second.
Just lightning quick. Now Molodoi topping the charts, 10-3. Trying to walk Shields op out on B, but this is going to be very time-consuming as FURIA are not looking to waste a moment with this round. Minute 25, we go into the full-on execute. A is under siege.
Big time.
And csgo's already comfortably tucked into a spot. Yeah, nicely done on the call here for FURIA. They decide to change it up. And this, to me, has flashbacks back to the beginning of this game, where clearly FURIA just came in with a handful of ideas. This one, out of the gate, throw it. There's a test being given by 9 on the opposite side of the map, but it's nothing to prevent this full-on execute.
Oh, it doesn't get that kill.
Flank's going to be found out by Fallen. Bricks held by csgo. And that's going to deter 9 from committing to this. We're going to go to round 11 with, hopefully for 9, 3 players saving.
I do love how you can on this map like double lurk and you know, just swing A or swing B and take a fight, or just walk in later on. And again, with the way that 9 are playing it, I love it, just moving around together, but also that can create gaps, especially for a team like as confident as FURIA. That's where the problems sort of amplify. They're very hard to condition. I do feel like 9 are putting their best foot forward in a lot of these rounds, but
this is one of those games where I would have loved to have seen 9 go up. You know, that's why I brought it up with like paiN and BetBoom. Obviously, seeding is a thing. Well, you pick your opponents here, but seeding's still relevant. It's like when you go up against a FURIA, a Vitality, or a Falcons in this case, sometimes you don't even really get to, you know, display your full ability.
Yeah.
And this is one of those games so far that's just going up quick. 10 rounds deep. FURIA haven't really been deterred from just continuing to make these moves. There's been a couple of good tests offered by 9, but they misplaced it 1 round ago. And FURIA are going to take that confidence and try to just steamroll through these last couple of rounds. Fallen met by fire, has to hold off for the time being. csgo is going to get closer to the A main entrance.
Oh, the flash. Oh, doesn't matter.
Nice kill. csgo able to get back into the cover of sight. Molotov with his name on it. And he's taken down to 30 health. An Opera spotted Heaven, but again, the numbers here good to swarm. A csgo, 1v3, 1 kill deep already. Bricks challenge comes through, and we've got a 3rd round here for 9.
That was nice. I mean, the way they made that connection, supporting each other, even though it was the rotators coming into place, the great spray while blind to hold down that site. I think it's another example of 9 fighting hard and actually finally converting. None of those kills were easy. Oh, is he going forward?
Yeah.
Oh, he picked the right side.
Getting tricky.
Oh, nice.
Spotted by that fallback, though, so Kragen's just going to spam through to kill him. And Anubis, once upon a time, T-sided. We'll see how much that affects this game as the swap will come through, but I think 9, you know, they give themselves a chance. Taking a 4th round here, and a couple of convincing rounds within this. Some rounds with fight that just eludes them, other rounds where they make a move but at the wrong bomb site. And now here to finish this off, 2 strong looks. Just a 3v5 that lies ahead, but Spotty's hitting the ground now for FURIA.
2 on 5. They'll have to work together, and they don't have nades.
But which two? The best two. csgo and Molodoi. Molodoi held up his end of the bargain, 12-4 already. As this post plant looks to just solidify, they're not going to be able to help one another. So it's going to have to take a multi-frag from csgo. Two players coming in with rifles, the offer behind it to support. He tracks the first, can't manage to control it for the second once he's 10 bullets deep. And now Molodoi, first kill out from heaven, confirms there's another. On top of that, you've got a player defusing already. Molodoi kills the cover. Oh, the Glock's not enough, and that defuse comes through for a 4th round. 4 of the last 6, all the way of 9.
Oh, Kaique. I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you?
Yeah, you were. You were.
Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
Work of art, you said?
Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when Fallen and his help were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah! Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm Good Fallen.
Okay.
I left to a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Alright.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay. Who?
I got us Molodoi.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
An honorable 4-round half put up by 9 in the face of one of last year's best teams in the world, and a team that started very strong in this map as well. So we'll see if 9's Anubis pick will catch FURIA off kilter. But for the time being, it feels like it may rely on a pistol or a heavy-handed T-side. Where does Anubis really rest? We don't know anymore.
Show us the advantages.
What they'll bring to the table. It's your pick, so you better keep it clean. Berettas start to rattle. That just...
Oh, he's finding this one too?
70 damage on Kragan, almost spamming the bomb plant out of the round. Nobody's going to dive through the smokes. It's a real retake on.
Oh, Molodoi is boosted. Molodoi is boosted. He saw.
Okay, that's a little bit better. It's a little less insulting. I'd still be salty, but it's not that bad. I'd rather be Rawls than B-Nox in this round. Then all of a sudden you find out 2 players hard committed to long, so the retake can confidently get going.
And they're tapping the plant.
csgo finishes off the little left of Kragan. csgo from the corner gets cleared, and we've got a FURIA CT pistol to try to kickstart the finish here of map 1.
It's like they put like a bunch of things in your hands and then tell you to play soccer.
What am I, a clown?
Something. I guess I can't say soccer when FURIA are playing.
No, it's football.
They just over-encumber you with peeks and nades and bomb taps, and it's just too much to focus on your aim.
You know, sometimes I've always wondered what it would be like to be a commentator for something other than Counter-Strike, and I always just think those football guys have it easy.
Yeah, you should hear golf.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry, that's easy. No, actually, football has some of the most poetic setups. That's, I think, the beauty of those sports. They get a long pause before a single moment of action. Like, imagine if we had 2 minutes to fill before the 1v1.
Yeah.
That's like the setup plays in American football, European football. That I've always been jealous of. That and like MOBAs, team fights in MOBAs. Ooh, that looks fun. Darts, great crowd. But back to Counter-Strike, where all of a sudden you're barreling into a bomb site that had bodies within it. Leaning back is Yuri here. He'll forego the site itself. That's what it felt like for a second, and that's why Kindar's peak catches him off. Great shot by csgo deep, but it's a lot of damage dealt here to the 2 remaining 9 players.
Yeah, they made a really great situation out of not much, actually. And Yakinder, this low, rotating all the way back around through canals. He might just get peeked, actually.
Low health, too.
Yeah.
Easy with the nade in hand. csgo, tickled by the frag grenades, got 2 guys locked into E-box. And he doesn't have any utility nor a kit to make this any easier on himself.
Oh, there it is.
That could be scooped up on the retake, but he takes the plat route instead. And he's not going to get this whatsoever. So 9 come through with a quick push up into that B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's great to see that early in this half.
Look at that. Your pistol doesn't mean too much now, does it, FURIA?
No, not at all. So it's a 4-round gap, and we did get to see FURIA play T-side, and now it's 9's turn, and they know it. And I'm sure this is where a lot of their game planning has gone into. So I think, you know, despite the numerical disadvantage they're at, we've seen quality rounds on the rounds they've won. Finding a great timing to go for this pop.
Now you've got my full attention, 9. The FURIA buyback features an SMG for Molodoy. Very little for the rest. But if 9 want to be stubborn about this A commitment, then Molodoy is going to need some help.
Let's see about this sort of force down setup.
csgo dropping util in front of it.
They don't want to respect that.
Through. Yeah, nicely done. 5-7 gets just 1. That SMG dropped through the spam, so, you know, I like it. It takes some confidence there for 9 to just jump on that.
It totally does, because I think Rous's timing's a little late, but he just sees that everything's in motion already, right? And they're like, well, we can't abandon this now. I don't want to waste any grenades. And so even though Rouse doesn't get a kill as he jumps through that smoke, he does take their attention, allows for everyone to get space. I mean, that's really good work from him. Any indecision there, and they might get stuffed.
And I think that's that really difficult balance to find when you're up versus an opposition like FURIA. You know, you want to minimize your mistakes, and the timing was late there, but you still have to have that self-confidence, and I think that's a great moment where he employs it.
Yeah, totally. And as much as the CS2 is about like blowing open smokes and speeding up rounds, a lot of times you aren't blowing up smokes to get through them. Like sometimes it's still favorable to run through both sides of them. Overall, faster, aggressive plays are just welcome in this game.
Taking over mid control with no challenge offered up.
I also love this. I mean,
yeah, smooth skating down into the B bomb site. Only Fallen here with a P2000. He's cooked. And that's going to be round 7 on the board for 9. Yuri's Deagle tried to get an upgrade, and Molodoy can just take that one and leave.
And the last thing I would do in like a rank disparity match like this is just go too slowly, especially on anti-ecos.
Yes, sir.
It's just the longer the round goes on, the more that the favorite team just can find new advantages, find new flanks. So confident that they'll push things that you can't hold on to. So speeding up sort of solves all of that. And it was also careful. It was fast, but they got into the site. They made sure to get the Heaven Wrap first before peeking into main, and there was no way to stop it. 9 upset on this map. Where does it rank compared to the other upsets? Because we've got a lot now.
Yeah, but I do think Anubis is one of those asterisks, no matter what. Like, maybe not even fully fueling my opinion, but it is sort of like, you caught us on the new map.
Okay.
At least if I was Furia, that's the excuse I'd use.
Yeah.
Not to take anything away from 9, because they're also just playing good CS on this map as well.
Nothing's changed, by the way.
Nope.
Just brought it back. That flash does not scare Molodoy whatsoever. He didn't even really want to move. He's like, I probably should just get out of this.
He's like, okay, fine by that. Yuri comes off jail, reveals that this is at least the 2-player setup, and that one's going to get smashed.
Why did he just know he could just eat that and wait there?
Because Molodoy's confident that he should be at a 19-6 scoreline at the moment. You know, Molodoy does really dominate in games like these. It's not somebody who's kind of held back by online to LAN Counter-Strike. It's really just some of the biggest games, right? The high-pressure ones. And I thought at the HLTV award show when he accepted his Rookie of the Year award, when he said, like, listen, I'm still so young. Like, I'm going to make these mistakes. He's sorry to my teammates when I'm goofing around in scrims and, you know, joking when practice. He's like, but I'm young still. Like, this is going to happen. And it just felt like somebody is kind of standing behind him telling him that like, you shouldn't be too harsh on yourself when these shortcomings happen, because you know, it is the reality of it. And it's one thing to be young, make mistakes, and not learn. It's another to identify those shortcomings and then improve. So I'm really excited to watch Molodoy again this year. Feels like, you know, again, if that's kind of his internal monologue.
His internal Molodoy.
Ooh. Then...
Yeah, I feel like that mindset is how Fallen brings the best out of everyone.
Yeah. Because you just kind of believe Fallen too. If you've ever had the opportunity to have a conversation with Fallen, no matter what you're really talking about, it just feels real. You know?
Yeah.
Doesn't just tell you what you want to hear. Can only assume that's why he's found so much success throughout his career. This nade could be huge. Oh, could have been way worse.
Okay.
I think if you're 9, you're not too upset about that one. It probably does still feel like they know what we're up to, but hey, at least you don't all have 50 health.
Why does Molodoy keep picking their sights, though? Here he is again.
Won't miss either. K-Serrato right in front of him. pressure's on again. They're going to try to barrel that smoke through, but this time csgo spams into it, gets one, and Molodoy deals with the front runner. It's the same gusto that Nine brought to a round previous, but this time they don't have that gun edge. Still, they'll recover as Shield catches the op shot over Molodoy.
They got the important guy in the back. Molodoy's low. He is opping, though. And that'll be a good Molotov. They can actually rotate back up into heaven, but can they turn this into a post-plant situation?
Rightfully worried about the flank. Not that anybody's back there. But Shield's going to be sitting on plat, concerned about it the whole time. Smoke fades and he loses his teammate. And all the time he spends worried about this flank. Now he's just going to have to turn attention back and he loses his angle to the smoke. We've got 2 players crossing it already, tapping the bomb. This is going to cause panic for Shield. And as he comes back up now, Ob's being held from above. It's going to take a Hail Mary onto the diffuser, and he doesn't even try to take that shot again. He knows his odds so limited. But he will be given a chance to save his op as FURIA find 11.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is 11. It's just getting very close to the map win now. We've seen some good stuff out of 9. That was a decent attack. They do kind of pull out what they did on the anti-eco, but I think a little later with a little more to lose and also down a player, and it does look a little bit more desperate this time around. So, I mean, the flash works for what it's worth, but I think this could have even been a worse ending, to be honest. They didn't get the guy in the back behind Molodoy, who missed on a shoulder peek. Might be getting a touch desperate now, but understandable. And Molodoy, he's always on the site they want.
Dude, he's just been switching between bomb sites every round. Like, if your goal is to just try to avoid him, you seemingly can't. He's 22-6 now. Jesus. Right back to the promised land goes Molodoy. Last year, clearly no fluke. Fallen's trying to get away with a lurk again, but he just gets getting caught. Him and Kragan going back and forth, even from when FURIA was on the attack, securing the back lines of these.
They're not ready for this, are they? Oh, nice spray here from BNOX. I mean, 82 damage.
And a low health player up in heaven, but Yuri gets ahead of this. BNOX down to the left side is going to be blasted back by Yuri. Keeps it clean to the headshot. And now Kragan into the 1 versus 3 gets gunned down. FURIA will secure themselves 5 map points.
But Yuri's a guy that we don't really talk about on FURIA anymore, even though he's been a right hand to csgo, to the organization, and just consistently been a guy who puts up 2Ks whenever you need him. It's never the flashiest kills, especially with all the stars on the team, but man, he had a great year as well. And you can see that aim on display right now. He was definitely an outside look for top 20.
Feels like surely that'll be their goals for this year, right? Is getting another one of their players into the top 20. We talk about how 4 to the 5 members of Vitality are up there. If you can unlock a third to stand next to csgo and Molodoy, then FURIA could damn well have a better year. And Yakindar over the bridge of middle, keeps it clean on BNOX, insta headshot onto Rouse. And so 5 versus 3 is gonna be flexed over top of the control outside of B site. They can do as they please with man advantage like that, and it feels like FURIA just kind of tap back into their confidence to try to close this game quickly.
I think we leave with some very good things to say about 9 for sure, but also a scoreline that we could expect. I think they just wish they had 1 smoke for this cross. Molly could be great in the post plant, but how do they get that bomb planted with the op on the line?
Especially with Molodoy in the form he's shown us so far. And that's a wide gap.
He's gonna hit it, isn't he? Oh, okay.
Oh, sir. Shield takes the duel. No off. That's a Galil, by the way.
They did that because they didn't have the utility, so very, very nice shot.
Okay. Felt like you had to hit that headshot, and he will. Shield from the top of the scoreboard for 9, trying to set up this 2 versus 4 with the opening kill on the plant that comes with it. But now these last 2 9 players split up. So be it. csgo gets his. Shield trying to wrap around the bomb site, and he's going to blindside another. This 2v4 comes together to perfection.
Crushed.
Shield, no joke.
Yeah, I love that Shield gets 3 frags in this. He stays active, doesn't even stay there in E-box, gets out of it, fights. And even though they split up, they both provide so much value to the round. Without a smoke, I thought, no chance. They even get the bomb planted. That's a combination of raw firepower, great cohesion, and a good amount of confidence. Furia chilling with all their timeouts right now. Nine catch that one by surprise. And this one's not done. Two Galils.
It's another moment where there's just no hesitation, right? Shield taking these timings, finding the sides of heads turn to him.
And even if Shield got traded there, the smoke down.
Yep.
Had to get everything.
There's a world where csgo's able to win that, but hey, Shield can do it on his own. You take it. We're going to go double op setup here. Furia pulling out a variation to try to just finish off this game. We said 1 of 5 map points. It's well secured by 9. They've still have their work set out for them. Mac-10 gonna chew through some mid control pretty swiftly. Remember, double op setup. One of them revealed to be floating out mid. Does that give Molodoi a chance to catch them off guard?
Kinder on the second op here for Furia.
The beauty of it is the first op to shoot's Yakindar, so if they don't expect a second one in Molodoi, it's gonna push them towards the better of the 2 oppers.
That's who they were trying to avoid.
Right? And it exactly does that. Pushes them straight to Molodoi, the kingpin from the top of the board. 2 kills made easy.
Oh.
Doesn't get a chance to find that third shot off as Kragan finds it over smoke. But Molodoi sets his team up to try to close this game. Kragan's got other ideas. Yuri's made it up along the long wall, and he will catch csgo trying to move along the platform. Secondary op here to end it. A respectable attempt out of 9. A real challenge and promising rounds from Shield. The kind of Counter-Strike that could still offer a test once we get to Furia's map pick of Inferno.
A good chance for 9, a couple of nice rounds in there as well, but Furia stands strong on their debut for Anubis within this season. Much of maybe what we expected, but maybe a little bit better from what 9 was able to offer, trying to surprise Furia or trying to pressure him, thinking maybe they wouldn't be ready on this map.
Yeah, we saw the right level of risk-taking from 9 as they were indeed the underdogs there. So their T-side had a couple of nice little antics to upset the balance. Saw some good CT side play from Shield on the AWP. Just kind of bright signs, not necessarily expecting them to run away with the victory or anything like that. But they made this probably just a little more competitive than Furia expected.
Yeah, and when it was starting in the early parts of the game, there was even some clutches in there, right, from what Molodoi was able to pull off. And in moments like that, if 9 could have just edged it or taken it away, maybe there'd be more of a game on the hands here.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, the fact that it had to come down to a clutch here or there for Furia. We saw one great opening clutch with the Galil from Molodoi. I love the way that Launders described this one, like the mosquito. But yeah, he's just constantly in this late round situation, just being a pest. I mean, I think it's actually weirdly fitting that he plays it like this, as you'll see the round break down, the re-peaks, the consistent re-peaks, because this is something that Molodoi does with the AWP, but then it's also just, it's so oppressive with the Galil, especially with the extra ammunition in it.
And it's just little rounds like that, right, where if they were able to get some more economy going, maybe you could have seen a bit more fruition come out from their CT side in it. But it did continue this way with also some of just the calling going out from Furia. And I was mentioning this to you, it's just, I remember how good Anubis was for Furia of old.
Yeah, we have one round where it was really, the way I would set this up is almost kind of like, I've been I mean, I watch a lot of American football, and I think that this is kind of like a run-pass option where in this one, imagine Molodoi is the quarterback, where he has the choice of where he wants to go based off of the action that's created by the team. So you have two players from FURIA that are taking A main control, Serato and Fallen, and because they get this sort of action, these get these 2 kills, Molodoi starts making his way towards A, but actually there is a third player, in fact, from 9, and even though the other players from FURIA were sort of spread out towards B main and E-Box, they have to come all the way back and really just scramble to put this one back together. And to me, even though in my eyes Molodoi might have made the wrong read with the bomb site to go to, this just speaks to the player quality of FURIA, that what was a messy situation, they're able to pick up because individually they're just so strong at trying to create any win condition that they possibly can.
And some of the real positives we saw from 9 is just they were willing to fight, or they were willing to work as a team to push into things, even with lesser to work with, you know? Even when they were scrambling to put it together, they still had their idea of how they wanted to play. They had their own identity.
9 themselves knew that they were the underdogs going into this one, so they do take risks too. As you see in the second round of their T side, they just walk simply through the E-Box smoke, and they completely catch Fallen off guard. And I like that Rawls seemingly recognizes we can't just play standard, okay? For one, our weapons are worse. Second, we are the underdog team. So catching FURIA off with a round like this is exactly what they needed to just spur themselves into the second half. It was a total gamble, extremely risky, but player quality also on the side of 9. They get the 1 kill off surprise, but then csgo was a guy that I was really pleasantly surprised by in his little tenure that he had on SAW. And so to see him just kind of have a nice pop off there was a pleasant.
The problem is, right, when you've got a player like Molodoi, it's always going to be hard from the other team because Shield wasn't doing badly, but Molodoi was doing it with everything.
Molodoi was so good and so oppressive that it almost felt like at the very end of the game, FURIA was trying to disguise where he was because of the second AWP, but with the rifle, with the AWP, he was doing everything he needed to in order to show that he was, in my eyes, I would say many people's eyes, FURIA's best player of last year. I feel like the mechanics paired with the fact that he's just, I mean, it's just so frustrating to play against this guy because he never really gives you ground easily. He's always going for that one trigger shot that it's just so slim in terms of just barely getting these repeaks off and firing as soon as the AWP lets him. It's really a sight to behold because so few operators right now are as quick as this guy on the repeaks and really as adamant about holding their positions.
Yeah, Molodoi is just something else, right? He's still learning, he's still growing, but his highs that we've seen and what we can still imagine he's going to grow into, it's kind of terrifying right now. You know, think of how good his year was last year. I'm expecting him to beat that tenfold when it comes to next year. Where would you, it's the beginning of the season. You know, I like to ask you this, to put you on the spot. Where would you imagine if FURIA have just some good amount of success, stay as a top 3, top 4 team in the world, where could Molodoi go to within that top 20 for 26?
Oh, it's tough. I mean, I feel like impact-wise, he's, you know, he was battling with Shiro in a lot of people's eyes for the 3rd best opera of last year, because I think Zywoo and m0NESY, I'm gonna, easy prediction, I think they're gonna hold that as the top 2 operas. So I think he definitely has the impact to be the 3rd best. Shiro really, in my eyes, kind of got that 3rd place opera because he was so consistent, so stable, but you don't always get the highs from him, especially in playoffs, where Molodoi maybe has some catching up to do himself in major playoff stages, but in terms of playoff stages at, say, what he did at Hong Kong, at Thunderpick, Fisher, all those events, like he was really good in those. So I think he's getting acclimated to the pressure, tournament by tournament, stage by stage. He just needs to put it together in the majors, and then top 5 finish this year is not impossible whatsoever.
Well, 9 have a very strong Shield, who's not just doing the best work he can with the AWP for this team, but he's fitting in as a new player trying to get used to this system. So I caught up with Raus before the game to see what he was thinking about the new recruit. Raus, 2025 was messy for you and 9, and even starting 2026, you lose Farvan, you lose Fuzi as well. How tough has this been?
It's been hella tough, man. Like, we had some good stuff going, and we knew we had some good stuff going also, but then suddenly, you know, we're taking some players away from us, but that's also the game, so we have to be strong in this. So it is what it is, and we just have to look forward from here.
Okay, so you're staying positive with it all, and you did, with Shield, get a 2nd place in Miami. How is it going with his integration into the team? What's it look like?
We have had some practice here since we came home from Miami. Also, of course, some off days, right? Because Miami was over New Year's, so it's been a bit hectic. But I would say, you know, like we have been practicing, we have been adding some new stuff. We have been adding some of our old stuff because we also have to go through the old stuff again and again and again when we're adding the new players, right? But I would say I'm really positive, like how everything is looking and how Shield is also coming into the team and taking it all into like his thoughts, and he's actually a really well-spoken guy, and he's also a young, maybe not the most experienced guy. So I'm really impressed by him coming in and talking so much as he is actually doing.
Yeah, and Shield is quite an interesting player to have on this team. He was the best Latvian within the server between him and Yakinda.
Okay.
That's a positive he's got within this one, right? And he was the top performer from 9, but he's also a player who, he was on Monty Gen, right? The academy team. He's played for some of these lower down teams. This is probably his first real shot at it. And at least by what Rouse is seeing there, it's a positive.
He looked pretty solid also at Philadelphia, Miami, so I feel like there's something to build on here with 9. I don't think he's officially signed yet, though, to 9, right? So that's something I guess they're going to be making a decision on rather shortly. For my money, I hope they do it because I feel like this has already been a good showing. He was good in terms of playing off of teammates, in terms of trading, in terms of late rounds. I feel like the vocal aspect is something I always really want an Opera to have in tow because I want them to be able to call their own shots, especially with a fledgling team like 9 where they're just trying to get their footing in the top 30 or maintain it. You want a proactive Opera that can just kind of spur a CT side to be a little bit of a difference maker, and he definitely was in some of the rounds here on map 1.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to do as well when you're going up against someone like Molodoi and some of the experienced FURIA players as well. So I like the fact he was able to hold his own and add some of his own flavor to it all. But Maui, that's enough on Anubis. That's enough on this one when we come to this opening map. Next up, we've got Inferno. It's Furia's pick, and they're looking for a smooth, swift 2-0. Let's see what 9 have within them, what they've been cooking, if they can fight back in any way. We'll be finding out in just a few moments. tell me now about the hunger and the goals you have for this year, because you had such a good end to the year. Obviously, even the major getting playoffs is still a positive for you guys. What is the vision now? To be the best team in the world?
Yeah, I think everyone who's competing is striving to be the best. I think right now the only difference for us is that we already felt a little bit how does it feel to be there. And of course, we want to get back to the top. But at the same time, for me, it's all about the journey. It's all about the practice, all about the games we're going to be playing, enjoying playing between ourselves, facing the challenges and adversities together, because nobody's going to win everything this year. If they tell you that, okay, maybe Vitality, okay, they did that. But, you know, it's not easy to strive for something like that. So in the end, it's about enduring the hardships together, making sure you do the best things you can to have the best chance and best shots at winning stuff. And it's not easy. There's a lot of good players out there, a lot of good teams, and that's why the competition Counter-Strike is so fun. Everybody can win. So the goal for us is to be as competitive as we can and lift some more trophies. And you know, we were very proud of what we did in the end of the season last year. And if we can repeat a little bit of that, it's going to be great.
It will be great, and he's going to look good while doing it as well. You see the fresh cut, the fresh beard. He's looking sharp coming into the season as well.
You got to look good starting the new year off.
It's a positive thing for him. But for FURIA right now, their expectations should be higher than, I guess, what was expected of them when this lineup first came together. So much has changed since then, and things are looking really good. I don't think that major performance defines them in any way.
No, unfortunately, it's just that they kind of had two major performances where it was relatively similar. Quarterfinal exits, both at Austin and in Budapest, means that they have yet to win a game on stage at a major. We're a long ways from that in the season, so it's just kind of building up to the speed to, you know, bring the expectation of what they should have accomplished into this year, because a lot of people were weirdly critical of them, thinking that they weren't the favorites versus Na'Vi or whatever, or the favorites at the major. I don't know. There's a lot of 2020 hindsight that goes on in this space, but FURIA were the bookmakers' favorites at that major, and so to fall as short as they did in the quarters is still going to burn really hard for people like Fallen, who take every loss so seriously.
Oh, yes, they do. Well, surely, though, there's no losses coming their way here. This is their pick. This is Inferno. What do you expect from Nine, just quickly? Do you feel like they're just going to be able to throw a different style at them, go throw all the cards out the window and just go crazy at them? Maybe that can be a play?
Well, looking a little bit at what they did at the Frag Miami stuff with this lineup, I was liking what Shield was actually providing on the T side. And even though we saw some good opping from him on Anubis there, it was actually his rifling and his trading, which was really strong. So filling in behind people like Kragan as they're taking space in Banana. I mean, I feel like Shield was kind of the mid-round, late-round star for them. So we'll see if he's able to get into any of those kind of late-round situations and win versus FURIA.
We'll keep an eye on it. We'll see what's going down. We're going into the flames of Inferno. This could be the end of the day coming up if FURIA grab the 2-0. Let's wait and see. Scrawny and Launders, it's over to you.
Could be the end of the day, but I think that, you know, a lot of positive things you guys are both saying about Nine coming off that first map, and I think that, again, it's well earned. It's just such a shame for a promising team to have an opportunity like this to go up versus FURIA, but on the contrast, we get a good look FURIA at the very beginning of 2026, so looking to join Vitality and Falcons as teams that move forward as heavy favorites. What do Nine have in store on Inferno? Time will tell.
They definitely checked a lot of boxes for me on Anubis. Like, they didn't win like a quantity of rounds to really scare FURIA, but the fact that they pulled off a 2v4, the fact that Shield had such an outstanding performance that resulted in rounds won and not just a lot of kills as well, I feel like they've turned some heads here. So Nine, well, you can't win a series on one map anyway, so we'll see if they can show us similar level of skill here on Inferno, even though it won't be easy.
Head tucked behind the sandbags. Kragan hoping that FURIA comes around with this commitment. FURIA sitting on 2 smokes. And the 99 damage gush. Oof. Molly to try to finish that. Kragan's got to unravel the Berettas, but thing is, there's not just these 2 members of Nine scrambling back into the site. There's an additional 2 here already. There's a 4-player setup. Kragan gets cleared out. Sejot hiding back site found, and Yakindar finding a 3rd one. Are they going to forget about number 4? Absolutely. It's Shield in with the headshot.
Oh.
Tough shot on the pillar. Goes for Pit instead. Guns empty. Queserado. What a nuisance.
I know.
Playing
There's no one better.
the pillar like that.
Yeah. You could take the skinniest pillar ever and still disappear.
Fallen going for the back fountain.
I like that Shield immediately recognized, like, he's not giving me a shot.
Yeah.
There's just no way I'm going to find one right now.
Might as well go hunting for the others. And almost pulled that off. But rather, a 1 versus 3 for BNOX instead. Fallen gonna do the same thing as csgo, not give you a damn thing, and that's why you give him an inch. It's an insta headshot onto Fallen. Trying to clear back sight now. BNOX looking to add pressure to it all, and the coffin flank from Molodoi is what ends this. FURIA take pistol on the T side of Inferno.
It's crazy. They just ran into a completely stacked site, and Yakinder by himself gets 3 entries.
Right at the end of the magazine, too.
Shield maybe could have stopped this, but I think he was hoping that he could be a bait in this setup and, like, you know, have everyone else get a kill or 2 and then make it so he could close. That totally makes sense. Probably not anticipating everybody to die without a kill there. So at least you can credit 9 for calling out the setup and stacking the correct site. That is always, that's showing the math. You get half points for sure. Eventually that pays off.
Smoke goes down on the cross. 5-7 rattles away. And now the nade's primed to try to stop this plant. Boy survives it with 19 health. And in that moment, Yakinder guns down csgo. So now what do you get? 5-7 retake, no kit, unlikely. Hoping to be able to get away from this and save is probably 9's best bet.
Yeah, no, that's not fun. It's not the fun solution, but it's the normal solution on Inferno. So if it wasn't going to be Train, what map would it have been?
To replace?
Let's say you could choose, and it has nothing to do with play rates.
Oh, if it was me, I pick Inferno. So it's a no-brainer.
No-brainer. What about Overpass? My argument is not that Overpass. I think Overpass is a great map, actually, but I just think it's too hard for most people. And there's like 4 teams that are impressive on it, and everyone else just looks like they just are struggling. And it's not great in pugs either.
I just can't see a world. I feel like the Overpass is just off the table because it's the newest map. I feel like the newest one could never go out.
Well, Train's the newest map.
I mean, before it, right? Like it's like can we ever just.
That was the weird part about it, right? That like Train and all these changes.
My opinion is that
for a bit.
Between Dust 2, Mirage, and Inferno, 2 of those 3 maps should be in every single map pool for the rest of Counter-Strike's history. 2 of those 3. You can take one out, you can rework it, you can do whatever. Maybe one day Mirage does get deleted, but you've got to keep 2 of the 3 legacy maps, as I like to call them, at all times. And right now, I think Inferno's got it.
Okay. So wait, what are you left with then? You got Mirage?
Yep.
Dusty's already been removed once.
Yeah. Yeah, Mirage is the one that it's like...
Has anyone else really been safe? Nuke's been out. Inferno's been out.
Nothing else is safe.
Has, yeah.
Just Mirage that's never been...
It's the top play rate.
They added a bench once, and it honestly changed everything.
Yeah. It did. It was a great change. Okay, well, I've got 2 smokes at a minute. They're not both here. I don't know if there's any more on the ground, but...
Shield's hanging onto his over towards Arch.
This one's a little bit hard to stop, I think.
Oh, you mean csgo's solo USP is not going to be enough to cut it?
At Coffins, who would ever expect this position? Oh!
The player crawling beneath his nose shocks him. And now the utility comes down to guarantee it.
Love learning about the history of players' names, well, the etymology of their names.
Okay, sure.
But I don't know, like, I don't know Molodoi, I don't know anyone except for, I know Fallen's name used to be Fallen Angel, like, way back in the day.
Sure. Well, I mean, csgo is just his names.
Right.
That one, I got you there.
Yeah, okay.
Got you covered, buddy.
Okay. Now do Yuri.
iCats. Suppose we'd have to ask him. Fallen Angel. That's before my time.
Yeah, that was back when Moses was playing.
It's crazy that your name was Fallen Angel and you kept the Fallen.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
But I kind of like it. But I see what you mean for sure.
I think Moses' nickname used to be something Angel as well. You told me that once. He's always kind of been on the... It's also...
Now it's just Fallen Moses.
What kind of crazy ego do you have to call yourself Moses? You know what I mean? Like, who the hell are you? Nice to meet you. I'm God. Jason O'Toole, folks. Can't believe this guy.
People don't know about his God complex, actually. We need to get that out there.
So, best kept esports secret.
Yeah.
Shield sitting on the angle to Banana, land with the wall
nice
bang.
tag.
Very nice shot.
Will it help? Will it help?
You got that
Yeah.
Sandbags player already dealt with, though. Kind of inside of a smoke, awkwardly looking to survive the incendiary. Op shot missed by Shield as he goes back into it. And that's a shame, because the wall bang, you had a player to leave behind. You know, that could have coupled for a good kill on Yuri, but instead it's another moment where FURIA just trounced this B site.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for a round that's really good that we can talk about here for 9, like that Mirrors one on Anubis. We aren't getting that yet. It's just been so far a FURIA masterclass, and you know that is why we credit the fact that Anubis came in for a 9, and then they showed a strong game plan, but still, it's also equally impressive that FURIA can play it and not get caught off guard, and then
of course
all the right players are having all the right rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the map hasn't changed. We brought that up, but it's still been some time since FURIA would have been on it.
Yeah. That's Fallen's first time rifling on Anubis.
That was probably Molodoy's first official on the map.
I'll double check everything.
You've got a computer right here. Go ahead.
I could. I don't. Yeah. There's electrodes coming out of it.
It's very dry in here. I don't need to get shocked. It's 9 that need an electric shock at the moment just to kind of get them back into this. Been run over for 4 rounds now. They had a plan in the last round. They had a good wall bang in the last one, but I mean, FURIA just looked like a beast barreling up Banana. Inferno will be FURIA's chance to kind of get one back at 9. Say, oh, you want to catch us off guard on the map we're unprepared for? Time to take your beating. At least in the first 4 of this T side. Yakindar inside of the apartments.
Oh, so it looked like he was like not sure about it, and then he perfectly clears both sides. That's Yakinder for you.
God, that was clean.
And Yakinder was so far up on my top 20 list because it's just like, well, I'm obviously partial to players that get opening kills like that because the amount of impact that they have when they're playing well, or like when we saw him playing at Hong Kong, what he did to Falcons, like he's a guy who creates space, doesn't take it away. I think there's something special about that.
You know, I haven't gone back to watch it since his recovery in terms of his career. And I'm not going to go back just yet. I'm going to let to see how FURIA, you know, finds success this year again. How cool has that Team Liquid Yakindar documentary aged now?
I never watched it.
Neither did I.
Okay, yeah, I feel like it was just too painful.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he's the only person, I made this joke at the award show, but he's the only person in Counter-Strike that has a documentary about his failure,
off, yeah.
You know, and his fall off. And again, I never watched it because it just felt bad. We know the guy. Felt kind of rude to tell his story when it was at such a low, but that might age incredibly.
Yeah, I guess it's the kind of thing. It's like when Cadian does that Flashpoint video, and you get, you know, and I think the lows need to be respected just like the highs. And in particular, if you believe in yourself. I mean, they kind of made that video because they expected to keep him and that it would work out in the end. And even though it didn't, it still showed that they were right about something. There was a good player in there.
Now he's 9-1 versus 9. 5 rounds into Inferno, and this T side looks impeccable. It's the T side that we've come to know and love when it comes to FURIA. One of their go-tos, Inferno.
Oh, what?
Sure.
Did he see something?
Sure, bro.
Did he smell something?
He felt it.
He is a feeling player for sure. He's just a scary man. What a way to start your round. Didn't do a damn thing wrong.
Shield missed a chance at the boiler frag, and he's going to lose his support over on Arch. It's okay, he's got a player boosted up above pit, hanging on a balcony. A little peek here off of BNOX. And that'll cut it down by 1, but watch FURIA depart, and watch
I like
as
this
Ball
reaggression.
goes aggressive. Wow, Molodoy turns and covers that.
That was a lot of footsteps.
I would have been pissed if I was Fallen. There's 3 players in alt mid meant to hold for a push like that. You almost get killed going back towards Banana. He gets covered in the end, survives with 30 health, and he will commit to that B move.
And with the swing, he was like, oh, they're already going B, but they really weren't yet. They're playing it cool.
Fallen takes over the B bomb site. Alt walkout from Yuri.
There we go.
But BNOX, yeah, again, right? He's thinking there's not many more players here. Completely lets his guard down.
Wait, the time.
15 seconds. That bomb's got to get going now.
Oh, they have to commit and run. Oh my God, they're going B. No.
They're thinking maybe Molodoy's the only guy there.
The only way they could win.
Oh no.
They found it because 9 or so. They don't pull out that bomb, please. Are you serious? He missed it. That's actually ridiculous. Surely not. Quesarado, are you serious, man?
Bruh.
He was acutely aware of how much of the time with a teammate clearing everything out. Nine are geniuses. If they had fought there, they would have just lost with the amount of players coming in.
Yeah.
You know, Quesarado always plays with those timings, but it always ends up working out perfectly.
Right.
But there we see, it's like, huh. I mean, what? I'm glad 9 won this round. How do you find that?
Oh, yeah. See his reaction. Huh. Well, let's see if that comes back to haunt them. It's just been so lopsided for FURIA thus far.
We'd all have the bomb in our hands running down the hallway.
Dog.
Right back to it, though.
Of course.
Never happened.
Yeah, that's the scary reality that 9 are in. Your 1 round, did you win or did FURIA lose? Kindar taking a step in. Insta headshot onto Shield as well.
His peaks are so perfect right now.
It's disgusting, this second map from Kindar, and I mean disgusting in all the good ways.
Yeah.
The kind of ways that make you feel alive.
Like a deep fried Oreo type disgusting.
Yeah, the thrill. Tapping out towards the apartments, that's where Kindar's run ends, and that distraction from balcony cues up Sajad. He's gonna go back at the bomb site. BNOX catches another one, and now all of a sudden, FURIA feeling surrounded. This gets cut down to the 2v2. All of Kindar's effort, is it for naught? Clock climbing up. Gross spray. Last player up top. Missed shot. Molodoy down, and 9 have earned a second out of a 3v5.
I feel like I just ate a lemon with how close all of these trades were. That was something, but actually very impressive that 9 somehow figured that out after Yakinder's entries. He's probably wondering how the heck we lose that. Shield was upset. That was just, I mean, it was just perfect from Yakinder though with that first kill, but that's back-to-back round wins here for 9.
FURIA have gifted them a chance into the CT side.
Yeah.
And at the very least, again, if we're not talking about a map win, we're just talking about more runway to kind of impress. Bounty also serves as a billboard at the start of the season if we're looking for contenders. Let's keep an eye on Shield. Had a much better first map than this one so far. I think that's why he's venting some of those frustrations. Poor guy got deleted by Yakindar 1 round ago.
He's gonna have to bring the hair back for me.
Is that all he is to you?
Yeah, just a great haircut and an awesome name.
That's why men are afraid to bald, launders. People like you. Eating the flashbangs in Banana. We're all sent in to clear. Oh, balling your gun's empty, brother.
Used a lot of ammo.
Making some wild mistakes now, dude. FURIA.
Yeah. And getting away with it?
They were eating a little too good.
Oh!
Nice double kill from clean up from Kragan. All that damage done inside of Banana, and FURIA try to force the fight to no success.
And that makes it 3 rounds in a row. And a very scrappy 3 rounds, but it's 3 rounds to finally get through the money. No, we got another buy-in for FURIA. Excellent stuff out of Kragan. Made sure those assists weren't in vain. No more opening deaths here, 9. That's one thing that has to change. Appreciate them being active in on the A side, but like fighting against brackets, they have not had a good time. This is a great push actually over on B.
Ooh,
Okay.
A little labored, but he gets there. Now Shield hoping somebody steps up, and that is the case. Yakindar popped by the off.
Nice.
And a fallback here in a 5 versus now 2. csgo to bring it back. Flashbang finds Shield. That's fine by him. He'll catch the kill. And we've got a Molodoy 1v4, a quarter of the way done.
Only because it's him that he has odds. Careful with your aggressive peaks now, 9. You've done the job.
BNOX playing this in a way that Molodoy could manage to catch
You'd
him
have to
with the
take
quick
a missed
scope.
Op shot if this goes in.
There it was,
Oh,
but only 20 damage. Shield's up now down beneath, and Molodoy is going to go for the save at 15 seconds. So 9 have won 4 rounds in a row.
Yep, they pull it off, and yeah, this one's a lot better, to be honest. I mean, and you know what? Like, some of their aggressive tactics weren't working well, but this round shows that they stick to their guns. They keep going for them. It's not like they're dry peeking everything. They are trying to flash retake Banana, push into halls with a flash as well. And they want to play for that information, and it's finally actually paying off. FURIA have bought every single round no matter what. That's 4 rifles. It's their 5th buy in a row. With they lost 4 straight, right? They haven't saved a single time.
I mean, I've seen Fallen by literally an entire half one.
These guys are magicians. I mean, mathematicians.
Well, Fallen down to 7 health. That's not a number he wants to see. We've got Shield inside of the... Oh, baby. csgo insta headshot, loses his teammate behind him. Yuri going down opens the door for the short side push to take the tip of the spear instead. But there's bodies here, and Kragan's going to turn this back on FURIA, taking man advantage for the defense. Library peek, well timed with the flash. BNOX gets Sejot his kill, and now FURIA. I mean, this is a couple of... I mean, the first mistake is just inexcusable. Beyond that, a couple of hiccups. All of a sudden, 9 have made a game of this.
Yeah, big time.
And it's not just like more and more flukes, but they started tapping into some solid setups, like you said, going for it again and again with the bracket play, but then finding a way for it to work.
It's like that nice combination of like flash tactics, but also nothing fancy. Like they've just like, here's a simple flash just on a good timing. Here's when we want to get info back. And FURIA, yeah, they've been super aggressive because they tore through the first 5 rounds. That's the kind of gameplay that even if you lose, you're going to end the day with no regrets.
Right.
You went for it.
Yep. And I think that when you're getting these kills off of these kinds of, simple flash timings, it does just reinforce to you, like, you've got a really good read of what's going on at the map at all times. FURIA haven't annihilated you. We've seen, very lopsided head-to-heads where a team just looks literally lost.
Oh, man. When you play against someone who's so much better, it just feels like they're everywhere. They're moving faster than normal. There's more guys on the map than... And they are. They're humans, and there's only 5 of them. And if you can find a way to tap into that confidence, you can really, you know, make them look like that. So I think that's what 9 have achieved now. That was crazy.
I wonder how old Shield is.
I've seen so many operas get walk peak so far.
22 years old.
1 year older than Molodoy.
There we go.
The Latvian laser, as you like to call him. Why'd you look up how old Scream is?
Because I just remembered Scream said he was going to come back this year, but then I was like, don't you need a...
Yeah, wasn't he Rookie of the Year?
Don't you need a team to come back?
I guess that's a good way to let people know to sign you.
Good luck.
Yeah. See Vitality fall off a little bit.
No, if anybody there falls off, you know they're calling Jax again.
Yo, best stand-in in the world.
Round 11. Never would I have believed you after the nature of the first 5 rounds if you told me that 9 could win this half with more rounds than Furia.
Just because Caserado didn't want to plant. That was a choice.
And then they threw a 5 versus 3
I'm not even
after
sure
that.
You could categorize it as a mistake.
It was a choice.
It was so avoidable. It was perplexing.
And it's been quite lovely to see 9 step up their game in that moment. Again, a gift that was given to them. Round 1, given to them. The other 4, they've worked for. They've earned. But the first of 5 was a gift. And it felt like a pity gift almost. But Furia didn't realize that 9 were going to seize the opportunity and potentially win this half.
Well, they've got Furia to slow down, at the very least. They say, okay, fine, we have to try.
Shield flashed back into the site. Beanox, who loves playing up on the balcony, instead eats the flashbang. Oh, Kragan comes through with a team kill. Ah, not ideal. Obviously. Would have been rough for Shield to have gotten a shot under pressure like that. Bomb to be planted for once. And a man advantage here on the A site for Furia to secure this 6th. Do 9 want to shoot for 7 round wins? Because the money's not in the very best place, but it would be a solid enough buy, so you'd think they could run this risk.
Yeah, maybe. It would
really could.
Yeah, they have Shield's money and Royals' money. Maybe they'd suffer for some grenades, and they think, I mean, 6 rounds is, in this game, pretty successful, so it's going to maximize their chances, it looks like.
Play for that one instead. Let Furia get into the pit for the save, and Furia should be all good with 4 guns of their own.
It's a nice exact, just a pocket play here from Furia with their bracket control at 40 seconds. Full respect for 9 after their streak.
Falling AK headshot, by the way, is kind of rude.
It is rude, but the flash that landed on him,
that's nice.
He wouldn't have even heard about it for another couple of days.
So they just
His
make
ears
sure
would still be ringing.
They've got everything they need for this one. We see the effects of the save. All the grenades in the world for 9. Shooting for that 6-round half. When considering Furia's 5-0 start, who could have seen this one coming?
Down to 1 HP already has fallen.
Kindar taking control of the apartments. As we get that B defense dropping utility well ahead of a time. There hasn't been any kind of announcement from Furia that they were going for banana control.
Feels like they're just conjuring up last round again slowly. They've already pushed them back off both sides of the map. There's still 2 in B, so it's like a lot of extra pressure on Shield. Oh, and they catch Fallen. That nade. Beautiful. I think he had a lot of utility as well. I don't know if he used it already.
Got a flash left over. Didn't have much gold in his pockets. But now the numbers, man, this rotation out of 9 all the way back towards Banana. I don't know what fuels this read, but they're confident that the 2-player short setup's going to be able to survive this all in from FURIA at 30 seconds. Kindar starting to make his move. It's Shield with the first one on the hold. A lot to do here, and he'll find Kindar.
Okay.
Clean quick scope into it, but now he finds himself alone. No support to come his way. Quite a distance before the rotate arrives, so Molodoy cleaning this up, kicks off the 2v4.
Bomb plant. Looks guaranteed.
Please.
And the bomb back site, they're going to have to play it pretty actively. Can't do anything too gimmicky or any huge wrap, so... And that's an annoying smoke to see, man. You can lurk around it anyway.
Just really lets KSCERATO lock in on the apartments fight instead, and it looks like that duel is coming.
Gotta get him distracted, but how do you do that with the smoke so fresh?
Right? That smoke is perfectly placed to get that headshot. Sees it coming 20 seconds out. Now they're gonna try to get through that van, and Molodoy into the M4's best.
Excellent.
Sedjot with 2 kills.
They have a kit, right?
They do have kits, in fact, and so they've also got a 6th. A 5-0 start. FURIA just stomping their way through this second map, and all of a sudden we go into the second half tied. $15 to the clock. It's another close call coming out of FURIA in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Zershin sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for Molodoy. Him versus Torzi. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's
he must
right
have
there
spotted.
for the peak, but Molodoy's still hiding, and Torzi doesn't know. He gives up the info, takes the no-scope to the chest, and it's another clutch for Molodoy, his 2nd of this half alone.
Round number 18, FURIA. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. KSCERATO has slaughtered Flammus as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but KSCERATO still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's gonna try and see if he can really complete it. The USB out, and he gets it. An ace to get to the playoffs.
You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22. Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be just dry? It is into the orb. Cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And Fallen steps up, delivers when his team need him most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Rek on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what FURIA are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
FURIA stack those rounds. m0NESY uses that moment to establish an angle on Hut, but first shot misses. And there's a lot of movement for FURIA outer. They write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Kindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Kindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
What a monster, Kindar.
Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. Molodoy, though, all the wiser. Magazine's
They are
empty.
trading him.
You get Magus
No, they
coming
are trading
through.
him.
Sunpius found a kill as well towards A. Molodaw's able to get 1.
3 on 5.
Get the 4K, there's 1.
Makes it all the harder. 4 shots, 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Senpai's looking for him to go up above.
No kit here for Sunpius either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from Molodoy. The last shot closes pistol. It almost looked like G2 would take it, but the 5v3, Molodoy the sole survivor. We didn't know if 9 stood a chance on Inferno, and for a little while, it didn't look like they would get to play this map. But here we are. To the T side, they'll go with a respectable 6-round half.
Very I mean, it's the nature of which.
It's all right. If they win the pistol, they've got a lead on FURIA's map pick, and that's something we never saw coming. It's a very top-heavy scoreboard for FURIA. but it feels like there's parts of that first half that just remain kind of inexplicable.
There's a little Deus Ex Machina that happened for sure.
So I think they come into the second half with a clean slate. A tabula rasa, so to say.
Translating to Latin is brand new.
I flipped the script around here. Here's the stomp coming, but is it the commitment? That's the question. They jump back into the cover.
Working. They're still working, but FURIA are not really looking scared, actually.
No. Remain 3 strong inside of this A site. Here it comes, full execute. Ooh. It's just a decoy over towards Moto. Balcony peek comes through. csgo trying to find something to shoot at. He'll catch shield. Hanging on as the last man left. Fallen over towards Libraries, actually helping on site and then kills Rawls. Kragan, 1 versus 3, 28 health left to make it happen. Beautiful headshot onto Yakindar. 7 seconds to that clock. His hand's now going to be busy. He's going to go for the duel and he nails it.
Wait, is that all 5?
Sickening ace from Kragan in all that chaos. Picks up the first 2 kills. And those last 3 are just beautiful.
No kidding. That's actually unreal. I was just thinking it's too much to juggle for them to handle as a team. And meanwhile, in the midst of all the chaos, it's just Kragan.
That was carnage all around him. Messy shots with the Glock, but once he puts his hands on that USP, it is clinical.
Wow, what a moment. Gonna be proud about that one.
I can sit here and say FURIA gifted you a chance back into the game for the half, but that is all Kragan. Takes control of the situation and puts 9 in the lead, folks. Yakindar's 5-7 to try to pounce on the blinded MAC-10, and Rawls isn't having any of it. Frag grenade chips away a few. We've still got a triple stack inside this B site.
Oh, don't rush it. There's 3
Not
here.
the round you want to make this mistake, 9.
They're getting kind of excited. I mean, they got this kill, but they want to abandon scouting now. Man, if they find one more, they are jiggling a little bit.
Flash again, Yuri connects. Another player still in orange. Oh, Yuri's finding it. These flashbangs have just cost 9 multiple bodies. And now climbing over top of it, not ideal. csgo cleared up close. Molodoy 1v2. That's where this one lands. Kevlard Deagle versus 9 in sight, hanging for this peak.
They want to wait for this. They're going to take a timing peek. Oh, they let him go. If he sits on this wall, he actually doesn't know where they are, so they could have left. He's taking a fast swing, and Sejot's patience is perfect. 20 HP avoids that ammo, and they endure. This is really nice out of 9. I mean, again, I was a little bit worried for them coming into the site. You know, there was a stack waiting for them. They got this first kill, just wanted to end the round. And, you know, I have called for simplicity when you're going up against such a highly ranked opponent, but again, it's their confidence. It's the other half of it. They're not treating FURIA like gods.
I think the gods lose their shine a little bit when they let you plant the way they did.
Yeah.
Right?
More like Greek gods.
If FURIA want to make mistakes, I think 9 are more than happy to jump on that opportunity.
They've only won 1 round since that mishap on round 6. Here's a big reward. They'll get this open site. They won't have to lose anybody. FURIA can't come hunt them down, and vice versa, but it doesn't really matter for 9.
did. Bit of a price tag added to this round in the end. So honestly, these are kind of given right back over to FURIA. Didn't have to try too hard for that.
I feel like this bomb is taking forever.
They made it at home. Takes a little while, you know? Got to work it out. There's a fine line between being a chemist and a bomb maker, you know?
Yeah? Do you know all about that?
No comment.
What'd you go to school for again?
Sociology.
Ted?
All right, FURIA. Time to pick yourself back up. Let this game slip away. You lose the pistol. You lose to the ace. This would be an embarrassing result just because of the way that it started.
Oh, definitely.
Not to take anything away from Nine. They seized the opportunity, absolutely. But the first 2-3 rounds, like those were just festered with FURIA's mistakes.
Yeah, just the mental defeat of it, I feel like, is the most undignified part. And that's something that we, you know, like, the top teams getting shaken up after rounds like that is a lot less likely because they're, you know, that's the part I feel like they spend most of their time thinking about how to overcome it. Playing against teams that are so good all the time, you just have to be able to be good at that. So for Nine to shake them up, that's, well...
It'd be different if we were on the big stage or something, you know, we could talk about that added pressure again, but... You're playing from the office, you're falling. Was able to find the opening kill here in round 16 at least, but Molodoy eats that flashbang. And he'll just crawl back into the site. Yuri better be able to hold his balcony.
You could flash this guy for 10 seconds, he wouldn't run.
Oh, that is nasty shit.
Wait, 15 seconds? They actually watched that flank. That's surprising.
Pop shot from Molodoy is going to collect another one.
Whoa, what is
Yuri
this, Mario?
Just jumps into the doorway, stops it, Fallen finds csgo, and that one is convincing. That's the FURIA we know and love.
I'm going to say, Yakinder with his knife out, totally fine. That was really late to be checking the flank, yeah. They did wait a little bit of time to get that in order. Showing a bit of weakness now. Walk through that smoke at top of Banana as well while it was fully protected.
The money is immediately in a weird spot as well for Nine. But I'm seeing the force buy come through. We're going to have majority tech 9s. And a Galil on Beenox. Molodoy happy to just hang on to these angles. Like you said, you got to flash him 10 seconds and he still maybe holds. It's a prime example of it. Goes right back in. And, you know, if maybe Yuri falters on balcony, you get Molodoy a little less confident, but Yuri getting a jumping M4 kill. Just a real testament to...
When does he ever do that?
And that's not very Yuri-esque, is it?
It's busting out some new moves.
New Year resolution and whatnot. Oh, nice nade. AK spam meant to couple with it. Oh, there it is. Fallen and Yakindar just gonna churn through the bottom of Banana. And so Rawls left to half health, Beenox full bar. And Yakindar actually low in that engagement with Fallen falling next to him.
Very much so.
But tough for Nine to really have the confidence to just barrel through these smokes. They don't know what's on the other side. That's unconfirmed damage on Yakindar. Now he's got a teammate working with him as they split this 2-2 and Yuri goes pushing through apartments.
Simple move for Yuri to just guarantee this position if he wants to go underpass or even wait for them in ult in general.
Here, you throw it. I feel bad that we caught that. Yakindar right there to the headshot. Yeah, this one gets stuffed on the approach. So not looking as inspiring there, the attack into the B-bomb site, but also not made easy when half your team dies to smoke spam.
Yeah, Yeah, and FURIA will be very good at taking banana control. It's taking advantage of how narrow it is. I mean, even if you get someone blind at the top of banana like this, you're coming out on the right side or the left side of the wall most of the time.
So pistols and conversions bode well for 9. It's what tied this game up and let them get to that. Well, no, it didn't tie it. It's what got them in the lead. FURIA on the brink of tying now.
You saw 2 9s on the board, so it makes sense.
It's a lot of 9s.
Oh, what's he doing here?
Kindar just doing what he wants. In the face of pistols, shows no fear. And falling back at it.
They're still trying to kill him.
It's a fair fight. Pistol v pistol. Although he still has the Kevlar edge. Desperate fallback's going to get clipped, and there indeed is the tie at 9. 9-9 between 9 and FURIA.
The guy in the back of Fallen's camp's finally taking his hood off. I wonder if he's watching this match.
I swear he was sleeping. At one point, he had his eyes closed. He was just sat there. I don't know who that is, but...
That's how I sleep on the plane.
Just
sitting up.
Sitting upright with your tablet in front of you.
It's impressive to pull that off in an office space where there's like frantic comms happening.
My favorite's always this like 2-headed giant that Sid and Fallen turn into whenever there's online games.
And he
like,
sits behind him.
Most coaches
like
stand in the background. He's looking over his shoulder like a little brother.
I love it. All right, another bout of banana control. FURIA quickly win that, and they immediately get scared. It's going to be a fast A. They're actually right about it. I think they'll send Molodoy off now.
Still floating forward, fire at the feet of the arch approach. That's a ton of utility damage, but a bad nade from csgo. Good flash out of Yuri, however, helps. Molodoy teasing the short peek, denies Beanox. Shield's going to capitalize on that one, and it's a back turn to Yakindar to make this one all the easier. So FURIA's concern of the fast A was correct, and then they go ahead and stomp their way over fast enough to get ahead of it all.
It's one of those damned if you do moments because they take the banana and they see there's no pressure whatsoever, and they're immediately like, okay, they think that we're starting 3 banana. They're going to rush A here. They know we've won it so many times, and so now what option do you have left if you're 9? Where do you go next?
I think you try to win banana knowing how often this kind of peek down from Yakindar and Fallen is happening.
Yeah, you can participate in it and be like, well, we win or lose the round on banana, but at least we know we get our fights and we don't necessarily run into a stack. It's just like, there are levels.
Problem is FURIA being just such a good Inferno team. It's, I mean...
Being a good Inferno team is being a good banana team, essentially.
That's why I want the map removed, because I hate coming up against good banana control.
Yeah, no, there's nothing more brutal than that.
It's so suffocating.
Yeah.
FURIA very much playing as though they are the better team on that half of the map.
And it's basically just all utility, so it's just all teamwork and...
Can't frag my way out of it. Especially in a buy situation like this. Stark contrast for 9 up against FURIA, who are now starting to feel like they can get to the lead and end this. There we go. And that's the kind of, damned if you do, damned if you don't. You don't apply any pressure. They just get to do whatever they want. And at some point, you're going to cross the top of T ramp. And if you cross it at the wrong time, this is how Kragan finds his death this round. Didn't even really do anything that wrong.
It is what makes the map so, unique in the game's history, but also frustrating at this level of gameplay for sure.
All right, we've got a plan here at least.
Okay, got the one-man fake coming up.
And of note, Molodoy's actually not on short side this time around. You think back to Anubis, man, he was so mobile on that CT side. They were throwing him all over the place, but he's just been very much cemented on short, and he is going to pick up a position there now. csgo opting to hold Arch from a passive T-spawn or CT spawn angle.
They're not going to pull a third player, I don't think, not a 4v5, so csgo's quickly watching this.
Good on it. They're trying to wrap around. Oh, this actually plays perfectly into csGo's hand. They try to close that gap. His rifle versus those Tech 9s at that range. All coming at him, made way too easy. So the passive A setup with csGo in an alternate spot instead of on Arch really bodes well for FURIA and one step closer to the close.
If they had any mild frustrations or doubts, I think those have sort of washed away. They've got a good gap now. They just look way too hard to beat on the CT side. And while 9 have shown us good stuff, it was a lot of great rounds in the first half. Not quite as many here on T side.
I said it would be a clean slate for FURIA coming into the second half because they kind of got over the embarrassment of that hiccup not planting. And I don't know, it's felt that way as well, you know? Came in with their usual plan. They've had the confidence of winning Banana literally every round. The only thing that's kept them in this was that Kragan pistol ace T-side.
Yeah, true.
Like, oh, you didn't stop the ace, and then the gun advantage won the next 2 rounds. But this round's a little different with Shield finding man advantage first. It's fallen down.
The only thing is Kinder's been kind of a one-man army over here, it feels like. I wonder if they can get by him. Ooh, they tag him down, half HP. He sticks around on sandbags, so.
It's nice to see them finally go for some kind of a banana fight. Ah, Yuri though.
Stairs, yeah.
And then of course Molodoy is going to get his fight given over.
Oh, please clear it.
Ah, they don't! Sandy's going to catch them all off guard.
Oh.
Yikes.
That stings.
Critical error made here by 9. What goes around comes around.
Would have isolated him in that position too. They just couldn't believe he would have pushed by himself with all that aggressive control going on at A. Rouse will have to clutch. We'll call him Wreck-It Rouse if he does.
Spends those extra few seconds retrieving the bomb. Flashes come through for the retake, but nobody actually barrels through. Lineup for CT Spawn could have made something interesting, but instead FURIA's 12th round is secured off the backstabs of Yakindar.
Yeah, that was a nice Halls push and the op staying in place and Yakindar staying pushed, and then that's a moment where you're like, you can't condition them. Yakindar even gets tagged and they don't know about it. He's on half HP with 100 confidence. Yeah, oh, but they mollied Hobbit and just didn't clear him, and they could have. Frustrating, but there's obviously a lot going on in your mind in a situation like this. Trying to make the upset of your life happen.
Right. It's at least something to have kept this game close, but T-side versus rifles does not bode well. Here's Kragan in with a double. Third piece of the defense is csGo, and he is more than happy to try to spam smokes right back. Gets that 3v3 established. 2 rounds in a row here now. 9 are just trying to get aggressive in Banana. We know that Yakindar and Fallen have had a field day since the start of this half, doing as they please on this half of the map. It's cool to see Shield taking that op to them 1 round ago, stopping the peak, and now this time again signing up for the fight. CTs give a smoke over from Spawn.
Such a weird one.
Wonder how Shield can exploit this. He's gonna try to go through. Yeah, catches him off guard. Well done. Playing that smoke against FURIA.
You know, they might not think csGo's back sight. It was smoked from CT, right?
Flash comes over. It was. You're not wrong. csGo catching him. And now it's just going to come down to Rawls, and that's too much to ask. csGo, the guy who extended this game, is the guy to end this game in the end. And so FURIA will join the likes of Vitality and Falcons as Budapest playoff teams that keep it clean and move this event forward, all while 9 still impress. It's a solid outing, but it's one that ends for 9 here at Bounty.
We're feeling happy, like Yakindar. The producer's even so worried, he's like, Q, twice, Q, come on, talk.
Start talking, please.
Stop putting your thumbs up.
You have to say something.
Yakindar's happy because he takes his place back as the best Latvian on the server this time around. Shield not able to keep up the performance that he had in the opening map. And he also overtook him across the series as well with that Inferno performance and a 2-0 double 13-9s from FURIA.
Extremely deserved that Yakindar overtakes him on the scoreboard, given what he was putting out on the B site, primarily at Banana. I mean, I think that was kind of the big story of that CT side. I mean, there was really no looking back. Once you get Fallen and Yekindar with utility, with full weapons, they're tricking them, they're outplaying them, they're nading them, doing practically everything, even flanking with their knife out sometimes, but with low time, so it made sense. It made sense.
It did make sense, and no upsets coming up in this one. I would say that if I'm looking realistically at how 9 performed, they're not going to be happy. They never are, especially when you don't even take a map. But I saw some positive signs for these guys, considering they're taking on a level of team they never go up against.
It really did feel like as soon as csgo failed to plant that one time, it gave 9 a lifeline that they otherwise wouldn't have. But the way that they moved around the map was, I would say, I mean, it was solid in the way that they were retaking space. If they were devoid of information on their CT side, you would see them at least pressing on forward, whether that's with the flash or with the AWP from Shield. So it never really felt like 9 was just down and out by their own making. It was oftentimes FURIA had to take it from them. You don't want to see an underdog team that just plays default every single round, even with a new player, and lose because of a lack of ideas. That's really the most disappointing way to lose. But I'd say that 9, they lost on their own terms more times than not.
Yeah, and that's a positive sign for them going forward, even though they won't be happy with how this was. For FURIA, this is, I guess, what we expected overall. There was no really worrying signs. They were laughing off some of the bad moments or the moments that they realized they messed up, like not planting the bomb, for example.
I'm glad they were able to overlook that or move past it. I mean, technically, they didn't really move past it at the beginning. I mean, when that happened, they lost, I think, a couple rounds off the back of it, maybe 3 rounds actually off the back of it. But it's got to be a moment where it's what I don't know. When you see these late rounds, slower, more cautious players, people like csgo, I would even argue sometimes, maybe not last year, but years prior, people like Rops, where they're just trying to make sure everything is perfect. They're the guy on the team that's going to make sure that when everybody's rounding a corner into a bomb site, they check that one spot that nobody else checks. However, obviously, given the lack of time, you really just need to punch in those digits.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to get to it. No waiting, no messing about with it. For looking at FURIA, though, overall, and what we think of them now going throughout the rest of the Blast Bounty, considering it stays online as well. You know what? Ignore my point. Yakinda's ready. That's way more
We'll get to that
important.
later.
Let's get to Yakinda. He's there ready and waiting. Smile on his face. You got a thumbs up in you as well, mate, like you were doing at the end for us?
Yes. I'm very happy. You know, after the break, sometimes you get the curse of the underdog upset.
Yeah.
But I'm happy we won, even though we tried so hard on T-Side Inferno to lose. But it's very nice.
I want to ask around that, right? With these moments that can happen, that get a bit awkward or it's not ideal, were you guys just able to kind of laugh it off and just get on with it? Because it did seem like we were still seeing smiles on the cameras.
No, it was good. At some point, it's just like when we lost, when I got to 2 entries on A and I went into like Arch and whatever, and there was one guy on A who was Halls. Fallen got pissed off a little bit that we lost that round, but other than that, everybody else. But I feel like this game specifically, we played a little bit more on feeling.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't really. There was a feeling of kind of easiness in the TeamSpeak, and I don't mean the game was easy. It was more about like, oh, you can do whatever you want, and you can do whatever you want. And at the end of the day, we just understood. We just knew before the game, and we came with the mindset of like, we're just better, and that's how the game went.
I get that. I understand as well. And I want to just ask a little bit about the Anubis. How much were you ready for that? Because I remember Anubis being pretty good for you guys in the past before it was taken out of the pool.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even before the news about Anubis, they decided to pick us when there was like other teams possible, and I feel like, well, I don't know what they expected, but not in a bad way, but like honestly, like there was PARIVISION open, for example. Like PARIVISION is like just should be an easier matchup for them, especially with a newer player, right? And we're a consistent core for like 7 months now. But that was a little bit off topic. About Anubis, we expected, because we knew that there's like just no other map that they could pick against us.
Mm-hmm.
Even though their best map does 2, for example, like if you open our record, like all our records on all maps look scary, and for me and Fallen, we expected Anubis as the first pick right away.
And I'll give you a little insight. They actually picked you because they wanted this challenge because they don't normally get to play against this level of team. That's what.
Oh,
Raul
that's a great
told us.
mindset. That,
Yeah.
yeah, that big props, big respect to them. If they would have said that before, or if we would have known that before, maybe we would have played a little bit more with respect.
Standards. Yeah,
Yeah.
Or proper.
Yeah.
Hey, you can do what you want, Yakinda.
I would say the one thing I have to ask Yekindar isn't really about this game, but as the year prior as a whole, and even your individual performance as a whole, because I feel like, I guess reading from the interview when you were picked as a top 20 player by HLTV, it almost was a little bit of a surprise to you, I suppose. I mean, I guess, what were your
I was
thoughts?
picked by them, but not by you.
That's true.
I know that much.
You were my top 25. Okay,
Top
that one
25.
that one I didn't put on the image, but it was one that I had. So yeah, you were in contention for it. I mean, what'd you think of your resurgence as a whole?
No, honestly, as you're saying, like top 25, I didn't expect to reach top 20 until they showed my grand final stats. So I think that was like the big elevation why I was able to get top 20. But honestly, that was something I expected for next year only. Like that was my goal for maybe next year, or like now 2026. But I'm very happy. I'm very happy, of course, because that was like a little milestone for me. And at some point, I was like about to cry because like remembering all the feelings I had last year.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was a little bit tough, but super happy.
Bro, I think we can speak for most people within Counter-Strike. They're happy to have you back, happy to see you back doing what you do best as well. And hey, 2026, maybe you'll beat your record. You'll go further than you've ever been before. It's all possible.
Well, hopefully, but you know, when there's like little kids, TikTok kids like Donk and all these like young talents, and then there's like the unstoppable vitality, like I don't know how high I could reach.
You got to just sit closer to the monitor. It's the only way.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna be in the monitor.
He's gonna become part of the game. Well, Yakinda, we're not gonna keep you any longer. Thank you so much for your time, man. Always a pleasure to have you on with us. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you guys. Have a nice evening.
I love him so much. It's like, it doesn't matter where we go in the conversation, what we're talking about, Yakinda is a joy. And like, if there are any people who were watching Counter-Strike like in recently, maybe just 1-2 years ago, or they only saw maybe Liquid Yakinda, maybe thinking like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, who is this guy, right?
Right.
But the Yakinda of old, was a dominant force. He was like just so precise. He was so on point. He had great reads of the game. And to see where he went and how he's risen back up, and just to see him happy again, it's a really nice thing.
For people that weren't around in, I think it was 2021 when he was hitting the scene with Virtus Pro, I mean, he kind of was the Kyosuke of that time. He was just beaming every single person that he saw. I feel like a lot of the critics of him at the time were saying it wasn't a well-rounded game. I didn't care about how well-rounded it was when he was just the entry force for them. And just, he was literally shooting Simple, who was holding an op against him in Simple's prime, just because Yekindar swung so quickly and headshotted him so fast. So that's the level of play that we knew he was capable of, and to see it in glimpses, and actually for extended stretches of tournaments in 2025, it warmed my heart because I was a big Yekindar fan from day one.
And now he's developed also with more of a voice in a team, which is so impressive at the same time. We can talk about Yakinda all day long, but we need to hold it up just a little bit. There's a lot of positives around that young man, but there's more positives around the bounty overall, because we have been in this situation. We have seen teams get eliminated, and very soon we will have our next part of the draft show. Before that, we need to head to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because you'll find out the next matchups in just a few minutes, and trust me, you won't want to miss who they go with first.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
It is time for the Blast Bounty live draft show. That is where our teams get to find out who they will be facing. Some of our teams picking, and they are the bounty hunters. They're looking at the most wanted teams, and they're trying to take some of the money away from them, cause some of the upsets. But when we get to this stage of it, Maui, maybe it's less upset and more getting to some middle ground in there overall.
Definitely, you would say so. And I feel like teams can also target who looks a little bit weak coming into this season, of course, because a couple of the rosters who were maybe so consistent last time around, teams like Aurora, I would say their opening match was a little bit weaker. So if I'm one of those teams, one of those bounty hunters coming into this, I would say that could be a prime target to score an easy upset.
Yeah, you would have been able to have a bit more data, look at the analysis, say, okay, they made a change, but they looked a bit shaky here. Or maybe I need to avoid that team because they've come in looking super hot right now. It gets a little bit more interesting as well, because obviously when we're looking down these teams, we also know at the same time, like which teams overall maybe looking not just about shaky online, but maybe a better team to have a run at, a better team that maybe is map pool changed or something else like that at the same time. Because obviously we've seen maybe some people wouldn't pick Furia now because of the Anubis thing, for example.
Of course. I mean, with the map pool change, I feel like we've only seen Anubis played twice so far in the first round. So still not a lot of data regarding that one, but so many different reasons that teams can go for their picks. Obviously, have to bring up the fact that there is the bounty aspect, the fact that the top teams have so much more on their heads in terms of what you can score off of a victory from them. So we already saw a couple teams in the first round, or the first draft show that is, go for some of those big dog picks. I think Monty, for example, getting Na'Vi was a big score, and I think they could have even chosen maybe one or two teams that were weaker in terms of prize money. So it's a great opportunity to shoot yourself up pretty drastically in the ranking if you like those kinds of matchups, not only for the prize money, but for the map pool, as you see some of these teams so far.
Well, let's start to get into it. Our first team that is going to have their choice here is paiN, and we've got ENCE.CET joining us once again. Hello again, ENCE.CET. Nice to see you. Oh, I can't hear him. It might not be you. He can definitely hear us by the looks of it.
Oh,
yes, there we go.
Yeah, I hear you guys.
We got you. That worked out.
Okay. Nice to see you again, guys.
Nice to see you too. Now, don't tell me your pick just yet, please, ENCE.CET. Let me just go through, how does paiN look at this? Like, how do you guys come together, make your decision? Is it the full team? Is it just Rix and Biguzera?
It's pretty much more Rix, Biguzera, and now Rain. This guy that you're seeing my back, our new analyst, they pretty much do the analysis and choose for us whoever we're gonna play against.
And you trust them fully, no matter what it is. You just
all the time.
Okay,
all the time.
I like that. I like that.
Has to be like that.
Yeah.
So have you gotten any little bits of insight from them in terms of, did they tell you, well, maybe after the pick you'll tell us why, but I'm sure it's not an easy choice though, given you're a new squad. Like, you're still trying to figure out your own strengths. But today went extremely well for you guys, so I feel like you guys look pretty hot right now. So I'm kind of curious, we'll get there, if it's a big dog that you're taking on, or maybe you just want to get another win under your belt.
For us, it makes sense right now. Can I say who we're picking?
Give me 1 second, because we got some magic to do with it as well. I'll let you do it. I'll say Biguzera. No. ENCE.CET. That would help. I got the wrong name written down. My bad. ENCE.CET. Give it to me. Who is paiN picking?
We are picking Heroic.
Ooh.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
As you said, Maui, I think right now everyone in our spot will maybe try to get away from the big dogs just for the moment. I think it's a comfort for us to avoid teams like FURIA, like Vitality in the first moment. So since we have the chance to pick Heroic, and with the fact that they made 2 roster changes recently and also are playing with a stand-in, so I think that's a point that we can maybe exploit, and that's why we are choosing Heroic.
Yeah, in a way, an even playing field, because you guys both made a couple of roster moves lately, or really more for Heroic side. I think it's kind of a forced stand-in issue for them. But either way, I mean, this is a matchup that I would say, I mean, maybe I shouldn't really give my perspective too early on this one. But I think with how you guys look today, great opportunity for you guys.
Yeah, and I think also it's going to be a match that both teams are going to be happy to play. So it's going to be a fun one.
It's going to be a fun one. It's one we're looking forward to as well. ENCE.CET, thank you so much for joining us and making your pick. Good luck with the preparation. And maybe if you get that win, we'll be seeing you here in the studio.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, first one down. I like that because I almost forget where Heroic is within this in order to be in a good position, you know? It kind of, it's a shock pick in that sense.
I feel like if I'm paiN, this is just the perfect opportunity to just rack up another victory. I would immediately, I mean, going into the season, I feel like I wasn't sure about paiN.
Yeah.
I still feel like I need to see them prove it against really an elite opponent for me to start really believing. But Heroic's a team that, if you give me what I saw from Heroic in this stage already versus what I saw from paiN, I like what I saw from paiN more.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Because obviously, it's a bit harder for Heroic. They have to deal with so much, like Youngster coming back in, and although we saw good moments from individuals, he's not an AWPer having to kind of hobby AWP his way through this. And it's like, they also both like Nuke, so we saw paiN's Nuke.
Oh, that looked disaster. I mean, that's going to be a disaster for Heroic. I feel like that's going to be really hard to corral what paiN are doing right now.
So it might be hard to corral paiN in any way possible, but we got to keep things moving. The next team to go is PARIVISION, and we've got Dastan joining us this evening. Hello, Dastan. How are you doing, sir?
Hello, everyone. Good. How are you, Banks?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Congratulations on the win earlier today, but it was a bit of a long one. I have to ask you, what did you say to your players after that crazy Anubis?
I said that first match is always nervous, but it's important to win. And Anubis was, because we played it almost 1 year ago, I think, and some moments we forgot, and it's also hard to defend on CT side, and it's not stable map, I think.
Okay.
I feel like things were getting a little bit dicey for you guys on that second map. I mean, it was an extremely long one, so hopefully you guys getting some rest now after how many overtimes was that? 3 overtimes earlier?
2 or 3, I don't know. But it's we had 1 month break almost, and we have a lot of. It was good match, and we had a lot of energy to play. Even if 3 or 4 overtimes, it was good.
All right, Dastan, before you make your pick, let me first ask you this. Were you thinking maybe you would pick Heroic that paiN just took?
If paiN didn't choose Heroic, I think we will choose it.
Okay.
We will choose. I think Heroic was first pick because they have. Yes.
All right, then Dastan, who is PARIVISION picking?
Astralis.
Ooh. Locking in Astralis. Okay, give it to me. What did you see in Astralis as to why you wanted to pick them?
Because they have 2 changes. Also, we have 1, but other teams are 3-4 teams are super elite teams, and I think Astralis, Liquid, and maybe a bit Aurora is a bit lower because of changes and Liquid not playing that well. But Astralis is a good chance, I think, for us. But also Huxi is good IGL. I respect Astralis. It's a good team, and but it's other teams are super strong.
On Astralis, I mean, I feel like the guy that we've who's caught our eye has been Ryu. Have you guys experienced or played against him in the last 6 months or a year?
maybe he played in Monte. I think we played, but we don't have like any specific info about him. But I think if Astralis picked him, he played well.
Perfect. Well, Dastan, thank you very much for your time. Good luck going further throughout this. Maybe we'll see you in Malta if you can get that win over Astralis.
I hope so.
All right. Okay, so this is good. They're at the moment playing it safe. And this is, I understand people will play it more safe now because you're one game away from joining us here in Malta. And that's the big one. Then you come onto LAN. Then it changes slightly.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I missed anybody, but when Dastan was going through his sort of power ranking of teams to pick, that was kind of exactly where I had listed mine. Unless I missed one team, I thought Heroic, clearly the weakest just based off of the personnel changes. But like he said, Astralis, Liquid, Aurora, all of them, there were signs of weaknesses in some of their matches. So we'll see if the next teams are kind of aligned with that train of thought.
And bro, I'm just looking over there with my bad eyesight. The bounty on Aurora right now is something that you definitely want to be trying to grab onto at the same time, right? So for a team that people are saying is a little bit weaker in there, you know, there's money to take from it. There's an opportunity to have there as well. So next we're going to be getting Gentlemates in there. They had quite an explosive game, but it was against a
M80,
jet-lagged M80 in a rough spot. You know, I'm not too sure what I make of that overall.
I'm not sure if that was M80 playing at 100%, but it seemed like it might have been Gentlemates playing their A game. So
yeah, definitely good.
I mean, it got them to where they are now, though. So still interested to see, are they going to go with my train of thought, or maybe they see some matchup here that's kind of more of a surprise factor.
Maybe something works for him. We're about to find out. Gentlemates' Alex is joining us for the draft show. Alex, how you doing, dude?
Hello, guys. I'm doing good. Thank you.
Now, talk to me when it comes to your team and just how you felt in that first game. You went up against an M80 who they didn't really have a chance to show up. You guys just ran straight over him. Did you sense the weakness? You just wanted to run him down and just cause chaos?
I mean, I think we just took the momentum, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, we have been working really hard for 2 weeks now, I think. I think we had like everything clear on mind. That's why we played so good, and everything was like on point. Everyone also, so it was easier, you know. But I think in the end we played our A game, and we like pretty confident playing against them.
I gotta ask, what's with all the pink? There's an awful lot of pink around you. What's with the color choice?
I don't know. You should ask my club then.
If I'm right, if I'm seeing it correctly on the shirt, you got some pink in the logo and stuff as well, right? So it's all matching, you know. It's style points.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The color of the club.
I like it a lot. Don't tell Cassard though; he might start tweeting at you, man. You might have to be careful on that one. All right, Alex, it's your time to make the pick. So who are you going for?
We're gonna pick Liquid.
I like that. Yeah. I like the Liquid pick. Talk to me about some of your reasoning, why you wanted to go for Liquid out of the teams that were left.
I mean, there is no like a real reason behind it. We just think like every team left here in the list is pretty good, you know. And I think like the maps and the map pool that we can like play against them is pretty cool for both teams, I would say. And yeah, like as I said, it's hard to choose one because everyone is good here. But I think we're like feeling comfortable like picking Liquid this time.
All right, I'll just ask you about one matchup: Martinez versus Ultimate. Who's the better opper? Who's going to come out on top in this one?
Man, do I need to answer this? Martinez, of course.
I think most of us might agree with you on that one there, Alex. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your pick. We'll see you very shortly.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. All right, from Gentlemates, the next team will be Game Legion. This is where it gets hard. This is where no matter who you're going to end up with, it's probably going to be a tough game. Whoever's next, are we just guessing they're going to straight go for Aurora here, Maui?
If I know Snacks, and I don't know Snacks all that well.
You sure? For your best friends.
Not exactly. I don't know if anybody would really say that, but I feel like all of the tricks that Snacks has, I think that they would probably work best against Aurora, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, I think in terms of when he was on Gamer Legion last time around, his CT side live reads on flanking opponents, when he was putting himself in more active spots on the defense, Aurora's the perfect type of team to pick apart if he gets a beat on how they're going to be calling.
Yeah, and I guess with Aurora as well, my biggest question mark is still around what we saw from Soulfly.
Yep.
Like, what can he handle? And Game Legion, they did show up in a nice way when we first saw him. It was impressive.
I mean, I think Soulfly is still gonna have to figure out how to play some of these spots that he's clearly unfamiliar with. So I'm curious to see if Gamer Legion see this sort of weakness, but I never really know. You know, Snacks is a guy that can be a little bit tricky, can be sneaky. If he sees a veto, perhaps, that plays into their favor, then he could be going for that too. But I also think this Gamer Legion kind of underrated with the amount of shooters that they have on their team.
I want to see as well from, like, I guess when we're looking at what Game Legion have right now, is just how far can they go when they're in such a disadvantage in some situation, you know, without having Ash there, with so much changing around them. Like, we saw PR, right? He was still able to hold on to himself and put himself in a good position. That was very positive, you know? I was glad to see him not struggle, because did you hear the interview we did with him? When
I don't think so.
He felt so like he was kind of in a bad way, like there's so much change around him. I'm not sure how I'll do. I'm not sure how I'll handle it.
Yeah, but he swapped up positions a couple of times already.
Yeah, he did. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. We're being told Snacks is ready. We were keeping him waiting too long, and we needed to make sure we got him through. Hello, Snacks. Oh, he's shaking.
Hello.
He's shaking his head. Snacks, this is not the start I wanted, bro, from you.
You know, it happens. I'm waiting like 2 hours already, yeah? So,
hey, were you enjoying the FURIA game?
Yeah, I was enjoying. I was doing something as well. I was eating kebab, so, you know, it wasn't that bad, actually. Throw some darts as well.
Oh, did you hit any aces, you know? Is that what it is?
No, it's 180, but no, 180? I didn't.
Cool.
I'm not that good, you know?
Bro, you look
No, you were pretty good,
yeah.
actually, the other day when there was that pause.
I mean, the thing is, when I was younger, I was playing like competitive, you know.
Okay.
But it was 23 years ago, I think.
Oh wow.
All right, Snacks. We got to keep it moving. We've kept you waiting long enough, so give it to me. Who is Gamer Legion picking?
What do you think?
I was thinking Aurora.
Aurora.
And you are right. You are right.
Hey, there we go. Aurora being locked in, and just talk to me about some of the reasonings for it, why you saw Aurora as the opportunity for Gamer Legion.
I mean, I don't like to say this way. I'm sorry, not looking camera. I need to see other teams as well, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, Spirit is very good, Vitality very good, Falcons very good, and Furia very good, you know? And Aurora very good as well. But if we look at the ranking, then you know, like obviously the easiest pick is Aurora. I'm not saying it's gonna be easy match. Of course, it's not gonna be easy match, but I'm looking forward.
You expect an Anubis in this one? Because I mean, they were killer at it when they were in the last season.
I mean, hopefully it's gonna be Anubis. We actually train it the most right now before this match, so I'm ready for it.
Oh, yeah, Snacks is ready for anything. Yeah, this is great. This is positive. Well, Snacks, I'll let you get back and go to your kebab. I might have to get myself one afterwards as well. Thank you for joining us, my dude, and good luck with the darts practice at the same time.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have fun.
Thank you. I love Snacks, man.
Always entertaining.
You can't hate him. You can't hate him at all. All right, from there we're going to FUT, and these guys, I loved what I saw from these guys. It was great. This young, talented team coming through. Lounx managing to play with Christmas tree.
Oh yeah, the lights. The strobe
off.
lights were going crazy.
And completely.
He tweeted about that. Did you see that?
Yeah, but you know what? This is for me. I said, like, does it not distract you? And he replied to me. He's like, no, I'm just kind of used to it. When he gets to an arena, he's gonna be fine. He's not bothered by anything, just going, zero problem.
He'll feel like he's right at home when people are flashing cameras in his face.
Yeah, he'll definitely be in a good situation for it. But the problem is, all the teams that are left for these guys right now, it's like, you got to pick your poison. Where do you feel like did this where it get more tactical with the picks? Like, they have to be a bit more strategic with it?
I feel like at this point you're considering veto most prominently because there's no right answer between Spirit, Vitality, Furia, Falcons. They're all elite teams. So if you feel like you can find any edge, like if, for example, your permaban is their permaban, that's the exact kind of team I would be going for, because Vitality's never going to risk playing their perma.
Okay. Would they maybe put Spirit as the weaker one there because of the changes, or does that get nullified because Donk exists?
I feel like if you're just trying to take the strength of each of these teams, then Spirit is the clear choice, just because it took them a little while to get involved in the game versus Sinners. I mean, I guess it took a while for them to close out map 1, that is. So you're also playing against a rookie in-game leader. Maybe your CT side can disrupt him enough, but I mean, it's Donk and Shiro, so at the end of the day, it's not going to be easy.
All right, well, let's get in the coach of FUT. It's Coolio joining us here. How you doing, Coolio?
Hello, guys. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. And it's good to see you. Bro, you've been on quite a journey with this team, man. Are you happy with the progress and what you guys are showing?
Yes, I think everyone is really happy what we are doing, and I can only be proud of the team.
Yeah, it's a lot of development. It's been looking really good for these guys as well. So let's get into it. You've got a really tough choice to go through. How do you make the decision here? Don't give me the pick just yet, but like, how did you weigh up the options of which team would be best to pick out of these incredibly strong teams?
I mean, we were ready that we have to choose from these 4 teams, and we were just discussing with the teams, and then we just decided to go with one, and that's all.
Okay, then give it to me. Coolio, who is FUT picking?
We are picking FURIA.
FURIA?
Oh, wow.
Okay. I didn't expect that. That threw a little curveball to me. What was it about FURIA that made you go for them?
I mean, I think there is no good choice here if you are looking at, because all 4 teams are pretty good, but like we played a lot of practice with this type of teams, and I think we can match up versus them.
Nice.
Oh wow. Do you see any sort of strength or weakness in the veto that could play in your favor in this one?
I mean, if they are trying to play with the veto, it's hard to play versus us, because like right now we have a really good map pool. We are playing all the maps, so like it's also not easy for them to understand where we're gonna go. And I think it's same for us, because like if you look on the win streaks and the streaks on the map pool, like we are really similar. So I think it's gonna be a good matchup.
Hey, I'm looking forward to it now. Coolio, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for all of your thoughts. We'll see you in the server.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
Okay, so they went for FURIA in this one.
Yeah.
I like his reasoning behind it. I respect it as well. You know, they're confident in themselves, and they need to be of these youngsters in there. And that could add some, I mean, spice and craziness to it all.
I feel like if I'm a team trying to pick between these 4, I mean, you just don't want to pick Vitality or Falcons. Everybody in the last draft show was so terrified of Falcons. They were even the last pick, just because you even catch them on maybe a tactically advantageous map for yourself, but you could still just get completely body bagged by any of their star players. I feel like FURIA, despite the fact that they were as good as they were last season, just have a little bit less of that scare factor.
Okay, I can see what you mean there, but at this point, all of these teams are scary. Everything is going to be a problem.
Of course.
And next, we're going to have Eyeballers and JW joining us. And remember, he already swung for the fences in the opening game.
Yeah, that's true.
And he's still so far on this list where he's going to have to, no choice but to swing again. Does that mean he just goes Vitality?
Or Falcons at this point. I mean, why not take one of the big... I mean, the only team that I feel like is even remotely less scary is just Spirit because of the roster changes, but they still themselves are such a formidable foe. But knowing JW, I kind of want him to just go all the way for Vitality. Take the team of the year down.
Because also, you know, he's got a history with Apex all this time ago, so it would make sense, but he's standing by. We've got JW from Eyeballers joining us live. JW, how you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. You gave us one of the greatest picks, and you beat him last time around. Are you coming in with that same mindset?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think most people didn't expect us to even be here in this stage, I guess. So, I mean, we were just here to keep pushing it, I guess.
And how hyped was the rest of the team after this win against FaZe? Like, how are the boys feeling after a moment like that?
It was very good vibes in the team. I think everybody was in a great mood. Of course, it's one of the biggest wins for us, like as individuals, but definitely as a team. So yeah, definitely the team morale was at a very high.
Okay, JW, give it to me. Who are Eyeballers picking?
Yeah, I mean, I was back with a bang before, so let's do it again. We go for Vitality. Apex.
Oh my goodness.
Apex versus JW.
What?
Oh, JW.
That's crazy.
You're running back on some legendary run, man. This is epic. This is exactly what we want. Dude, we might have to start calling you the Kingslayer.
Yeah, we'll see. Wait until after the game, and then we'll see. We'll see.
Do you want to show Zywoo what it's like to be the first major MVP versus the most recent? Is it going to be the old versus the new here?
I mean, not really. I think it's more about the battle of the trash talk between me and Apex, and then
yes. Oh my god, I wish this one was at LAN.
Oh no, this would have been better at LAN. So we're gonna see some all chat typing in there, and you're gonna let BobXD and everyone else do the fragging.
Yeah, exactly. Like it has been already.
I have one little question actually. Looking back at how you guys got BobXD, are you thankful that 9 went away from that guy?
Yeah, definitely. But I also think they perhaps didn't use him the way I see him fitting in the game and the way we use him. So I think it was a win for him and a win for us, I guess.
Nice. Well, JW, thank you once again for your time. Thanks for giving us the entertainment. You are certainly back with a bang, as you said, and you're going to keep on delivering it, man. I'm excited for it.
See you guys.
See you later, dude. Oh, dude, he's everything I want. This is perfect. He's like, he's listening to us. He's like, yeah, I'm going Vitality now. He's just running back the years, you know, bringing us back some old school vibes with a new Swedish lineup alongside him.
It's crazy. I mean, I feel like there was even a time when this Eyeballers project just looked like, what's even going on with it?
Yeah.
So to see JW take down a roster like FaZe by picking them too, and now going for Vitality, it's hard not to get a little bit excited for it.
I'm very excited, but we've got to keep things moving. We only have ENCE.CET and Monty next. And this is now where it gets interesting because they're probably happy Vitality's gone.
Yes.
So now maybe they're thinking, okay, where do we go with this? What do we do? Who would you be taking if you're ENCE.CET right now?
I'm pretty sure I would be taking Spirit. I'd have to look at the veto to be certain about that one, but just given the fact that Sinners gave them a little bit of trouble today, whereas on the other side, Falcons, I just felt like that game was never even competitive, the one that they played earlier at this event. Everybody came in with tip-top form, and Spirit, on the other hand, there's just the chance against an unwarmed-up Spirit or a newly formed roster here for them.
All right, let's get into it. Let's bring ENCE.CET into the mix, and let's see what's going to be happening with them. Hello, Onik. How you doing, bro?
Hello. I'm good, bro, and you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. First of all, congratulations on that impressive win. You almost 2-0'd them and still got it delivered in the third and final map. How good was that feeling for you guys, considering you had to make a roster change as well coming into this year?
Like, to be honest, it's for sure a very big confidence boost for us. Like, it's a new season, new roster, and we like insta-beat like good team.
Yeah.
So it's so important win for us. So yeah, we're so happy that we did it.
And can I ask a quick question for you guys? I know you're on boot camp now, but it looks like a house, right? Did you spend your whole time on boot camp? Is this like a place you guys spending most of the year?
I mean, it was on our old roster. We was living here like half in a year, like, but after we moved like for 4 months, and now we're just boot camping here. Like we have this, like it's our base, you know, like not like this, yeah.
Yeah, nice. Well, it's definitely working out for you. All right, Onik, you got to give it to us. You've only got 2 choices. It's not easy choices either, bro. So where are you going? Who are you picking?
But Banks, you wasn't right. I'm sad that they pick Vitality. I want to play Epic so bad. Yeah, I want to play this guy so much.
Dang. All right.
But you was right. We are picking Spirit because of Veto. So it's Spirit for us.
Maui Snake, you got it correct. You understood it was going to be the Veto. There's now 2 questions I have here, Onik. Why did you want to pick Vitality to start off with?
I don't know. We just, I don't know. We want to play them. All our team, like, just fucking want to play them.
Dude, I love this energy. That's exactly what I want.
Yep, but unfortunately.
One day you'll get that opportunity, and I'm sure you will enjoy it, and you will fight your best with it. Anything from you, Maui?
I would just want to ask, I mean, did you catch Spirit's game earlier? I feel like they looked a little bit more beatable maybe than they have in the past.
I mean, for sure, kinda yes, because like they have new roster, new IGL, and like Zonchix is back. So we are also like feeling pretty confident this match, I mean.
Awesome. Well, Onik, thank you very much for your words. Good luck going into the next game. We're excited to see what you can do in it, man.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye, bye, bye. Bro, I'm loving the balls on these young players.
Seriously.
They are swinging for the fences. This is what we want in Counter-Strike. Not them to be scared and be worried about who they're facing. Like to come out and say, I want to swing at the big dogs. I want to take them down.
I feel like it's just going to be so rare for any of these teams to have an opportunity to play against the Vitality in a single elimination format. Because even factoring that in, that it is for elimination on the line, because some of these teams will actually join an event this season that's double elim or some kind of Swiss stage, and so you don't really know in those circumstances, is Vitality fighting like their life is on the line? So getting a crack at them here, or Falcons, or whatever, Spirit, doesn't matter. It should be the 100% version of that team.
Yeah, and that's it, right? When you get this feeling, when you get to play against a team you're excited for playing against as well, I'm sure that adds some extra fire. The captain can feel that throughout these young players at the same time. It must be quite a nice, special feeling, you know, to go through it all.
And you just get to limit test as hard as you possibly can. See if that one strat you came up with actually tricks Vitality. See if that one solo play that you have on the extremity of the map can best ROPS. There's so many times where these players are going to just relish those, because every single round you just take in that experience and you're going to learn from it 10 times faster than you would in some Face It game.
All right, we've got one last one to go through. It's Monty, and Kakafu's joining us here. How you doing, bro?
I'm very good. I'm sorry for the echo. I didn't bring my headset. I'm not at home, but we're doing good. Thank you.
That is fine, man. Don't you worry. So you don't have a choice in this, but I just want to ask you, who did you expect to play before you ended up getting the Falcons?
I think it was very obvious for us that it's going to be with Vitality. So whoever picked Vitality, then that's pretty ballsy. So we kind of prepared for Vitality, but I'm very happy we didn't get them, because I think that was the only tier 1 team we had actually problems with. So all the others were actually fine, and we didn't stress it too much. So I'm very happy somebody went for it.
I want to ask you a little bit about Gizmi, because he came up looking like he was calling very well, confident, but also well measured with how he was responding when he was answering in interviews as well. What do you make of him as a whole, as a player right now for the team?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super proud. I mean, I came into this team not knowing anything about Gizmi, but he surprised me. Like, I think he's one of the future for sure, since I've worked with like many IGLs now. And I mean, he has a dedication. He has his own mind, what I think is very important, right? He's a guy that believes in something, and he's like very, very precise with it. So I mean, he's a crucial part of the success of that we have right now with Monte in tier 2. So yeah, I think he surprised me a lot, and I hope he keeps on surprising, he keeps on learning, and it can be a very bright future.
Well, I'm sure you can help guide him on all of that way. Kakafu, thank you very much for all of your time. Good luck when you face Falcons, and we'll speak to you soon.
Bye-bye.
And Kakafu's been for a lot, man, from the days on Big. He's had moments of being assistant coach as well. He's been the main coach. Now he's got this interesting Monty project, especially with able to see what they did against Na'Vi.
And it's a team that feels like it's kind of a lot of unbridled talent, unharnessed perhaps. So getting the absolute best as they showed in the first round in an impressive upset victory over Na'Vi. I mean, that was one where I was kind of less scratching my head. I thought that it was actually an incredibly well drawn out game plan for them. One where they kind of stuck to what was it almost felt like they were digging themselves in a hole on Dust 2, but then they got themselves out of it. So it was even more impressive that they didn't just have a hot start and carry themselves through it like that.
All right, Maui, it's time to find out what the schedule is going to be and how we'll be rocking throughout the games for the next couple of days here at the Blast Bounty in our beautiful Malta studio. And tomorrow, we're going to be kicking things off with Heroic taking on paiN. After that, Liquid Gentlemates, then Aurora Gamer Legion. We heard what Snacks had to say. And the final game of the day, Falcons taking on Monty. What are you most excited for there, Maui?
Aurora Gamer Legion, easily.
Yeah.
I feel like the other games, I mean, even though the first one of the day, Heroic's game is more 50-50 against paiN. I just want to see Snacks play against Aurora, because he's the exact kind of leader that I feel like is tricky enough to get the better of an Aurora team that I have seen when they're playing against an IGL who's a little craftier than they are. They get bested even though they have such skilled pieces. So I feel like that'll be kind of a brain versus brawn matchup, and I might side with the brain on Snacks. I might actually side with the brain on Snacks for that one.
Oh, the tables have turned. I wasn't expecting that to come out of your mouth, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes. We'll be covering that game later on tomorrow. As always, we'll be back starting at 12 p.m. CET, just when you can get your lunch. The games will be rocking and rolling. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you there. Peace.
Welcome to the Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?